While the visuals impressed netizens with the workers' determination, it also ignited conversations about dignity, safety, and the unseen struggles of gig workers powering India's on-demand economy.
We're here tonight. No fighting. We got the refugees. No fighting. No fighting. Shakira, Shakira. I never really knew that she could dance like this.
Breaking stereotypes with every beat, a Rajasthani woman went viral for dancing to Shakira's Hips Don't Lie, all while draped in sari and ghungat. Balancing elegance and boldness, she fused Shakira's signature moves with her own desi flair. Even Priyanka Chopra herself couldn't resist liking the video, which has over 3.8 million views. The performance celebrates cultural fusion, reminding the world that tradition and trend aren't opposites. They can dance beautifully together.
It's driving me crazy, and I didn't have the slightest idea.
ये भारत नहीं है, ये पश्चिम बंगाल है, पश्चिम बंगाल। यहाँ पे दो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन चलता है, एक हिंदुओं का और दूसरा ये मुसलमानों का।
Vivek Agnihotry's The Bengal Files trailer launched in Kolkata amid chaos, controversy, alleged political hurdles. The third installment of his Files trilogy, the film follows the Tashkent Files and the Kashmir Files.
हिंदू मुस्लिम एक नहीं है। अब वेदों को मानते हैं, हम कुरान को मानते हैं, अब लाखों भगवान को मानते हैं, हम सिर्फ अल्लाह को मानते हैं।
Starring Mithun Chakravarti, Anupam Kher and Pallavi Joshi, it is set for September 5th release.
हिंदुओं का राष्ट्र है, और इस युद्ध में हिंदू हार रहे हैं। जीत कौन रहा है? जिन्नात, क्योंकि हम सब नशे में चूर हैं और इस नशे का नाम है गांधी की अहिंसा।
While its cinematic impact awaits judgment, the launch drama ensured headlines, framing the film as another politically charged cinematic experience for Agnihotri.
It's an unfinished project.
विश्व एक खेल है, लोग मरते हैं, देश जलता है, खेल चलते रहता है।
I'm off my meds for 5 months now.
Your personality was not like this a few years ago.
It's a calling by the universe.
Never tell me I'm gonna wake up one day and have.
The trailer of documentary In Whose Name stunned audiences by spotlighting raw emotional exchanges between Kim Kardashian and Kanye West. Directed by Nico Ballesteros, it compiles over 6 years and 3,000 hours of footage into an unflinching portrait of the rapper's turbulent journey. The first look hints at intimate confrontation, emotional unraveling, and personal battles, offering viewers an unprecedented look into Kanye's struggles and the cost of fame, genius, and broken love.
And I'm almost like a masochist.
I write whatever I want, when I want. It's words.
You know, the best thing about being an artist and bipolar, anything you do and say is an art piece.
Maddox Films, the studio behind Stree and Bhediya, has dropped the teaser of Thama, a horror romance action spectacle starring Ayushmann Khurrana and Rashmika Mandanna. The teaser blends suspense, charm and spook, promising a roller coaster cinematic experience. With Maddox's reputation for redefining horror comedy, expectations are sky high. Thama aims not just to scare but to enthrall with romance and drama, marking another step in Bollywood's evolution towards genre-blending mass entertainers.
So we're asking everyone to describe themselves in 3 words.
Okay. Very, very tired.
Focused.
Cheeky. Sexy little bastard.
Angry and bored.
Netflix unraveled the trailer of Steve, with Cillian Murphy playing a reform school head teacher on the brink of collapse. Adapted from Max Potter's novel Chai, the movie captures one fateful day where Steve fights to save his last chance school while battling inner demons. With Murphy's intensity, the trailer sets up poignant, thought-provoking drama on education, mental health and resilience, reaffirming his mastery in roles, balance in fragility and strength.
You're not alone, Chai. What about you, Steve? Let's talk about you.
Steve, you can't do it all.
Okay, all right, I'm here for you.
Perhaps there's a limit.
एक लड़की थी दीवानी सी, एक लड़के पे वो मरती थी।
Aryan Khan's much anticipated directorial debut, The Badass of Bollywood, released its teaser, instantly captivating audiences. Styled, bold and dripping with swagger, the clip drew parallels to his father Shah Rukh Khan's charisma, especially in tone and narration. Social media exploded with praise for Aryan's cinematic eye and screen presence. Though only a glimpse, the teaser signals a promising filmmaker's arrival, setting expectations for a fresh, inside take on Bollywood's underbelly.
क्योंकि पिक्चर तो सालों से बाकी, लेकिन शो तो अब शुरू होगा।
सपने रे सपने मेरे सच हो जाना रे हो जाना रे हो जाना रे.
Purva Parwani from Bhopal brought the internet to tears as she shared the emotional moment of her Harvard admission with her family. The video captures the hugs, tears and whispered prayers that symbolize how dreams take an entire ecosystem to nurture before finally blooming.
सच हो जाना रे हो जाना रे हो जाना रे.
A heartwarming video of an Indian Army officer from the 44 Rashtriya Rifles playing cricket with locals in Shopian, Jammu and Kashmir has gone viral. The light-hearted match symbolizes camaraderie and trust building between civilians and soldiers in a region long associated with conflict. In a hilarious cultural mix-up, a woman began worshipping a Labubu doll, believing it to be a Chinese god after her daughter told her so. The video, which shows her performing rituals with devotion, has raked up over 1.2 million views, sparking laughter across social media.
Why did my husband marry me? Aniket, why did you marry me?
Candice asked her husband Aniket why he married her, and his heartfelt reply melted hearts online.
I was really impressed with everything you said you're doing. Like, as an international student, I just felt like welcomed, and your hospitality and everything was nice. You've always been like nice to me.
He recalled her warmth, kindness and the respect he had for her being a teacher, making their love story a viral celebration of genuine connection and companionship.
I got like a really friendly vibe, and I was like, oh, this is like a really good family, and I want to be with a good family. On Janmashtami, a Korean man dressed up as Lord Krishna charming the internet with his striking resemblance to young Kanha. His viral reel delighted Indian social media, earning admiration for embracing and celebrating Indian culture so beautifully.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Northeast United Football Club defeated Diamond Harbour FC 6-1 to lift the prestigious Durand Cup for the second straight time. Northeast United also became the 12th team in Durand Cup history to win back-to-back titles. The Durand Cup winners also swept individual awards, with Gurmeet Singh clinching the Golden Glove for the second consecutive season, while Alauddin Ajray won the Golden Ball for the most valuable player of the match, as well as the Golden Boot for the highest scorer. The Durand Cup 2025 was the 134th edition of the Durand Cup, which is the world's third oldest cup football competition and the oldest in Asia. The Indian Armed Forces organized tourney running since 1888 is also the traditional curtain raiser for the Indian domestic football season.
Oh, brilliantly done. Guided into the bottom corner by Jairo.
Lionel Messi-led Argentina football team is set to play a friendly game in India. As confirmed by the country's football federation, the much-anticipated game is scheduled to be played in Kerala between November 10 and 18 this year. However, the opponent and exact venue for the friendly match in Kerala will be revealed later. The November fixtures will be part of 3 matches scheduled during the FIFA international window, with the other 2 games to be played in Luanda and Angola. The Argentina football team's visit to India has been in the works for a while, and this will be only the second time in nearly a decade and a half that the team will play on Indian soil. The last time was in 2011, when Argentina, featuring Lionel Messi, played at the Salt Lake Stadium in Kolkata. US President Donald Trump's joke at the Oval Office stumped FIFA President Gianni Infantino. The incident happened at the Oval Office when Infantino was showing Trump the FIFA World Cup trophy. Trump, after being handed the trophy, told the FIFA president that he was not going to give it back. He had the whole Oval Office burst out in laughter. The moment went viral on the internet, with Trump fans finding the whole exchange amusing. The president also announced that the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts in Washington will host the 2026 World Cup draw. Listen in to this fun conversation.
This, which is the winner's trophy. It is the trophy that the winner of the FIFA World Cup wins. Only the FIFA president, presidents of countries, and then those who win can touch it, because it's for winners only. And since you are a winner, of course, you can as well touch it. It's pretty heavy. Yeah. It's the winner trophy. The last one who lifted that is Lionel Messi of Argentina, and here it is in the Oval Office in the White House.
Can I keep it?
For you? Well, you can keep it after the World Cup.
We're not giving it back. That's serious.
It fits well.
It goes very well on the wall right over there. We'll put it right below the angels.
It fits well here, I think.
That's beautiful, yeah.
You can keep it until we have to give it to the next winner.
That's fine. That's a beautiful piece of gold, I will say. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Indian cricket legend Sunil Gavaskar's life-size statue was unveiled at the iconic Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. The statue was unveiled as the Mumbai Cricket Association inaugurated the Sharad Pawar Cricket Museum. At the grand entrance, visitors can spot the life-size statues of Gavaskar and Sharad Pawar. The MCA Cricket Museum has a special section on Gavaskar and all the other greats of Mumbai and Indian cricket. Soon after, Mumbai Cricket Association President Ajinkya Naik revealed that Gavaskar had donated 2 of his caps, one he wore for Mumbai and the other for Dadar Union for the museum. Gavaskar revealed that he gave his Dadar Union cap because it was his lucky cap, which he wore in the memorable Melbourne Test back in February 1981. The Sharad Pawar Cricket Museum, located within the Wankhede Stadium complex, showcases memorabilia photographs and historical milestones from Indian cricket with a special focus on Mumbai's massive contribution to the sport.
I am actually at a loss for words because I'm overwhelmed by this unique honor. You know, it doesn't happen to everybody that, you know, there is a statue just outside the museum where there's going to be so much more footfall to see the museum. And so every time you enter the museum to be able to, you know, to see the statue. So that is something totally, really unique. And so I'm overwhelmed. I can't thank Mumbai Cricket Association for this wonderful gesture. It's a great honor. You know, Mumbai Cricket Association, I've said in the past, is like my mother. Held my hand when I was beginning with cricket at this in schools level, playing for Mumbai schools, Bombay schools as it was called then, and thereafter as well. You know, for Ranji Trophy, etc. It's been absolutely just a privilege and an honor and a blessing to be able to play for Mumbai.
And with that, it is a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the app.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
Watching India Today.
A very good morning to all our viewers. It's Sunday morning. You're watching India Today. I'm Anjali Pandey. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. A shocking tragedy surfaced from Greater Noida, where a 28-year-old woman was allegedly set ablaze by her husband over 35 lakh rupee dowry demand. The victim succumbed to her injuries while being rushed to the hospital. Her husband, Vipin Bhati, is now in custody while his family remains on the run. State of war, Bihar heats up ahead of elections. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju brands Rahul Gandhi a spoiled brat and accuses him of following a dangerous track with ties to George Soros. Rahul hits back, slams centre of undermining the constitution. After Karnataka, SIT arrests Dharmasthala complainant. Temple authorities say finally the truth is coming out. Dharmasthala Dharma Adhikari Virendra Hegade expresses faith that facts will prevail and justice will be upheld. India makes a big push for Atmanirbhar Bharat in defence as decks are cleared for a mega submarine deal under Project 75 India. 6 advanced high-tech submarines equipped with German technology to boost underwater endurance will be built in India. Key talks with Germany are set to begin soon. Northeast United FC retained the Durand Cup title as they thrashed Diamond Harbour FC 6-1 in the 134th edition of the tournament. And at the top of this hour, we're getting some breaking news. MNS chief Raj Thackeray backs Rahul Gandhi on vote chori allegations. Raj Thackeray says, and I quote, "I had warned to boycott the Lok Sabha elections, which would have made global headlines and attracted international pressure. But everyone chickened out. Now Rahul Gandhi has raised the matter again. People are voting, but those votes are not reaching the candidates. They are being stolen." So Raj Thackeray has backed Rahul Gandhi's vote chori claims. The MNS chief has said that there's manipulation in voting and this is not new. In fact, he goes on to say that votes are not reaching the candidates and in fact the votes are being stolen. My colleague Omkar Wable is now joining us with more details on this. Omkar, clearly MNS chief Raj Thackeray has echoed the claims made by Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha Rahul Gandhi by saying that there's manipulation in voting and that people are voting but those votes are not reaching the candidates.
Exactly. The line
All right, we try to re-establish that connection with Omkar, but the breaking news that's coming in is that MNS chief Raj Thackeray has backed Rahul Gandhi's vote chori allegations. Raj Thackeray had said that he had warned to boycott the Lok Sabha elections, which would have made headlines, but nobody listened to him. And now Rahul Gandhi has in fact raised the matter again. He has said that people are voting, but those votes are not reaching the candidates. In fact, those votes are being stolen. This is what MNS chief Raj Thackeray has said while backing Rahul Gandhi's vote chori claims. The MNS chief has said that manipulation in voting is not new and that votes are not reaching the candidates and that those votes are being stolen. So big claim being made by MNS chief Raj Thackeray. In fact, he has also spoken about the Lok Sabha elections. He has said that I had warned to boycott the Lok Sabha elections, which would have made global headlines and attracted international pressure. But everyone chickened out. And now Rahul Gandhi has raised the matter once again. People are voting, but those votes are not reaching the candidates. In fact, the votes are being stolen. So MNS chief Raj Thackeray clearly backing the claims which were made by Rahul Gandhi regarding vote chori. And Raj Thackeray has also said that vote chori is in fact happening and that manipulation in voting is not new. And a bitter war of words has erupted between the BJP and the Congress ahead of the Bihar elections. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju has launched a strong attack on the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, calling him a spoiled brat who speaks nonsense. Not just that, he also alleged that the Congress MP is on a dangerous track and is aligning with anti-India forces like George Soros to weaken the country. The Parliamentary Affairs Minister also claimed that the Congress is working with a leftist mentality and attacks institutions when they lose elections. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi, conducting the Voter Adhikar Yatra in the state of Bihar, has once again slammed the BJP for destroying democracy and also attacking the constitution. Reiterating his vote chori claims, the leader of opposition said that he will not let BJP steal polls in the state of Bihar.
ये राहुल गांधी तो बहुत डेंजरस ट्रैक में जा रहे हैं कि जो जोश सोरोस बोलते हैं कि भारत के सरकार को डिस्टेबलाइज करने के लिए $1 ट्रिलियन रखा है, या भारत विरोधी खालिस्तान फोर्स कनाडा में, यूएस में, यूके में बैठा है, और भी कई लेफ्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो देश के खिलाफ काम करने के लिए षड्यंत्र रचा रहे हैं, उनके साथ तालमेल करके राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी काम कर रहे हैं। ये देश के लिए बहुत ही चिंताजनक ये एक समय है, लेकिन अब आश्वासित रहिए, मोदी जी के लीडरशिप में देश को कोई डिस्टेबलाइज नहीं कर सकता है। मेरे ख्याल से राहुल गांधी जी लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है, मैं उसको क्रिटिसाइज करना नहीं चाहता हूँ, लेकिन जब प्रधानमंत्री को चोर बोलते हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इतना डांट लगाया कि तुम प्रधानमंत्री को चौकीदार चोर बोला, इतना डांट लगाया। राफेल को लेकर के नाप सना बातें की, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने राहुल गांधी जी को डांट लगाया। फिर चाइना ने इतना ज़मीन ऑक्यूपाई किया करके झूठ बोलते हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फिर डांट लगाया। अब एक भारतीय होने के नाते इंडियन जैसे बात करो, फिर भी सुनते ही नहीं है। अब राहुल गांधी नहीं सुधर सकते अपने आप को।
हर नागरिक को ये संविधान एक वोट देता है, अंबेडकर जी का संविधान एक वोट देता है, और बिहार में, कर्नाटक में, महाराष्ट्र में, हरियाणा में ये जो संविधान आपको वोट देता है, वो वोट चोरी किया जा रहा है। बिहार में लाखों लोग से उनका वोट चोरी किया जा रहा है। भाई और बहनों, जैसे महाराष्ट्र में चुनाव चोरी किया, जैसे हरियाणा में चोरी किया, वैसे ही बिहार में चुनाव चोरी करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
And now shifting focus to a shocking story being reported from Greater Noida. They slapped her, then set her on fire in front of her own son. Greater Noida's Nikki has fallen victim to dowry harassment after 9 years of marriage to Vipin Bhati. She was set ablaze by her husband and in-laws. Every year, India records over 6,000 dowry deaths, and despite strict laws on paper, these tragedies continue unabated. Take a look at this report to know how this tragedy unfolded.
Please don't do this to me. Please don't kill me. Please let me live. Please don't. I have a son. These may well have been Nikki's final cries. A bahu, a mother, begging for her life, even as flames consumed her. Another young daughter has been killed for dowry. This time from Uttar Pradesh's Greater Noida, where a woman has been allegedly burnt alive by her own husband and in-laws. Married in 2016, Nikki's marriage soon became a nightmare of harassment, humiliation, and endless dowry demands. Her elder sister, also married in the same family, says both sisters were tortured just months after marriage. Both husbands, she alleges, thrashed their wives and flaunted other affairs.
फादर ने अपने अकॉर्डिंग जो भी उनसे बना, स्कॉर्पियो टॉप मॉडल 2016 नोटबंदी में शादी हुई थी, उसके दौरान हमारे पिताजी से जितना बन पाया कैश, गोल्ड, सिल्वर सब कुछ उन्होंने दिया। हमारी शादी के 6 महीने बाद ही हमें प्रताड़ित करा जा रहा था, टॉर्चर किया जा रहा था। बहन की हमारी कोई इज्जत नहीं थी उस घर में, सिर्फ काम करो, अपना काम से काम मतलब रखो, तुम्हें क्या मतलब हम कहीं जाएं।
Even when Nikki's parents brought her home earlier this year, the husband came begging, promising to change, but the abuse only worsened.
मेरी बेटी के साथ तो 7 साल से अत्याचार हो रहा थे, पर वो जो हमारा समाज है, गुर्जर समाज है, कुछ देख लो, पंचायत है, बीच में फैसला, कब न होगा, मैं सॉरी मांग रहा हूँ, गलती मांग रहा हूँ। उसके बाद कुछ दिन तक ऐसा ही चला। पिछले साल बिटिया के साथ फिर मार पिटाई की है, 11 फरवरी को करी थी, सास ने मारी थी, बेंस ने मारी है, जो मैं मानी है जो लड़की के लिए। फिर लेके आए थे हम घर पे, फिर उसके बाद समाज फिर आया, फिर बोला कुछ नहीं करता लड़का, भाई याद करता है, लड़की बाजी करता है, कुछ न करता है।
And that torment ended in horror when Nikki was set ablaze right before her 7-year-old son. This disturbing video shows Nikki engulfed in flames, stumbling down the staircase, desperately trying to survive. Her husband is now under arrest. The in-laws remain absconding. But the bigger question, what happened to the laws meant to protect women? Every year, India records over 6,000 dowry deaths. That means one woman is killed every 90 minutes. Yet, despite these laws, bahus and betis like Nikki keep paying with their lives. Nikki's death is not just a statistic. It's a searing reminder of how dowry continues to turn homes into graveyards, marriages into death sentences, and daughters into victims of greed. Bureau Report, India Today.
And we're getting some breaking news from the state of Maharashtra. Chaos at Bell Pola Festival in Sambhaji Nagar. Bull runs amok during festival celebrations. The bull goes out of control during Pola Festival. 15 people sustain severe injuries. These are the visuals of the Bell Pola Festival in Sambhaji Nagar. You can see the bull going out of control and 15 people have sustained severe injuries. So chaos at the Bell Pola Festival in Sambhaji Nagar, which is in Maharashtra. The bull runs amok during the festival celebrations, and the bull goes out of control during the Pola Festival, as you can see in these visuals, and due to which 15 people have sustained severe injuries. So these visuals from the Bell Pola Festival in Sambhaji Nagar, in which you can see the bull going absolutely out of control, and due to which 15 people have been injured. In a big twist in the Dharmasthala mass burial case, the SIT has now arrested the whistleblower who allegedly provided false information about the case. The accused has been identified as CN Chinnaya and has been remanded to 10 days of police custody. According to police sources, the arrest was made after inconsistencies were found in the statements and the documents provided by him. In response, the Dharmasthala temple authorities have spoken out after remaining silent for some time. They expressed gratitude for the support of the people and stated that truth always prevails. They also claimed that some individuals trying to malign their image, but because of the trust people have in them, the truth has come to light.
ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರು ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ರು, ಅಡ್ಡಗೋಡೆ ಮೇಲೆ ದೀಪ, ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅಡ್ಡಗೋಡೆ ಮೇಲೆ ದೀಪ ಇಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾವನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದವರೇ ಬಂದು ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರ ಕುಟುಂಬದವ್ರು ಬಂದು ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಯ್ತಾ, ಅದನ್ನ ಬಾಲಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರು ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾವನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ಸೊ ಅವರು ಬಂದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯಾರು ತಪ್ಪು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ CLP ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಲೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಯಾರ ಮೇಲೂ ನಮಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಪರನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರ ಪರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಮಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯದ ಪರ, ನಮಗೆ ಧರ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
The truth has come out. Everybody is telling a lie to defame the Hindu temple. Government has to take stringent action against these lie. People are spreading the wrong information about the temple and the Dharmasthala.
And now shifting focus, in a big boost to India's defence, the Modi government has cleared the decks for a major submarine deal. The centre has given its nod to the Defence Ministry and Mazagon Dockyards Limited to begin talks with Germany for 6 new made-in-India submarines. Under Project 75 India, 6 advanced submarines will be built in India with German support. Defence officials have told India Today that negotiations will start by the end of this month and final approval is expected in the next 6 to 8 months. The new submarines will be equipped with German technology, allowing them to stay underwater for 3 weeks. With 10 aging submarines likely to be phased out in the next decade, this deal is crucial to India's naval push. The project is aimed at boosting the Navy's indigenous capabilities to counter China's expanding fleet and also strengthen deterrence against Pakistan. And in the ongoing tariff war against Donald Trump, India's stance on trade and energy is firmer than ever. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has drawn clear red lines in the ongoing trade talks at a time when a close Trump aide has landed the key posting as US envoy to New Delhi. More on this in our next report.
As trade tensions between the US and India continue to rise, India has pushed back against the newly imposed tariffs, even as Trump attempts to strengthen his hand with a trusted aide in New Delhi. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has defended Russian oil imports, saying India will always protect its energy security. At the Economic Times World Leaders Forum, Jaishankar also said Trump's foreign policy is unusually public.
If you have a problem buying oil from India, oil or refined products, don't buy it. Nobody forced you to buy it. But Europe buys, America buys. So you don't like it, don't buy it.
India's red lines in trade talks remain firm. Farmers and small producers will be protected.
Negotiations are still going on. But the bottom line is, we have some red lines. Frankly, where we are concerned, the red lines are primarily the interests of our farmers and to some extent of our small producers.
After stalled negotiations on a trade deal, a major diplomatic appointment by Washington is now being seen as a sign of outreach. Trump has named Uzbekistan-born Sergio Gore as the new US ambassador to India and special envoy to South and Central Asia. Gore is known to be a staunch supporter of Trump and one of his most trusted aides. In a Truth Social post, Donald Trump hailed Sergio Gore as someone he can trust on to deliver on his agenda to make America great again. Nevertheless, Gore's appointment indicates India's importance in Trump's foreign policy, even amid tariff disputes. While Russian oil imports remain a contentious issue, the arrival of a powerful new envoy in India signals that the Trump administration wants to keep the engagement lines wide open. Bureau Report, India Today.
The Trump administration has escalated its offensive against India's Russian oil imports. It has slapped higher tariffs and has directly targeted India's richest families. Top US officials allege profiteering by India's private refiners, accusing them of fueling Putin's war against Ukraine. Take a look at this report for more.
It was during the summer that the Trump administration began turning up the heat on India for continuing to buy Russian crude. a move Washington had initially encouraged after the Ukraine war to stabilize global oil prices. Now, Trump has slapped an additional 25% tariff on top of the one imposed in early August, aiming to punish India for what he calls energy defiance. This week, the rhetoric turned personal. Senior trade officials in the Trump administration targeted India's wealthiest families without naming anyone directly. On Tuesday, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who was the right-hand man of George Soros for 24 years, accused these families of making $16 billion in excess profits by purchasing discounted Russian oil and reselling it as refined product, calling it Indian arbitrage. The accusation followed a blistering op-ed in the Financial Times by White House trade advisor Peter Navarro. Navarro claimed that Russian crude wasn't being used for domestic consumption, but rather for profiteering by India's big oil lobby. He alleged that the profits were flowing to politically connected energy tycoons and ultimately into Vladimir Putin's war chest.
India bought virtually no Russian oil. Let me say it again. Prior to the invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, India bought virtually no Russian oil. I mean, it was like 1% of their needs. So the argument somehow now, as the percentage has gone up to like 30 and 35%, that somehow they need Russian oil to cool their homes or cook or drive their cars is nonsense.
Public sector refiners like Indian Oil, Bharat Petroleum, Hindustan Petroleum have also been importing Russian crude, largely using it to meet India's domestic fuel demand. But it's the private players, Reliance Industries, India's largest private company, and Noida Energy, previously SR Oil and now part of Russia's Rosneft, that seem to have drawn attention of the White House. Their refineries have been exporting massive volumes of refined products to Europe and the US, capitalizing on discounted Russian oil to generate outsized profits. The refiners maintain that they have not violated a single sanction related to Russian crude oil purchase or sales. Media reports show most of the crude imported from Russia being consumed by PSU refiners, with RIL's share hovering at around 30 to 35% in the past 3 years. Naira's shares has dropped this year. But it is the export market where RIL shines. While PSU refiners export an average of 20 to 25% refined Russian oil, mainly to regional markets, RIL exports more than half the processed Russian crude. Naira's share has fallen this year. In fact, analysts estimate that Reliance may have saved nearly $570 million in the first half of 2025 alone by sourcing Russian crude, placing the company squarely in the diplomatic spotlight. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
And now shifting focus, relentless heavy rain has battered North Indian states, causing severe disruption across all fronts. Waterlogged streets and inundated homes have become the grim reality for many residents, and the flooding has caused severe loss. Let's take a look at the visuals. A cloudburst in Uttarakhand's Chamoli district has led to a massive accumulation of debris on the roads, obstructing ongoing relief operations. Several parked vehicles were buried under the debris. Shops and houses were also severely damaged. In Uttar Pradesh, heavy rain has lashed several parts of Noida. While it brought relief from the scorching heat, waterlogging and traffic jams added to the residents' troubles. Traffic congestion was reported in many areas after the downpour. In Rajasthan, Savai Madhopur, the Nigo River has overflowed due to heavy rainfall. Several colonies are flooded and roads and houses have been left submerged. Heavy waterlogging has also disrupted connectivity, which will show the extent of the damage caused by the rising floodwaters. After relentless rain, the Chambal River in Rajasthan's Rolpur district has risen 5 meters above the danger mark. Water has entered into low-lying areas and residents have been alerted against further rise in water level. Horrifying visuals of flooding are also emerging from Rajasthan's Bundi district. Water has engulfed roads, houses, shops as well as temples. Several low-lying areas are completely submerged, forcing families to evacuate their homes and also seek shelter on higher ground.
Are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. Congress MLA KC Virendra arrested in illegal betting case. CBI raids Anil Ambani's residence in 17,000 crore fraud case. ED bus fake call centers in Gurugram and Delhi in major crackdown.
You are watching India Today.
Northeast United Football Club defeated Diamond Harbour FC 6-1 to lift the prestigious Durand Cup for the second straight time. Northeast United also became the 12th team in Durand Cup history to win back-to-back titles. The Durand Cup winners also swept individual awards, with Gurmeet Singh clinching the Golden Glove for the second consecutive season, while Alauddin Ajray won the Golden Ball for the most valuable player of the match, as well as the Golden Boot for the highest scorer. The Durand Cup 2025 was the 134th edition of the Durand Cup, which is the world's third oldest cup football competition and the oldest in Asia. The Indian Armed Forces organized tourney running since 1888 is also the traditional curtain raiser for the Indian domestic football season.
Oh, brilliantly done. Guided into the bottom corner by Jairo.
Lionel Messi-led Argentina football team is set to play a friendly game in India. As confirmed by the country's football federation, the much-anticipated game is scheduled to be played in Kerala between November 10 and 18 this year. However, the opponent and exact venue for the friendly match in Kerala will be revealed later. The November fixtures will be part of 3 matches scheduled during the FIFA international window, with the other 2 games to be played in Luanda and Angola. The Argentina football team's visit to India has been in the works for a while, and this will be only the second time in nearly a decade and a half that the team will play on Indian soil. The last time was in 2011, when Argentina, featuring Lionel Messi, played at the Salt Lake Stadium in Kolkata. US President Donald Trump's joke at the Oval Office stumped FIFA President Gianni Infantino. The incident happened at the Oval Office when Infantino was showing Trump the FIFA World Cup trophy. Trump, after being handed the trophy, told the FIFA president that he was not going to give it back. He had the whole Oval Office burst out in laughter. The moment went viral on the internet, with Trump fans finding the whole exchange amusing. The president also announced that John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts in Washington will host the 2026 World Cup draw. Listen in to this fun conversation.
And here it is in the Oval Office, which is the winner's trophy. It is the trophy that the winner of the FIFA World Cup wins. Only the FIFA president presidents of countries, and then those who win can touch it, because it's for winners only. And since you are a winner, of course, you can as well touch it. It's pretty heavy. Yeah. It's the winner trophy. The last one who lifted that is Lionel Messi of Argentina. And here it is in the Oval Office in the White House.
Can I keep it?
For you. Well, you can keep it until the World Cup.
We're not giving it back. That's serious.
It fits well.
It goes very well on the wall right over there. We'll put it right below the angels.
It fits well here, I think.
That's beautiful, yeah.
You can keep it until we have to give it to the next winner.
That's fine. That's a beautiful piece of gold, I will say. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
And with that, it is a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the app.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping in, like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
The classic case is Hemant Soren. There is a huge play out of his party being turned upside down with Champai Soren trying to get into a coup, joining the BJP later. This is exactly what political class is fearing right now, because they are fearing you're going to try and misuse it, you're going to try and destabilize my government. Look, it happened in Jharkhand with Hemant Soren.
You are watching India Today.
Showdown over criminal Netas bill. No more free run for corrupt Netas. Government aims to oust tainted Netas.
ना भ्रष्टाचारी जेल भी जाएगा और उसकी कुर्सी भी जाएगी.
Opposition parties slam draconian bill. Top league illegal decodes contentious law. Ex-Solicitor General Harish Salve. Exclusive. The big newsmaker on Newstrack.
One of the most consequential pieces of legislation is now before the Parliament. It's called the Criminal Netas Bills. And at its heart lies a bold principle that no chief minister, no minister, not even the prime minister should continue in office if they are facing grave criminal charges and have been in detention for over 30 days. The bill, as expected, has already sparked heated political and constitutional debate. To help us unpack its legal, constitutional, and democratic implications, we are being joined by one of India's most eminent jurists, Harish Salve, a senior advocate of the Supreme Court, former Solicitor General of India, and one of the sharpest legal minds of our times. Remember, he has argued some of the country's most defining cases. Mr. Salve, really appreciate your time. Let me go straight to my first question, sir. Does this bill truly strengthen accountability and probity in public life as the government is trying to communicate, or does it open the door to new challenges in governance and law?
Well, this bill was long overdue. We have seen a very sorry spectacle over and over again of governments being run from jail. The first was during my experience as Solicitor General, when the then Bihar Chief Minister had gone to jail, at least in lip service to democracy, he had resigned. His wife had become the Chief Minister. And I was, when his bail applications used to come up, I was instructed by the CBI to appear. I have seen photographs of this Bihar jail brought by the CBI people with this former chief minister sitting in the jailer's chair with his feet on the table, and the jailer serving tea and samosas to all the ministers who had come to have a de facto cabinet meeting with him. This was 25 years ago, Maria, and I felt something needs to be done. It has taken 25 years for a chief minister now who was brazen enough to say, well, why should I put somebody else in my place, even if I'm the de facto head of the party? I'm going to be in office. And sometimes I flick through the debates on TV, and it's very interesting to see party people saying he has been given a clean chit if he has been given bail. So today, and we'll come to the bail bit immediately. Today, there has to be some rule by which, by a constitutional law, people who are in office and who are in jail, if they do not have the morality to resign from office, they vacate office. It's a sad day that we have come to a situation where you need a law to say that you must leave office. When the Constitution was framed, the founding fathers did not ever dream that people would be in a situation where they are refused bail by the highest court of the country, which has to be if there's a prima facie case, and despite which they are not demitting office.
Yes, Mr. Salve, you spoke about that case of Lalu Yadav playing out in the context of Bihar, but he had resigned. In the case of Mr. Kejriwal, he continued to govern Delhi from the jail. In our 7-decade-long history, Mr. Salve, no chief minister or minister has served in office after arrest. Mr. Kejriwal certainly was an exception last year. Why should a law then be enacted for an exception? Because normally laws are enacted and exceptions are given.
So maybe there's another way of looking at this, Mari. In 25 years, we have gone first. You see, democracy is something which is always work in progress, and society has to be astute. Society has to be unforgiving when it comes to democracy. Only then will it be preserved. 25 years ago, we found nothing wrong with somebody being openly proclaimed as a de facto chief minister and running from jail. That was 25 years ago. Now, the next 25 years later, we had somebody who said, so what if I'm in jail? I will run from there. So that's the trajectory of our democracy. I think this bill is long overdue. If this is the level of political morality, and if people in public office feel that it is for them, in their own subjective opinion, to decide whether they are guilty or not, and if they feel they are innocent, then...
Okay. Sir, under the principles of natural justice, an individual is considered innocent until proven guilty. Yet the new bill proposes the removal of a sitting minister, chief minister, or even the prime minister during the course of investigation and trial, rather than after conviction. Isn't this a breach of that very principle?
Natural justice is a principle of everybody being heard before a decision is taken. It has nothing to do with guilt or innocence. Criminal jurisprudence is based on a presumption of innocence, which means that when a prosecution is brought, the prosecution has to prove the guilt. And I think a very regressive provision has been made in the money laundering law, which reverses the burden of proof. Hopefully, Supreme Court will have a second look at it and maybe strike it down. But be that as it may, that's a principle of jurisprudence which says that the prosecution has to establish the guilt. That's what you mean by saying innocent until proven guilty. Arrest takes place by an investigating agency, but the matter then gets carried to a court. And the court, ultimately, today we have seen High Court and even the Supreme Court does on occasion entertain cases involving grant or release, refusal of bail. And the Supreme Court will take into account the need for a prima facie case where it's a political neta. So I don't think the principle of, and it has to be on a prima facie base. Now today, what you're saying is somebody who the courts feel prima facie cannot be granted bail.
Okay.
Will continue to govern. That is, if you are willing to have that kind of a democracy, well, so be it. I don't think that's what was ever intended.
Let me tell you what opposition leaders are saying here, Mr. Salve. They are arguing that this bill could pave the way for political misuse. Let's look at this report. In last 11 years, there have been at least 13 instances, sir, where sitting ministers have been detained, and most of them by the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI. And most of these sitting ministers ended up spending more than 30 days in jail. In this context, isn't the opposition justified in its concern?
No. Personally speaking, what as a lawyer I'm concerned is where the Supreme Court has ended up with a law of bail. That needs to be fixed. But that is unrelated to netas. That is even for a common man who's arrested. Justice Krishna had coined the expression, bail not jail should be the rule, bail should be the exception, except where it is a very serious case of murder or violent crime, where the law itself forever contemplates that the rule is custody. It's only the bail which will be an exception if you find no case. So this is how the law has been forever. And the courts will take into account that somebody who is holding high office in 30 days will vacate office. So the courts, and it's a bail application. Bail applications are finished within 30 days. There's no big deal. And you want to make it 45 days, then it's gone to a joint committee, parliamentary committee, they can make it 45 days or make it 60 days. Or they can make an exception till the first bail application is pending or some such thing. Those are matters of minutiae. Those details can always be worked out. But in principle, what's wrong with this? That if prima facie you're guilty of commission of a serious crime, if you have not had the moral courage to resign, the law will remove you from office.
Mr. Salve, arrest in India, unlike many Western jurisdictions, is purely an executive function. There is no outside assessment of evidence gathered. Is it fair then to hand over a loaded gun in many ways to the law enforcers of the state?
There is. The initial arrest is by the agencies, everywhere in the world, but there is judicial oversight. Even in India, the arrest is two ways. One is the court issues a warrant. The other is cases where the investigating agency, i.e. the police, has the right to arrest. So that is available. Whether the arrests being made left, right and center by the Enforcement Directorate are right or wrong has nothing to do with netas. What about a businessman who's arrested? What about a person doing a job who's arrested? Everybody's trial is as sacred to our everybody's freedom is as sacred to our constitution. So that's a separate debate. But today, the notion that this is purely executive is wrong, because it says if for 30 days you continue in custody, you can never continue in custody for 30 days without court intervention. Now you feel 30 is too short a day, well, the Joint Parliamentary Committee can make it 45 days. It's the principle. And in the principle, if a court finds prima facie, there is a case against you. Why should you not demit office? And if you don't demit office, why should you protest? And please notice somewhere along the way, from a duty and a trust, a office is now becoming a privilege and an entitlement. And it's this mindset which needs to be addressed.
So look at the conviction rates in cases of political nature, and yet a person must quit his elected post without any court of law adjudicating guilt as per this constitution amendment?
Maria, if a senior manager in your office is arrested and stays inside for 30 days, would he continue in his office or would you suspend him? A civil servant who's arrested and put in jail, what happens to him? He's suspended. So, has this electoral office become such a high value entitlement that despite being in jail, in custody, nobody can snatch this away from you? What mindset are we bringing to bear? Or is it that if somebody has been found by the highest court of the country to be prima facie involved in an offense, he must still continue to hold high office?
Mr. Salve, the 244th Law Commission report, which was, in fact, rejected proposals that disqualification of a legislator should take place at the stage of filing a charge sheet or when a court takes cognizance of an offense. It observed that disqualifying someone before the application of judicial mind would violate the principles of natural justice and effectively punish a person even before proceedings begin. Should the threshold then be set at the stage of filing of charge sheet?
I'm sorry, you are not disqualified from office if you are in custody. You are only told that during the period you are in custody, you will not hold high office. This has always been the constitutional morality. Now we are making it the constitutional legality. Disqualification, what you're speaking about, is that you get elected, you lose. The moment a charge sheet is filed, you may be not in custody. The threshold for a charge sheet is very low, very low. At that stage where a charge sheet is filed, the only challenge which you can bring is if you read the charges as they are. The charges are not made out. Framing of charges is the next stage, where there is a prima facie case. There again, it is prima facie. Now, balancing a prima facie case as against a disqualification, which is permanent, is very different from saying during the period in which you are in custody, step aside. We will not have high offices being run from our jails. What is the messagery you're creating in a democracy?
Okay, so you know it better than the most, Mr. Salve, as a distinguished lawyer, that an arrest by itself proves nothing. How can that then become the crucible of guilt?
Arrest is not the crucible. An arrest followed up by a refusal to obtain bail, where a court takes into account the consequences of not granting you bail, is that you will vacate your office. So it doesn't say the moment you are arrested, you will lose your office. 30 days in custody, and I said 30 is not a sacrosanct figure, I'm sure. When you are in prolonged custody, post-arrest for a serious offense, should you be allowed to hold high office and discharge that sacred trust to the people? If you ask that question, you come to a different answer. If you say it's a hard-won entitlement for which a lot of money and effort has been invested, and it's like a property right, don't take it away from me on mere arrest, you come to a different conclusion. So it's a question of what do you think of of being in high public office? Is it a sacred duty or is it an entitlement which you have won?
But Mr. Salve, the question really is, and I'm going to quote a part of this clause, that when detention is linked any law for the time being in force, do you feel that the quantum of perhaps the requisite crime for the bill is too wide?
5 years or more. 5 years or more is by definition serious offense. This is an established yardstick.
And what would you tell those who are saying that this bill distorts parliamentary democracy, which is part of the basic structure? And of course, as you said, that the JPC will perhaps... Yes, go ahead, sir.
What distorts parliamentary democracy more? Having ministers sitting in jail and who courts refuse to give bail to? I don't know whether that distorts democracy or whether asking somebody who's a minister saying, please do not discharge the duty under the Constitution during such period as you are in custody of the state, whether that violates. I think we've got our ideas completely mixed up. We are looking like this is some privilege or entitlement. Once you become a minister, it's a privilege or entitlement. And how dare you ask me to go just because I'm in jail? And is that our new definition of democracy? Then I don't recognize this democracy. Maybe I'm too old.
Mr. Salve, the law envisages several aspects of it. When you have gone through the bill, you have read the copy of this bill, what do you think really makes this bill, and can it really stand the test of judicial scrutiny?
Well, I have some little experience of constitutional law. I do not see on what principle of law this should be struck down. How does it violate I don't know whether a minister in jail violates the basic structure or the basic morality of the Constitution, or whether a law which says if you do not get bail, sorry, you will not hold high office, you continue to be an MP, you continue to be an MLA, you will continue wherever you are. But for that period during which you are in custody, you will not hold high office. I don't know whether which of the two is more compatible with democracy.
But sir, look at the sheer number of arrests on the other side of the fence while Treasury benches remains untouched. The fear of misuse of agencies then seems to be genuine.
Now, what are the courts doing? Who is in today, one of the primary functions of a court is to be a check and safeguard against abuse of power. One wrong person is jail. One wrong person in jail is one blot on the Supreme Court of India and the High Courts of India. The most sacred, in any democracy, the most sacred thing is the liberty of not a neta, is the liberty of a citizen. And that this debate, suddenly the neta's conscience is awoken to the draconian nature of the laws which they have all made. Only when they start losing office, I'm sorry, it is these people who have made these laws. And you have made these laws. If the laws are draconian, well, who voted for them? And our judges have upheld these laws. According to me, the PMLA judgment is horribly wrong, but it is a judgment of the Supreme Court. So, if what is sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander, it is good for the average citizenry of it. Hey, your heart doesn't bleed. Your heart bleeds when a neta is affected. We have suddenly drifted from a public duty to an entitlement. And that's a more fundamental breakdown of the basic structure of the Constitution.
Let me give you some examples here, Mr. Salve. Sitting ministers, chief ministers who have been arrested. Chief ministers like Jayalalitha, Shibu Soren, A. Raja, Jagannath Mishra were eventually acquitted by the top court. How fair is it then to remove a sitting minister even before the final order?
Let's go one by one. Jayalalitha, I think, was ultimately convicted, if I remember correctly. In any case, Shashikala was convicted for connected offences. I think Jayalalitha died in office or something. Shibu Soren was, I think, convicted. The other minister, Raja, was not arrested. Raja's case is a new genre of cases which we are now seeing, where the Supreme Court takes it upon itself to constitute an SIT, BIT, CIT, or God knows what, and pursue as a magistrate criminal charges just because of some notion of breakdown of democracy because of some arbitrariness and crony capitalism. Ultimately, what happened? I have appeared in two of these cases, Mare. We only talk about Raja. Do you know what the Ruya family lived through for the bogus case against them, all arising out of this 2G? Do you know what Mr. Sunil Mittal lived through for the bogus cases on him? Nobody talks about them. We only talk about Raja and the lady. So this is what is happening. This is double standards. That whole 2G was such a big mistake by the Supreme Court. There are two occasions on which Supreme Court has done this, and on both occasions it's ended up with a big blank. Let's go back to the Jain Hawala diaries, where the Supreme Court started this business about having a special investigation team, etc., etc. What has happened to that? And do you remember in the Jain Hawala time, whichever minister name came and he was arrested, he resigned. What has happened to that morality? And everybody said this charge is bogus. But till I am cleared, Advani ji, I remember, Advani ji said, this charge has been brought against me. I will not take public office till this charge is cleared. What has happened to that? Were those people acting against the constitution when they did that? So, and 2G was another misadventure of the Supreme Court. There have been two misadventures, Jain Hawala Diary and 2G. And I have noticed, and I make bold to say so on your channel, once the Supreme Court asks the agency to investigate, and you have people, activists acting as lawyers in court, screaming at the agencies feel the safer course is arrest and put inside. And if on a Supreme Court, and then you show the Supreme Court, I have done this. Now, when that goes to a magistrate, what is he going to do? He'll say, oh my God, Supreme Court is investigating, overseeing. Supreme Court has seen that he's been put in jail. How can I grant him? And then you have Supreme Court making all sorts of rules, saying you will not have the benefit of going to the High Court. You must come only to us in the coal scandal. This coal scandal is going to be another third major mega situation. So those are aberrations on our democracy. I call them aberrations on our democracy.
Okay, my last question to you. Mr. Salve, my last question, sir. The United Kingdom has a ministerial code which essentially expects ministers to resign after breaching public trust. Correct. Do you think it's better to have a code of that nature, which will be more of a gentleman's understanding rather than law?
Didn't we have this all these years? Go back to 1991, 92, when the Jain Hawala Diaries, I think it was 92, 93, when the Jain Hawala Diaries story started. Please go back to there. 95, 96. And what did each public functionary say? Didn't he say that, all right, I agree, I will not continue in office? So there was a code. It is now for the first time we see people say, oh, we have been elected to office and it is for our subjective judgment. We say this is a false case, we will not resign. Where does the law say I have to resign? Where does the constitution say I have to resign? So the codes don't work now anymore. Because I go back to my starting point, Maria. This mindset has to change. This is a sacred duty. Today you treat this as an entitlement. Then you say, show me the law under which my property is seized. So it's like saying, show me the law under which my office is forfeited.
Mr. Salve, always a pleasure speaking to you, sir. Thank you for speaking to India today, and thank you for sharing your thoughts on these bills. Of course, there's a lot of political division that we are seeing on it, but thanks for putting this in context for our viewers as a top jurist of India.
Thank you.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
are watching India Today.
A very good morning to all our viewers. You're watching India Today. It's Sunday morning. I'm Anjali Pandey. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. A shocking tragedy surfaced from Greater Noida, where a 28-year-old woman was allegedly set ablaze by her husband over a 35 lakh rupee dowry demand. The victim succumbed to her injuries while being rushed to the hospital. Her husband, Vipin Bhati, is now in custody while his family remains on the run. State of war, Bihar heats up ahead of elections. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju brands Rahul Gandhi a spoiled brat and also accuses him of following a dangerous track with ties to George Soros. Rahul hits back, slams centre of undermining the constitution. After Karnataka SIT arrests Dharmasthala complainant, temple authorities say finally the truth is coming out. Dharmasthala Dharmadhikari Virendra Hegde expresses faith that facts will prevail and justice will be upheld. India makes a big push for Atmanirbharta in defence as decks are cleared for a mega submarine deal under Project 75 India. 6 advanced high-tech submarines equipped with German technology to boost underwater endurance will be built in India. Key talks with Germany are set to begin soon. Northeast United FC retained the Durand Cup title as they thrashed Diamond Harbour FC 6-1 in the 134th edition of the tournament. And at the top of this hour, we're getting some breaking news. Enforcement Directorate brings back tainted Karnataka Congress MLA to Bengaluru. Karnataka Congress MLA Virendra has been brought back to Bengaluru. ED arrested the Congress MLA in illegal betting case. So Karnataka Congress MLA has been arrested from Gangtok and has been brought back to Bengaluru. So illegal betting case rocks Karnataka Congress. The Congress MLA Virendra has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in illegal betting case, and he has been arrested from Gangtok and has in fact been brought back to Bengaluru. Now, during the searches, the central agency seized approximately 12 crore rupees in cash, including 1 crore in foreign currency, gold jewellery worth around 6 crore rupees and 10 kg of silver articles and 4 high-end vehicles, after which the search was on, and now the ED has finally arrested the Congress MLA Virendra from Gangtok, and he has been brought back to Bengaluru in the illegal betting app case. My colleague Sagai Raj is now joining us with more details on this. Sagai, give us more details about the arrest and what lies next for the Congress MLA.
Now, days after the union government has banned online betting, they have also found out a few people, including Congress MLA Virendra Pappi, who had involved in alleged betting racket. And what we also get to learn is that he was in Sikkim, the Enforcement Directorate, who have already seized multi-crores of money from his residence in Bengaluru, as well as foreign currency and gold ornaments. They have taken into custody. And yesterday he had he was being arrested in Sikkim, and this morning he has reached Bengaluru. The Enforcement Directorate had taken him to custody, and they will question further who are the people behind this particular betting racket and how is this nexus and network which has been connected to him. And remember, he is an MLA from Karnataka. He hails from Chitradurga constituency, and definitely it will be a major setback for the Congress party as well in the state.
Guy, do stay with us. We're now shifting focus to another story from the state of Karnataka. In a big twist in the Dharmasthala mass burial case, the SIT has now arrested the whistleblower who allegedly provided false information about the case. The accused has been identified as CN Chinnaya and has been remanded to 10 days of police custody. According to police sources, the arrest was made after inconsistencies were found in the statements and documents provided. In response, the Dharmasthala temple authorities have spoken out. After remaining silent for some time, they expressed gratitude for the support of the people and stated that truth always prevails. They also claimed that some individuals tried to malign their image, but because of the trust people have in them, the truth has come to light.
ಪ್ರೀತಿ ವಿಶ್ವದ ಪಡೆದ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಆ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಪತ್ರ ಮಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡೆದ ಎಮ್ಮೆಲ್ ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಕುಮಾರ್ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಮಾದರಿಗಳ ಗೊತ್ತು ಗೋವಿಲ್ಲರು ಜಯಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಆಗ ಈ ನೇತೃತ್ವದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯದ ಜಯ ಅವಳು ಮಾದರಿಗಳ ಜಯ
ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರು ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ರು, ಅಡ್ಡಗೋಡೆ ಮೇಲೆ ದೀಪ, ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅಡ್ಡಗೋಡೆ ಮೇಲೆ ದೀಪ ಇಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾವನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದವರೇ ಬಂದು ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರ ಕುಟುಂಬದವ್ರು ಬಂದು ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಯ್ತಾ, ಅದನ್ನ ಬಾಲಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರು ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾವನೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನ ಸೊ ಅವರು ಬಂದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ತಪ್ಪು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ CLP ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಲೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಯಾರ ಮೇಲೂ ನಮಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಪರನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರ ಪರ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಮಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯದ ಪರ, ನಮಗೆ ಧರ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
The truth has come out. Everybody is telling a lie to defame the Hindu temple. Government has to take stringent action against these lie. People are spreading the wrong information about the temple and the Dharmasthala.
And now shifting focus, a bitter war of words has erupted between the BJP and the Congress ahead of the Bihar elections. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju has launched a strong attack on Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, calling him a spoiled brat who speaks nonsense. Not just that, he also alleged that the Congress MP is on a dangerous track and is aligning with anti-India forces like George Soros to weaken the country. The Parliamentary Affairs Minister also claimed that the Congress is working with a leftist mentality and attacks institutions when they lose elections. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi, conducting the Voter Adhikar Yatra in Bihar, has once again slammed the BJP for destroying democracy and also attacking the Samvidhan. Reiterating his vote chori claims, the Leader of Opposition said that he will not let BJP steal polls in Bihar. Meanwhile, MNS Chief Raj Thackeray has also extended support to Rahul Gandhi's allegations of vote chori in recent assembly elections across the country. Throwing his weight behind the Congress leader, Thackeray recalled meeting Sharad Pawar, Sonia Gandhi and Mamata Banerjee at the time, but claimed that the opposition failed to act.
ये राहुल गांधी तो बहुत डेंजरस ट्रैक में जा रहे हैं कि जो सोरोस बोलते हैं कि भारत के सरकार को डिस्टेबलाइज करने के लिए $1 ट्रिलियन रखा है, या भारत विरोधी खालिस्तान फोर्स कनाडा में, यूएस में, यूके में बैठा है, और भी कई लेफ्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो देश के खिलाफ काम करने के लिए षड्यंत्र रचा रहे हैं, उनके साथ तालमेल करके राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी काम कर रहे हैं। ये देश के लिए बहुत ही चिंताजनक ये एक समय है। लेकिन अब आश्वासित रहिए, मोदी जी के लीडरशिप में देश को कोई डिस्टेबलाइज नहीं कर सकता है। मेरे ख्याल से राहुल गांधी जी लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है, मैं उसको क्रिटिसाइज करना नहीं चाहता हूँ, लेकिन जब प्रधानमंत्री को चोर बोलते हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इतना डांट लगाया कि तुम प्रधानमंत्री को चौकीदार चोर बोला, इतना डांट लगाया। राफेल को लेकर के नाप सना बातें की, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने राहुल गांधी जी को डांट लगाया। फिर चाइना ने इतना जमीन ऑक्यूपाई किया करके झूठ बोलते हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फिर डांट लगाया। आप एक भारतीय होने के नाते इंडियन जैसे बात करो, फिर भी सुनते ही नहीं है। अब राहुल गांधी नहीं सुधर सकते अपने आप को।
हर नागरिक को ये संविधान एक वोट देता है, अंबेडकर जी का संविधान एक वोट देता है, और बिहार में, कर्नाटक में, महाराष्ट्र में, हरियाणा में ये जो संविधान आपको वोट देता है, वो वोट चोरी किया जा रहा है। बिहार में लाखों लोग से उनका वोट चोरी किया जा रहा है। भाइयों बहनों, जैसे महाराष्ट्र में चुनाव चोरी किया, जैसे हरियाणा में चोरी किया, वैसे ही बिहार में चुनाव चोरी करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
And now shifting focus to a shocking story from Uttar Pradesh's Greater Noida. They slapped her, then set her on fire in front of her own son. Greater Noida's Nikki has fallen victim to dowry harassment after 9 years of marriage to Vipin Bhati. She was set ablaze by her husband and in-laws. Every year, India records over 6,000 dowry deaths, and despite strict laws on paper, these tragedies continue unabated. Take a look at this report to know how this tragedy unfolded.
Please don't do this to me. Please don't kill me. Please let me live. Please don't. I have a son. These may well have been Nikki's final cries. A bahu, a mother, begging for her life, even as flames consumed her. Another young daughter has been killed for dowry. This time from Uttar Pradesh's Greater Noida, where a woman has been allegedly burnt alive by her own husband and in-laws. Married in 2016, Nikki's marriage soon became a nightmare of harassment, humiliation, and endless dowry demands. Her elder sister, also married in the same family, says both sisters were tortured just months after marriage. Both husbands, she alleges, thrashed their wives and flaunted other affairs.
फादर ने अपने अकॉर्डिंग जो भी उनसे बना, स्कॉर्पियो टॉप मॉडल 2016, नोटबंदी में शादी हुई थी, उसके दौरान हमारे पिताजी से जितना बन पाया, कैश, गोल्ड, सिल्वर, सब कुछ उन्होंने दिया। हमारी शादी के 6 महीने बाद ही हमें प्रताड़ित करा जा रहा था, टॉर्चर किया जा रहा था। बहन की हमारी कोई इज्जत नहीं थी उस घर में। सिर्फ काम करो, अपना काम से काम मतलब रखो, तुम्हें क्या मतलब हम कहीं जाएं।
Even when Nikki's parents brought her home earlier this year, the husband came begging, promising to change, but the abuse only worsened.
मेरी बेटी के साथ तो 7 साल से अत्याचार हो रहा थे, पर वो जैसे हमारा समाज है, गुजर समाज है, कुछ देख लो, पंचायत है, बीच में फैसला, अब न होगा, मैं सॉरी मांग रहा हूँ, गलती मांग रहा हूँ। उसके बाद कुछ दिन तक ऐसा ही चला। पिछले साल बिटिया के साथ फिर मार पिटाई की है, 11 फरवरी को करी थी, सास ने मारी थी, बेंस ने मारी है, तो मैं मानी है जो लड़की के लिए। फिर लेके आए थे हम घर पे, फिर उसके बाद समाज फिर आया, फिर बोला कुछ नहीं करता लड़का, भाई याद करता है, लड़की राजी करता है, कुछ न करता है।
And that torment ended in horror when Nikki was set ablaze. right before her 7-year-old son. This disturbing video shows Nikki engulfed in flames, stumbling down the staircase, desperately trying to survive. Her husband is now under arrest. The in-laws remain absconding. But the bigger question, what happened to the laws meant to protect women? Every year, India records over 6,000 dowry deaths. That means one woman is killed every 90 minutes. Yet, despite these laws, bahus and betis like Nikki keep paying with their lives. Nikki's death is not just a statistic. It's a searing reminder of how dowry continues to turn homes into graveyards, marriages into death sentences, and daughters into victims of greed. Bureau Report, India Today.
Shifting focus, in a big boost to India's defence, the Modi government has cleared the decks for a major submarine deal. The centre has given its nod to the Defence Ministry and Mazagon Dockyards Limited to begin talks with Germany for 6 new made-in-India submarines. Under Project 75 India, 6 advanced submarines will be built in India with German support. Defence officials have told India Today that negotiations will start by the end of this month and final approval is expected in the next 6 to 8 months. The new submarines will be equipped with German technology, allowing them to stay underwater for 3 weeks. With 10 aging submarines likely to be phased out in the next decade, this deal is crucial to India's naval push. The project is aimed at boosting the Navy's indigenous capabilities to counter China's expanding fleet and also to strengthen deterrence against Pakistan. And in the ongoing tariff war against Donald Trump, India's stance on trade and energy is firmer than ever. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has drawn clear red lines in the ongoing trade talks at a time when a close Trump aide has landed the key posting as US envoy to New Delhi. More on this in our next report. As trade tensions between the US and India continue to rise, India has pushed back against the newly imposed tariffs, even as Trump attempts to strengthen his hand with a trusted aide in New Delhi. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has defended Russian oil imports, saying India will always protect its energy security. At the Economic Times World Leaders Forum, Jaishankar also said Trump's foreign policy is unusually public.
If you have a problem buying oil from India, oil or refined products, don't buy it. Nobody forced you to buy it. But Europe buys, America buys. So you don't like it, don't buy it.
India's red lines in trade talks remain firm. Farmers and small producers will be protected.
Negotiations are still going on. But the bottom line is, we have some red lines. Frankly, where we are concerned, the red lines are primarily the interests of our farmers and to some extent of our small producers.
After stalled negotiations on a trade deal, a major diplomatic appointment by Washington is now being seen as a sign of outreach. Trump has named Uzbekistan-born Sergio Gore as the new US ambassador to India and special envoy to South and Central Asia. Gore is known to be a staunch supporter of Trump and one of his most trusted aides. In a Truth Social post, Donald Trump hailed Sergio Gore as someone he can trust on to deliver on his agenda to make America great again. Nevertheless, Gore's appointment indicates India's importance in Trump's foreign policy, even amid tariff disputes. While Russian oil imports remain a contentious issue, the arrival of a powerful new envoy in India signals that the Trump administration wants to keep the engagement lines wide open. Bureau Report, India Today. Shifting focus, horrifying stray dog attack cases are concerning people across different parts of the country right after the Supreme Court's verdict, leaving many with trauma and severe injuries. Take a look at this report.
Spate of stray dog attacks continue across India. A day after the Supreme Court's verdict, the most brutal attack of them all. Stray dogs tore off the flesh from the face of a student in Kanpur on her way home from college. underwent 17 stitches in the face, a scar that might heal over time, but the trauma may remain for life. The attacker dog was already in a fight with a monkey on the streets of Kanpur while she was crossing.
यहाँ फेज 1 पे उतरी, वहाँ से चली, वहाँ बंदर और कुत्ते सब थे, बंदर ने दौड़ाया, वो गिर पड़ी, तो गिरने के बाद उधर कुत्ते थे, वहाँ कुत्तों ने झपट लिया उसको। बच्ची का इलाज वही काशीराम से करा है, तो उन्होंने दवा ववा दी, वही बस कर रहे हैं, उसी से टाँके लगे हैं, ज़्यादा टाँके लग गए हैं उसके पर, ये सब पूरा टाँके लगे हैं ऐसे, और ये यहाँ से लगा, नाक पे लगा, यहाँ लगा है, यहाँ पे भी थोड़ा सा आ गया। हम चाहते हैं कि बस हमारी बिटिया का इलाज वो सरकार करवा दें बस।
The girl is unable to speak and eat. The parents demand strict action against such aggressive dogs.
उन्होंने इसके अटैक कर दिया, कुत्ते और बंदर दोनों ही लड़ रहे थे, क्योंकि यहाँ पर ये अक्सर यहाँ वारदात ऐसी होती रहती है, और उस वारदात में क्या है, कई लोग बूढ़े बच्चे कभी सब घायल हो जाते हैं। तो हम यही चाहेंगे कि जो स्ट्रे डॉग्स हैं, आवारा पशु हैं, इनको कंट्रोल किया जाए, इनको रिहैब भेजा जाए, या कोई इनका कोई ऐसा सेंटर शेल्टर होम बनाया जाए। मैं ये नहीं कहता कि इनको मार देना चाहिए, मेरा कहना मतलब है इनकी गवर्नमेंट इतनी व्यवस्था करे कि जहाँ पर ये वहाँ पर रहें और यहाँ पर इनका देखभाल हो, ताकि ये आम आदमी को परेशान ना करें।
Another incident from Madhya Pradesh's Khari. A 10-year-old girl was chased and attacked by stray dogs. She fell into a pit while trying to run, and the dogs pounced on her until 2 passers-by intervened and rescued her. Another shocking CCTV of a man being attacked by a pack of 7 stray dogs in Pune. Scared out of his wits, the man used a bike to shield himself as the dogs tried to bite. Meanwhile, an overnight protest broke out outside the Rohini Sterilization Centre after volunteers claimed dogs were being killed inside. Cops allowed 2 volunteers to enter the shelter, following which protests erupted.
लीगल प्रैक्टिस हो रही है अंदर, मतलब उनके टेस्टिकल के साथ साथ उनके स्किन और ये सब निकाला जा रहा है, जो ड्रोन से हमने फुटेज भी लिए, हमारे वॉलंटियर अंदर देखकर भी आया, बहुत ही गंदी हालत है, और तो हमारे बंदों को जो पीटा भी गया यहाँ पर और अंदर नहीं जाने दिया। तो जो है इतनी गंदी स्मेल, और बच्चे जो डॉग्स हैं मतलब चिल्ला रहे थे, मतलब इतनी बुरी तरह हुआ है। और सबसे बड़ी बात ये, अभी ये क्लियर हो गया कि दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट एग्जैक्टली डॉग मीट की तैयारी कर रही थी।
The debate over stray dogs rages on as these incidents come just a day after the Supreme Court modified their ruling on strays, highlighting that they can be set free after sterilization. With Shreya Chatterjee, Bureau Report, India Today.
And we're now getting some breaking news. Heavy rains trigger floods in Jammu and Kashmir's Katwa district. Low-lying areas have been submerged and flooded streets. Bridge collapses due to strong flood currents, and the rescue teams have been deployed as situation is worsening in Katwa. Authorities have urged caution in the affected areas. These are the visuals from Jammu and Kashmir's Katwa district, where a bridge has also collapsed due to strong currents, and low-lying areas have been submerged. The streets are flooded, the bridge collapsed due to strong flood currents, and the rescue teams have been deployed as the situation worsens in Katwa. Authorities have also urged caution in the affected areas.
इस समय आप मेरे पीछे देख रहे हैं जो नेशनल हाईवे का पुल है, जो नेशनल हाईवे का पुल भी जी काफ़ी बाढ़ आने के कारण जो नेशनल हाईवे का पुल भी अब टूट चुका है, वो जो ट्रैफिक है उसको डाइवर्ट कर दिया दूसरे पुल पर। इतनी तेज बारिश होने के कारण बाढ़ आई है, इससे सहार खड्ड जो पुल है ये गिर गया है और लोगों के घरों में ये पानी घुस गया है। ये दिखाएंगे जो पुल जो है ना, नेशनल हाईवे का पुल जो है बिल्कुल आप देख रहे हैं इस समय टूट गया है, टेढ़ा हो चुका है, और जो गाड़ियाँ आवाजाही है ये दूसरे पुल से की जा रही है, और पानी का जो बहाव है वो भी बढ़ता नजर आ रहा है। और जो 2 बिल्डिंग जो हैं, एक बिजली विभाग की बिल्डिंग है और जहाँ आयुष विभाग की बिल्डिंग है, दोनों इसलिए खतरे के निशान पर हैं। इस समय मैं बिल्कुल खड़ा हूँ सहार खड्ड के बीचों बीच, जहाँ पुल जो है नेशनल हाईवे का पुल थोड़ी देर बाद गिरने वाला है और गाड़ियाँ इस समय बंद कर दी गई हैं।
देखते ही देखते यहाँ देखो पुल भी ढह चुका है अपना लगेट मोड़ वाला,
तो यहाँ मशीनें भी लगी हुई थी, तकरीबन टाइम से मशीनें तो निकल चुकी हैं यहाँ बाहर, मगर ये जो पानी है ये अब बिल्डिंगें भी लेके जा रहा है, यहाँ लोगों के घर में भी घुसने वाला है। मैं चाहता हूँ कि यहाँ के लोगों से भी अपील करता हूँ कि जल्दी से जल्दी अपना घर छोड़ के जो पास वाले एरिया से हैं वो थोड़ा ऊपर की ओर चले जाएँ, ताकि जान माल का नुकसान ना हो। जितना हो चुका है ये भी भरपाई करते करते सरकार को बहुत देर लग जाएगी। जैसे पहले दियालीचक में हुआ था, भरपाई उसकी कम से कम साल 1.5-2 लग गया था। इसलिए ऐसे स्थिति ना आए कि हमें लेने के देने पड़ जाएं। इससे अच्छा है जल्दी से जल्दी अपना बोरिया बिस्तर गोल करके थोड़ा आगे की ओर हो जाएं।
And my colleague Sunil Ji Bhatt is now joining us with more details on this. Sunil Ji, give us more details about the current situation in Katwa and also about the relief and rescue operation. We're showing our viewers the scary visuals of the bridge that can collapse any time in Katwa.
Yes, Anjali, it has been raining very heavily since early this morning in most parts of Jammu and Kashmir. Heavy rains have triggered flood-like situation in Katwa district of Jammu and Kashmir, and rivers have crossed danger mark, and streets have been inundated. And people are facing a harrowing time. There is a bridge on Jammu Pathankot National Highway, and it has got severely damaged, and it can collapse at any point of time, and that's why authorities have swung into action, and they are appealing to the people to not to venture near the river.
All right, so that was my colleague Sunil Ji Bhatt getting us all the latest updates from Katwa as well as Jammu, where heavy rains have triggered floods on the streets. Low-lying areas have been submerged. In fact, these visuals from Katwa, in which you can see this crucial bridge, a bridge that can collapse any time due to the strong flood currents. And apart from the hills, monsoon mayhem has also hit the dry state of Rajasthan. Continuous heavy rainfall over the past 24 hours has disrupted normal life in several areas of the state. India Today's Ashutosh is reporting from Savai Madhopur, where floods have waterlogged streets as well as homes. Rescue operations are underway to save those who are stranded. Take a look at this report.
As we are trying to reach out to the remote areas in Surwal of Savai Madhopur, look at this landscape. There's a furious, and it's not a river, it's actually a mainland, that road that connects to mainland. And now because of the water flow is intense, as we see the local village head is now trying to reach out to the people. They are preparing a rope that will connect one pillar to another. So at least there are hundreds of these people that are from different these villages. They'll be able to commute through this stretch. Now look at this flow. There's 3 to feet water, and anyone comes between it will literally be flown away with the water flow. And because of that, now the rope is being stretched from one pillar to another, and that's the local head of this Surwal area who are now also reaching out to the people with the help. So connecting rope, that will be one support for the people that will be commuting from one village to another. That's a massive, furious situation here that we see. The mayhem, this entire region of Rajasthan is flooded. Look at this. There's a farming area, farming land, and it's not a river, but it's so scary. Looks like even worse than a river flow. Monsoon mayhem has gripped this part of Rajasthan. Dozens of villages have totally been disconnected from the mainland. In such a situation, the only powerful tractor like this could only be medium to commute from one village to another, and these are the locals have also been part of the evac and rescue operations for Savai Madhopur. In this village with Sanjay Kumar, I am Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
So relentless heavy rain has battered North Indian states, causing severe disruption across all fronts. Waterlogged streets and inundated homes have become the grim reality for many residents, and the flooding has caused severe loss. Let's take a look at the visuals. A cloudburst in Uttarakhand's Chamoli district has led to a massive accumulation of debris on the roads, obstructing ongoing relief operations. Several parked vehicles were buried under the debris. Shops and houses were also severely damaged. In Uttar Pradesh, heavy rain lashed several parts of Noida yesterday. While it brought relief from the scorching heat, waterlogging and traffic jams added to the residents' troubles. Traffic congestion was also reported in many areas after the downpour. In Rajasthan, Savai Madhopur, the Nigo River has overflowed due to heavy rainfall. Several colonies are flooded and roads and houses have been left submerged. Heavy waterlogging has also disrupted connectivity. Visuals show the extent of the damage caused by the rising floodwaters. After relentless rain, the Chambal River in Rajasthan's Dholpur district has risen 5 meters above the danger mark. Water has entered into low-lying areas and residents have been alerted against further rise in water level. And horrifying visuals of flooding are also emerging from Rajasthan's Bundi district. Water has engulfed roads, houses, shops as well as temples. Several low-lying areas are completely submerged, forcing families to evacuate their homes and seek shelter on higher ground. And with that, it is a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the app.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. Congress MLA KC Virendra arrested in illegal betting case. CBI raids Anil Ambani's residence in 17,000 crore fraud case. ED bus fake call centers in Gurugram and Delhi in major crackdown.
You are watching India Today.
Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, Senior Counsel, 4th Term Congress MP and Chair of several parliamentary standing committees, who joins us live. Dr. Singhvi, appreciate your time. On India Today, you have said that this bill is a tool to destabilize opposition governments. But don't citizens deserve a guarantee that ministers facing serious charges cannot continue in office, sir?
All the words you've used earlier, unconstitutional, destabilization, all apply. But were it not so tragic, this would be a very remarkably comic bill, which has been brought, conceived in haste, utterly distorted in design, and obviously brought for ulterior motives. Let me give you a few facets which your viewers may not be aware of. But let me start by saying this is a fantastic new idea to let a police constable, actually not the poor police constable, but the political master of that police constable, remove elected governments right, left and center, or facilitate defections by destabilization, but always of the opposition alone. Why do I say that? Amaria, you will appreciate, first and foremost, this is what? It relies on an executive act, not even an executive act, a lowly police officer's act of arrest, which is completely uncertain, completely arbitrary, because there is no legislative determination. Prior to that, anybody can come and arrest any time, and over the very small threshold of 30 days, the minister elected, the chief minister elected will lose his seat. Point one. There is no trial, there is no process, there is no charge, there is no charge sheet, there is no external judicial element. So arrest is on suspicion, on probable cause. I keep you for 30 days and the entire government can be destabilized. Now, the third aspect, this is very delightfully putting the Prime Minister's name in the bill. Do you really think that any central minister or Prime Minister will ever be arrested by a police force of that central agency? Is it not absurd? So clearly this is to be used and misused. And do you really think it will be used against the CM of a BJP-ruled state? It is to be used only against ministers or CMs of non-BJP, non-NDA states.
Okay.
It's not obvious. Thirdly, you have actually invented an amazing recipe to encourage and engineer defections. Just a threat or a temporary disappearance even for 3 months of the chief minister or the minister can lead to a flood of defections. You have seen already without this bill, the BJP's track record in making and unmaking governments where they have lost the elections. You can imagine how this can be used. Fourthly, you know the kind of biased non-level playing field you have for the so-called allies of the government, the agencies, be it ED, be it CBI. They are arresting right, left and center, but wherever a politician is involved, 99% are only that of the opposition. And more than that, the balance 1% or whoever else is there will become completely laundered and whitewashed by the time it goes through the laundry machine.
Okay.
So
Dr.
I will
Singh,
end with one more thing, just one more thing.
please go ahead.
There is a presumption of innocence.
Yes.
A presumption of innocence means that at the very minimum, without charges being framed by the court, but actually after conviction only, will you take action like this. Now there's a hilarious thing. The law already provides that if you, Ms. Shakil, is convicted on anything more than 2 years sentence, you will immediately lose your seat. That the law provides. But today, you have given a go-by to the entire legislative section so-and-so of the Representation of People's Act by the mere below executive act of arrest. You will completely lose your ministership. Now this thing adding about being reinstated is another farce.
Okay.
If you keep you arrested for 2 months, 6 months is a small time, there are many people languishing without bail for 1 year.
Okay.
Do you think the government will survive?
Okay. Dr. Singhvi, then would the Congress support a version of this bill, because it has been sent to the JPC, if additional safeguards against arbitrary arrests and agency misuse were built in?
Absolutely not. This is against the fundamental tenets of democracy, that an executive act of arrest, which is ultimately an executive thinking domain, can lead to the removal of an elected representative. Indeed, it is a direct assault on basic structure for the simple reason that you are allowing the mandate of the people, qua that minister or qua that chief minister, to be nullified. Suppose you are the government in X state. You and 2 ministers of yours, and you're obviously an opposition government, non-NDA, are arrested for 45 days, 3 months, 6 months. It is but obvious the government will fall. So you will change governments in this manner. There can be no safeguards on arrest which can prevent this. It is a ridiculous bill. I hope and trust the select committee, the joint committee does not pass it.
Okay.
If it is passed, it will be struck down as violating basic structure. It will be struck down as violating federalism, because this is a maximum use for opposition states across India.
Okay.
And thirdly, it will be violative of all the articles of the Constitution in Part 3, 14, 21, etc., etc.
Dr. Singhvi, then how do you balance the principle of presumption of innocence with the need for constitutional trust in ministers who hold high public offices?
Why? The presumption of innocence means that I make an allegation. Where is the proof of any kind? I can understand one thing. See, there are two answers to your question, Maria. Number one, there is already a law, mind you, not an executive act of arrest, which says if you are convicted. So conviction is a determination of, at the primary level, of the probability and the certainty and the beyond reasonable doubt that you have committed a crime. So long as it carries a sentence of more than 2 years, you'll go to jail and you will lose your seat. What's the problem? There is a law there already. What is the need for this silly law with an executive act? Secondly, if you are so much concerned, you may, I'm not saying I agree, but you may consider a model where you say that in 1, 2, 3, 4 categories of serious heinous crimes, rape, kidnapping, some, serious ones, where in that category of 4 or 5 crimes, murder, etc., where the court has framed charges, not charge sheet, court has framed charges, you may consider that the minister, if involved, will step down.
Okay.
Nothing of that is happening here. You are ignoring the existing law of the Representation of People's Act.
Okay.
You are not having any other model where you have a select list of heinous charges with the charges being framed by the court at least. You are having no test, no criterion. You are playing to the galleries. This has no chance of being passed in the first place, but if passed, I can tell you with certainty it will be struck down.
Okay.
So it is somebody's hobby horse, it's somebody's fear mongering, it is somebody's ulterior motive model, it is somebody who's trying to dangle something as a threat or something.
Okay. Dr. Singhvi, my last question. Is the opposition's resistance more about protecting political space than genuinely debating the constitutional morality that Amit Shah argues this bill upholds?
Constitutional morality is not upheld by removing elected governments through a police constable acting under the Honorable Home Minister's department. Is that constitutional morality? Constitutional morality is not upheld by destabilizing not that minister or chief minister, but his whole government by keeping him behind bars and delaying bail by 3 to 6 months. Is it constitutional morality in the current context when everybody knows on proven track record, every day we read in the press, the way the ED and the CBI is going haywire? What is arrest? Arrest is nothing. You can arrest anybody anytime in today's world under this BJP government. That will mean that if you're a politician with a chief minister, is that all political morality, constitutional morality, or any morality of any kind which the Honorable Home Minister is addressing? No. This is threat, this is intimidation, this is control freakism, this is running a system where you can say, look, I must have the power of doing and undoing democratically elected governments. And that is completely antithetical to every known spirit, letter and soul of the Constitution.
All right.
That you are supporting it by reference to constitutional immorality. It is the height of constitutional immorality.
All right, Dr. Abhishek Manu Singh, we really appreciate your time here on the news track tonight. Joining me now is former Law Minister and senior BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad. Mr. Prasad, the government says that this bill strengthens constitutional morality and ensures that ministers facing grave charges cannot remain in office. But doesn't it risk undermining the principle of innocent until proven guilty?
I just heard my good friend Abhishek Manu Singh. It was more of a political speech than one dealing with the whole obligations to adhere to constitutional morality in public life. But on a lighter note, Maria, welcome to your new channel. Good luck. I'm talking to you for my legal library. I have also a big library of books of autobiography to others. Politicians do study also. I thought I must remind you gently. Now coming to the issue in question.
Yes, sir.
What this whole bill is about, and the background cannot be lost sight of. When Mr. Kejriwal refused to resign in spite of months in office, the matter was taken to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said he cannot govern from the jail. But as far as his removal as a chief minister is concerned, we are sorry, there is no provision like that for us to intervene. Remember that. It was very widely debated observations of the court. We will stop him from functioning as a chief minister, as the head of the government, from Tihar jail, but we cannot compel him to resign because there is no law like that. Second thing you must remember, and that's very important, I want your viewers to know it. When the Section 8 was there, in the event you have been unseated in election petition, stay was a matter of course. The Supreme Court said in serious offences you have been disqualified. Why stay as a matter of right? They set aside that provision. And thereafter, do you remember that ordinance came and the great Rahul Gandhi in the great press conference of Press Club said, I will tear it away. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Monsoon Singh was in
I was
America.
covering that, sir.
I will throw it in the dust. That I'm very happy to hear that from you. I hope Abhishek records that. The great, very moralizing eloquence of Mr. Rahul Gandhi, which he has completely forgotten. When the bill was prepared, I remember late Arun Jaitley and myself, we took the lead, no, we will not support it. And all the political leaders, we tried to persuade our party, and ultimately it was not passed. Today, if you are convicted, you are disqualified.
Okay.
This present law is not against disqualification. The basic thing you must remember, Maria, this is if you are arrested, will you operate the government from jail? That is the height of constitutional immorality.
Okay.
And let me tell all the Congress people and those of the opposition, when the constitution was framed, they never expected कि एक दिन ऐसा आएगा कि जेल जाके नेता सरकार चलाएगा.
लेकिन
they trusted the morality of
yes,
political leaders.
But the question here is.
Let me just complete. I'll ask. I'll reply to all your queries.
Go ahead, sir.
Did it not, the gentleman in TMC education minister, his bill was rejected, he remained in minister for so long? You remember that? इसके घर से करोड़ों रुपए मिले थे teachers scam में, appointment scam में. Many other cases were there. Therefore, you are in a position, mind you, 5 years or beyond is the cutoff. That is heinous offences, not ordinary offences.
But sir, here the question
range
is
of attempt to murder, kidnapping for ransom, corruption.
But sir, here the question is that the government faces the charge
safeguard
that you are misusing investigating agencies, that they are being weaponized to engineer the arrest of opposition leaders and dislodge elected governments.
Let me reply to that query straight away. You will move for bail in a court, na? Is it your case that the court is also being weaponized? I am asking a very blunt question. The court will examine everything. And by the way, in all the cases of scam, corruption, etc., the consequences has been clear. You are talking to Ravi Shankar Prasad, who has argued the lead PI in the fodder scam in Patna High Court, seeking a CBI inquiry in the bituminous scam. And all big leaders, IAS officers, income tax commissioner went to jail and conviction happened or not. Therefore, these sweeping comments is something not to be appreciated. But the larger issue is, Maria, जमहूरियत लोक क्लास से चलती है, okay? लोकतंत्र लोक क्लास से चलता है. So you mean to say we'll forget all the issues of morality, of transparency, of constitutional ethos, कि भले ही मेरी गिरफ्तारी हो गई है, भले ही मेरे घर से बहुत पैसा निकला है, भले ही मेरे पास बहुत पैसा है, लेकिन मैं तो जेल में रहूंगा तो भी सरकार चलाऊंगा.
लेकिन रविशंकर प्रसाद जी, सवाल ये भी है
आपने नहीं इस्तीफा दिया
कि past Supreme Court judgments have stressed that governors must act on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. Does this amendment in effect strengthen the role of the union executive over states? These are elected governments.
The reply is very simple. If you do not resign after 30 days, then the law will kick in. It gives you a period of 30 days, one. The second, very important, try to understand that. If you get bail, you can come back. That is the biggest safeguard. Therefore, there are government of the central government, the state government. And Maria, one thing I would like to highlight here. The bill is sought to be passed in the process by the government led by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. and he had kept also within the loop, even if God forbidding, कभी होगा नहीं, मेरे खिलाफ होगा, अमित शाह के खिलाफ होगा, तो हम भी resign करेंगे. And therefore Amit Shah was bold enough to say, the moment I was implicated, though falsely, I immediately resigned and ultimately came back to the office only after getting acquitted. Okay. Advani ji, if you remember that Hawala, he was implicated, he resigned forthwith. Therefore, the larger issue is, ultimately, do you want to get yourself tested on the bar of constitutional morality and the bar of people's trust, or only fictitious argument of violation of fundamental right of the basic structure? I think democratic governance is also a part of basic structure. Let Abhishek Singhvi know it. And if that is the case, Maria, constitutional morality, propriety is a part of that ethos.
Okay.
You come from Bihar also.
Yes.
Don't you remember during elections with ballot paper what used to happen? There used to be 10-15 murders on every day of polling.
Yes.
Today it is all gone.
Yes, Mr. Prasad, let me ask you my last question, sir. Because this is an important point which is being raised by opposition, which is saying that this legislation is draconian in nature. What if the arrest is politically motivated or on frivolous charges? How will you ensure that there are safeguards, enough safeguards that don't lead to misuse of this? If you know, because it will come into effect, you have the numbers to ensure the passage.
That's a very good question. Allow me some time to reply to it. First of all, when the bill will be finalized after the Joint Parliamentary Committee feedback, surely these issues will be addressed. But I have a larger question. Potential of abuse has never been a benchmark of any law. Income tax law is being abused by certain income tax officers. Should we abandon all the income tax laws? Many SHOs do arbitrary arrests. They do. But should we do away with the penal code? You don't do like that now. Therefore, existence or apprehension of abuse cannot become the ground for that, because there is a corrective mechanism in the entire judicial process against that. And that is therefore the bail. You can go for quashing. You can say there is nothing like that. And the courts are there, the Supreme Court is there. Therefore, there is the whole process of legal aspect to address these concerns. And all this fanciful argument is nothing but designed to shield corruption and shield corrupt leaders. That is the point.
All right.
This law addresses those.
All right, Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, former Law Minister of India, always pleasure speaking to you, sir. Thank you for your perspective and thank you for sharing your thought on the show tonight. That's all from me on this edition of the News Track. Remember, this bill, which has been tabled in the Lok Sabha, will be sent to the Joint Parliamentary Committee. In all, 31 MPs will be part of this JPC, 21 from the Lok Sabha, 10 from the Rajya Sabha. There are several chapters that will be unfolding, particularly in the JPC discussion. We'll continue to track that story very, very closely. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching.
You are watching India Today. are watching India Today.
Northeast United Football Club defeated Diamond Harbour FC 6-1 to lift the prestigious Durand Cup for the second straight time. Northeast United also became the 12th team in Durand Cup history to win back-to-back titles. The Durand Cup winners also swept individual awards, with Gurmeet Singh clinching the Golden Glove for the second consecutive season, while Alauddin Ajray won the Golden Ball for the most valuable player of the match, as well as the Golden Boot for the highest scorer. The Durand Cup 2025 was the 134th edition of the Durand Cup, which is the world's third oldest cup football competition and the oldest in Asia. The Indian Armed Forces organized tourney running since 1888 is also the traditional curtain raiser for the Indian domestic football season.
Oh, brilliantly done. Guided into the bottom corner by Jairo.
Lionel Messi-led Argentina football team is set to play a friendly game in India. As confirmed by the country's football federation, the much-anticipated game is scheduled to be played in Kerala between November 10 and 18 this year. However, the opponent and exact venue for the friendly match in Kerala will be revealed later. The November fixtures will be part of 3 matches scheduled during the FIFA international window, with the other 2 games to be played in Luanda and Angola. The Argentina football team's visit to India has been in the works for a while, and this will be only the second time in nearly a decade and a half that the team will play on Indian soil. The last time was in 2011, when Argentina, featuring Lionel Messi, played at the Salt Lake Stadium in Kolkata. US President Donald Trump's joke at the Oval Office stumped FIFA President Gianni Infantino. The incident happened at the Oval Office when Infantino was showing Trump the FIFA World Cup trophy. Trump, after being handed the trophy, told the FIFA president that he was not going to give it back. He had the whole Oval Office burst out in laughter. The moment went viral on the internet, with Trump fans finding the whole exchange amusing. The president also announced that John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts in Washington will host the 2026 World Cup draw. Listening to this fun conversation.
And here it is in the Oval Office, which is the winner's trophy. It is the trophy that the winner of the FIFA World Cup wins. Only the FIFA president, presidents of countries, and then those who win can touch it, because it's for winners only. And since you are a winner, of course you can as well touch it. It's pretty heavy. Yeah. It's the winner trophy. The last one who lifted that is Lionel Messi of Argentina. And here it is in the Oval Office in the White House.
Can I keep it?
For you. Well, you can turn it into the World Cup.
We're not giving it back. That's serious.
It fits well.
That goes very well on the wall right over there. We'll put it right below the angels.
It fits well here, I think.
That's beautiful, yeah.
You can keep it until we have to give it to the next winner.
That's fine. That's a beautiful piece of gold, I will say. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
And with that, it is a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the app.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
A very good morning to all our viewers. It's Sunday morning. You're watching India Today. I'm Anjali Pandey. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. A shocking tragedy surfaced from Greater Noida, where a 28-year-old woman was allegedly set ablaze by her husband over a 35 lakh rupee dowry demand. The victim succumbed to her injuries while being rushed to the hospital. Her husband, Vipin Bhati, is now in custody, while his family remains on the run. State of war, Bihar heats up ahead of elections. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju brands Rahul Gandhi a spoiled brat and accuses him of following a dangerous track with ties to George Soros. Rahul hits back, slammed centre of undermining the constitution. After Karnataka SIT arrests Dharmasthala complainant, temple authorities say finally the truth is coming out. Dharmasthala Dharmadhikari Virendra Hegde expresses faith that facts will prevail and justice will be upheld. India makes a big push for Atmanirbharta in defence as decks are cleared for a mega submarine deal under Project 75 India. 6 advanced high-tech submarines equipped with German technology to boost underwater endurance will be built in India. Key talks with Germany are set to begin soon. Northeast United FC retained the Durand Cup title as they thrashed Diamond Harbour FC 6-1 in the 134th edition of the tournament. And at the top of this hour, we're getting some breaking news. DRDO has successfully conducted the maiden flight test of Integrated Air Defence Weapon System today. In fact, this was conducted yesterday, and this was done off the coast of Odisha. And the IADWS is a multi-layered air defence system comprising of all indigenous quick reaction surface-to-air missile, advanced very short-range air defence system, missiles, and also a high-power laser-based directed energy weapon. Now, this unique flight test has established the multi-layered air defence capability of our country and is going to strengthen area defence for important facilities against enemy aerial threats. So that's the breaking news that's coming in. DRDO has successfully conducted the maiden flight test of Integrated Air Defence Weapon System off the coast of Odisha. These are the visuals of the same. And this unique flight test has established the multi-layered air defence capability of our country, and it is also going to strengthen the area of defence for important facilities against enemy aerial threats. So DRDO has conducted the maiden flight test of Integrated Air Defence Weapon System off the Odisha coast. This was done yesterday. Now, the Integrated Air Defence Weapon System is a multi-layered air defence system comprising of all indigenous quick reaction surface-to-air missile, advanced very short-range air defence system, missiles, and also a high-power laser-based directed energy weapon. And this unique flight test has now established the multi-layered air defence capability of our country and is also going to strengthen area defence for important facilities against enemy aerial threats. India Today Global's Pranay Upadhyay is now joining us with more details on this. Pranay, help us understand the Integrated Air Defence Weapon System and how crucial it is for India.
It is indeed very important and a very significant leap of, the test conducted by the DRDO yesterday, 23rd of August, and around 12:30 noon. And the significance of this missile test is that this is the robustness of India's missile defense system, the capabilities India is trying to develop over the years. In February this year, India conducted the high energy directed weapon test and also the phase 2 of the integrated missile defense system or ballistic missile defense system, we have seen during Operation Sindoor the kind of threat which could emerge during a time of conflict, especially the air defense system need to be very robust. And if you've seen the integrated air defense system, which was tested yesterday, has 3 components, including the V-shots, the very short range air defense missile systems, also the high energy directed weapons. High energy directed weapons are basically the laser weapons which can destroy with the targeted beam of energy any target, any incoming platform, any incoming the aerial system. So definitely these 3 components, like the one, we have a multi-layered air defense system or a ballistic missile defense system. We have the ballistic air missile, which can terminate, which can kill any enemy missile or any enemy platform in exothermic atmosphere. And besides that, we have multi-layered system for the endothermic missile system, where once the platform or once the missile or any incoming platform enters the atmosphere, then we have multiple layers to kill it. So if one system fails, another system will take care of the enemy platform. And then we have the even the V-shot system, which is like a shoulder fired missile range system, wherein you can kill the missile or any system, any drone, incoming drone with a payload at a short distance. So therefore, it is a very significant development where India has successfully conducted this test of a multi-layer air defense system. And it is the best part is that it has all the quick range. So a quick range surface to air missile means that they are the surface to air missiles which can kill any enemy platform which is coming through the aerial route from the surface. And these are the very quick range, as in that can be deployed at a very short short interval of time. And also the best part is that these are all indigenously developed platforms.
Right. Pranay, thank you so much for getting us all those details and for that context. And in a big boost to India's defence, the Modi government has cleared the decks for a major submarine deal. The centre has given its nod to the Defence Ministry and Mazagaon Dockyards Limited to begin talks with Germany for 6 new made-in-India submarines. Under Project 75 India, 6 advanced submarines will be built in India with German support. Defence officials have told India Today that negotiations will start by the end of this month and final approval is expected in the next 6 to 8 months. The new submarines will be equipped with German technology, allowing them to stay underwater for 3 weeks. With 10 aging submarines likely to be phased out in the next decade, this deal is crucial to India's naval push. The project is aimed at boosting the Navy's indigenous capabilities to counter China's expanding fleet and also to strengthen deterrence against Pakistan. And in the ongoing tariff war against Donald Trump, India's stance on trade and energy is firmer than ever. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has drawn clear red lines in the ongoing trade talks at a time when a close Trump aide has landed the key posting as US envoy to New Delhi. More on this in our next report.
As trade tensions between the US and India continue to rise, India has pushed back against the newly imposed tariffs, even as Trump attempts to strengthen his hand with a trusted aide in New Delhi. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has defended Russian oil imports, saying India will always protect its energy security. At the Economic Times World Leaders Forum, Jaishankar also said Trump's foreign policy is unusually public.
If you have a problem buying oil from India, oil or refined products, don't buy it. Nobody forced you to buy it. But Europe buys, America buys. So you don't like it, don't buy it.
India's red lines in trade talks remain firm. Farmers and small producers will be protected.
Negotiations are still going on. But the bottom line is, we have some red lines. Frankly, where we are concerned, the red lines are primarily the interests of our farmers and to some extent of our small producers.
After stalled negotiations on a trade deal, a major diplomatic appointment by Washington is now being seen as a sign of outreach. Trump has named Uzbekistan-born Sergio Gore as the new US ambassador to India and special envoy to South and Central Asia. Gore is known to be a staunch supporter of Trump and one of his most trusted aides. In a Truth Social post, Donald Trump hailed Sergio Gore as someone he can trust on to deliver on his agenda to make America great again. Nevertheless, Gore's appointment indicates India's importance in Trump's foreign policy, even amid tariff disputes. While Russian oil imports remain a contentious issue, the arrival of a powerful new envoy in India signals that the Trump administration wants to keep the engagement lines wide open. Bureau Report, India Today.
And shifting focus, a bitter war of words has erupted between the BJP and the Congress ahead of the Bihar elections. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju has launched a strong attack on leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, calling him a spoiled brat who speaks nonsense. Not just that, he also alleged that the Congress MP is on a dangerous track and is aligning with anti-India forces like George Soros to weaken the country. The Parliamentary Affairs Minister also claimed that the Congress is working with a leftist mentality and attacks institutions when they lose elections. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi, conducting the Voter Adhikar Yatra in Bihar, has once again slammed the BJP for destroying democracy and attacking the Samvidhan. Reiterating his vote chori claims, the leader of opposition said that he will not let BJP steal polls in Bihar. On the other hand, MNS chief Raj Thackeray extended support to Rahul Gandhi's allegations of vote chori in recent assembly elections and also the Lok Sabha elections. Throwing his weight behind the Congress leader, Thackeray recalled meeting Sharad Pawar, Sonia Gandhi and Mamata Banerjee at the time, but claimed that the opposition failed to act.
ये राहुल गांधी तो बहुत डेंजरस ट्रैक में जा रहे हैं कि जो जोर्ज सोरोस बोलते हैं कि भारत के सरकार को डिस्टेबलाइज करने के लिए $1 ट्रिलियन रखा है या भारत विरोधी खालिस्तान फोर्स कनाडा में, यूएस में, यूके में बैठा है और भी कई लेफ्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो देश के खिलाफ काम करने के लिए षड्यंत्र रचा रहे हैं, उनके साथ तालमेल करके राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी काम कर रहे हैं। ये देश के लिए बहुत ही चिंताजनक ये एक समय है, लेकिन अब आश्वासित रहिए, मोदी जी के लीडरशिप में देश को कोई डिस्टेबलाइज नहीं कर सकता है। मेरे ख्याल से राहुल गांधी जी लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है, मैं उसको क्रिटिसाइज करना नहीं चाहता हूँ, लेकिन जब प्रधानमंत्री को चोर बोलते हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इतना डांट लगाया कि तुम प्रधानमंत्री को चौकीदार चोर बोला, इतना डांट लगाया। राफेल को लेकर के नाप सना बातें की, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने राहुल गांधी जी को डांट लगाया। फिर चाइना ने इतना जमीन ऑक्यूपाई किया करके झूठ बोलते हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फिर डांट लगाया। अब एक भारतीय होने के नाते इंडियन जैसे बात करो, फिर भी सुनते ही नहीं है। अब राहुल गांधी नहीं सुधर सकते अपने आप को।
हर नागरिक को ये संविधान एक वोट देता है, अंबेडकर जी का संविधान एक वोट देता है, और बिहार में, कर्नाटक में, महाराष्ट्र में, हरियाणा में ये जो संविधान आपको वोट देता है वो वोट चोरी किया जा रहा है। बिहार में लाखों लोग से उनका वोट चोरी किया जा रहा है। भाई और बहनों, जैसे महाराष्ट्र में चुनाव चोरी किया, जैसे हरियाणा में चोरी किया, वैसे ही बिहार में चुनाव चोरी करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
And now shifting focus, just a day after ban on online betting games, Karnataka Congress MLA KC Virendra Puppy was arrested from gang talk. Now, ED has brought back KC Virendra to Bengaluru in relation to the multi-crore online gaming scam that reportedly took place in Sikkim. The ED has finally succeeded in bringing the prime accused Virendra Puppy to Bengaluru. He was flown in from Sikkim this morning on a special aircraft and landed at Kempegowda International Airport. During the searches, the central agency seized approximately 12 crore rupees in cash, including 1 crore in foreign currency, gold jewelry worth around 6 crore rupees and 10 kg of silver articles, also 4 high-end vehicles. The agency has alleged that the MLA ran multiple platforms such as King 567 and Raja 567, while his brother was linked to 3 Dubai-based firms involved in gaming operations. In a big twist in the Dharmasthala mass burial case, the SIT has now arrested the whistleblower who allegedly provided false information about the case. The accused has been identified as CN Chinaya and has been remanded to 10 days of police custody. According to police sources, the arrest was made after inconsistencies were found in the statements and documents provided. In response, the Dharmasthala temple authorities have spoken out after remaining silent for some time. They expressed gratitude for the support of the people and stated that truth always prevails. They also claimed that some individuals tried to malign their image, but because of the trust people have in them, the truth has finally come to light.
ఆమె ఆశీర్వాద పట్ల మక్షేత్రకి ఇచ్చిన పడుతున్నారు ఎమ్మెల్యే రాజేంద్ర కుమార్ నాయకత్వ మాదిరిలో పోతున్నారు ಗೋವಿಲ್ಲರ ವಿಜಯ ಸಿದ್ಧಾರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾರಣ ಈ ನೇತೃತ್ವದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯದ ಜಯ ಅವರು ಮಾದಿರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜಯ ಅವರನ್ನು
ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರು ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ರು, ಅಡ್ಡಗೋಡೆ ಮೇಲೆ ದೀಪ, ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅಡ್ಡಗೋಡೆ ಮೇಲೆ ದೀಪ ಇಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾವನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದವರೇ ಬಂದು ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರ ಕುಟುಂಬದವರು ಬಂದು ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಯ್ತಾ, ಅದನ್ನ ಬಾಲಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರು ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾವನೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನ ಸೊ ಅವರು ಬಂದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ತಪ್ಪು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ CLP ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಲೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಯಾರ ಮೇಲೂ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಪರನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರ ಪರ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯದ ಪರ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಧರ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
The truth has come out. Everybody is telling a lie to defame the Hindu temple. Government has to take stringent action against these lie. People are spreading the wrong information about the temple and the Dharmasthala.
And we're getting some breaking news. RJD leader Abdul Siddiqui sparks row, questions Hindus' understanding of secularism. The RJD Neta says Hindus must learn secularism and history. He also tells Election Commission how many, in fact he asks Election Commission how many Rohingyas have been caught. He goes on to say that BJP must quit or apologize to the nation. So RJD Neta's controversial remark on Hindus sparks row, and Abdul Siddiqui is the RJD leader who has spoken on Hindus and secularism. He has questioned Hindus' understanding of secularism by saying that Hindus must learn secularism and history as well. Let's listen in.
हिंदू भाइयों को ज्यादा सेकुलरिज्म क्या है, सोशलिज्म क्या है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन क्या है, हमारे पुरखों का इतिहास क्या है। आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी को तो अपने चुनाव आयोग के तरफ से तो ये लिस्ट जारी कराना चाहिए कि बताओ कितना बांग्लादेशी तुमने पकड़ा, कितना तुमने रोहिंग्या को पकड़ा। हम तो चाहते हैं कि भाई आप इज्जत से जो गलती किए हैं उसके लिए देश से माफी मांगकर आप हट जाए।
And my colleague Rohit Singh is now joining us with more details. Rohit, what makes this RJD leader say that Hindus don't understand secularism, constitution as well as history, and that they need to learn that?
Well, see, Abdul Bari Siddiqui is a senior RJD leader. He's the MLC and also very close to the Lalu family. And in a couple of days' time, the Voter Adhikar Yatra, which is underway right now by Tejasvi Yadav and Rahul Gandhi, is going to reach Darbhanga, where from where Abdul Bari Siddiqui belongs, and where the Yatra is supposed to reach in a couple of days' time. And yesterday he was holding a review meeting about that Yatra, which will be reaching his district. And in that context, when he was addressing a crowd gathering there, he made this reference that Hindus should know more about secularism. They need to practice secularism most, and they need to also know about what is socialism, what is a constitution. So basically, he was insinuating that Hindus did not practice secularism, or maybe they did not know anything about socialism or what the constitution is all about. And that is why this comment by Abdul Bari Siddiqui has sparked a controversy in already electorally charged state of Bihar, which is going to polls in a couple of months' time. So controversial comments have been made, and quick reactions also coming from the opposition, the rival parties, hitting out at Abdul Bari Siddiqui, calling it that he was just trying to please a particular community by his comments. Back to you.
Right. Rohit, thank you for getting us all those details and for that context. With that, we're now shifting focus to another story. A horrific murder because of dowry has come to light from Greater Noida. A 26-year-old woman was allegedly tortured and set on fire by her husband and in-laws over dowry after 8 years into her marriage. The victim, Nikki, died after battling severe burns. A child who saw his mother being assaulted and killed by her in-laws in Greater Noida narrated the horror he witnessed when the incident happened. He said that his mother was dragged by her hair and set ablaze using a lighter. An FIR has been registered by the victim's sister Kanchan in the case, and Nikki's husband Vipin, mother-in-law Daya and father-in-law Satyavir have been booked by the police. Kanchan, Nikki's elder sister, who was married in the same family, had captured the video of the incident. Kanchan claimed that her younger sister was killed by the husband Vipin and in-laws for not meeting their dowry demand of 36 lakh rupees.
ये हत्यारों को मुठभेड़ के साथ गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए, और गिरफ्तारी नहीं होएगी तो ये बीजेपी सरकार है, बाबा का बिल्डोजर मकान पर चलना चाहिए, वो अरेस्ट करके उन्हें सजा मिलनी चाहिए। दहेज की मांग करते थे, हमने शादी में स्कॉर्पियो दी, फिर बुलेट दी, इन्होंने मांगी, फिर और मांगते रहे। हर बार दहेज मांगते थे, लड़की को मारते थे। अवैध संबंध थे दूसरी लड़की से इनके, तो इन्होंने लड़की को टॉर्चर करते रहे, माँ बेटा दोनों तीनों ही टॉर्चर करते रहे।
एक वीडियो भी आया,
मारी है उन्होंने, बड़ी बेटी भी मारी है।
आपकी बड़ी बेटी?
हाँ जी। हमें तो ये है कि ये मुठभेड़ के साथ गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए इनकी, नहीं होएगी तो हम भूख हड़ताल पे बैठ जाएंगे। गांव के अंदर बहुत जोश है इस टाइम।
मेरी बेटी के साथ तो 7 साल से अत्याचार हो रहा थे, पर वो जैसे हमारा समाज है, गुर्जर समाज है, कुछ देख लो, पंचायत है, बीच में फैसला, अब न होगा मैं सॉरी मांग रहा हूँ, गलती मांग रहा हूँ। उसके बाद कुछ दिन तक ऐसा ही चला। पिछले साल बिटिया के साथ फिर मार पिटाई की है, 11 फरवरी को करी थी, सास ने मारी थी, उसने मारी है, तो मैं मानी है जो लड़की के लिए। फिर लेके आए थे हम घर पे, फिर उसके बाद समाज फिर आया, फिर बोला कुछ नहीं करता लड़का, भाई याद करता है, लड़की राजी करता है, कुछ न करता है।
पहले हमारे साथ मारपीट हो रही थी, काफी दिन से हमें टॉर्चर करना जा रहा था कि तुम्हारी शादी में ये नहीं मिला, वो नहीं मिला, इतने पैसे लाओ, अपने घर से 36 लाख रुपए लाओ। उसके बाद सास ने कुछ लिक्विड ला के रखा घर में, हमें दिया। फिर मेरी छोटी बहन के ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा अत्याचार करा, उसके सर में, गले में बहुत सारी चीजें मारी, और उसके बाद उसके ऊपर तेजाब डाल दिया। वहाँ पे हमारे बच्चे भी सब उठते हैं, हमें कुछ भी नहीं कर पाई। मेरे साथ भी बहुत ज्यादा बदतमीजी करी है इन लोगों ने।
पुलिस ने तत्काल संज्ञान लेते हुए फोर्टिस हॉस्पिटल से होकर सफदरजंग पहुंची, लेकिन रास्ते में ही उस महिला की मृत्यु हो गई। परिजन मिल गए थे। जो मृतका है उसकी बहन की तहरीर पे सुसंगत धाराओं में थाना कासना पर मुकदमा पंजीकृत किया गया। पति और उसके परिजनों के खिलाफ पुलिस ने कार्रवाई करते हुए पति विपिन को हिरासत में ले लिया है तथा अन्य की गिरफ्तारी हो टीमें गठित हैं। शीघ्र ही उनकी भी गिरफ्तारी की जाएगी।
And my colleague Arvind Doja is now joining us with more details on this. Arvind, क्या विपिन भाटी के माता-पिता को भी गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है?
देखिए, अभी इस मामले में सिर्फ विपिन भाटी को ही गिरफ्तार किया गया है और उससे पूछताछ की जा रही है। कल दिल्ली पुलिस ने, माफ करिएगा, नोएडा पुलिस ने तमाम जगहों पर रेड की है, लेकिन इसमें जो 2 अक्यूज्ड और है, विपिन के जो मदर फादर हैं, वो फरार चल रहे हैं, वो अंडरग्राउंड हो गए हैं। नोएडा पुलिस ने इसमें डिफरेंट सेक्शंस में FIR दर्ज की है और जो अक्यूज्ड हस्बैंड है विपिन भाटी, उससे पूछताछ कर रही है। बहुत मुमकिन है कि नोएडा पुलिस उस लोकेशन पर भी लेकर जाए जहां उसके जो मदर फादर हैं वो छुपे हो सकते हैं। लेकिन ये जो इंसिडेंट है, ये काफ़ी शॉकिंग इंसिडेंट है। इसमें वीडियो भी सामने आया है जिसमें ये दावा किया जा रहा है, ये आरोप है कि जो विपिन है उसने अपनी वाइफ निक्की को जला दिया। वो वीडियो भी सामने आया है और उसके आई विटनेस भी, जो उसकी खुद की बड़ी सिस्टर है वो है, क्योंकि जो फादर, उनका कहना है साल 2016 में अपनी दोनों बेटियों की शादी 2 सगे भाइयों के साथ की थी, जिसमें छोटी बेटी को लगातार टॉर्चर कर रहा था विपिन। विपिन पहले जेल भी जा चुका है, उसके ऊपर एक क्रिमिनल केस भी पहले है। फिलहाल विपिन भाटी से पूछताछ की जा रही है। वहीं अगर घर की बात करें तो इस वक्त मैं जो दादरी है वहां पर मौजूद हूं। फादर है, उनका कहना है कि अगर अक्यूज्ड को अरेस्ट नहीं किया गया तो पूरा परिवार भूख हड़ताल पर बैठेगा। तो फिलहाल नोएडा पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है। जो 2 इस मामले में अक्यूज्ड है उनको अरेस्ट करने के लिए मल्टीपल लोकेशन पर रेड जारी है।
जी अरविंद, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इन सारी जानकारी के लिए। सो दैट्स द लेटेस्ट एज फार एज द ग्रेटर नोएडा ट्रेजेडी इज कंसर्न्ड। विद दैट वी नाउ शिफ्टिंग फोकस, वी आर गेटिंग सम ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़। And infrastructure cracks widen in the national capital. Civic apathy exposed as road sinks in Delhi. Road caves in near Delhi's Dwarka area, crumbling civic infrastructure in New Delhi. So these are the visuals of the crumbling infrastructure in none other than the national capital. These visuals from Dwarka area in Delhi where the road has caved in. So clearly infrastructure cracks are widening in the national capital. This particular incident being reported from Dwarka area in Delhi where a road has caved in and the crumbling civic infrastructure has been exposed in New Delhi. These visuals coming to the fore from Dwarka area where this road has caved in, as you can see in these visuals. So infrastructure cracks have widened in the national capital and civic apathy has been exposed yet again as this road sinks in Delhi's Dwarka area. And shifting focus, relentless heavy rain has battered North Indian states, causing severe disruption across all fronts. Waterlogged streets and inundated homes have become the grim reality for many residents, and the flooding has caused severe loss. Let's take a look at the visuals. Heavy rains triggered flash floods in Kathua district of Jammu and Kashmir. A bridge over Seher Khad on the national highway collapsed, cutting off road connectivity. Despite the damage, traffic is still moving on the bent portion of the bridge, raising serious safety concerns. A cloudburst in Uttarakhand's Chamoli district has led to a massive accumulation of debris on the roads, obstructing ongoing relief operations. Several parked vehicles were buried under the debris. Shops and houses were also severely damaged. In Rajasthan, Savai Madhopur, the Nigo River has overflowed due to heavy rainfall. Several colonies are flooded and roads and houses have been left submerged. Heavy waterlogging has also disrupted connectivity. Visuals show the extent of the damage caused by the rising flood waters.
एक गाड़ी फंसी हुई थी, लोगों की सहायता से आदमियों को तो बाहर निकाल ले गया। लेडीज थी काफी, 5-6 लेडीज।
After relentless rain, the Chambal River in Rajasthan's Dholpur district has risen 5 meters above the danger mark. Water has entered into low-lying areas and residents have been alerted against further rise in water level. Horrifying visuals of flooding are also emerging from Rajasthan's Bundi district. Water has engulfed roads, houses, shops as well as temples. Several low-lying areas are completely submerged, forcing families to evacuate their homes and seek shelter on higher ground. And apart from the hills, Monsoon Mayhem has also hit the dry state of Rajasthan. Continuous heavy rainfall over the past 24 hours has disrupted normal life in several areas of the state. India Today's Ashutosh Mishra is reporting from Savai Madhopur, where floods have waterlogged streets and homes. Rescue operations are underway to save those who are stranded. Take a look at this report.
As we are trying to reach out to the remote areas in Surwal of Savai Madhopur, look at this landscape. That's a furious, and it's not a river, it's actually a mainland, that road that connects to mainland. And now because of the water flow is intense, as we see the local village head is now trying to reach out to the people. They are preparing a rope that will connect one pillar to another. So at least there are hundreds of these people that are from different these villages. They'll be able to commute through this stretch. Now look at this flow. That's 3 to feet water, and anyone comes between it will literally be flown away with the water flow. And because of that, now the rope is being stretched from one pillar to another, and that's the local head of this Surwal area who are now also reaching out to the people with the help. So connecting rope, that will be one support for the people that will be commuting from one village to another. That's a massive, furious situation here that we see. The mayhem, this entire region of Rajasthan is flooded. Look at this. There's a farming area, farming land, and it's not a river, but it's so scary. Looks like even worse than a river flow. Monsoon Mayhem has gripped this part of Rajasthan. Dozens of villages have totally been disconnected from the mainland. In such a situation, the only powerful tractor like this could only be medium to commute from one village to another, and these are the locals have also been part of the evac and rescue operations for Savai Madhopur. In this village with Sanjay Kumar, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
And with that, it is a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the app.
You are watching India Today.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Moto G96 5G, all eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola.
Congress MLA KC Virendra arrested in illegal betting case. CBI raids. Anil Ambani.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Moto G96 5G, all eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola.
Congress MLA KC Virendra arrested in illegal betting case. CBI raids. Anil Ambani's residence. In 17,000 crore fraud case, ED bus fake call centers in Gurugram and Delhi in major crackdown.
You know, when you are a public representative, then your responsibility and accountability is much more in comparison to any other person. For example, if a public servant is arrested, then there is a rule, and by law, you have to be suspended within 24 hours. So if there are charges of corruption against any politician, be it a chief minister, be it anyone, that person should resign.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching the Democratic Newsroom. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. We are back with yet another edition of the Democratic Newsroom, and it comes from something that happened in Parliament today, which took many by surprise. The government tabled what can be easily said a very contentious bill, the Constitutional Amendment Bill. Since then, it's gone to the JPC, but it's got not just the political class divided, but even when it comes down to journalists. And that's exactly what we are discussing today. Somewhere down the line, does the constitutional amendment bill override the very tenet where it comes down to natural justice, or it's time that we have cleansing in the political system as well? If civil servants have to step down from their position, why not politicians? Let's throw it open. We have two new entrants today. Maria Shakil joins the Democratic Newsroom. B.V. Rao, our editor, is also stepping in this time. We have Manish, my colleague, who's also be joining us. But let me quickly introduce our editors table to you. Anisha, we have Nalini, and as usual, Gaurav Sawant. So, B.V. Rao, would you want to go first? What's your opinion
on the bill? See, we throw around the term constitutional morality these days. Right? It's all over the place. And anybody and everybody who talks about the Constitution throws in this term, constitutional morality. If constitutional morality is a thing, then there is no problem with this bill. Right? Because Constitution morally required you to step aside if you were arrested or charge sheeted. Not convicted. Conviction, there is a separate law for that. So constitutional morality required you to resign, and it used to happen. Right?
Right.
So till there, I'm okay with it. This law is fine. But the thing is, in 79 years of our democracy, our constitutional morality, there's just one chief minister who worked from or tried to work from jail. Not that he actually worked from jail. He tried to work from jail, it didn't happen. That's the one exception. Normally, laws are made and laws are created and exceptions are made. Here, a law is being created for an exception. So that is what is problematic for me. Law is broad brush. Law is never made for an exception. Okay? That is one. The second is, the recent experience of using the agencies has not been very fair.
Yeah, there's an allegation where the opposition is concerned, the weaponization of
one
agencies.
is, why do we call it weaponization? Because they have hardly ever resulted in any concrete action. Charge sheets take forever and ever. People are there in jail for 18 months, 2 years, close to 2 years. So, is this fair to ask anybody to resign or to say that once an agency arrests you and you are in jail for more than 1 month, and if the offense is 5 years plus, right, then the person needs to be sacked. The president will then sack the person. That is where I think is the biggest catch in this. That is what gives us, the recent experience gives us, injects that worry into the entire debate. Maybe this is not as clean.
The apprehension of misuse, the apprehension of agencies becoming state political actors. That's what you're trying to suggest. So, all right, so B.V. Rao's laid it down. If there is moral constitutionality, but in this day and age, has there been moral turpitude, especially in politics? Many would suggest that's an oxymoron. But I want to bring in Gaurav Sawant into this conversation. Gaurav, what are your views on this?
So it depends whether you're looking at people first or politicians first. If you think people first, then what does this law say? That people should not suffer. Why? If a neta is in jail for more than 30 days, 31 days, then he cannot discharge his or her constitutional responsibility. So he automatically steps aside. The work can happen. And we've seen an example in the national capital. But if he gets bail, and are we to say that courts will not grant him bail? If there is something wrong in the system, you improve the system, right? You don't say that let people suffer all along till the time we make that perfect law and have that perfect society. You have to be people-centric. If you have a people-centric approach, then at least their work will not suffer. If Neta A goes to jail, Neta B will come, Neta C will come, unless you're saying, oh, this person is irreplaceable. He's the only one who's good for the people of that area. Nobody else is.
So, Gaurav, you're basically saying it's good that the bill is been tabled, it's gone to the JPC. You're pro.
I am in favor of a great debate if a great debate were to happen and not disruption. So I am very happy to see a great debate happen and get all sides of the story. Because some of them who say that we'll become a police state, I believe in the majesty of our courts, and I know our courts are independent, and I know our courts are not subservient to the executive or the legislator, as some may try to say.
But,
I don't think so.
I'll just add one thing, because sometimes the hands of the courts are also tied, especially where you have laws like PMLA, which are already being contended in court, where at least for the first 30 days, even getting bail is impossible. So by the time that bail comes in, you already have had to step down. But I want to just get in a legal point of view, and then I'm going to get in Maria. But Nalini, you want to weigh in on what the bill actually says?
Preeti, I think it's a little bit ironical when Gaurav says that you have to be thinking of the people, you have to be people-centric. People are the ones who should not suffer. When what you're essentially doing is removing an elected representative that those very people have chosen in the first place to lead them, to govern them. That elected representative who is a part of the legislature is being removed through arbitrary executive action. It's a direct attack on the doctrine of separation of powers, and what's worse is that it's being done without any checks and balances in place. There is no judicial approval for the fact that if somebody has been arrested, do they deserve to continue being in jail? Should they resign from their post? Is something that can come into question only when at least to some extent some charges are proved against them. Forget charges being proved. At least let the court frame charges against a particular person so that you know that the court has gone through the merits of the case to a certain extent, and they think at least prima facie there is enough ground to frame certain amount of serious charges. In addition to that, you've added this arbitrary term of offences more than 5 years punishment, which according to the data on Vidhi website includes over 2,000 offences, from something as serious as kidnapping or attempt to murder to something as trivial as trying to stop a public servant from discharging his duties.
But is that trivial?
Of course that's trivial when you're talking about removing an elected representative from his seat.
And that to be on doubt. That to be on
mere
on
allegations.
accusations,
and
not convictions.
Just one last thing, Preeti, I would like to add.
Quickly.
I would really like to appreciate how they've added the term Prime Minister in this, as if trying to make it seem that any police officer has the authority or the guts to go ahead and arrest the Prime Minister in the first place.
You know, we're also going to...
It's been done in the past.
I'm going to come to Maria. We're also going to get Munish in. One of the main reasons why we have Munish today on the Democratic Newsroom is because Munish covers the agencies like the ED and the CBI. So lots of questions swirling there. But Maria, come on, what's your point?
Yes, so Preeti, look, Caesar's wife should be above suspicion. There is a reason why legislators and ministers are seen differently. While there is a Representation of People's Act which covers legislators, that is the MLAs and MPs, there is nothing that actually corrects if ministers go wrong. While there is a constitutional expectation of a minister, there are also moral expectations from ministers. Invariably, what happens is that legislators and ministers are not seen on the same footing. That's the reason why, because of the power that executive wields. What I feel is that in recent times, there have been only last year 2 examples. First, Hemant Soren, who resigns because of moral responsibility. He has someone else in office, and then he wins in people's court just few months later. You have another example of Arvind Kejriwal, who makes that exception, continues to be in office, and then loses in people's court. I think people judged these 2 comparisons, by that, people said that they do not have faith in his governance because that was being done from the jail. Because of that exception, I think a legislation of this nature, of course, there is a joint parliamentary committee which will be further deliberating it. And because we have a consultative process in democracy, this is the need of the hour. Let MPs talk about it. Let other stakeholders come in. But rejecting this bill as draconian outrightly may not be fair.
You know, Maria, I just want to flip that argument, because you gave the example of Hemant Soren's government. Yes, he resigned. But what is feared by the political class today is the misuse of agencies to destabilize governments, especially when they're going into an election. The classic case is Hemant Soren, because Hemant Soren steps down on moral turpitude, appoints somebody else, and lo and behold, There is a huge play out of his party being turned upside down with Champai Soren trying to get into a coup, joining the BJP later. He might have won it. Many think that he actually won it on the sympathy factor, not because he stepped down. But this is exactly what political class is fearing right now, because they're fearing you're going to try and misuse it, you're going to try and stabilize my government. Look, it happened in Jharkhand with Hemant Soren.
But Preeti, when it comes to toppling of government, it doesn't necessarily have to do with a chief minister stepping down. We have seen instances of Maharashtra as well, where governments have moved. So I think when it is about this particular legislation, there has to be a consultative process, which is beginning. Toppling of government vis-a-vis a minister resigning or a chief minister resigning may not be the case. In past, countless examples have been there, from Lalu Yadav to many others in the past, who have resigned only because they were fearing arrest.
No, fair point. But, that was my limited interjection there, because you had a Champai Soren who later goes and joins the BJP. Many would suggest that this is exactly what you're fearing. But I want to bring in Munish, and I'll go to Anisha then, because a lot has been spoken of the weaponization of agencies like the CBI, like the ED, of how they could pretty much turn into state and political actors. It's something we hear very commonly coming in, Munish, where the opposition is concerned. Why I feel, and many feel, that this fear needs to be voiced is virtue of data. Last 10 years, 193 cases on politicians by the ED and the CBI, out of which we have seen only 2 convictions, one of 193. 98% of the 193 cases are only on the opposition. I'm not saying that this is vendetta. Nobody is saying this is a witch hunt. But then you can't even blame the opposition to say that, you're misusing your agencies.
Okay, so there are 2 points. First, I think that, when you are a public representative, then your responsibility and accountability is much more in comparison to any other person. For example, if a public servant is arrested, then there is a rule, and by law, you have to be suspended within 24 hours. So if there are charges of corruption against any politician, be it a chief minister, be it anyone, that person should resign. As B.V. Rao said just a while back, that in last 79 years, there have been only 3-4 cases, and that are recent, when they decided not to resign. One is Arvind Kejriwal, second is Satyendra Jain, and in third case, and it becomes very important, in Senthil Balaji case, he decided not to resign. Supreme Court had to intervene, and Supreme Court asked Senthil Bala, you have to resign because you can't discharge your duty while you are in jail.
Can I give you another example? Narayan Rane. 2021, when he was arrested, he was MSME minister, and he is on record to say that I will not step down. It was, of course, another matter that he was given bail in 2 days. But make your point.
So, as far as agencies are concerned, remember, Preeti, there have been a lot of allegations against CBI and ED. As far as the political arrests are concerned, in the same case, Arvind Kejriwal went to lower court, high court and Supreme Court. He presented his case, but he was not given bail for months. Satyendra Jain went to Supreme Court. The arrest and the allegations by the ED or by the CBI is based on the evidence. When there is no evidence, then they are given bail by the same judiciary. For example, Sanjay Singh, he got bail in 2 months because there were not enough evidence against these politicians. But when it comes to certain politicians, and if there are allegations of grave corruption against them, I think they should be held responsible because they are elected representative. And as Gaurav said, that people should not suffer.
But fair point, but you've got 193 cases ever since 2014. Some of them are still continuing. Actually, how many?
So the problem
Most of them are still continuing.
As Gaurav rightly pointed out.
It's also the point of PMLA, no, Munish?
See, Preeti,
where the ED books somebody under PMLA, that person for the first 30 days in any case is not going to get bail.
No, he can get bail. There are people who have got bail in 7 days, even if they have been arrested in
Tell
PMLA.
me, if you look at the data which has come in of the 193 politicians who've been booked under the PMLA, tell me which one has gotten bail in 7 days.
Okay, I will tell you, Preeti. I have a very simple answer to it. The problem is not with PMLA or ED or with the CBI. The problem here is with the judiciary. The judiciary in the country is functioning in a way where the trial goes on for 15 years, 20 years, and that is why if you talk about the conviction rate of ED, it is 93% at this point of time.
Fair point.
If the problem is with the judiciary, then why are you trying to fix that by bringing in a new law?
I want to bring in Anisha because Anisha, there's the other argument, and which is a very fair argument. If our civil servants are following a certain protocol, which is that they step down in 30 days. What makes our politicians different?
See,
why shouldn't they be asked to step down?
If I can make 2 points.
Sure.
One is to answer your question. The other one is to respond to what Manish has said about the judiciary being the problem here. There are supposed to be fast-track courts in the country, which, by the way, the judiciary has been asking for funding, for staffing, for everything. Judiciary is not and cannot be the panacea for everything in the country. Somewhere the executive has to step in and get the things in place for a judge to hear the matter. If the charge sheet doesn't come for several months, if the evidence does not come, a judge cannot take a decision. Let me give you some numbers here. As of 1st January 2025, there are 4,732 cases pending across states against MPs and MLAs. 559 of these have been pending for more than 10 years. Out of these, 863 cases are with regard to violation of 144, that is curfew orders, protests, or as Nalini suggested, something as simple, if I may use the term, as blocking a public servant from doing their job, which, by the way, includes standing at a barricade and going, "Main aage jaunga, mujhe aage jane do," which happens pretty much every day. There are 1552 cases against sitting MP MLAs right now. This is the data that I've got from the status report that the amicus curiae has filed from records of the high courts. 170 cases out of these, 251 of our current MPs have criminal cases. 170 of them are cases where the punishment is 5 years plus. Therefore, right now in our parliament, 31% of people in our parliament sitting right now are facing heinous offence cases. Now, Manish is saying, why doesn't the judiciary do something about it? When? How? Charge sheet has to come. Evidence has to come. Our FSLs take forever to give responses. Our trials take forever because charge sheets, there are supplementary charge sheets upon supplementary charge sheets. Take any ED case. There are at least 3 to 4, if not 9 or 10 supplementary charge sheets.
May I just come in for 30 seconds? This is not about MPs and MLAs. It's only about ministers and chief ministers.
You can't be a minister without being an MP or MLA.
It's very specific.
Okay, quickly wrap your point and then we'll come back.
The point I want to quickly make is, you see that your chief minister cannot function from jail. Your ministers cannot function from jail. So in case they are jailed, let there be somebody else who will step in so that you put people first and not ministers first.
I agree with that.
They should not function from jail.
And I think Mr. Rao will also, can come in and correct my memory. There was a telecom minister who functioned from jail. Sukhram, if I'm not wrong, but quickly make your point.
Sorry, just one point that I'm making, that because this bill as it stands right now, and I'm not saying that this is a bad bill, I'm saying it's badly drafted. It needs to be looked at, it needs to be considered, consulted, because you need to make sure that you're not simply taking political advantage.
You know, in UK there's a ministerial code, which if you have a case against you, if you have been accused, there is an allegation, you automatically step down. And we've seen in the last 2 years, so many of those ministers have stepped down. Just because by the virtue of our politicians being completely besharam or lack of a moral turpitude or radar, they don't step down.
Most of them have stepped down in India.
But in the recent last 10 years, they have.
Look at the last.
We gave you the.
Except for last year, ministers have been.
They would always step down.
I gave you an example of Narayan Rani in 2021.
So
Make your okay.
I think we are discussing one important thing. Which see, the
Final
problem
point,
with
sir.
this. The problem with this is that when you convert morality into legality. So morality is supposed to be observed, legality is supposed to be implemented, right? So that is where this problem is. If everything was followed, see, why did Arvind Kejriwal do what he did? Because he knows that his case will go on for 20 years, and then if he's convicted, then he will have to resign. That 20 years later, he won't be chief minister by then anyway, right?
Okay, because we have less time, Mr. Rao, I'm going to ask you one question and we're going to go all the way back because I want to get everybody in. Do you think this bill will pass? Because it's a constitutional amendment, 2/3 majority. Do you think there can be a joint sitting? That's a grey area. How do you look at it?
I think so. It's not going to be easy to get 2/3, especially in the Rajya Sabha.
Right.
So if they do a joint session, maybe, but they'll have to work the numbers like crazy. They're not what you call very favorable right now. But how
Right.
they'll do it, maybe smaller parties will be asked to abstain. I don't know.
All right, guys, we have 1 minute each for 5 of you, and I need to quit. Maria, you want to come in, and then Gaurav, you come in, and then we'll all go like that.
Preeti, look, the intent with which this bill has been brought, and it was Home Minister Amit Shah who tabled it. The bill has now been sent to a joint parliamentary committee. There is a proper process that which will be followed, and this bill will be passed. We have to wait and see whether it is the JPC is for 3 months or 6 months. Clarity on that will emerge. But the government is fully confident, and they have reasons that they have the numbers. They will ensure that
how
this
do
bill
they
is
have the
passed.
numbers?
They have the 2/3 numbers.
So it also depends. I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how. You cannot prejudge what our honorable lawmakers will do. However, let's see what emerges from the JPC, because once what emerges from the JPC will have concurrence or opposition of most members who've sat on it, deliberated on it, and then we'll see who is in favor of corrupt or the allegedly corrupt remaining in office, and who are in favor of only clean governance. So if you're in favor of clean governance, I'm sure you'll support the bill.
Gaurav, I'm only going by the virtue of the political parties that have spoken out against the bill.
I'm sure even some of the even NDA allied chief ministers will be very worried.
Will be worried, like TDP.
And maybe some in the opposition will also support it.
You never know.
ultimately.
Okay, you
So
never know.
it
I'm
remains
just,
to be seen.
why we are saying, maybe Mr. Rao and I are saying it's difficult is we're just going by the current placement on how the cards are stacked.
Immediate context.
Immediate context. Okay, 1 minute each. Go ahead. Make your point.
I agree with Gaurav, Maria, Munish, that elected representatives must be held accountable, and under the current system they are held accountable, where if they are convicted for any offence more than 2 years, they are automatically disqualified. In the recent past, we saw it happen with Rahul Gandhi, who today sits as a leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha. It's very much a possibility. In case there is some serious charges against an elected representative, they can be removed. Second thing is that the government does not seem to be in any rush to get this bill passed. When it was listed in the parliament, it was clearly mentioned that it's being listed for it to be recommended to a committee. It seems for me, at this point, it's a narrative building exercise, nothing more than that.
So that shows how fair our system is.
Okay,
Somebody
1 minute.
who was barred is back as
Gaurav,
LOP.
1 minute. my show is getting late.
Yes.
Next one. Go.
So Preeti, I was speaking to someone very important this afternoon, and the person
How important?
was of the opinion that this bill will not pass.
Will not
because
pass.
of the 2/3 numbers. Government will face difficulty in getting those numbers.
So much has changed from here to there. Okay,
That is my conversation with that person. Okay, but end of the day, I think that this bill is very important. And why the government came up with this bill? Because when the Arvind Kejriwal episode happened, or even for that matter Satyendra Jain, government went through the entire law and everything, and they got to know that there are no provisions on the basis of which elected representative CM can be removed, and any person sitting in jail cannot run the government. So that is why this bill is extremely important. I think everyone should welcome it.
But it's not going to be passed, you said. Because a very important person told Munish, which he'll tell who that important person is after. Quickly. Make your point and then we go. You have 1 minute, Anisha.
One point that I want to make when we're talking about who is misusing what and what misuse is possible. One example you have is Senthil Balaji, who resigned only after the Supreme Court said, resign or we will cancel your bail. The other, by the way, is Vijay Shah from Madhya Pradesh, a BJP minister, who has not resigned, who's not been asked to resign, who's not even been arrested, with the Supreme Court itself saying which constable is going to have the guts to arrest a sitting minister, even though the charges against him seem to be serious. In that scenario, and we are bringing in this kind of a law where you have a very jiski lathi uski bhains system going on in the country, and therefore the question of misuse is always there. The second point, just one line point.
Only based on
one second. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm giving. I know all of you want to come in, but you guys can always come in. Maria is going to be with our democratic newsroom every week. Munish will always invite you, but our special invitee, B.V. Rao, he's the first time he's come in, and I would think, sir,
you have been very good from my earlier experience of watching you on air.
So you have 30 seconds, you wanted the last one.
Yeah, less than that. I'm saying bill or no bill, I hope every top executive who is arrested on anything resigns first.
Okay, that's a good one.
Integrity clause in public life.
That's a good one to go. You want to come in? Quick, say, Manish.
Just based on some apprehensions or some theories, we cannot oppose a bill. Something like this.
So not apprehensions, but then I can't now. I don't have time to finish this. I need to close the bulletin. Okay, thank you all for joining us. We're going to see you next week on Democratic Newsrooms.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
A very good morning to all our viewers. You're watching India Today. It's Sunday morning. I'm Anjali Pandey. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. A shocking tragedy surfaced from Greater Noida, where a 28-year-old woman was allegedly set ablaze by her husband over a 35 lakh rupees dowry demand. The victim succumbed to her injuries while being rushed to the hospital. Her husband, Vipin Bhati, is now in custody while his family remains on the run. State of war, Bihar heats up ahead of elections. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju brands Rahul Gandhi a spoiled brat and accuses him of following a dangerous track with ties to George Soros. Rahul hits back, slams centre of undermining the constitution. After Karnataka, SIT arrests Dharmasthala complainant. Temple authorities say finally the truth is coming out. Dharmasthala Dharmadhikari Virendra Hegde expresses faith that facts will prevail and justice will be upheld. India makes a big push for Atmanirbharta in defence as decks are cleared for a mega submarine deal under Project 75 India. 6 advanced high-tech submarines equipped with German technology to boost underwater endurance will be built in India. Key talks with Germany are set to begin soon. Monsoon mayhem paralyzes cities across India from Jammu to Rajasthan. Low-lying areas in Kathua, Jammu and Kashmir see severe flooding while Savai Madhopur is submerged, leaving homes and inundated and residents stranded. And at the top of this hour, we're getting some breaking news after SBI, now Bank of India, tags Reliance Communications loan account as fraudulent over alleged fund diversion, also names ex-director Anil Ambani. So clearly trouble mounts for Anil Ambani after State Bank of India, now Bank of India, has declared Reliance Communications loan account as fraudulent. And Bank of India has now flagged the fraud. Two banks claim that Anil Ambani fund swindle. Anil Ambani's Reliance Communication is in dock over loan account forgery. So clearly, trouble is mounting for Anil Ambani after the Enforcement Directorate and CBI raids and after State Bank of India. Now, Bank of India has tagged Reliance Communications loan account as fraudulent over alleged fund diversion and has also named ex-director Anil Ambani. My colleague Manish Pandey is now joining us with more details on this. Manish, clearly trouble is mounting for Anil Ambani after SBI. Now, Bank of India is claiming that the Reliance Communications loan account is fraudulent.
Well, Anjali, this was overdue because when the ED started investigation in the case, they got to know that not only one bank, but there are at least 39 banks and financial institutions who have been defrauded allegedly by Anil Ambani and his companies. And these banks had not filed any complaint with the authorities. The Enforcement Directorate even wrote letters to these 39 banks and financial institutions. And after what we saw that, the complaint by the State Bank of India, the Central Bureau of Investigation lodged an FIR and they raided Anil Ambani's premises in Mumbai and several other places. Now, as far as, Union Bank of India is concerned, they have filed a complaint now saying that they have also been defrauded by Reliance Communications Limited, RCom and Anil Ambani, and this amount is of more than 750 crore. But, Anjali, the bigger point here is that this defraud was committed in 2017. The account of Anil Ambani and his business entities were, declared non-profitable assets in 2017, but they took almost 8 years to file the complaint. So this is something which is going to be very interesting because the ED and the Central Bureau of Investigation both are investigating the case, and at this point of time, the total amount of fraud allegedly committed by Anil Ambani and his business entities is more than 20,000 crore rupees. And it is going to be, every day it is going to increase because now what we are seeing is that multiple banks, multiple financial institutions are now writing letters to the agencies, to the SEBI, informing the NSC that they have also been defrauded by Anil Ambani and his company. And interestingly, Anjali, in the Bank of India complaint, they have clearly written that the fraud was committed by Anil Ambani. At this point of time, there is one statement after the searches by the Central Bureau of Investigation in which Mr. Anil Ambani said that there is no illegality done by him or his companies. He will obey the law. But as far as both the agencies are concerned, Anjali, be it the Central Bureau of Investigation or the Enforcement Directorate, they are tightening the noose. And now, with multiple bank frauds, coming in light, it appears that his troubles are mounting.
Absolutely. Manish, thank you so much for getting us all those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more details on this. With that, we're now shifting focus. A bitter war of words has erupted between the BJP and the Congress ahead of the Bihar elections. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju has launched a strong attack on Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, calling him a spoilt brat who speaks nonsense. Not just that, he also alleged that the Congress MP is on a dangerous track and is aligning with anti-India forces like George Soros to weaken the country. The Parliamentary Affairs Minister also claimed that the Congress is working with a leftist mentality and attacks institutions when they lose elections. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi, conducting the Voter Adhikar Yatra in Bihar, has once again slammed the BJP for destroying democracy and attacking the Samvidhan. Reiterating his vote chori claims, the leader of opposition said that he will not let BJP steal polls in the state of Bihar. Meanwhile, MNS chief Raj Thackeray extended support to Rahul Gandhi's allegations of vote chori in recent assembly elections and also the Lok Sabha elections. Throwing his weight behind the Congress leader, Thackeray recalled meeting Sharad Pawar, Sonia Gandhi and Mamata Banerjee at the time, but claimed that the opposition failed to act.
ये राहुल गांधी तो बहुत डेंजरस ट्रैक में जा रहे हैं कि जो सोरोस बोलते हैं कि भारत के सरकार को डिस्टेबलाइज करने के लिए $1 ट्रिलियन रखा है, या भारत विरोधी खालिस्तान फोर्स कनाडा में, यूएस में, यूके में बैठा है, और भी कई लेफ्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो देश के खिलाफ काम करने के लिए षड्यंत्र रचा रहे हैं, उनके साथ तालमेल करके राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी काम कर रहे हैं। ये देश के लिए बहुत ही चिंताजनक ये एक समय है। लेकिन अब आश्वासित रहिए। मोदी जी के लीडरशिप में देश को कोई डिस्टेबलाइज नहीं कर सकता है। मेरे ख्याल से राहुल गांधी जी लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है, मैं उसको क्रिटिसाइज करना नहीं चाहता हूँ, लेकिन जब प्रधानमंत्री को चोर बोलते हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इतना डांट लगाया कि तुम प्रधानमंत्री को चौकीदार चोर बोला, इतना डांट लगाया। राफेल को लेकर के नाप सना बातें की, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने राहुल गांधी जी को डांट लगाया। फिर चाइना ने इतना जमीन ऑक्यूपाई किया करके झूठ बोलते हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फिर डांट लगाया। आप एक भारतीय होने के नाते इंडियन जैसे बात करो, फिर भी सुनते ही नहीं है। अब राहुल गांधी नहीं सुधर सकते अपने आप को।
हर नागरिक को ये संविधान एक वोट देता है, अंबेडकर जी का संविधान एक वोट देता है। और बिहार में, कर्नाटक में, महाराष्ट्र में, हरियाणा में ये जो संविधान आपको वोट देता है, वो वोट चोरी किया जा रहा है। बिहार में लाखों लोग से उनका वोट चोरी किया जा रहा है। भाइयों बहनों, जैसे महाराष्ट्र में चुनाव चोरी किया, जैसे हरियाणा में चोरी किया, वैसे ही बिहार में चुनाव चोरी करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
And we're now getting some breaking news. Expelled RJD leader Tej Pratap Yadav taunts Rahul Gandhi and Tejaswi Yadav's Bihar Yatra. Tej Pratap Yadav pushes for grounded politics. Tej Pratap Yadav says Bihar knows who the other Lalu is, taking a jibe at Tejaswi Yadav. And Tej Pratap Yadav in fact goes on to say that we don't travel in AC cars, helicopter, and we are grassroots leaders. This is what Tej Pratap Yadav has said, taking an indirect jibe at Rahul Gandhi and Tejaswi Yadav's voter Adhikar Yatra in the state of Bihar. The expelled RJD leader has pushed for grounded politics and has claimed that Bihar knows who the other Lalu is.
बहुत सारे लोग हैं कि चुनाव में अपना अपना पापड़ बेलने में लगा हुआ है, रोटी बेलने में लगा हुआ है। सही में सब लोग अपना अपना, ठीक है, तेजस्वी जी, राहुल जी अपना यात्रा निकाले हैं, लेकिन हम गांव के पगडंडी को पकड़ना चाहते हैं, हम जमीनिया नेता बनना चाहते हैं, जिस तरीके से हमारे।
And now shifting focus, a horrific murder because of dowry has come to light from Greater Noida. A 26-year-old woman was allegedly tortured and set on fire by her husband and in-laws over dowry after 9 years into her marriage. The victim, Nikki, died after battling severe burns. A child who saw his mother being assaulted and killed by her in-laws in Greater Noida narrated the horror he witnessed when the incident happened. He said his mother was dragged by her hair and set ablaze using a lighter. An FIR has been registered by the victim's sister Kanchan in the case, and Nikki's husband Vipin, mother-in-law Daya and father-in-law Satyaveer have been booked by the police. Kanchan, Nikki's elder sister who was married in the same family, had captured the video of the incident. Kanchan claimed that her younger sister was killed by her husband Vipin Bhati and in-laws for not meeting their dowry demand of 36 lakh rupees.
ये हत्यारों को मुठभेड़ के साथ गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए, और गिरफ्तारी नहीं होएगी तो ये बीजेपी सरकार है, बाबा का बिल्डोजर मकान पर चलना चाहिए, वो अरेस्ट करके उन्हें सजा मिलनी चाहिए। दहेज की मांग करते थे, हमने शादी में स्कॉर्पियो दी, फिर बुलेट दी, इन्होंने मांगी, फिर और मांगते रहे। हर बार दहेज मांगते थे, लड़की को मारते थे। अवैध संबंध थे दूसरी लड़की से इनके, तो इन्होंने लड़की को टॉर्चर करते रहे, माँ बेटा दोनों तीनों ही टॉर्चर करते रहे।
एक वीडियो भी आया,
मारी है उन्होंने, बड़ी बेटी मारी है।
आपकी बड़ी बेटी?
हाँ जी। हमें तो ये है कि ये मुठभेड़ के साथ गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए इनकी, नहीं होएगी तो हम भूख हड़ताल पे बैठ जाएंगे। गांव के अंदर बहुत जोश है इस टाइम।
मेरी बेटी के साथ तो 7 साल से अत्याचार हो रहा थे, पर वो जैसे हमारा समाज है, गुजर समाज है, कुछ देख लो, पंचायत है, बीच में फैसला अब न होगा, मैं सॉरी मांग रहा हूँ, गलती मांग रहा हूँ। उसके बाद कुछ दिन तक ऐसा ही चला। पिछले साल बिटिया के साथ फिर मार पिटाई की है। 11 फरवरी को करी थी, सास ने मारी थी, उसने मारी है, तो मैं मानी है जो लड़की के लिए। फिर लेके आए थे हम घर पे, फिर उसके बाद समाज फिर आया, फिर बोला कुछ नहीं करता लड़का, भाई याद करता है, लड़की राजी करता है, कुछ नहीं करता है।
And my colleague Arvind Oja is now joining us with more details on this. Arvind, इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बारे में लेटेस्ट जानकारी दीजिए। और हमने अभी निकी के पिता को ये कहते हुए सुना कि सिर्फ निकी को ही नहीं बल्कि उनकी बड़ी बहन कंचन को भी मारा पीटा जाता है ससुराल में।
बिल्कुल, और लगातार दहेज की मांग कर रहा था। मैं आपको दिखाना भी चाहूंगा, ये ऑडी कार खड़ी है। अब जो विपिन है उसकी नज़र इस ऑडी कार पर भी थी, जबकि दहेज में पहले स्कॉर्पियो दी गई, उसके बाद बुलेट मांगा, बुलेट दी गई। विपिन की बात करें तो उसकी क्रिमिनल हिस्ट्री भी रही है, मारपीट के मामले में जेल गया हुआ था वो। और न सिर्फ जो निकी जिसका मर्डर हुआ उसको मारपीट करता था, उसके कई वीडियो भी है मारपीट करते हुए, बल्कि जो कंचन है उसको भी हैरास किया जाता था उसके घर पे। जो फादर हैं उनका कहना है कि साल 2016 में दोनों बेटियों की शादी सगे भाइयों के साथ की गई थी। कुछ दिन तक सब कुछ ठीक ठाक रहा, उसके बाद लगातार दहेज की मांग की जाने लगी। उसके अलावा विपिन के एक्स्ट्रा मैरिटल अफेयर भी थे। कोशिश की गई थी, पंचायत भी किया गया था कि सब कुछ ठीक ठाक हो, लेकिन 21 तारीख को विपिन आता है और जो आरोप है कंचन का, चूंकि वो एक आई विटनेस भी है, उसने बताया कि विपिन आता है और कोई ज्वलनशील पदार्थ डालता है, उसके बाद लाइटर से आग के हवाले कर देता है। जो अक्यूज विपिन है उसको पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया है। 3 इस मामले में अक्यूज अभी भी एब्सकॉन्डिंग है, जिसको अरेस्ट करने के लिए मल्टीपल लोकेशन पर नोएडा पुलिस ने रेड की है। वहीं इस वक्त मैं घर पर मौजूद हूं। जो घर के लोग हैं उनका कहना है कि अगर तीनों को ही पुलिस ने अरेस्ट नहीं किया जो एब्सकॉन्डिंग है, तो ये जल्द ही भूख हड़ताल पर बैठेंगे। तो ये देखिए, लगातार दहेज को लेकर अवेयरनेस सरकार सालों से चला रही है, और 2025 में अगर दिल्ली से सटे ग्रेटर नोएडा में इस तरह का इंसिडेंट आता है तो ये काफ़ी अनफॉर्चुनेट है। फिलहाल विपिन को अरेस्ट किया गया है, 3 लोग और एब्सकॉन्डिंग है इस मामले में। उसके साथ ही साथ जो विपिन है उसकी और क्या कोई क्रिमिनल हिस्ट्री है उसकी भी डिटेल नोएडा पुलिस निकाल रही है।
जी अरविंद, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इन सारी जानकारी के लिए। एंड लेट्स लिसन इनटू व्हाट द पुलिस हैज टू से ऑन दिस।
पुलिस ने तत्काल संज्ञान लेते हुए फोर्टिस हॉस्पिटल से होकर सफदरजंग पहुंची, लेकिन रास्ते में ही उस महिला की मृत्यु हो गई। परिजन मिल गए थे। जो मृतका है उसकी बहन की तहरीर पे सुसंगत धाराओं में थाना कासना पे मुकदमा पंजीकृत किया गया। पति और उसके परिजनों के खिलाफ पुलिस ने कार्रवाई करते हुए पति विपिन को हिरासत में ले लिया है तथा अन्य की गिरफ्तारी हो टीमें गठित हैं। शीघ्र ही उनकी भी गिरफ्तारी की जाएगी।
And now let's take a look at the dowry that was already given by Nikki's family to her in-laws. So the family had already given a Scorpio car and also a Royal Enfield Bullet, and as well as 35 lakh rupees is what they were demanding now. But what was already given is that Royal Enfield Bullet was already given, a Scorpio car was already given, cash and other gifts were also given to the in-laws by Nikki's family. But what were they demanding now, due to which Nikki has been killed, is that they were now demanding 35 lakh rupees despite being given all of this, a Scorpio car, Royal Enfield Bullet, cash and other gifts. Despite being given all these things by Nikki's family to her in-laws, there was a fresh demand of 35 lakh rupees by them. So horrific story coming to the fore from Greater Noida in Uttar Pradesh, where a woman has been killed, set ablaze by her own husband for dowry. And despite her family giving a Scorpio car, a Royal Enfield Bullet, cash and other gifts were also given by Nikki's family to her in-laws. There was a fresh demand of 35 lakh rupees, and due to which Nikki was set ablaze by her husband. In fact, in front of her own child, she was set ablaze. She was also beaten up by her husband initially, after which she was set ablaze. And now shifting focus. Just a day after ban on online betting games, Karnataka Congress MLA KC Virendra Papi was arrested from Gangtok. Now, ED has brought back KC Virendra to Bengaluru in relation to the multi-crore online gaming scam that reportedly took place in Sikkim. The ED has finally succeeded in bringing the prime accused Virendra to Bengaluru. He was flown in from Sikkim this morning on a special aircraft and landed at Kempegowda International Airport. During the searches, the central agency seized approximately 12 crore rupees in cash, including 1 crore in foreign currency, gold jewellery worth around 6 crore rupees and 10 kg of silver articles and 4 high-end vehicles. The agency has alleged that the MLA ran multiple platforms such as King 567 and Raja 567, while his brother was linked to 3 Dubai-based firms involved in gaming operations. In a big twist in the Dharmasthala mass burial case, the SIT has now arrested the whistleblower who allegedly provided false information about the case. The accused has been identified as CN Chinaya and has been remanded to 10 days of police custody. According to police sources, the arrest was made after inconsistencies were found in the statements and documents provided by him. In response, the Dharmasthala temple authorities have spoken out after remaining silent. They expressed gratitude for the support of the people and stated that truth always prevails. They also claimed that some individuals tried to malign their image, but because of the trust people have in them, the truth has finally come to light.
ಸತ್ಯ ಬರೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ದಿಕ್ಕದಿಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಾದಂತೆ ಪೂರ ಸತ್ಯ ಶಬ್ದ ನನಗೆ ಅಭಿಮಾನ ಹೆಪ್ಪಲಿಂಚನೆ ಪಡ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ವಿಶ್ವರಿಂಚನೆ ಪಡೆದು ಸ್ವಾಮಿಲೆ ಆ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಪತ್ರ ಮಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಇಚ್ಛನೆ ಪಡೆದು ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಮಾದರಿಗಳ ಗೊತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಜಯಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಆಗ ಈ ನೇತೃತ್ವದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯದ ಜಯ ಅವಳು
ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರು ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ರು, ಅಡ್ಗೋಡೆ ಮೇಲೆ ದೀಪ, ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅಡ್ಗೋಡೆ ಮೇಲೆ ದೀಪ ಇಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾವನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದವರೇ ಬಂದು ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರ ಕುಟುಂಬದವ್ರು ಬಂದು ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಯ್ತಾ, ಅದನ್ನ ಬಾಲಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರು ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾವನೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನ ಸೊ ಅವರು ಬಂದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯಾರು ತಪ್ಪು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ CLP ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಲೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಯಾರ ಮೇಲೂ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಪರನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರ ಪರ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯದ ಪರ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಧರ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
The truth has come out. Everybody is telling a lie to defame the Hindu temple. Government has to take stringent action against these lie. People are spreading the wrong information about the temple and the Dharmasthala.
And shifting focus, in a big boost to India's defence, the Modi government has cleared the decks for a major submarine deal. The centre has given its nod to the Defence Ministry and Mazagaon Dockyards Limited to begin talks with Germany for 6 new made-in-India submarines. Under Project 75 India, 6 advanced submarines will be built in India with German support. Defence officials have told India today that negotiations will start by the end of this month and final approval is expected in the next 6 to 8 months. The new submarines will be equipped with German technology, allowing them to stay underwater for 3 weeks. With 10 aging submarines likely to be phased out in the next decade, this deal is crucial to India's naval push. The project is aimed at boosting the Navy's indigenous capabilities to counter China's expanding fleet and to also strengthen deterrence against Pakistan. And we're now getting some breaking news. Cheteshwar, Pujara retires from all forms of cricket. That's the breaking news that's coming in. Cheteshwar Pujara has announced retirement. He has retired from all forms of cricket. So, Indian cricketer Cheteshwar Pujara has retired from all forms of cricket. He has announced his retirement today. So that's the breaking news that's coming in. That Indian batsman Cheteshwar Pujara has announced his retirement from all forms of cricket. He was well known for his role in Test cricket, and today he has announced his retirement. And in fact, he has retired from all forms of cricket. So Cheteshwar Pujara announcing his retirement from all forms of cricket. My colleague Nitin Srivastava is now joining us with more details on this. Nitin, Cheteshwar Pujara announcing his retirement. Throw some light on his remarkable innings.
Pujara is one of the greatest, in the longer format, which is called Test cricket. When he started his Test journey, it was against Australia in 2010. And, Pujara is one of them who always loved, wearing white jersey for India. And, each and everyone who loved Test cricket, they must remember and, they will recall all those big innings which he has played for India, and he contributed, in the winning percentage of Indian side, especially in Australia. He was, one of the players who always loved to play against Australia on that bouncy wicket, and the best, part of his journey is that he always loved playing red ball cricket. That is the biggest thing. In this era, the players like, Rahul Dravid, V.S. Lakshman, we have seen so many greatest batters, but Pujara has something else, and that is why he will always be remembered. If you look at, his Test journey, he had played 100 plus matches, he has scored 7,000 plus runs, and the majority of runs are in winning side. So that is the big thing. The one thing which I actually personally remember when Pujara was playing his last Test match against Australia in 23, he contributed his heart. So that is the biggest thing. He always loved, playing red ball cricket. In modern days, cricket, I have not seen a player, to be so determined, to be so focused towards his game. He loved that game, and that game also, loved him back. So that is a big thing. But today he has decided to say goodbye. The sport he always loved, that sport which is closer to his heart. But he has decided that he will not be playing any kind of, cricket going forward. So each and everyone is going to miss Pujara at the field.
All right, Nitin, do stay with us. We're now being joined by former cricketer Madan Lal on the broadcast. Sir, how do you feel about Cheteshwar Pujara announcing his retirement from all forms of cricket? A very significant, he has played a significant role as far as Test cricket is concerned.
Definitely been a very quiet performer. He has scored more than 5,000-6,000 runs in a Test cricket, and he was a very, very, very strong in number 3. And he won quite a lot of matches for India, because once you have a very strong number 3 and who's going to get you the run, that's where you win a lot of matches. So, the retirement is always, is a personal decision. But definitely he has done well for the country and for himself.
Mr. Madan Lal, do you also think that he was a bit underappreciated despite his great contribution to cricket?
No, I don't think so. Because, once you have this score on the board or in the book, then you can never be underestimated, because he's been always a very, very good cricketer, and he's done well because it's all in the history book that Pujara has scored more than a 5,000-6,000 run in a Test cricket. You only recognize when you get runs in a Test cricket, not in 2020 cricket or any other cricket.
So what lessons can aspiring cricketers take from Cheteshwar Pujara's innings as far as his entire cricket journey is concerned?
I think they can take a lesson, the determination, concentration, and he applied himself very well whenever he batted for India. So these are the very strong point of Pujara. And he was a very, very quiet person, nice, and it seems to be a very nice person. I met him once or twice, but definitely, you know, he was just a quiet, but never shown any aggression or anything. But he was only bothered about his own performance, and he has performed for the country.
Right. Mr. Madan Lal, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast on India Today. So Cheteshwar Pujara has announced his retirement from all forms of cricket today. And with that, it is a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the app.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
मंगलदीप दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping in, like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi attacks Congress, says trapped nation in vote bank politics. Rahul Gandhi slams government, says conspiracy to destroy constitution. Rijiju slums opposition over disruptions in monsoon session of parliament.
मंगलदीप दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Independence Day address from the ramparts of the Red Fort laid out a bold economic roadmap. He spoke about next generation GST reforms and a strong reaffirmation of India's strategic autonomy. Remember, all this is coming at a time when the tension is rising globally, and there is also that fear of a sword of sorts which is hanging of tariff threats from the United States. To unpack all these developments and to put in context what really is Government of India's economic thinking, we have with us the Chief Economic Advisor, Dr. Nageswaran. Sir, the Prime Minister has, of course, announced next generation GST reforms. So there's a lot of anticipation, curiosity as to how it will reduce the burden on the Aam Aadmi. So let me ask you that direct question. How do you see this addressing pain points?
So first of all, the Government of India, before the GST reforms, in the budget itself in February, gave a significant direct tax break for middle class households, and that will kick in this year. In other words, the taxes that individuals will be paying this year will be much lower than what they paid last year, because in the budget significant tax reliefs were extended on the direct taxes side. So this is coming on top of that. So we should not forget that is a very significant reform measure already announced on February 1st this year. And GST, the weighted average GST rate, if anything, over the years has been coming down. If anything, from 15%, if I'm not mistaken, down to 11+%, the average rate. So GST also has a lot of zero-rated items and a very few items in the 28% category, and the number has whittled down over the years. So this is we must see this as a sort of a significant move, but it is something, a continuation of what has been happening over the last 8 years of the GST journey. I think it will definitely reduce the indirect tax burden on items of common consumption and also inputs to businesses. So it is going to put more money in the hands of households again in terms of disposable income, will contribute to lower inflation rate, which means it also opens up space for central bank to take note of that. And it also lowers input costs for businesses at a time when they are facing external uncertainty. So I think the Prime Minister was very right to label it sort of a next generation reform, not just with respect to GST, but in terms of the impact it will have on the rest of the economy.
And it will be a Diwali
That's what he has said.
Okay. And Dr. Nageswaran, tariffs are also putting a lot of pressure on the Indian economy. Although you have said that in short term there would be some impact.
Yes.
But if you look at multiple sectors, $1.2 billion shrimp import.
Yes.
So the aqua farmers are speaking about it now. Gems industry, carpets, textiles. Right. Is this some kind of pep talk that the government is doing, or are you really worried about its long-term impact?
No, I think it's important, first of all, not to trivialize the difficulties and the hardship this would impose on the three sectors that you outlined, 3 or 4 sectors: shrimps, marine products in general, or gems and jewelry exporters, and the people employed there, or for that matter, textile and apparel sector. So the hardship and the uncertainty that they face is non-trivial. I agree with that. And to be able to explore other markets or to absorb some of it in your own margin to maintain the market share in the US, etc., will all take a lot of effort. That is why I said there will be an impact. And short term can be a quarter or 2 or even slightly longer. But the most important thing to realize is that the so-called penal tariff for the purchase of Russian oil is yet to kick in officially. So it was given. It was a 3-week time was given from the time the announcement was made in the first week of August. The real issue is the original 25% tariff, which in comparison to other countries who may be competing with us in these product areas, this is on the high side. But I am confident that in due course there will be a certain engagement process that has been happening, although I'm aware that last night we all got the news that the American delegation may not be coming to India on the 25th of August. But I still believe, and I really have no particular basis, but it's more of an intuition, that this impasse will not continue for too long. And that's why I said the impact will be short term, probably confined to the current financial year, but not spilling over beyond that.
So the government isn't really thinking of newer markets for them?
Of course the government is thinking of newer markets. That too has been an ongoing endeavor, which is why we concluded free trade agreements with Australia, with the UAE, with the EFTA countries. We concluded one with the UK recently, and we are negotiating, and it's a fairly advanced stage of conversation with the European Union. So clearly, government has been at it in the last few years on free trade agreements. But these things take time to be able to find alternative markets and to find new customers. Obviously, they have their own established suppliers. So they will also think very hard about switching switching. So these switching things don't happen as quickly as we would want them to, whereas the impact of tariff will be immediate in terms of the buyers saying that, we can't afford to pay, will you absorb it, and therefore what is the level of absorption our exporters can take. All these questions will come immediately, but the alternatives will emerge only over time.
Yes, and all these developments are happening at a time when the global ratings agency,
that's right,
S&P, has upgraded India's sovereign ratings for the first time in 2 decades.
Right.
So that's quite an achievement.
Indeed.
Yes. But on the other hand, you have the US president saying that India's economy is a dead economy. So as the chief economic advisor, tell us the true picture. What is the picture here?
No, obviously the true picture is what people with, a skin in the game, like the credit rating agencies, are telling us, which is that, we faced a 9.2% fiscal deficit on the part of the union government in the COVID year 2021. At that time, the government made the commitment, the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister made the commitment that they would bring it down to 4.5% or below, reducing the fiscal deficit ratio by half. And we are here in 25-26, and we have promised that we will keep the deficit at 4.4%. So it is a promise that we have delivered on. And secondly, if you look at compare the growth rates that India has experienced since COVID and compare it to any other country, we are growing at the fastest rate among G20 countries. So by no stretch of imagination or argument or evidence can India be classified as a dead economy. Far from it. It is a dynamic economy, and the post-COVID recovery, in combination with fiscal prudence, fiscal responsibility, is a template that India has been able to set for other nations, and that is a fact.
So these comments, and it's coming from none other than the US president himself, do these comments do disservice to millions of hard-working Indians who are builders of economy worldwide?
Look, at the end of the day, we should let the facts speak for themselves, as they have been doing, regardless of who it is that is saying this. Because if you look at the International Monetary Fund forecast or that of the credit rating upgrade, as you said correctly, coming after 2 decades, these are more concrete acknowledgements of the hard work and the progress that we have achieved. So therefore, I don't think we should dwell on that particular remark and wanting to respond to that, because the facts are responding in their own way.
Yes, because the Indian government hasn't spoken on it. There is a great degree of caution. Perhaps that's also how mature democracies must react. And India has been very, measured in its response to these comments. Do you feel that we should perhaps set the record straight?
The record is being set straight by Standard & Poor, in a sense, coming within a few weeks of that particular observation and then giving India a credit rating upgrade. And in fact, one could have thought they would think that the current trade impasse with the United States, the trade negotiations, they are not taking the view that this will have a long-term impact on India's macroeconomic performance or fiscal policy. They are showing that they are prepared to look beyond this, that India would either weather this and be able to absorb the shock, or India would be able to resolve this situation, and that India would stay on the path of growth in the economic sense and fiscal prudence. So that is the most concrete setting the record straight development that has happened.
Absolutely. So let's look at the trade talks which is happening. There was a lot of curiosity around the Alaska summit. The two presidents have left for their respective nations without anything concrete coming out of it. In terms of outcomes, they were optimistic. How should India be viewing these summits?
No, I think there are multiple ways in which we can, try to anticipate what it means for us, but that would be very speculative in nature. Therefore, we should leave it to the experts in the Commerce Ministry and External Affairs to figure out the next steps and how to respond to it and what could be the various permutations and combinations. It will not be necessarily productive to speculate on this in public.
Fine, Dr. Nageswaran. As always, you have been careful, and so because the spotlight is again on the reforms.
That's right.
And we are looking at next generation reforms.
That's right.
How do you see that playing out in the next few months?
Well, I think that is what is giving us a lot of excitement. You might have seen an article that appeared in the Indian Express newspaper a few days ago about how states are going ahead with deregulation. And in fact, this morning I was having my tea and I saw Jharkhand removes night shift restrictions for women. So, for example, we are very concerned about the what we call low female labor force participation rate. Okay. But if you looked at it, there were lots of restrictions that different states were imposing on women working in some industries, and then this overtime or night shift restrictions, lack of childcare facilities in the workplaces, etc. States are now addressing these things. These are the next generation reforms that are happening in various states. And more importantly, this current trade impasse and the need to find alternative markets, or to make sure that in the process we don't lose focus on domestic growth. The Prime Minister also has spoken about deregulation and improving the ease of doing business in a meaningful way. So to some extent, if we are able to use this current uncertainty as impetus to take the economy to the next level of productive efficiency, that would be a very good thing that happened in the light of these developments.
So you see that this as an opportunity?
I really see this as an opportunity, and I'm very glad that, as I told you, states are embracing this situation. Even in fact, it has been happening well before the current trade negotiation stalling happened. Because let's step outside of this current tariff stalemate that we find ourselves with the United States. Even otherwise, global growth was becoming challenging, and there was an issue of dealing with the energy transition, climate change, the new artificial intelligence and what it would do for employment, etc. These were the challenges we were facing, regardless of what was happening on the trade negotiations, and therefore we needed to respond anyway with respect by taking the economy to the next level, and that is what this real ease of doing business is all about. By propelling economic activity, raising the potential growth in the economy. And that is what these deregulation and decriminalization initiatives in state governments and in the union government, that is what it will do. And that is very important, regardless of this trade stalemate. And I think that is what gives me more excitement.
So do you think closer economic ties then with China could be perhaps an antidote?
Look, I think India is a country that has kept itself open to economic relationship with all countries, because even after Galwan happened, India's trade with China only kept expanding. So whether China is the most immediate or a long-term answer or not, I would leave it to the the political executive and the policy makers to figure out. I think given the fact that India at the moment depends on other countries for critical minerals, rare earths and key resources, both primary and intermediate. The important thing for us is to, as the Prime Minister said in the Independence Day speech, he specifically mentioned energy resilience, resilience in critical minerals and rare earths, etc. And he focused on nuclear energy as important for us to be self-reliant and for us not to be, trifled with by others. That is the key that is the key thing that we need to focus on in the coming years.
Interestingly, the Prime Minister has been speaking about Atmanirbharta.
That's right.
For quite some time, much before this entire tariff tension with the United States. Do you think that makes us more prepared?
Atmanirbharta is not in contradiction to export competitiveness or export excellence. In fact, what he has been speaking about is, in a way, an acknowledgement of how the world has been evolving. You see, during COVID time, we saw that even within Europe, some countries were unwilling to allow the export of personal protection equipment within the European Union. And then immediately after COVID abated, when the Russia-Ukraine war started, the chips which were used in the manufacture of automobiles, there was a problem in exporting those important chips. So in 2022, automobile production in several parts of the world were affected by scarcity of semiconductor chips that go into autos. So these are the important markers for us that countries were becoming, so the as they say, just in time global value chain, supply chains were slowly morphing into just in case. So the supply chain efficiencies were slightly being tweaked to become supply chain security, supply chain buffers. All these factors became as important as efficiency. So in some sense, we needed to create capacities for in our own country, while at the same time we need to benchmark ourselves to global standards in terms of being open to exports. So both are completely complementary to each other. So the Atmanirbharta that we have been advocating and trying to support with policy measures was in a way in anticipation of how the world was evolving or would evolve in the course of the second decade and even more so in the third decade, and I think it will be a fact of life for the next 10 to 15 years. So the world had basically 40 years of globalization. It will go into some sort of recalibration of that. It's inevitable, and we are seeing that happening. Trade restrictions were roughly about 3,000 per year across the countries, across the world, up to 2015. In the last 4 to 8 years, it has doubled. 6,000 trade restrictions are imposed by nations on others, both tariff and non-tariff. This is a reality. So that is why I think Atmanirbharta is important, and it is not in contradiction to also being an exporting nation. That is what makes us strategically more secure and stronger.
The key highlights, among the key highlights was also defense self-reliance, if you look at it. And it particularly played an important role during operations in the
That's
world.
right.
Then you have self-reliance in jet engine, semiconductors and high-tech leadership, space sector independence, multiple such sectors that India is looking at. Do you think this kind of self-reliance is making a lot of countries which are seen as developed economies, because India has that trajectory right now, anxious? These countries are anxious.
I don't think so, and I think that shouldn't be really, even if it is the case, I don't think it should be a concern to us. I don't think it is making other countries anxious, but I don't know, I can't speak for them. But all I can say is that I think in the areas that you listed, and given the way these have become, important geopolitical negotiating tools for other countries, whether it is AI-related chips or electric vehicle also requires chips these days, and then nuclear energy, and even for renewable energy we need a lot of critical minerals and rare earths, etc. So I think in all these areas, countries earlier used to expect the global supply chains to deliver us what we needed. But that element of trust that undergirded the globalization phase has been eroded, whether we like it or not. And therefore it is important for a country of our size and our population and our development aspirations to develop a certain amount of self-sufficiency, and domestic reliance is absolutely an imperative.
Okay, there was another very crucial aspect of Prime Minister's speech, which I want you to, speak a little bit more about, which was 1 lakh crore PM Viksit Bharat Rozgar Yojana.
Yes, right.
The government has been facing a lot of questions with regards to its inability to generate jobs.
Actually, the periodic labor force survey, which Ministry of Statistics brings out, actually is showing a healthy labor market in India, and the PLFS, the periodic labor force survey statistics, are very well accepted by all statistical experts that it is a credible and a reliable metric, and it presents a good picture of the labor market situation in the country. Now, employment is something that the government undoubtedly facilitates through skilling, through various incentives for technological upgradation, through its boost to small and medium enterprises and manufacturing and labor-intensive sectors. If you take all these dimensions as important for employment generation, the government has been announcing various policies. In fact, in the last 10-12 years, the amount of attention given to small and medium enterprises through credit credit guarantees, through upgrading their thresholds, through access to finance and formalization. All these things are actually employment facilitating. So at the same time, the numbers in India are staggering because of the population size, and we wrote in the economic survey that we have to create 8 million jobs a year at the minimum for the next 12 to 15 years. By the way, private sector estimates do point out that India created 15 million jobs in 23-24 and 24-25, and you see that in the monthly accretion to the Employee Provident Fund Organization net new joiner numbers. A lot of people say, this is fine, but there is underemployment in the country. But frankly, no country's statistical system measuring employment will be able to tell you exactly what and how to measure underemployment. That is like saying you are in a job that you don't exactly are happy with, and it actually is a little lower in terms of your capabilities, and therefore you are earning less than what you should be earning. That kind of information is so difficult to get through any unemployment survey, okay? Which is why Ministry of Statistics, and that will show up eventually in household income growth, which is why the Ministry of Statistics is launching an income survey next year. But the point is, this scheme that the Honorable Prime Minister announced yesterday was hinted at in the budget last year in July, and it is now being rolled out. It is a 5-year project. It is incentivizing our industries also, which are very keen to adopt the new technologies, to focus on labor-intensive sectors as well and employ more people. So some states are very advanced in terms of the income growth and where they are in the economic journey. They can focus on capital intensive sectors, and some other states which are still lower down in the income growth ladder can focus on labor intensive sectors. And for manufacturers to locate themselves in those states, this scheme will be extremely valuable.
Let's wrap up this interview,
Sure.
Dr. Nageswaran, with
Sure.
my last question.
Sure.
How did India get caught into this tariff vortex?
I think right now it is water under the bridge. It will be very difficult to spell out the various reasons. At the end of the day, as the Prime Minister said, there are some red lines given the readiness and given the importance of some sectors in the economy, and therefore it could be the case that we are currently finding ourselves in some sort of a stalemate situation. But India has been opening up its economy over time. Most of the sectors are open for FDI on an automatic basis. We are importing more defense equipment from the United States. If you compare to where we were in 2014, how much we were importing from them and how much we are importing now, it has gone up considerably. And same is the situation with respect to crude oil imports as well. So we are clearly moving in the direction of diversifying our sources, not reliant on one source for one commodity. So I think it's important for others also to focus on the marginal change rather than looking at the absolute numbers. And more importantly, we are a country with a large population and a lower per capita income compared to advanced countries, and therefore there has to be some consideration for that context as well. But I think these considerations will eventually begin to get reflected in the conversation that we have with other nations.
All right. Thank you so much for speaking to India Today.
You are watching India Today.
They don't make headlines, they make India. The real unicorns of India don't chase valuation, they create value. These are the stories of those who don't just do business, they build India. This Independence Month, India Today celebrates the micro-moguls of India. Quiet ambition, local impact, national change. The untold stories of grassroots entrepreneurs quietly shaping a rising India. India Today, the micro-moguls of India. Subscribe now at subscriptions.indiatoday.in and read their full stories.
are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon to you viewers. You're watching India Today with me, Sriya Kundu, and we have all the big stories of the day lined up for you in this very hour. But before that, we'll quickly take a look at the headlines doing the rounds at the very top of the afternoon. A shocking tragedy surfaced from Greater Noida, where a 28-year-old woman was allegedly set ablaze by her husband over a 35 lakh rupee dowry demand. The victim succumbed to her injuries while being rushed from the hospital itself. And her husband, Vipin Bhatti, is now in custody while his family still remains on the run. State of war, Bihar heats up ahead of elections. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju brands Rahul Gandhi a spoiled brat and accuses him of following a dangerous track with ties to George Soros. Now, Rahul hits back and slams the centre of undermining the constitution. After Karnataka SIT arrests Dharmasthala complainant, temple authorities say finally the truth is coming out. Dharmasthala Dharmadhikari Virendra Hegde has in fact expressed faith that facts will prevail and justice will be upheld. India makes a big push for Atmanirbharta in defence as decks are cleared up for a mega submarine deal under Project 75. India, 6 advanced high-tech submarines equipped with German technology is to boost the underwater endurance, and it will be built in India. Key talks with Germany are set to begin soon. Monsoon Mayhem paralyzes cities across India from Jammu to Rajasthan. Low-lying areas in Kathua, Jammu Kashmir see severe flooding, while Sawai Madhopur is submerged, leaving homes inundated and residents completely stranded in these areas. Chiteshwar Pujara has announced his retirement from all forms of cricket, bringing an end to a remarkable 15-year-long career. Now viewers, this is a story where we have breaking news with regards to, but yes, it is a story so tragic that it's almost shaken humanity's trust in mankind at this given point. Sensational killer dowry lust revelation has now come to the forefront, viewers, where Nikki's husband, the victim's husband, wanted Mercedes and 60 lakh rupees. Brother reveals blackmail for Mercedes and refusal by Nikki's family enraged Bipin. Nikki's dad had already paid Scorpio and bullet bike, but in-laws' dowry lust was just endless. In-laws tortured Nikki to arm twist her parents. Viewers, since the very beginning of this news coming to light, we have been bringing to you visuals of the torture, of even how she was burnt alive right in front of her family members, all witnessing and watching, which included her son as well. Now, this is the latest that we are bringing to you in this very tragedy. It's nothing less than a tragedy, and at this given point, we have a ground report as well with more details on the very conversation that's been had with the brother. Let's listen into what's been said.
आपके सामने मर्सिडीज कार दिखाई दे रही होगी। इस मर्सिडीज कार पर विपिन की लालची निगाह थी। वो इसको लगातार मांग कर रहा था निकी के परिवार वालों से। निकी के भाई हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। आप नाम बताइए।
कोकल नाम है।
क्या इसकी भी डिमांड कर रहा था विपिन?
हाँ, इसी गाड़ी की तो करता था डिमांड।
ये मर्सिडीज की? हाँ। कुछ पैसे वगैरह भी है?
पैसे 60 लाख रुपए मांग रहा है।
60 लाख रुपए। और ये मर्सिडीज कार है। महंगी कारें आती है। पहले जो पिता ने बयान दिया कि पहले शादी में स्कॉर्पियो दी, बुलेट दी। लेकिन अब जो लालची निगाह थी, चूंकि जो निक्की के पिता है उन्होंने ये कार ली थी अपने बिजनेस के लिए, लेकिन अब विपिन की निगाह इस मर्सिडीज पर थी। वो लगातार डिमांड कर रहा था कि 60 लाख रुपए कैश और मर्सिडीज दो। मर्सिडीज नहीं दी तो निक्की को जिंदा जलाकर मार डाला।
A horrific murder, viewers, because of dowry has come to light from Greater Noida. In fact, a 26-year-old woman was allegedly tortured and set on fire by her husband and in-laws over dowry after 9 years into her marriage. The victim, Nikki, died after battling severe burns. A child who saw his mother being assaulted and killed by her in-laws in Greater Noida narrated the horror he witnessed when the incident happened. And he said his mother was dragged by her hair and set ablaze using a lighter. An FIR has been registered by the victim's sister, Kanchan, in this case. And Nikki's husband, Vipin, mother-in-law Daya and father-in-law Satyavir have been booked by the police. Kanchan, Nikki's elder sister, who was married in the same family, had in fact captured the entire incident on camera. Kanchan claimed that her younger sister was killed by the husband, Vipin, and in-laws for not meeting their dowry demand of rupees 36 lakh. And there are more revelations now still coming in as we in fact follow this chilling murder over dowry.
मम्मा के ऊपर पहले कुछ डाला, फिर मम्मा को चाटा मारा, फिर लाइटर से आग लगा दी थी।
ये हत्यारों को मुठभेड़ के साथ गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए, और गिरफ्तारी नहीं होएगी तो ये बीजेपी सरकार है, बाबा का बिल्डोजर मकान पर चलना चाहिए, वो अरेस्ट करके उन्हें सजा मिलनी चाहिए। दहेज की मांग करते थे, हमने शादी में स्कॉर्पियो दी, फिर बुलेट दी, इन्होंने मांगी, फिर और मांगते रहे। हर बार दहेज मांगते थे, लड़की को मारते थे। अवैध संबंध थे दूसरी लड़की से इनके, तो इन्होंने लड़की को टॉर्चर करते रहे, माँ बेटा दोनों तीनों ही टॉर्चर करते रहे।
एक वीडियो भी आया,
मारी है उन्होंने, बड़ी बेटी मारी है।
आपकी बड़ी बेटी?
हाँ जी। हमें तो ये है कि ये मुठभेड़ के साथ गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए इनकी, नहीं होएगी तो हम भूख हड़ताल पे बैठ जाएंगे। गांव के अंदर बहुत जोश है इस टाइम।
मेरी बेटी के साथ तो 7 साल से अत्याचार हो रहे थे, पर वो जैसे हमारा समाज है, गुजर समाज है, कुछ देख लो, पंचायत है, बीच में फैसला, कब न होगा मैं सॉरी मांग रहा हूँ, गलती मांग रहा हूँ। उसके बाद कुछ दिन तक ऐसा ही चला। पिछले साल बिटिया के साथ फिर मार पिटाई की है, 11 फरवरी को करी थी, सास ने मारी थी, उसने मारी है तो मैं मानी है जो लड़की के लिए। फिर लेके आए थे हम घर पे, फिर उसके बाद समाज फिर आया, फिर बोला कुछ नहीं करता लड़का, भाई याद करता है, लड़की राजी करता है, कुछ न करता है।
पहले हमारे साथ मारपीट हो रही थी, काफी दिन से हमें टॉर्चर करना जा रहा था कि तुम्हारी शादी में ये नहीं मिला, वो नहीं मिला, इतने पैसे लाओ, अपने घर से 36 लाख रुपए लाओ। उसके बाद सास ने कुछ मिट ला के रखा घर में, हमें दिया। फिर मेरी छोटी बहन के ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा अत्याचार करा, उसके सर में, गले में बहुत सारी चीजें मारी, और उसके बाद उसके ऊपर तेजाब डाल दिया। वहाँ पे हमारे बच्चे भी सबूत दिया, हमें कुछ भी नहीं कर पाई। मेरे साथ भी बहुत ज्यादा बदतमीजी करी है इन लोगों ने।
पुलिस ने तत्काल संज्ञान लेते हुए फोर्टिस हॉस्पिटल से होकर सफदरजंग पहुंची, लेकिन रास्ते में ही उस महिला की मृत्यु हो गई। परिजन मिल गए थे। जो मृतका है उसकी बहन की तहरीर पे सुसंगत धाराओं में थाना कासना पर मुकदमा पंजीकृत किया गया। पति और उसके परिजनों के खिलाफ पुलिस ने कार्रवाई करते हुए पति विपिन को हिरासत में ले लिया है तथा अन्य की गिरफ्तारी हो टीमें गठित हैं। शीघ्र ही उनकी भी गिरफ्तारी की जाएगी।
Arvind Ojha joins us on the broadcast to bring us more details at this point. Arvind, a very good afternoon to you. ये जो दर्दनाक हादसा है, इसमें अभी और खुलासे हो रहे हैं, और ये जो इन-लॉज की मांगे थी, ये जो परिवार की मांगे थी, ये धीरे धीरे सामने आ रहा है कि इस पे कोई एंड नहीं था, इसका कोई अंत नहीं था। एक के बाद एक अभी खुलासा आ रही है। जानकारी दीजिए हमें कि और क्या पता चल रहा है।
वो बिल्कुल आपने सही कहा, इसका कोई एंड नहीं था, कम से कम यही समझ में आता है, क्योंकि मर्सिडीज कार अभी हाल में ही जो डिसीज निक्की है उसके फादर ने खरीदी थी, और वो मर्सिडीज कार और 60 लाख रुपए की डिमांड जो अक्यूज विपिन है वो कर रहा था, और जब वो डिमांड पूरी नहीं हुई उसके बाद फिर वो दरिंदा बन गया, उसने निक्की को जिंदा जला के मार दिया। और इस मामले में जो आई विटनेस है वो कंचन भी है, माफ करिएगा, कंचन भी है। अभी जो अक्यूज्ड है उसको लेकर पुलिस क्राइम सीन पर गई है। मैं आपको जरा तस्वीरें दिखाता हूँ। ये जो घर की तस्वीरें हैं, यहाँ पर काफ़ी हुजूम है पूरे गांव के लोगों का, और फिलहाल इस मामले में अगर बात की जाए तो 3 से ज़्यादा अक्यूज्ड वो एब्सकॉन्डिंग है, जिनको अरेस्ट करने के लिए मल्टीपल लोकेशन पर नोएडा पुलिस रेड कर रही है। जो निक्की के फादर हैं उन्होंने इंडिया टुडे से बातचीत में बताया, आपने सुना होगा कि पहले स्कॉर्पियो मांगी, स्कॉर्पियो दी, उसके बाद बुलेट मांगी, बुलेट दी। विपिन का एक्स्ट्रा मैरिटल अफेयर भी था, वो पहले भी एक क्रिमिनल केस में जेल में जा चुका है, लेकिन अब उसकी जो नज़र थी वो नज़र थी मर्सिडीज कार पर। वो मर्सिडीज कार की लगातार डिमांड कर रहा था, निक्की से मारपीट भी कर रहा था। और जिस दिन ये पूरा इंसिडेंट हुआ है 21 अगस्त को, उस दौरान कंचन भी घर में मौजूद थी, और जब मारपीट कर रहा था विपिन तब उसने वीडियो बनाया, और उसके बाद जो एक ज्वलनशील पदार्थ है वो फेंका, और उसके बाद लाइटर से जिंदा जला के मार दिया। जो निक्की है उसने अपने आप को बचाने की भी कोशिश की है। जो वीडियो हम वो दिखा नहीं सकते, वो इतना दर्दनाक है, विचलित कर सकता है, लेकिन उसमें साफ दिखाई दे रहा है कि निक्की सीढ़ियों पर चीखते हुए दौड़ रही है और खुद को बचाने की कोशिश कर रही है। लेकिन वो वीडियो एक एविडेंस के तौर पर कंचन ने रिकॉर्ड कर लिया, बचाने की भी अपनी सिस्टर को कोशिश की उसने। तो उसके बाद उसके ही स्टेटमेंट पर एफआईआर लॉन्च हुई है, विपिन को अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है। बाकी जो अक्यूज है, एब्सकॉन्डिंग है, उनको अरेस्ट करने के लिए मल्टीपल लोकेशन पर नोएडा पुलिस लगातार रेड कर रही है।
जी अरविंद, हमें ये सारी जानकारी देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। We'll keep coming back to you to track all the updates at this point. But viewers, yes, let us tell you this is the entirety of what has gone down, and more tragic details or rather horrifying details are coming to the light as the probe continues into this matter. Let us also take you through what has come out so far from this horrifying dowry murder. The number one culprit here is a monster. And we are not naming him anything but that at this given point. The husband, which is Vipin Bhatti. He is the first monster here who assaulted Nicky for dowry. And this went on for years because they were married for 9 years, as we've come to understand from the details that's come out. Poured flammable material on Nicky and set Nicky ablaze with a lighter. It is unimaginable the details that have come to the forefront with regards to how this woman, the victim, Nicky, lost her life, because we also, in fact, bring to you on the camera. But yes, the visuals are so tragic. It is heart-wrenching at this given point. Monster 2 is Daya Bhatti, the mother-in-law. She too gave flammable material to Vipin. She was the one who handed it to Vipin, which is the husband. She is currently absconding. Remember, Vipin has already been taken into custody, but she, Daya, Vipin's mother, is still absconding. Monster 3 is Satyavir Bhatti, who is the father-in-law of Nicky. He kept quiet, encouraged Nicky's torture. Remember, in such crimes, a person who keeps quiet is also as much an ally to the people who are committing the crime as the ones, in fact, who are just silently witnessing and observing it. He too, let us tell you, is absconding at this given point. Monster 4 is Rohit Bhatti, who is the brother-in-law. He too tortured Nicky for dowry, and again, he is absconding at this given point as well. So these, viewers, are disturbing, concerning and disgusting details that we are in fact understanding, and as the probe continues, we are getting into the depths of how this crime took place, or rather, more importantly, why this crime took place, the mindset, the sick mindset behind this family, and which in fact caused the death of Nicky at this given point. We will keep bringing you all the latest details, but now we only have this for you at this hour on this very story. From one twisted story to another, this is down south in a big twist in the Dharmasthala mass burial case. The SIT has now arrested the whistleblower who allegedly provided false information about the case. The accused has been identified as CN Chinnaya and has been remanded to 10 days of police custody. According to police sources, the arrest was made after inconsistencies were found in the statements and documents provided. In response, the Dharmasthala temple authorities have spoken out after remaining silent for some time. They in fact expressed gratitude for the support of the people and stated that truth always prevails. They also claimed that some individuals tried to malign their image, but because of the trust people have in them, the truth has now come to light.
ఆ ఆశీర్వాద పట్ల మక్షత్రకు తెచ్చని పడడం రాజకీయ కుమార్ నాయకత్వ మాదిరిగా కొడుతున్నారు రోడ్లు చేసిದ್ದಾರೆ ಆಗ ಈ ನೇತೃತ್ವದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯದ ಜಯ ಅವಳು ಮಾದರಿಗಳು ಜಯ
ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರು ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ರು, ಅಡ್ಡಗೋಡೆ ಮೇಲೆ ದೀಪ, ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅಡ್ಡಗೋಡೆ ಮೇಲೆ ದೀಪ ಇಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾವನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದವರೇ ಬಂದು ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರ ಕುಟುಂಬದವ್ರು ಬಂದು ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಯ್ತಾ, ಅದನ್ನ ಬಾಲಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರು ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾವನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನ ಸೊ ಅವರು ಬಂದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯಾರು ತಪ್ಪು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ CLP ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಲೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಯಾರ ಮೇಲೂ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಪರನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರ ಪರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯದ ಪರ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಧರ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
The truth has come out. Everybody is telling a lie to defame the Hindu temple. Government has to take stringent action against these lie. People are spreading the wrong information about the temple and the Dharmasthala.
Shifting focus, viewers, just a day after ban on online betting games, Karnataka Congress MLA KC Virendra Papi was in fact arrested from Gangtok. Now, ED has brought back KC Virendra to Bengaluru in relation to the multi-crore online gaming scam that reportedly took place in Sikkim. The Enforcement Directorate has finally succeeded in bringing the prime accused Virendra Papi to Bengaluru. Now, he was flown in from Sikkim this morning on a special aircraft and landed at Kempegowda International Airport. During the searches, the central agency in fact seized approximately as close to 12 crore rupees in cash, including rupees 1 crore in foreign currency and gold jewellery worth around rupees 6 crores, 10 kg of silver articles and 4 high-end vehicles. The agency has alleged the MLA ran multiple platforms such as King 567 and Raja 567, while his brother was linked to 3 Dubai-based firms involved in gaming operations. Moving on, a bitter war of words has now erupted between the BJP and the Congress ahead of the Bihar polls. And Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has also come out to launch a strong attack on the leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, calling him a spoiled brat who speaks nonsense. Not just that, he was also alleged that the Congress MP is on a dangerous track and is aligning with the anti-India forces like George Soros to weaken the country. The Parliamentary Affairs Minister has claimed that the Congress is working with a leftist mentality and attacks institutions when they lose elections. Meanwhile, remember, Rahul Gandhi is also conducting the Voter Adhikar Yatra in Bihar, and it has once again slammed the BJP for destroying democracy and attacking the Samvidhan, that is, the Constitution of India. Reiterating his voter chori claims, the leader of opposition has said that he will not let BJP steal polls in the state of Bihar. MNS Chief Raj Thackeray, on the other hand, has extended support to Rahul Gandhi's allegations of vote chori in recent assembly elections across the country, throwing his weight behind the Congress leader. Thackeray has recalled meeting Sharad Pawar, Sonia Gandhi and Mamata Banerjee at the time, but claimed that the opposition has come out to fail to act on this.
ये राहुल गांधी तो बहुत डेंजरस ट्रैक में जा रहे हैं कि जो जोश सोरोस बोलते हैं कि भारत के सरकार को डिस्टेबलाइज करने के लिए $1 ट्रिलियन रखा है, या भारत विरोधी खालिस्तान फोर्स कनाडा में, यूएस में, यूके में बैठा है और भी कई लेफ्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो देश के खिलाफ काम करने के लिए षड्यंत्र रचा रहे हैं, उनके साथ तालमेल करके राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी काम कर रहे हैं। ये देश के लिए बहुत ही चिंताजनक ये एक समय है। लेकिन अब आश्वासित रहिए, मोदी जी के लीडरशिप में देश को कोई डिस्टेबलाइज नहीं कर सकता है। मेरे ख्याल से राहुल गांधी जी लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है, मैं उसको क्रिटिसाइज करना नहीं चाहता हूँ, लेकिन जब प्रधानमंत्री को चोर बोलते हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इतना डांट लगाया कि तुम प्रधानमंत्री को चौकीदार चोर बोला, इतना डांट लगाया। राफेल को लेकर के नाप सना बातें की, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने राहुल गांधी जी को डांट लगाया। फिर चाइना ने इतना जमीन ऑक्यूपाई किया करके झूठ बोलते हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फिर डांट लगाया। अब एक भारतीय होने के नाते इंडियन जैसे बात करो, फिर भी सुनते ही नहीं है। अब राहुल गांधी नहीं सुधर सकते अपने आप को।
हर नागरिक को ये संविधान एक वोट देता है, अंबेडकर जी का संविधान एक वोट देता है। और बिहार में, कर्नाटक में, महाराष्ट्र में, हरियाणा में ये जो संविधान आपको वोट देता है, वो वोट चोरी किया जा रहा है। बिहार में लाखों लोग से उनका वोट चोरी किया जा रहा है। भाई और बहनों, जैसे महाराष्ट्र में चुनाव चोरी किया, जैसे हरियाणा में चोरी किया, वैसे ही बिहार में चुनाव चोरी करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
2000 साधारणपणे 16-17 पासून तुम्हाला आठवत असेल तर या मतदानामध्ये काहीतरी गडबड आहे तेव्हापासून मी बोलतोय, बरोबर? या सगळ्या गोष्टींसाठी पण मी शरद पवारांना भेटलो, सोनिया गांधींना भेटलो, ममता बॅनर्जींना भेटलो, इथे महाराष्ट्रामध्ये सगळेजण माझ्या बरोबर आले, पत्रकार परिषद झाल्या, बरोबर आहे? आयत्या वेळेला कच खाल्ली सगळे। मी त्याच वेळेला सांगत होतो या लोकांना, लोकसभेला तुम्ही निवडणुकीवरती बहिष्कार टाका, ही जागतिक बातमी होईल। आता ते राहुल गांधींनी सगळं बाहेर काढलं परत प्रकरण। मी तेव्हापासून सांगतोय की आपल्याला मतदान होत नाहीये हे तुम्ही समजू नका, मतांमध्ये गडबड आहे।
Shifting focus, in a big boost to India's defence, the Modi government has now cleared the decks for a major submarine deal. The centre has given its nod to the Defence Ministry and the Mazagaon Dockyards Limited to begin talks with Germany for 6 new made-in-India submarines. Under Project 75 India, 6 advanced submarines will be built in India with German support. Defence officials have told India today that negotiations will start by the end of this month and final approval is in fact expected in the next 6 to 8 months. The new submarines will be equipped with German technology, allowing them to stay underwater for as long as 3 weeks, let us tell you. With 10 aging submarines likely to be phased out in the next decade, this deal is crucial to India's naval push. The project is aimed at boosting the Navy's indigenous capabilities to counter China's expanding fleet and strengthen the deterrence against Pakistan. This is the very story that we in fact bring to you at this given point. And now moving on to another big story when we speak of the domestic arena. In the ongoing tariff war against Donald Trump, India's stance on trade and energy is now firmer than ever before. External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar has drawn a clear red line in the ongoing trade talks at a time when a close Trump aide has landed the key posting as US envoy to New Delhi. More on this in our next report. Take a look as to what all has unfolded.
As trade tensions between the US and India continue to rise, India has pushed back against the newly imposed tariffs, even as Trump attempts to strengthen his hand with a trusted aide in New Delhi. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has defended Russian oil imports, saying India will always protect its energy security. At the Economic Times World Leaders Forum, Jaishankar also said Trump's foreign policy is unusually public.
If you have a problem buying oil from India, oil or refined products, don't buy it. Nobody forced you to buy it. I mean, but Europe buys, America buys. So you don't like it, don't buy it.
India's red lines in trade talks remain firm. farmers and small producers will be protected.
Negotiations are still going on. But the bottom line is, we have some red lines. Frankly, where we are concerned, the red lines are primarily the interests of our farmers and to some extent of our small producers.
After stalled negotiations on a trade deal, a major diplomatic appointment by Washington is now being seen as a sign of outreach. Trump has named Uzbekistan-born Sergio Gore as the new US ambassador to India and special envoy to South and Central Asia. Gore is known to be a staunch supporter of Trump and one of his most trusted aides. In a Truth Social post, Donald Trump hailed Sergio Gore as someone he can trust on to deliver on his agenda to make America great again. Nevertheless, Gore's appointment indicates India's importance in Trump's foreign policy, even amid tariff disputes. While Russian oil imports remain a contentious issue, the arrival of a powerful new envoy in India signals that the Trump administration wants to keep the engagement lines wide open. Bureau Report, India Today.
And from the space sector of the country, as after finishing successful Axiom 4 mission, India's pride, Shubhanshu Shukla, is back in India. Today, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh said Gaganyaan mission symbolizes a new chapter in the journey of Atmanirbhar Bharat and called astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla and the other 3 chosen Gaganyatris as gems to the country. The Gaganyaan project, formally announced by Prime Minister Modi in the year 2018, aims to send a 3-member crewed flight into the 400-kilometre orbit for a 3-day mission in 2027.
What you would see is this is the Earth upside down. And the green glow that you see is prevalent in the upper layers of atmosphere because of oxygen atoms which are there which get excited. So you would continuously see the green glow. On the bottom of the screen are the stars. And the top portion would be the Earth. And we would be passing over India. For 18 days, I carried with me 7 experiments which were prepared by the Indian researchers. And I never really thought, but it was really challenging to do this in space because everything changes. The space around you changes, your body changes.
भारत ने हमेशा विश्व को वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का संदेश दिया है. The whole world is a family. और आज अंतरिक्ष में हमारे वैज्ञानिक और हमारे अंतरिक्ष यात्री उसी संदेश को नई ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचा रहे हैं. साथियों, ग्रुप कैप्टन शुभांशु शुक्ला की यह यात्रा आने वाली पीढ़ियों को प्रेरणा देती रहेगी. यह बताएगी कि चाहे राह कितनी भी कठिन क्यों न हो, यदि हृदय में श्रद्धा हो और कर्म में शक्ति हो तो आकाश भी हमारी सीमा नहीं रह जाता है. जैसा कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी कहा था, यह स्पेस यात्रा का अंत नहीं बल्कि एक यह शुरुआत है. अभी भारत को स्पेस सेक्टर में बहुत लंबी यात्रा तय करनी है. और साथियों, आज हम एक ऐसे युग में प्रवेश कर चुके हैं जहां अंतरिक्ष केवल सैन्य शक्ति या टेक्नोलॉजिकल स्किल को ही सिंबलाइज नहीं करता है. यह मानव सभ्यता की सामूहिक यात्रा का एक नया पड़ाव है.
And with that, viewers, we've come to an end to this very edition of the Bulletin. But do stay tuned to India Today as we keep bringing you all the latest updates and the top stories of the day right here. Stay tuned and keep watching India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping in, like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi attacks Congress. Says trapped nation in vote bank politics. Rahul Gandhi slams government. Says conspiracy to destroy constitution. Rijiju slams opposition over disruptions in monsoon session of parliament.
there has to be a consultative process,
Fair point.
which is beginning. Toppling of government vis-a-vis a minister resigning or a chief minister resigning may not be the case. In past, countless examples have been there, from Lalu Yadav to many others in the past, who have resigned only because they were fearing arrest.
No, fair point.
This is the need of the hour. Let MPs talk about it, let other stakeholders come in, but rejecting this bill as draconian outrightly may not be fair.
Hello. Hi, Pranay. How are you?
I'm good. How about you, Ambassador?
Very, very
Thank
well.
you so much for doing this, inviting us to your home. It'd be lovely just to have a glimpse of what your experience has been and how a High Commissioner, an envoy of Australia to India, lives in Delhi.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Come in.
Yes.
So talk us through the house, because there's an architectural history to this house as well.
There's an architectural history, but this is also a part of Australian diplomatic history. So this is Australia's first purpose-built ambassador's residence in the world.
Oh.
This house, designed by famous American architect Joseph Stein, and where we are, opposite the Americans that way, opposite the British that way, diagonally opposite the Chinese, we wanted to be right at the epicenter of Delhi diplomacy. And so this
and global diplomacy. See,
Indeed.
you have the British,
Yes.
you have the Americans, and you have the
Yes.
Chinese. What?
No, so this is our centerpiece, and we're very proud of. This is a work by an Australian Indigenous artist called Christian Thompson.
Okay.
So we're focusing very heavily on indigeneity in our diplomacy. That's very important to us. Indigenous people in Australia are the longest continuous culture of all time. They've been on the planet for 65,000 years. All of the flora is Australia, and that's actually Christian in the middle, or Dr. Thompson, I should call him. He's an Indigenous Australian man. He's a graduate of Oxford University. He's a major critic and opinion former in our art and cultures.
A lot of indigenous art that you bring to the table, but you adding that with contemporary to show Australia today is contemporary, modern, but keeping its values and cultures alive.
And do we have any photograph, shot by an Australian photographer, but of the Indian culture, nature?
Or have you
anything?
done it so
Or have
far?
you done?
Because we're going to talk about your experience in India now.
Good question. What we do have is some Australian curators who've been important in ensuring that the earliest works of Bollywood have been properly curated.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So that we could talk about. But Australian shooting India, apart from my own trip here 40 years ago, I don't have any of that.
40 years ago.
Yeah, so I first came to India that long ago. I was a young man and I travelled
You still look young.
I'm a young man. And I travelled by bus and train from Calcutta to Jaisalmer.
Oh, wow.
And it was one of the formative experiences of my life.
In terms of performance, you're looking at a lot of states, you're engaging a lot of ministers, a lot of government officials. Which state do you think has done very well for India and has potential?
Well, let me mention two. So the first one would be Karnataka because...
Yay, Karnataka.
Oh, really?
How's it?
I had no idea.
Yeah.
So, as you know, many Australian firms have set up global capability centres, especially in Bangalore. And at least 35,000 Indian workers are directly working for Australian companies in those GCCs every day. And so, you know, that's become a centre. There's now a direct air service between Sydney and Bangalore run by Qantas. So there's a huge amount of activity there. But, you know, on the way up, I really see UP. And Chief Minister and Chief Secretary of that state are focused on bringing new investment to UP, and they have been courting Australian investors with some very recent successes. So the University of Western Sydney will open a university campus.
We've come to the High Commission quite often, but he's also doing a very special thing for us today, and that is cooking.
Yeah.
And it's
in my private kitchen.
In his private kitchen, he's going to prepare pakoras. Those are fritters, if you don't know what pakoras are, for us and for the guests who'll come.
High Commissioner, how often do you cook?
It's 3-4 times a week.
Oh.
So we would entertain or be out 3 or 4 times a week, and then but when we are not, you know, Susan and I, this kitchen is the way in which we relax and enjoy ourselves at the end of the day. Oh yeah, not bad. It's going to work.
Have you traveled to Jaipur? Another city with a lot of color.
About 10 times.
Okay.
All right.
And now we are here at the round table discussing Australia-India relations, but also much more than that. And joining us are experts from the field. We have Pramit Pal Chaudhary, who's joining us. He's South Asia Practice Head, Eurasia Group. Yeshi Selly, who is Consulting Editor, Business India. Nikhil Naz, Sports Editor, India Today Group. Pranay Upadhyay, Deputy Editor, and myself over here. We'll begin with
and pakoras have also joined.
And the pakoras have joined us that the High Commissioner just prepared for us. So we'll enjoy a nice conversation over pakoras, coffee and chai. Yeshi, you can start off the conversation if you wish.
So tariffs is the biggest point of discussion right now in India. You know that the US has slammed 50% tariffs, and on the in a stark contrast, the tariffs between India and Australia are absolutely low. I think from January of next year we'll have zero tariffs for Australian products. What's your take on it? Do you think that this is the way forward for the world to facilitate bilateral or multilateral trade partnerships? What would you like to say? And I have a second small question, if I'm allowed to ask. Is the Quad Summit happening this year, and when do you think it's likely?
On the tariff issue, I'm not sure if I may add a point that does Australian market has an appetite to take the more Indian exports?
Well, the answer to all those questions is yes. First of all, Australia profoundly believes in free trade. Tariffs are a tax on consumers, and they cause inflation and they reduce growth. So for us, with our key trading partners, and not least with India, we have a strong ambition to further reduce tariffs. So you're right, under our ECTA agreement, Australian tariffs for all Indian goods entering Australia will be zero from next year.
Right.
and Indian tariffs are also reduced for Australian exporters, but we think we can do more. ECTA is producing big results, but the second round of our free trade agreement, CICA, is what we're discussing at the moment. And that can help in all the ways in which the Australian and Indian economies are complementary. What Australia has is all of the things that India needs for its next phase of growth. High quality energy, minerals, including critical minerals, and skills. Australian universities setting up here in India, and also the vocational skills supply chain. So we want to make all of that easier. We want to send a big signal to business in Australia and India that we should be doing more with each other. You're right, Pranay. India has done extremely well out of our free trade agreement. So over the last 5 years, India's exports to the world have grown by 35%. That sounds pretty good. But Indian exports to Australia have grown by 66%. So exports to Australia are growing at nearly twice the rate of Indian exports to the world. And we think that's great. We think that there is a lot that our complementary economies have to offer one another. That's not, of course, what all that we are doing bilaterally, and a key figure is what we are doing in terms of security. And so thank you for your question about the Quad. The Quad is a game changer for Australia and India. We have always been friends, but now Australia and India are strategically aligned. We're both focused on the Indo-Pacific, which has much prosperity, but also some big security challenges. And so the four countries, Australia, India, Japan, and the United States, working together on those security challenges is very important. So we've already had 2 big Quad meetings this year. January and July, our foreign ministers met in the Quad format. And the expectation is that we will have a leaders meeting here in Delhi later in the year. And our Prime Minister would be keenly looking forward to that.
High Commissioner, do you think with the kind of problems we're seeing between India and the United States of America, the souring of ties, it's getting personal between Trump and Modi, do you think there is going to be a leadership summit in India? Oh,
look, I'll leave it to Prime Minister Modi, who is the host for the Quad Summit, to identify when and how it will take place. I mean, from our perspective, Gita, we would be very keen that it takes place. It's very much being foreshadowed amongst foreign ministers, so we expect it to take place. And our Prime Minister will look forward to coming back to India, both for the Quad and to see his friend Narendra Modi, 2 solid partners in the Indo-Pacific who are both going to be around for quite some time and able to work together on the many fields that bind us together.
Okay, Pramit?
And I believe it will also be an opportunity for your Prime Minister to meet President Trump for the first time physically, right?
That would be right. That would be a good opportunity for our 2 leaders to get together.
But is Quad, again, a viable option right now for the Indo-Pacific, or are we looking at a future where countries are going to look at bilateral security cooperation rather than a multilateral forum where you have Trump who could actually put an entire format in disarray?
Well, look, all sorts of diplomacy are valuable at this time. The bilateral format, the mini-lateral format, which is what the Quad is, and the multilateral format. So, on the bilateral side, we're very focused on, in particular, the Indian Ocean and the Eastern Indian Ocean. If you think of Australia and India's strategic geography, that's where it overlaps. And that's a key choke point between the South China Sea and the Indian Ocean. Maritime domain awareness is a big focus there, and that's why we are developing a maritime domain awareness roadmap with India. So the bilateral is important. The mini-lateral is important because that allows 4 major democracies of the Indo-Pacific to come together and say there are some things that we stand for and there's things that we stand against. We're very much for free and open access, for freedom of navigation. We stand against coercion of all sorts, and we stand for the sovereignty of individual nations. So those 4 democracies standing together, as they have already twice this year, to say that that's important, we will be there. And then when you look at the multilateral format, and here I'm really thinking of the ASEAN plus format, and you know that the ASEAN countries normally meet together with the other 10 key dialogue partners, of which India is a part. That brings together a large constellation of partners who can deal with some of the challenges that we're looking for. So all of these formats will be important.
But High Commissioner, for any arrangement to work, you need a policy predictability. And what's happening currently regarding the AUKUS, Australia, UK, US arrangement, in that US has indicated that they are going to review this partnership. And at a time, Australia and UK have forged a 50-year-long green-long treaty. So how do you see this arrangement? Quad is not very old arrangement, but now there are questions of doubt about the Quad, whether the summit will happen or not. AUKUS promoted by the United States, but now they are reviewing it.
Well, you talk about predictability. I think, frankly, it was predictable that Mr. Trump would choose to review AUKUS. That's natural. He's a president who, on the face of it, was clearly going to do things differently. AUKUS is a very big deal, and so it would make sense for a new US administration to take a look at it. We're not worried about that. We think that the AUKUS arrangement stands well, and we think it will stand the test of scrutiny, and scrutiny is a good thing. But on this question of reliability and predictability, I think this is really important, because this is where Australia wants to project itself at this moment. Okay. We are a stable, reliable, supportive and constructive face in our region. And this is a key message that we're giving to the states of ASEAN, and it's a key message that we're giving to India. In a world which is becoming more unpredictable, Australia is a face of stability and will be an earnest friend of India going forward.
Well, when it comes to predictability, diplomacy has various aspects. One certainly would be, and the predictables between Australia and India would be culture, sports, Nikhil, Ved, people to people. He's one in our team who's actually traveled a lot to Australia. And has much to share. But when it comes to sports diplomacy, should it go beyond just cricket? Because I hear cricket and my ears now bleed. The newsroom every day, it's only about cricket.
Yeah. So I'll save you the trouble and not talk about cricket. The one thing that's really fascinated me.
Are there any other sports really from it? Yes.
I mean, I've been lucky enough to go to the Sports Institute in Canberra and see a lot of other sports as well. And I think that's something that I'd love to talk to you about. But before that, since we're sipping a cup of coffee, and this is something that I've really been fascinated about Australia. It's not a really coffee growing region as such, but the coffee culture, they're incredible, so robust. I wonder whether there's a business opportunity there. There's some very good coffee that's grown in south of India, and I know people come from world over to enjoy some of the best coffee. In fact, I'll give you a tip. One of the best coffees I've ever had, right next to the Melbourne cricket ground, this cafe run by this Italian couple, absolutely brilliant. So I don't know whether something between India and Australia can be done. Lots of coffee here, and they love their coffee there.
Yeah, so coffee.
Meanwhile, I'll just get a fritter.
Coffee has become a national focus for Australia.
Correct. Yeah.
And I think let's just talk about the reason why that has come about. Because when I was a young person, it's a big focus on people getting together and drinking alcohol in Australia. But our drink driving laws became quite severe. And so it was very difficult for people to choose to go out and have a few beers and then drive. And also we have this influx of Southern European migrants, especially from Italy, but also from Greece and other places, that brought high quality coffee making to our country. You're right, we don't produce much coffee. You're also right. I think there's a huge potential supply chain here from great producers in places like Karnataka to produce good coffee. But it's going to have to be the best, because one thing about my country, we have become coffee snobs.
You have, yes.
It is very, we care a lot about the quality of our coffee, but I'm sure that Indian coffee will match up to requirements.
Well, I should add, if you don't know, there's an Italian chain called Illy. Coffee.
Yeah.
I once met the head of Illy in Italy, and he said if you drink Illy espresso in Italy, the Italians take their coffee very seriously. In fact, of all our words for coffee are Italian, right? Macchiato, espresso, and so on. He said the Arabica comes from India.
Oh, really?
Our Illy espresso is in India.
Not quite all of the words are Italian. Now, so one bit of Australian cultural diplomacy to the world is the flat white.
Flat white,
invented in Melbourne and now known throughout the world as a delightful way to drink coffee with milk.
I really struggle to distinguish between a latte and a flat white, but I do agree. No, but
you're not snobbish enough.
You're not snobbish enough, Nikhil, really.
I agree. I'll get to sports.
Coffee aside, your pakora's a banger.
Incredible.
Right.
Yeah,
Really good.
wonderful. Really.
Okay.
No, he's made them.
He's made them.
What the other
one on the
thing,
top.
I mean,
So they are Australian.
even in terms of
I'll have to pull them.
food and cuisine, I think Melbourne is one of the cities that, I tell a lot of people, connoisseurs about food. Melbourne is a place to visit. All sorts of food is available. And that's the other thing that I've seen change in the last couple of decades when it comes to some, nice fine dining restaurants that have emerged in Australia.
So, I mean, this is something very special about our culture. When I grew up, that was not true in Australia. But the advantage that we have had is from the huge migration of people from all around the world. We now host 180 nationalities in our country, and that has substantially improved the quality of Australian food culture. And that's Turkish and Chinese and Vietnamese and Indian. So now Indian migrants are the fastest growing migrant group in Australia. Indian languages are the fastest growing language group in Australia. 1 million people of Indian origin live in Australia. Might not sound like a lot to you. To us, we've only got 26 million, so that's a lot of people. So, and that is also part of the evolving Australian food story.
Yeah, and I'll get to sports, and I'll try and avoid cricket.
No, you can't. Please. This was just in jest.
Who's winning the Ashes then? Now that
No, don't ask me.
I'm sure you enjoyed
no.
our boys.
I'm putting it on record. I don't follow cricket. So
yeah, but I'm sure he enjoyed our boys beating England quite recently in that Test match.
Yeah, well, I'm a characteristic Australian. My team is Australia or any team that's playing England. I was very pleased that Shubhil got away with the last Test and caused a draw in the whole series. But it's a great connector between Australia and India. I was telling Geeta earlier, when I came across India by train as a young person, two things always happened. Firstly, I was offered some Indian food, and secondly, there was always a conversation about cricket.
Yeah. So who's winning the Ashes?
I really do want to broaden the conversation beyond cricket, because Australia will be hosting the Olympic Games in 2032.
Yes.
And India has its hand up for Olympic Games. India has its hand up for a Commonwealth Games, and there's maybe even an Asian Games in there. And we like to think that there is a really good partnership to be made here. Australia's got some capabilities in the field of elite sport. You know that at the last Olympics, we were fourth on the middle table.
Yes.
And we also know a little bit about major sporting events, building stadia, marketing, security, ticketing, all of the disciplines that are required to run a major sporting event. So we would very much like to be a partner for India as it grows its capability in the major sporting events field.
To host the Olympics?
Why not?
Particularly?
Absolutely, why not? I mean, as an Australian firm, Populous, that designed the Narendra Modi Stadium, and an Australian firm, Cox Architects, is doing the sports precinct in Ahmedabad.
Yeah.
So we would be delighted to be India's partner as it goes forward to host an Olympics.
Okay, I see Vartika has been indicating that we should end. But before that, I have just one last, and if I can play devil's advocate here for Pramit and the High Commissioner. Now, with Trump doing what he's doing, Pramit, we're looking at alternatives in supply chains and so on and so forth. China continues to be an aggressor, and its aggressive posture where it comes to our boundary, or for that matter, the South China Sea or the Indo-Pacific, has been a concern. But would it be too far-fetched to think that Trump's actions and his position now are drawing India, Russia, China closer, that we're looking at an RIC format that is going to be more real, more important for India than a Quad or not an AUKUS, but a Quad or bilaterals between India and the US?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to speculate on that. It's up to Indians to decide their future and who their natural partners are. The one thing I would say, Geeta, is that, it doesn't matter what global future you hypothecate. It's hard to perceive how India and Australia don't get closer because the fundamental complementarities and shared interests between us are high. And my job is to try to maximize the contact to make sure that those fundamental underlying drivers get translated into real value and real partnerships between Australia and
High Commissioner, it's been 5 years of comprehensive strategic partnership between India and Australia. Your Deputy Prime Minister and the Defence Minister recently visited India. What are the defence deals or defence collaborations we are looking at in terms of the joint research, joint production? What are the ideas we are working on?
We've tripled the number of exercises that we've done together over the past 10 years. We have new agreements in the field of intelligence exchange, in the fields of logistics, and in the fields of things like air-to-air refueling. I mean, Australia is not like many of India's other Western partners who are major producers of military equipment. So we're not a France, we're not a Germany, but I think but what we do have is niches of high-tech capability. And here I think this is where it really goes, is that Indian scale and global reach together with Australian high-tech innovation is a very nice partnership. And that's the field in which we will be playing. We will not be selling India major frames, but we will be selling inputs into India's own indigenous defence capability.
Okay, on that note, it's a hard cut over here. Thank you so much for joining us in this wonderful conversation. Thank you for having us over and hosting us in your home, your lovely home, and the experience of seeing you, watching you fry those pakoras, make those pakoras for us. They're absolutely delicious.
Thank you.
This is just a part of our diplomatic diaries. If you have suggestions on high commissioners, ambassadors, envoys to India who we should be going to and meeting, do let us know. Thank you for watching.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
watching India Today.
Very good afternoon to you viewers. Welcome back. You're watching India Today with me, Sriya Kundu, and we have all the top stories lined up for you this hour. But before that, we'll quickly take a look at the headlines doing the rounds at the very top. A shocking tragedy has surfaced from Greater Noida, where a 28-year-old woman was allegedly set ablaze by her husband over a 35 lakh rupee dowry demand. The victim succumbed to her injuries while being rushed from the hospital. Her husband, Vipin Bhatti, is now in custody while his family remains on the run. Trouble mounts for Anil Ambani after SBI, now Bank of India, has declared loans to his company Reliance Communication as fraudulent, with two major banks flagging financial irregularities. The heat is back on Ambani amid the ongoing ED and CBI probes. After Karnataka SIT arrests Dharmasthala complainant, temple authorities say finally the truth is coming out. Dharmasthala Dharmadhikari Virendra Hegade has expressed faith that facts will prevail and justice will be upheld. India makes a big push for Atmanirbharta in defence as decks are cleared for a mega submarine deal under Project 75 India. 6 advanced high-tech submarines equipped with German technology to boost underwater endurance will be built in India. Key talks with Germany are set to begin soon. Monsoon Mayhem paralyzes cities across India from Jammu to Rajasthan. Low-lying areas in Kathua, Jammu and Kashmir see severe flooding, while Sawai Madhopur is submerged, leaving homes inundated and residents stranded. Cheteshwar Pujara has in fact announced his retirement from all forms of cricket, bringing an end to a remarkable 15-year-long career. Viewers, the story we are beginning with, the tragedy we are beginning the bulletin with, in fact, has shaken the nation. A horrific murder because of dowry has come to light from Greater Noida. A 26-year-old woman was allegedly tortured and set on fire by her husband and in-laws over dowry after 9 years into her marriage. The victim, Nikki, died after battling severe burns. And what is even more brutal in this case is that a child who saw his mother being assaulted and killed by her in-laws in Greater Noida came out to narrate the horror that he witnessed when the incident happened. He said his mother was dragged by her hair and set ablaze using a lighter. An FIR has been registered by the victim's sister, Kanchan, in the case, and Nikki's husband, Vipin. Mother-in-law Daya and father-in-law Satyavir have also been booked by the police and are currently absconding. Kanchan, Nikki's elder sister, who was married into the same family, had captured the video of the incident. Kanchan, in fact, claimed that her younger sister was killed by the husband Vipin and in-laws for not meeting their dowry demand of 36 lakh rupee. We have several accounts and ground reports in this very story. First, let's quickly take a look at them.
मम्मा के ऊपर पहले कुछ डाला, फिर मम्मा को चाहता मारा, फिर लाइटर से आग लगा दी थी।
मेरी बेटी के साथ तो 7 साल से अत्याचार हो रहा थे, पर वो जैसे हमारा समाज है, गुजर समाज है, कुछ देख लो, पंचायत है, बीच में फैसला, अब न होगा, मैं सॉरी मांग रहा हूँ, गलती मांग रहा हूँ। उसके बाद कुछ दिन तक ऐसा ही चला। पिछले साल बिटिया के साथ फिर मार पिटाई की है, 11 फरवरी को करी थी, सास ने मारी थी, बेंस ने मारी है, जो मैं मानी है जो लड़की के लिए, फिर लेके आए थे हम घर पे, फिर उसके बाद समाज फिर आया, फिर बोला कुछ नहीं करता लड़का, भाई याद करता है, लड़की बाजी करता है, कुछ न करता है।
ये हत्यारों को मुठभेड़ के साथ गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए, और गिरफ्तारी नहीं होएगी तो ये बीजेपी सरकार है, बाबा का बिल्डोजर मकान पर चलना चाहिए, वो अरेस्ट करके उन्हें सजा मिलनी चाहिए। दहेज की मांग करते थे, हमने शादी में स्कॉर्पियो दी, फिर बुलेट दी, इन्होंने मांगी, फिर और मांगते रहे, हर बार दहेज मांगते थे, लड़की को मारते थे। अवैध संबंध थे दूसरी लड़की से इनके, तो इन्होंने लड़की को टॉर्चर करते रहे, माँ बेटा दोनों तीनों ही टॉर्चर करते रहे।
एक वीडियो भी आया,
मारी है उन्होंने, बड़ी बेटी भी मारी है।
आपकी बड़ी बेटी?
हाँ जी। हमें तो ये है कि ये मुठभेड़ के साथ गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए इनकी, नहीं होएगी तो हम भूख हड़ताल पे बैठ जाएंगे। गांव के अंदर बहुत जोश है इस टाइम।
पुलिस ने तत्काल संज्ञान लेते हुए फोर्टिस हॉस्पिटल से होकर सफदरजंग पहुंची, लेकिन रास्ते में ही उस महिला की मृत्यु हो गई। परिजन मिल गए थे। जो मृतका है उसकी बहन की तहरीर पे सुसंगत धाराओं में थाना कासना पर मुकदमा पंजीकृत किया गया। पति और उसके परिजनों के खिलाफ पुलिस ने कार्रवाई करते हुए पति विपिन को हिरासत में ले लिया है तथा अन्य की गिरफ्तारी को टीमें गठित हैं। शीघ्र ही उनकी भी गिरफ्तारी की जाएगी।
On your screens, it is a brutal reminder that despite laws and awareness, dowry death horrors continue to claim innocent lives. And this time, it is a young bride who was burned alive, and it was witnessed by her own child. That is the brutality, the atrocity, and the extent of how gruesome the crime was that we are bringing to you here at this given point. Several questions with regards to dowry that's come to the forefront. What happens to the laws that exist to, in fact, safeguard women from such situations and torture? But yes, even today, till date, we see such incidents taking place. And this incident from Greater Noida is one glaring example of the same that we are in fact bringing to you. Now, my colleague Suesha Sawant has spoken with the deceased Nikki's sister yesterday itself. Let's listen in to what exactly was her narrative and her account of the entire tragedy that's played out. Let's take a look.
जिस समय पर निकी पर वो अटैक हुआ था, आप कहाँ थी और क्या घर में किसी ने भी रोकने की कोशिश की?
हमारा घर 3 मंजिल का था, मैं दूसरी मंजिल पे थी। उस दिन मेरा पूरे दिन वीपी डाउन था। मुझे पता नहीं है मैं कहाँ पड़ी हूँ, क्योंकि रात को मेरे साथ भी कुछ चीजें ऐसी हुई थी 1 बजे से लेकर 4 बजे तक। मुझे फिर पूरा दिन नहीं पता। मेरी बहन ने सारा घर का काम करा, बच्चों को संभाला, क्योंकि उस दिन हमारे यहाँ पे द्रोणाचार्य मेला होता है। बच्चों का स्कूल ऑफ था ना, बच्चे स्कूल गए और मुझे पता ही नहीं है कि 4 बज गए शाम के, क्योंकि दिन कब हुआ और रात कब हो गई। मैं बहन से बोलने लगी कि शाम कब हो गई, आपने मुझे बहन जी आप होश में ही नहीं हो, मैं आपको कैसे उठाऊं, आप नींबू पानी पी लो। उसने मुझे नींबू पानी दिया। उसके बाद उसने बच्चों की पढ़ाई कराई है। उसके बाद उसके प्रेस के कपड़े रखे थे। उसका रूम 3rd फ्लोर पे था। वो 3rd फ्लोर पे गई थी। रूम में जाने के बाद बेटा भी 3rd फ्लोर पे ही था, वहां पे वो मौजूद था। मेरी बहन 2 मिनट में बचाओ बचाओ, मेरे हाथ में ड्रिप लगी हुई थी, आप देख सकते हो। ड्रिप को मैंने आज ही रिमूव किया है। जितने मैं ड्रिप को हटा के भागी थी, इतने मेरी बहन सीढ़ियों पे मुझे उस हालत में मिली जिस हालत में मैंने कभी नहीं सोचा था। उसका पूरा शरीर निवस्त्र हो गया था, उसके सारे कपड़े बर्न हो चुके थे। जो मुझसे बन पाया मैंने उसके ऊपर पानी डाला। मेरी बाबू के सारे कपड़े जल गए थे, मैंने उसके ऊपर टॉवल डाला। वो भी मैं फिर बेहोश होके गिर गई। मुझे फिर ये नहीं पता उसे हॉस्पिटल कौन लेके गया कौन नहीं लेके गया। उसके बाद मेरे बच्चे, दोनों बच्चे कहाँ गए, गायब हो गए मेरे बच्चे। उनको सास ने फरार कर दिया। और
Viewers, we in fact bring to you a rather strong voice at this given point on India Today to speak on this very matter. Former IPS Kiran Bedi joining us on the broadcast. Dr. Bedi, thank you for speaking to us. It is an unfortunate time that we are speaking at this given point, given the circumstances, this incident that's come to light. It's a monstrous one, to say the least. My first question to you on this would be that in this age of strict dowry laws, awareness campaigns, media exposure, all of it existing, how do such horrific dowry death atrocities still go unchecked? What is truly failing at this given point?
Till toleration remains. This will go on till the matter is being tolerated or adjusted or compromised or reconciled and not acted upon. Till then. The point here is, I do not know the details yet. But when did the demand begin? I believe it's a 9-year-old marriage. When did the demand begin? That's a very important point. When did the demand begin? Why was not a full stop put at that time? Why then, if it was not accepted and reconciled properly and closed, the matter closed, there must have been repeated calls, I believe. There must have been repeated reminders, bring dowry. Repeated. How many times did the girl get reminded? How many times did she tell her parents? How many times did she complain? I believe she's also mother of a few years of old child. How many years has she lived with this compromise? The point is, why is she living with this compromise? Why are the parents continue to reconcile? Why are the parents continuing to tolerate? The other side is accused. Other side, the accused is the husband. The accused is the in-laws. They are the accused. And she's continuing to live with the accused. Has she even once gone to the police and complained? Now, I know, moment she complains, she might have to leave the house. So is that house more important? And then she's given a birth to a child and become a mother while the complaint is on. Why? The point is she so helpless? Have the parents made her so helpless? Has the family said, Tera ghar hai, hamara ghar nahi hai, udhar hi rahe? Are they saying your parents' home is not your home, or is it in her mind that she'll be homeless if she complains, she'll be homeless? So does this kind of a marriage, this child, this kind of a situation, a woman in this situation, feel homeless if she complains against her husband or an in-laws? Which home will she go to? That's why I've been saying women in India after marriage are migrants. They are the migrants. They either succeed or they fail or they suffer. Women in Indian marriages literally are migrants. They shift their home and they accept a new home without having a home. Secondly, they have new kinds of parents. Then they also change probably their name. They get a surname changed. They go to another town and they give up their own jobs. They're migrants. Why are educated women becoming migrants? Why don't they put their foot down? Now, but the point is, I'm sure, I do not know the psyche. The investigation will reveal. But parents are, well, what did the parents do? Did they continue to say, ye thoda le lo, ye thoda le lo? Did they continue to adjust? The point is, what are the parents saying?
There's a certain psyche involved here, Dr. Bedi, as well, when we speak of dowry cases. And you flagged the family's role here as well. You know, when we speak of why this marital torture went unreported for 9 years, would you also say, yes, there's a societal question that's also to be raised, but does this also reflect a complete breakdown in trust in authorities or a systemic failure of law being enforced? Maybe they didn't have the courage to go up to the authorities thinking that there will be no action taken at the end of the day.
No, I don't. That's a last resort. But she try? She did not try. But I say, why has she not used the law? The law is stringent. But the law would have come home. Police would have come home. Uniform could have come home. Arrest may have happened. She must have, an FIR would be lodged, which means is she going to be immediately will she be able to have to leave the house? Will she accept that? Would the parents accept the girl back in the parental home? Would she be feeling comfortable in going back to her parents' home, where the brothers or the other family saying, "Ye, ab tu kya aa gayi? This was not your home. Tera ghar to wo hai." It's all society. Society is still not. I think it's still like leaving. Marriage means the girl disassociating, rupturing, or becoming homeless and adopting another house. It doesn't become a home. She adopts a house to make it a home. Then a girl in India, Indian marriage system is the problem. The whole system, the way we look at marriages, it's a social issue. Marriage is migration. In India, it's becoming a handover, a surrender to another home and acceptance of the parents who may not be your parents, but you call them mommy, daddy from day one. And how do you, the point is you are expected to do that and then go back and serve and then take care of them and then bear children and then also bear a son. I think it's a whole social norm. It's an inheritance. This is our inheritance, friend.
Absolutely. Even in this day and age, you've made a very strong statement there that married women in India are migrants. That comes out as a very strong statement here. Dr. Bedi, you know, if I get into a little bit of the numbers here, despite an average of 7,000 dowry deaths annually between 2017 and 2022, this is NCRB data that I'm quoting here, there's been a marginal decline. Nearly 19 women, however, still die every single day due to dowry harassment. What concrete action is being taken beyond watching these grim statistics pile up?
Friends, I will not go by these statistics. I will go by how many people actually women complain. I think women are suffering in silence. They're suffering domestic violence in silence. Only to say, keep a house, not a home. To live in a house, not a home. They're not living in homes. They're living in houses. And they are not daring to complain. For the reason they become a mother. And for the sake of the child, she sacrifices her life. She continues to adjust, adapt, and become housekeepers. Actually, they are living in a house and becoming housekeepers because she has a value addition to housekeeping. She cooks, she cleans, she mothers, she takes care of the elders, and then she manages the home till the husband goes and earns in plenty. And whether he contributes enough or gives her enough, I don't know. Point here is, marriage is a be-all and end-all for girls in India. I think that must stop. Marriage is not the be-all and end of all life in girls. Girls could live an independent life as well and also have a foothold back in their own homes and also from first day one. And also, marriages when they're settled, does dowry become an issue? Is it agreed? No more dowry? No more dowry? Write it down. It's a contract. Where is the written agreement? We don't believe in contract. Our marriages are not on contract. Where it's written that in case of disruption, that you will give me so much as alimony straight away, and that I will have a home of my own. Whether it's independent, I don't want to go back to my parents' home because my brother's family may not accept me. So poor woman is a migrant. The parents make her a migrant. In fact, even our pandits make the woman a migrant. Even the pandits say, "Ab tumhara ghar wo hai, wohi tumhare maa baap hai. Unke paँव छुओ, उनकी जिंदगी भर सेवा करो. अब तुम्हारा मायके है और वो चावल फेंक दिए पीछे कि अब मुड़ के नहीं मुझे देखना है." This is Indian heritage of marriage, and this is not going to go away easily for years and years. And I think women, just because you go statistically, the dowry is showing a complaint. No, I think the complaints are showing a fall because they're making a choice, a difficult choice between having a house and a home. I think, and they get stuck the moment. Why do these women, when their marriages they are being demanded by dowry, become mothers?
Loopholes in the institution. Yes, Dr. Bedi, and I will come back and stress on the point that you're making. The child here that we're speaking of, I'll come back to you on that. But Dr. Bedi, just give us a second here. Let's just show our viewers yet again the monstrosity behind this very crime that's been committed. The visuals, all of it has been captured on camera, viewers, let us tell you. Let us just take you through this very visual once again, just to reflect the kind of monstrosity and the brutality behind it. Dr. Bedi, the child that we are speaking of here, it's a 7-year-old child who I can't imagine what he might have gone through when coming out and having to tell the world the traumatic incident that he narrates, the traumatic incident that he had to witness, his mother's death, and a death most brutal in nature. He was forced to witness his mother being burnt alive, a barbaric act that kept all of us shocked, but it also exposes a dangerous culture of a certain sense of entitlement that's, for one reason, also being passed to the next generation, if we are to speak on that. How do we address such chilling cruelty in the mindset of such people?
You have a very valid point. You use the word entitlement. I think every parent of every son, I think in their own psyche, has an entitlement that my son will, exceptions of course are always there, they're very good exceptions, but by and large they have an entitlement that my son will bring wealth by this woman. She'll bring a housekeeper, she'll bring a mother, she'll also bring a life companion, but she'll also bring a lot of wealth. कार नहीं थी तो कार मिलेगी, जेवर नहीं था ज्वेलरी मिलेगा, शायद घर भी मिलेगा, सेवा भी मिलेगी, मेवा भी मिलेगा, सेवा भी मिलेगी, मेवा भी मिलेगा. It's an entitlement. It's part of a psyche of the Indian. And then she will carry the family name forward, drop her own name, drop her own identity, and carry the surname of the family ahead, and then also want a son because legacy has to kul ne chalna hai aage. We have to carry. So this is entitlement. All the Indian society is growing with this. Very minority parents think the other way. They feel if we have invested into the child's son's education, and also remember that you may be having a new generation of women and parents, but the older generation is still our mothers who have been treated this way by their fathers, and the children are witness to the toleration by their own mothers. Many of us have not had many people don't have very progressive fathers, grandfathers. So the grandfather generation still persists around. The grandmother still persists around.
The older generation, calls it dowry, but now we see it being veiled with terms like gifts during weddings. Yes, but the principle continues.
Another point is the woman is not working. Now she's dependent on the income of the husband. Why are women, after being married, saying, first I'll start working, I'll have my own income, and we'll share. How many do this? Here she's handed over with all the wealth. So now what are the parents doing? Investing all they can to make her look so beautiful and valuable. So she goes with a lot of values, and the greed does not go. The point here is for such women, where is the education? Where is our school and college educating, not training, saying, the moment anybody raise a call, raise a flag, I've been demanded dowry. I don't want this house. This is a greedy house. But she goes on living only to protect her fare because she knows the parents have invested their family income to marry her on with splendor and abundance to show off even beyond their means. So what does this happen? This is a psyche of the Indian families. Exceptions are, I would say, yes, exceptions are happening both in this courage of the girl, behavior of the men. It's changing, but it's changing in minority. Let's bring out those cases where it's a minority. This is a majority. It's not getting the fact that you don't have statistics of more complaint does not mean the psyche has changed. It hasn't. They all have mouth watering. It's a mouth watering.
It may be there. It may be that this mouth watering phenomena in the Indian family is there, but maybe in a veiled form. Like I said, they call it gifts nowadays instead of dowry. Dr. Bedi, just give us a second. As we speak of the child, I would want to bring it in here as to what the child had to come out and say to the world after having witnessed this brutal murder of his own mother.
मम्मा के ऊपर पहले कुछ डाला, फिर मम्मा को चाहता मारा, फिर लाइटर से आग लगा दी थी.
It's heart-wrenching, this very narrative that's
and I
coming.
want to,
yes.
If you ask this child कि पहले भी मारा था, पूछो. अगर हम बच्चा बताएगा ये डैडी ने ऐसे पहले भी किया था, पहले भी मारा था, because this cannot be the last one.
Oh, absolutely not. The sister has come out to say 9 years of torture.
Over a period in the presence of the child. Look at the psyche of the child. this child will become probably clinical case, because he's seen so much of violence already. He'll not trust the society, he'll have no respect for society, he'll hate fathers, he will hate a thing. So what is the psyche of this child? He's witnessing this violence to the mother probably over a period. Not first time. Such brutality cannot be sudden. And therefore, I think the issue lies in the change of the mindsets, the way they treat this. They think that giving birth to a boy is property birth, it's a bonanza, it's a treasure. That's why they want the son. They want the son for two reasons. A, he'll keep the surname going. Secondly, he'll bring dowry home. And
it's that generational sense of honor and entitlement that continues.
And he'll bring a housekeeper.
Absolutely.
And he'll bring a nurse. He'll also bring a nurse.
Honestly, it's several roles in one person they expect. It's almost like a transactional deal happening, and not an institutional one, or rather not a personal one, not an interpersonal one between two human beings when we look at the institution of marriage that exists in India. Dr. Bedi, please stay with us. We have a very important news coming in at this given point. Dowry murderer the accused, Vipin, has been shot in an encounter. This is the crucial news that we are in fact bringing into you viewers at this given point. Vipin, the main accused in this very dowry murder, has been shot in an encounter by the UP police. This is the information that we are bringing to you at this given point, viewers. He has been shot. Vipin has been shot, and what condition he is currently in, whether he succumbed to the injuries or not, is a detail that we are still awaiting. But yes, this is the action that's been taken. I would want to go back to Dr. Bedi at this given point. Dr. Bedi, actions like this, when it comes in, would you say that it still instills a certain sense of trust in the authorities as to how women can actually today go and flag this to the police and they will take care of it?
They must know it. There's so much of education about it. There's so much of media attention on it. Look, every day we are almost having a debate on the subject. And all women leadership, one after the other, who are credible faces, are coming to say, tolerate no more, raise your red flag from day one, don't tolerate nonsense. Domestic violence is an offense. Even a slap is an offense. Even abusive behavior is an offense. Even demanding of your salary is an offense. Even not being allowed to go back to parents is an offense. Why are you not knowing your law? And these are your rights. Knowing your law is knowing your rights. Therefore, I think our problem is that we are probably saying it's happening to others, it will not happen to me. So I may not have to use the law. But if the moment the law is used, there's a crimes against women cell, it immediately swings into action and it reaches your home. And then it starts correcting and start asking. And then they get a commitment. Supposing you want to continue, then they get a commitment and say you are on watch. You are on a warning.
Very
and
true.
You dare do it again and we'll take you. But
Very
the problem
true.
lies in the parents of the girl and the girl herself. What does she want?
That
What
is
do they
the
want?
root cause of the problem at this given point if we are looking at it. Dr. Bedi, do stay with us right now. I would just quickly take an update from our colleague Arvind Oja, who's been constantly bringing us the latest on this very case that is now being probed. Arvind, आप हमें बताइए कि अभी और क्या जानकारी मिल रही है? एनकाउंटर हुई है, ये न्यूज़ आई है. अभी विपिन किस हालत में है आफ्टर बीइंग शॉट?
देखिए, जो विपिन है उसको पुलिस लेकर जा रही थी, जो थिनर जहां से खरीदा था। जो विपिन है उसने पुलिस की पिस्टल छीनी और उसके बाद भागने की कोशिश की, जिसके बाद पुलिस को गोली चलानी पड़ी और जिसमें विपिन को गोली लगी है, उसे अस्पताल ले जाया गया है। ये अब से कुछ देर पहले की खबर है। फर्स्ट ऑन इंडिया टुडे हम ये ब्रेक कर रहे हैं न्यूज़ की। जो विपिन है जिसने निक्की को जिंदा जला के मारा था, उसको अरेस्ट किया था पुलिस ने, मेडिकल चेकअप कराया गया था, लेकिन थिनर जिससे निक्की को जलाया वो कहाँ से खरीदा गया वो बरामद करने के लिए जब नोएडा पुलिस लेकर जा रही थी, उस दौरान जो विपिन है उसने पुलिस वालों की पिस्टल छीनी और उसके बाद भागने लगा, जिसके बाद नोएडा पुलिस ने उसको चेस किया और उसके बाद उसे पैर में गोली लगी है, उसे अस्पताल ले जाया गया है। फिलहाल इलाज के लिए जो हमें जानकारी मिली उसके मुताबिक तो ये बड़ा डेवलपमेंट है इस पूरे मामले में। जिस तरह से विपिन को लगातार क्राइम सीन पर लेकर जा रही थी पुलिस, मेडिकल के लिए लेकर जा रही थी, और उसके बाद जो सोर्सेज बताते हैं कि थिनर की बोतल, क्योंकि इस मामले में जो अभी जानकारी आई है कि जो थिनर था उस थिनर से ही निक्की को आग लगाया था। तो थिनर कहाँ से खरीदा था, थिनर की बोतल वो रिकवर करने के लिए जा रही थी, उसी दौरान ये इनकाउंटर हुआ है। जी
अरविंद, आप बोल रहे हो कि उनको गोली पैर पे लगी है, क्या उनको गोली किसी और बॉडी पार्ट में लगी है? क्या इंजरी बाय एनी चांस लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग है एट दिस पॉइंट?
देखिए, अभी ये इनिशियल जानकारी है जो अभी जानकारी हमें आई है, और डिटेल इस मामले में पुलिस कुछ देर बाद देगी। लेकिन जो अभी सोर्सेस से जानकारी आई है कि ग्रेटर नोएडा का सिरसा एक इलाका है, वहां पर ये पूरा इनकाउंटर हुआ है। अब अभी फिलहाल जो विपिन है उसको वहां क्राइम सीन जहां पर ये इनकाउंटर हुआ है वहां से लेकर पुलिस वो अस्पताल की तरफ गई है। फिलहाल जो हमें जानकारी मिली है उसके पैर में ही गोली लगी है। अब ज्यादा जानकारी अस्पताल से ही मिलेगी, और उसके अलावा जो पुलिस है वो अभी इस मामले में ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट भी जारी करेगी। लेकिन अभी का जो बड़ा डेवलपमेंट ये है कि विपिन जो अक्यूज्ड है जिसने अपनी वाइफ को जिंदा जला के मार दिया था, वो इनकाउंटर में घायल हुआ है और उसे अस्पताल ले जाया गया।
जी, एनकाउंटर में घायल हुआ है। और क्या जब तक वो पुलिस के कस्टडी में थे अभी तक क्या उन्होंने कोई जानकारी दी है कि उनके माता पिता कहाँ हैं? क्योंकि वो अभी भी माता पिता भाई वो सब अब्सकॉन्डिंग है अभी तक।
हिरासत में होता है और उसके बाद वो पुलिस कस्टडी से भागने की कोशिश करता है।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए इस मामले में जो तमाम अक्यूज हैं उनको लगातार तलाश किया जा रहा है। मल्टीपल लोकेशन पर कल रात से ही रेड लगातार की जा रही है, लेकिन सभी जो अक्यूज्ड हैं, 3 और अक्यूज्ड हैं इस मामले में, वो अंडरग्राउंड हो चुके हैं। जबकि दूसरी तरफ जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है नोएडा पुलिस का जारी है। आज सुबह जो इस मामले में जो आई विटनेस है निक्की की बहन, उसको भी क्राइम सीन पर ले जाया गया और पूरा समझने की पुलिस ने कोशिश की। दूसरी तरफ विपिन, उसको भी मेडिकल कराया गया। उसके बाद थिनर कहाँ से खरीदा उसने वो पता लगाने के लिए पुलिस जा रही थी, तभी उसने पुलिस वालों की पिस्टल छीनी और भागने की कोशिश की, जिसके बाद पुलिस ने गोली चलाई और जिसमें वो घायल हुआ है। जी,
so viewers, he was trying to abscond as well while being in police custody, while he was being taken to in fact get the crime scene again recreated. But these are the details we are getting. He's been shot on the leg is what we understand. If the injuries are any more concerning than has been flagged at this given point, we will keep giving you all the latest updates right here. Arvind, आप हमारे साथ बने रहिए. Viewers, we'll now cut across and go back to Dr. Bedi and continue with our conversation. Dr. Bedi, this comes in as a big development at this given point. We see even after being in police custody, there is, even in this video that has come out, there is a certain sense of unapologetic entitlement that we have seen. The way he's beaten the wife, the way the wife has been burnt in this entire situation, and all of the family members standing right there. My question to you is, do these people not fear law? Do people with this mindset, do they not fear law that exists in the country?
No, absolutely not. If they were afraid of the law, they wouldn't have continued to do this. You mean to say they do not know the rules? They do not know the laws? They do not know that crimes against women sells. They do not know that if the media picks up about domestic violence, it will be responded to. They know, but they're desperate for money. They're desperately greedy. So that is the desperation these people have for money as entitlement, as husbands, as sons-in-law. It's that entitlement, which and probably the terms at which the marriages happen, that's also very critical. Do things get clarified before? You see, overseas you have nuptial contract, and that when we happen something like this will happen. There is no contract here. It's lifelong. Here the Pandit tells you कि अब यही तुम्हारा घर है, इधर से ही मरोगे और इधर से ही तुम्हारी अर्थी जाएगी. अरे क्या है? अर्थी में तो this panditry will also have to change. And does the Pandit also say कि आपको भी बेटी मिल रही है, अब आपकी भी तुम्हारे, it's your responsibility also to look after her as her parents before she calls you mommy and daddy. And the first right with this parents-in-law and fathers-in-law start to have as entitlement is to get served as a nurse. as a cook.
It's an inflated sense of ownership over the woman, over the person who comes into, who joins their family. And it's not ignorance, you would say.
It's ownership. You're right, they consider it as a property. Women are still, sons are also property bringers, and women are property, also bringers to the family as property. After she marries, the in-laws and the husband start thinking she's our property. That's also our inheritance, where women were treated as property. That is why. So as property, you rename the woman and you take away all her rights, even if she's working. First thing they're told is, तुम कमाना बंद कर दो, हमें कमाने की जरूरत नहीं है. They make her dependent financially, psychologically, socially, physically, in every way. So she's a used person. Here is a daughter who is educated maybe, but married also in abundance. Look at the kind of looks she had. I think she's been married with aplomb and abundance. That means so much money must have gone into this as social dignity, as social reputation. Why? First of all, why do we do this to this extent? But the question is, the pandits should tell at the time of the lavas, they'd say, पहली शिकायत अगर इन्होंने मांगी तुमसे और पहली शिकायत बेटी सुन लो, तो पहली शिकायत हाथ उठाया, पहली शिकायत तुमसे कुछ मांगा तो तुमने शिकायत करके माँ बाप को बता देना तुरंत और पुलिस को भी बताना है. Why are they not told? They are told अब तुम्हारा घर छूट गया, अब तुम फुलिया फेंको and दूसरी जगह चले जाओ. Why don't the पंडित also say, अगर तुम्हारे ससुराल ने तुमसे अगर डिमांड की डाउरी की या तुमसे बदतमीजी की या बेइज्जती की या डिग्निफाइड, तो तुमने तुरंत पुलिस को कंप्लेंट करना है. Why?
Dr. Bedi, I will have to interrupt you there. Just give us a second. We will listen to the father.
मर जाना चाहिए ऐसे दरिंदे को. तो
अभी जो पुलिस ने हमें जानकारी दी है कि जहां से थिनर खरीदा था, उस थिनर से निक्की को जलाया था, वो बरामद करने के लिए जा रहे थे, तब विपिन ने जो पुलिस वाले की पिस्टल छीन ली और भागने लगा.
सही करा उन्होंने. वो तो जो अपराधी होगा वो भागेगा कस्टडी से. जो अपराध मैं करूंगा तो मैं भी कस्टडी से भागने की कोशिश करूंगा. अपराधी तो भागता है कस्टडी से.
3 और लोग इस मामले में अभी फरार चल रहे हैं, जो सास ससुर हैं और एक और शख्स. क्या आप चाहते हैं?
वो भी अरेस्ट होने चाहिए. उन्होंने आश्वासन दिया प्रशासन ने कि हम 2 दिनों में अरेस्ट कर लेंगे. हाँ,
आप चाहते हो उनका भी इनकाउंटर?
नहीं, उनने तो अरेस्ट अपने तरीका से करेगा प्रशासन. अब मैं क्या कहूँगा इस बारे में.
पुलिस की कार्रवाई से आप संतुष्ट हैं? जो इनका
संतुष्ट हैं.
के पिता है जिनका कहना है कि जो अपराधी प्रवृत्ति का होता है वो भागता ही है. विपिन ने भी वो कोशिश की, लेकिन जो नोएडा पुलिस का एक्शन है उससे पूरी तरह से संतुष्ट हैं. कैमरामैन रितेश.
Dr. Bedi, you know, when I hear the encounters, or rather the comments and remarks being made by the victim's father, there's a demand for bulldozer action against the culprit's house, against the in-laws' house at this given point. But would you say this is a wake-up call coming in a little too late? Maybe they could have raised their voice when time was actually ripe, when it was actually required to give that support to both their daughters who were being tortured in the same house.
My God, I didn't know there was a second daughter also being tortured.
Yes, there are two. There are 2 of them, and they were both married in the same house, and that is and the sister in fact had to witness this with the child of how she was burnt alive right in front of her eyes.
So that means she could have been a protector of her sister. In fact, she
was also tortured to a sense where she was also in such a poor condition herself that she could not come out to help, or at least that's the claim that's come in when we were speaking to her.
Whose fault is this? Fault is of the parents. It's exclusively of the parents. Nothing else. It's the parents who are doing this. Parents are sacrificing their daughters. और उनको कहते हैं लक्ष्मी, ये मेरी लक्ष्मी आई है, लक्ष्मी, हाँ लक्ष्मी तो आई है, लेकिन ये भी कहते थे नहीं ये तो पराया धन है, लक्ष्मी तो आने वाली, ये लक्ष्मी चली जाएगी. They feel that daughters are Lakshmi, but somebody else's. And that's a worry. And that's a fear under which they bring up their daughters. I think these parents did not deserve to have daughters. They did not deserve to have daughters. And God knows what such parents will do to their daughters-in-law. I think they'll learn a lesson from their own son, who will abandon the mundane old age and say, now you deal with it. Now you live yourself. I think they will get a karmic return. When they will become older, they will suffer in old age. And there will be nobody to take care of them. And then they'll realize what sin they've committed to their own daughters-in-law. So I think that to the daughters, had they responded, now I think investigation must reveal which is the first time if these two sisters, and they're two not alone, if they had reported, one of them even reported, and we also need to know which school have they been educated in. We also want to know which college did they go to. We also need to know were they professionals, were they working. I think the fault lies in all this.
They were very much working. They were working together. They had a salon service that the two of them were running. In fact, Dr. Bedi, as we speak, let me quickly, as I just told you about the claim, or rather the demand from the father that had come in, that bulldozer justice is required at this given point. Despite what the Supreme Court ruling has been on bulldozer action, this is the demand that's coming from the family. Viewers, listen into what the father had demanded right after the incident.
ये हत्यारों को मुठभेड़ के साथ गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए, और गिरफ्तारी नहीं होएगी तो ये बीजेपी सरकार है, बाबा का बिल्डोजर मकान पर चलना चाहिए, वो अरेस्ट करके उन्हें सजा मिलनी चाहिए। दहेज की मांग करते थे, हमने शादी में स्कॉर्पियो दी, फिर बुलेट दी, इन्होंने मांगी, फिर और मांगते रहे, हर बार दहेज मांगते थे, लड़की को मारते थे। अवैध संबंध थे दूसरी लड़की से इनके, तो इन्होंने लड़की को टॉर्चर करते रहे, माँ बेटा दोनों तीनों ही टॉर्चर करते रहे।
एक वीडियो भी आया,
मारी है उन्होंने, बड़ी बेटी मारी है।
आपकी बड़ी बेटी?
हाँ जी। हमें तो ये है कि ये मुठभेड़ के साथ गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए इनकी, नहीं होएगी तो हम भूख हड़ताल पे बैठ जाएंगे। गांव के अंदर बहुत जोश है इस टाइम।
In terms of action that's been taken by the authorities so far, they have nabbed the main culprit. In fact, there's been an encounter only hours after this bulldozer action was demanded by the father. But, you know, from the claims made by the father, it's very clear that they knew what the situation was in the house. They knew that the husband was going around with other women. They knew that there was already a demand for a Scorpio, which they had even given into. They knew that there was a Mercedes being asked, there was a certain sum of money being asked, even 9 years after this marriage, in fact, had taken place. And that is where it shows that they might actually end up being the main culprits. Yes, there is the criminals who have committed the crime, but there's also a secondary involvement of a certain few people here, which is the parents.
It's an amazing social society, social failure. Social failure of the parents of the girl, social failure of the parents of the boy, social failure of the husband, and social failure of the victim herself, where she doesn't go and complain. Why? Because she's conditioned in such a way that, oh, I cannot go back as a liability to my parents again. I was a liability. That's why they transferred me with so much of property and so much of dowry. They must have given her a lot of dowry already. So she does not want to go back because she's been conditioned that she was a liability. She was a liability even when she was with her parents. And that's a language the parents use.
Absolutely.
तू तो पराया धन है, तूने तो पराया घर चले जाना है, तो हम तो बहू लाएंगे. So I think the point is it's a colossal social criminal inheritance. We have a criminal inheritance where we treat our daughters as liabilities, and we hopefully think the boy will be an asset. And today, many boys are
Dr.
abandoning their parents.
Yes, I will come back to you. Dr. Bedi, I'll come back to you with a question with regards to then what can we do here in terms of awareness and providing help and also changing this mentality. I'll come back to you for your response on this. But let me quickly just bring our colleague who's been constantly bringing us updates from the ground at this point, Arvind Oja, back with us on the broadcast. Viewers, Arvind, आपसे अभी जानना चाहूँगी एनकाउंटर के बाद अभी और क्या जानकारी मिल रही है ग्राउंड से, परिवार वालों से और क्या बातचीत हुई है? अभी वापस हम देख रहे हैं बुलडोजर एक्शन डिमांड किया गया था उनके पिताजी से इस हादसे को फ्लैग करने के तुरंत बाद।
देखिए, सुबह इंडिया टुडे से बातचीत में जो निकी के फादर है उन्होंने मांग की थी कि जो अक्यूज्ड हैं उनको इनकाउंटर के बाद ही अरेस्ट किया जाए, और अब से कुछ देर पहले ही जो विपिन है उसने भागने की कोशिश की पुलिस कस्टडी से। जब नोएडा पुलिस के साथ उसका इनकाउंटर हुआ, उसे गोली लगी, उसे अस्पताल ले जाया गया है। अब से कुछ देर पहले ही, और सबसे पहले इंडिया टुडे ने खबर अपने व्यूवर्स को दिखाई है। उसके बाद हमने फादर का रिएक्शन लिया है, फिर दोबारा इंडिया टुडे ने बातचीत की है।
गलती पछतावा है? गलती का पछतावा है आपको?
मुझे नहीं है, नहीं मैंने मारी है।
हाँ।
ना मैंने कुछ किया है, अपने आप मरी है।
हाँ। अच्छा। और आप पहले भी मारपीट करते थे उससे?
मियाँ बीवी में हर जगह लड़ाई होती रहती है, ये कोई आम बात नहीं है।
अच्छा अच्छा। और वो अपने आप लगाई?
बस मुझे और कुछ नहीं पता ना।
पछतावा है?
नहीं, हाँ बहुत पछतावा है।
बच्चा
मेरी वाइफ चली गई।
बुलाना इसको। बच्चा भी 5 साल का?
हाँ
ठीक है, कट कर दो।
Viewers, that is exactly what we were bringing to you. That is the culprit. That is Vipin, who has been shot and he's currently been hospitalized. Let us tell you, this is his first reaction that we are bringing to you of what he had to say on the very crime that he has committed. He still, from what he has said, he still seems to be rather unapologetic at this given point. He's already tried absconding once from police custody as we were speaking, and that is exactly when the UP police ended up shooting him on the leg. And at this given point, he has to say that there isn't much I have to say. These are skirmishes, scuffles that keep happening between couples, or at least that's what we picked up at this given point as we could hear him speaking. He has been shot in the leg. He is hospitalized. That's the latest that we're bringing to you at this given point on this very story. But yes, we are bringing you all the visuals of after the encounter, how he was taken to the hospital by the police itself. This is the first image, viewers, that we bring to you exclusively on India Today of the culprit Vipin. He's been shot on the leg by the UP police only hours after the family had demanded bulldozer justice for this very crime that's been committed. He still seems extremely unapologetic, and this is the view of the culprit who set his own wife ablaze in front of his very son.
गलती पछतावा है? कुछ गलती का पछतावा है? भाई समझा करो थोड़ी। पहले डॉक्टर साहब को बुलाने दो। एक सेकंड, मैं आपके पास हूं। हाँ, एक सेकंड। अरे डॉक्टर साहब को बुलाओ यार। कौन है ड्यूटी पर? कौन है? कुछ कहना चाहते हो आप? गलती पछतावा है? गलती का पछतावा है आपको?
मुझे नहीं है, नहीं मैंने मारी है।
हाँ।
ना मैंने कुछ किया है, अपने आप मरी है।
हाँ। अच्छा। और आप पहले भी मारपीट करते थे उससे?
मियाँ बीवी में हर जगह लड़ाई होती रहती है, ये कोई आम बात नहीं है।
अच्छा अच्छा। और वो अपने आप लगाई?
बस मुझे और कुछ नहीं पता ना।
पछतावा है?
नहीं, हाँ बहुत पछतावा है।
बच्चा
मेरी वाइफ चली गई।
बुलाना इसको। बच्चा भी 5 साल का?
हाँ
ठीक है, कट कर दो।
Well, with that, that is what the particular husband has to say, or rather the criminal in this very case. Dr. Bedi, I will come back to you. A last closing statement from you, quickly, a quick word from you at this point, before we in fact let you go, as to the message that you have for the women out there and what can be done for them to bring a change in this psyche.
I want to know which is the school she went to. I want to ask their teachers. What did they teach her? I want to know the name of the school. I want to know the name of their college. Which college did she go to? I think what kind of education have they given her? If they're not educating her to be brave and courageous and know her rights and responsibilities both, then what has been the education? I think the defect is not only in the parenting and parents, the way they view their daughters and the way they treat groom their sons. Fault lies in the way we are educating our girls. We're not making them courageous. We're not making them brave. We're not making them know that they have a dignity and a life of their own, and that they can be on their own, and that marriage is not for life. Marriage is as long as it deserves to be lived together. And motherhood should not be fast-forwarded. It should be only done if you are secure that it's worth the home is a safe home. They must stop living in homes which are houses. They are living in houses to which they migrated. They can migrate back. And if the parents don't accept her, she can find her own feet. There can be women's hostels. And that's where the social systems step in to create such homes where they can go back to such independent hostels where they can, and there are hostels. But the point is, do they know? And that they must know also, they must also know the laws. That first time you're complaining, and I want to know the Pandit who married her. What is the name of that Pandit? Did he tell her कि अगर तेरे साथ ऐसा होगा तो तेरा घर खुला है, तू वापस आ सकती है? कहीं शुभ शुभ बोलो, शादी हो रही पंडित जी, आप ये कैसे बोल सकते हैं कि तू वापस आ जाएगी? See, because the parents are wanting to get rid of these girls because they're considered liabilities. Here the father is said to be saying, मैं भूख हड़ताल करूंगा अगर ये गिरफ्तारी नहीं होगी. तो अरे तुमने पहले भूख हड़ताल क्यों नहीं की जब वो उसके मांगे जा रहे थे? तब उन्हें भूख हड़ताल की पुलिस स्टेशन के बाद कंप्लेंट करके. If the police had not responded, that is the challenge. Challenge is the way we are consider our girls as liabilities, as long as that, and as long as we consider our these as harbingers of property, and then not as equal partners and companions of life, but as master who owns now the property he has brought in at a cost, and that she must continue to add to the cost. I think this is terrible.
This is terrible.
The society we've inherited, and which is being also perpetuated through our marriage rituals sometimes, what the Pandit says. And also the way our teachers, our college teachers and school teachers teach, and the way the parents behave and the brothers maybe.
Absolutely.
She has. But
Systematic
weakness.
Systematic loopholes existing in the institution of marriage, absolutely, at this given point.
They have to make girls secure. Just
Have
as
to
the
make girls secure.
ban is a birthright that he is now a provider. I think why can't the girls also say you are also a provider?
There's
You
a
are a
sense
provider first
sense
to
of false entitlement that lies with the men and their families at this given point. That is what we are flagging here, viewers. Dr. Bedi, thank you for, in fact, decoding the mentality and the need for the shift in psyche and how that can be brought about only within the society by the members of the society itself. Thank you so much for joining us on India Today and putting forward your insights into this very case. We go back to Arvind Ojha at this given point, who has consistently been bringing us updates. अरविंद, आपसे ये पूछना चाहूँगी, हमने अभी विपिन की पहली बयान सुनी है इस हादसे के बाद. उसका कहना है कि बीवी और मियाँ के बीच में ऐसी झगड़ा होती रहती है.
अब आप इससे अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं, और ये कोई नॉर्मल झगड़ा नहीं है. बात सही है कि किसी भी हस्बैंड वाइफ के बीच झगड़े होते हैं, लेकिन ऐसा झगड़ा नहीं होता है कि कोई किसी को जिंदा जला के मार देता है. इस मामले में ऐसा ही हुआ, और क्रिमिनल माइंडसेट का है विपिन, जो अभी हमें जानकारी मिली है. एक बार पहले भी वो अरेस्ट हो चुका है मारपीट के मामले में और जेल जा चुका है, और भी उसकी जो क्रिमिनल हिस्ट्री है वो नोएडा पुलिस पूरी तरह से उसकी डिटेल खंगाल रही है. लेकिन आप इससे अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं कि उसे किसी बात का कोई अफसोस नहीं दिखाई दे रहा. कम से कम जो इनकाउंटर के बाद उसका रिएक्शन आया है उससे तो ये साफ ही होता है, और इसी वजह से जो निक्की और उसकी फैमिली के लोग हैं उनका गुस्सा काफ़ी ज़्यादा भरा हुआ है. अगर आप मेरे पीछे देखें तो जो पूरे गांव के लोग हैं, जो पूरा जो इनका समाज है, वो सभी लोग यहाँ पर इकट्ठे हैं. और इन्होंने सुबह भी इंडिया टुडे से बातचीत में साफ कह दिया था जो फादर है उन्होंने, कि सभी जो अक्यूज्ड हैं, खासतौर से विपिन, उसको इनकाउंटर के बाद ही अरेस्ट किया जाए. और उसके बाद से नोएडा पुलिस लगातार इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही थी, और सभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद विपिन का मेडिकल एग्जामिनेशन कराने के बाद जो नेक्स्ट लाइन ऑफ कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन है वो ये था कि जो थिनर जहां से इसने खरीदा था, जिससे निक्की को आग लगाई थी, वो थिनर कहां से खरीदा था, उसकी रिकवरी के लिए जब नोएडा पुलिस उसे लेकर जा रही थी तब उसने पुलिस की पिस्टल छीनी, और उसके बाद वो भागने लगा, जिसके बाद नोएडा पुलिस के इनकाउंटर में वो घायल हुआ. अभी जो हमें जानकारी मिली उसके पैर में ही गोली लगी है, वो पूरी तरह से ठीक है, उसका अस्पताल में इलाज करवाया जा रहा है.
उसको पैर में लगी है, ही इज बीन शॉट ऑन द लेग. अरविंद, हमें ये सारी जानकारी देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. वी विल कीप coming back to Arvind as he continues to bring us all the live updates from the ground. But yes, we leave it at this, viewers. At this point, the main culprit in this heinous crime has been encountered. He's been shot in the leg by the Uttar Pradesh police. That is the latest update that we are bringing to you here on India Today. Thank you for tuning in, as that is all that we have for you in this bulletin. Do stay tuned as we come back with more in the next hour.
You are watching India Today.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ. मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव.
Moto G96 5G, all eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping in, dripping.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
मंगलदीप दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव। मंगलदीप दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon to you viewers. Welcome back. You're watching India Today with me, Sriya Kundu, and we have all the top stories lined up for you. But before that, we'll quickly take you through the headlines doing the rounds at the very top of this hour. Dowry murder accused Vipin, who burnt his 28-year-old wife Nikki alive over dowry demands, was shot in the leg while trying to escape police custody. Killer husband Vipin brazens it out, denies killed wife Nikki, says fights between husband and wife are very common. India Today was the first to in fact bring this information to you.
गलती का पछतावा है आपको?
मुझे नहीं मैंने मारी है।
हाँ।
ना मैंने कुछ किया है, अपने आप मरी है।
हाँ। अच्छा।
मियाँ बीवी में हर जगह लड़ाई होती रहती है, ये कोई आम बात नहीं है।
Trouble mounts for Anil Ambani after SBI. Now Bank of India declares loans to his company Reliance Communications as fraudulent, with two major banks flagging financial irregularities. The heat is back on Ambani amid ongoing Enforcement Directorate and CBI probes. India makes a big push for Atmanirbharta in defence as decks are cleared for a mega submarine deal under Project 75. India. 6 advanced high-tech submarines equipped with German technology to boost underwater endurance will be built in India. Key talks with Germany are set to begin soon. Monsoon Mayhem paralyzes cities across India, from Jammu to Rajasthan. Low-lying areas in Kathua, Jammu and Kashmir sees severe flooding, while Sawai Madhopur is submerged, leaving homes heavily inundated and residents stranded. From the world of sports, Chiteshwar Pujara has announced his retirement from all forms of cricket, bringing an end to a remarkable 15-year-long career. Here's the top story of the day remains to be the tragic dowry death case that we've flagged before you, and now there are more revelations coming to the forefront. We're exposing the killer husband's infidelity here in this breaking news. The killer husband was a womanizer, a tormentor, which is easily seen in the visuals that we bring to you of how he mercilessly beats up his wife before in fact ending her life. 2024 video now has come out to expose Nikki's sasural plight. Married Vipin was caught with another woman. Unfaithful and driven by dowry lust, Vipin betrayed her trust and then proceeded to kill Nikki. This is the very video that we're bringing to you on your screens, a 2024 year dated video which exposes him with another woman, and that is infidelity. That in fact comes out to prove the infidelity claims that had come in. And this is what we are exposing to you here on India Today. Remember, just a little while ago, his first reaction has come in after the encounter, after he's been shot by the Uttar Pradesh police while he was trying to escape from police custody. And he has come out to say that he has no remorse, that she killed herself. It was not his fault. And that such scuffles keep taking place between husbands and wives. That is the kind of mentality, that is the inflated sense of entitlement that this particular criminal at this point was suffering from. Let's listen into what Vipin has said yet again. Now, before we bring to you that very confession, rather not a confession, but a remark that's been made by the husband after his first reaction after he's been caught. We have more breaking news coming in. Dowry murder accused Vipin, as we were just telling you, was shot in an encounter. These are the visuals that we are bringing to you. The first visuals of him after he has been arrested, after he has committed that gruesome crime. Noida cops have shot accused Vipin Bhatti in the leg while he was trying to escape from custody. Vipin suffers an injury in the leg during the encounter. As you can see, there is a bandage, there's a cloth that's been tied around that very injury spot on his leg. The encounter took place near this area, Sirsa, which crossing in Greater Noida itself, as our colleague Arvind Loja has been constantly tracking all the updates and bringing in. Let's now listen in to what exactly has been said by Monster Vipin at this given point.
गलती का पछतावा है आपको?
मुझे नहीं है, नहीं मैंने मारी है।
हाँ।
ना मैंने कुछ किया है, अपने आप मरी है।
हाँ। अच्छा।
मियाँ बीवी में हर जगह लड़ाई होती रहती है, ये कोई आम बात नहीं है।
अच्छा। और वो अपने आप लगाई?
बस मुझे और कुछ नहीं पता ना।
पछतावा है?
नहीं, हाँ बहुत पछतावा है।
बच्चा भी चली गई। बच्चा भी 5 साल का।
हाँ।
The certain brazenness behind the comments made by him is clear, how he has no remorse about what has happened. And all of it has been caught on camera. He was even asked that he has a child, a 7-year-old child. Viewers, a particular narrative of the incident that we are consistently bringing to you. It's a heart-wrenching aspect that we are bringing to you of how this 28-year-old woman, Nikki, was killed, was burnt alive in front of her own son. A 7-year-old son. These were claims, allegations that have come in from her sister. Remember, she was also married in the same house. Both sisters were married in the same house. They were being tortured for 9 long years. That's the duration of their marriage. That's the duration that they've stayed in that very in-laws house. Several demands coming to the forefront. Infidelity being exposed of Vipin, which Vipin in fact used to claim it with pride to his wife itself, that yes, he has been going around with other women. In-laws knew about it, but no action was ever taken. He was never condemned for his actions, till the situation reached to such a point that they came out to in fact pour inflammable stuff on her, inflammable element on her, and then set her on fire alive. And those were the visuals that we've been bringing to you since the very first minute that this news has come to light, of how she was burnt alive. And now heart-wrenching narratives coming in from the 7-year-old son, who, let us tell you viewers, for the rest of his life now remains to be scarred and traumatized from this very incident. Let's in fact listen in to how brazen, how merciless, and how particularly unimaginable this crime is, the brutality is, and the monstrosity of this man Vipin is, who's now been encountered and shot in the leg.
गलती का पछतावा है आपको?
मुझे नहीं है, नहीं मैंने मारी है।
हाँ।
ना मैंने कुछ किया है, अपने आप मरी है।
हाँ। अच्छा।
मियाँ बीवी में हर जगह लड़ाई होती रहती है, ये कोई आम बात नहीं है।
अच्छा। और वो अपने आप लगाई?
बस मुझे और कुछ नहीं पता ना।
पछतावा है?
नहीं, हाँ बहुत पछतावा है।
बच्चा भी चली गई। बच्चा भी 5 साल का।
हाँ।
Viewers, when we speak of dowry laws, they exist in our country in terms of the Dowry Prohibition Act 1961, which prohibits the giving or taking of dowry and defines dowry as any property or valuable security. But let us tell you, the charges against this very man aren't within the dowry law, simply because the 304B of the Indian Penal Code, which in fact addresses dowry debt, states that it can only be flagged within 7 years of the marriage, simply so that this law doesn't get misused by any party. Now, the charges, let me bring to you, against Vipin at this given point is a murder charge, that is 103 Section A of the BNS, intentionally causing hurt 115 Section 2, and criminal conspiracy 61 Section 2 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. These are the charges against this very man. We have a ground report coming in by our colleague Arvind Loja. Let's quickly listen into what he has been picking up. If you can hear us, we'll get that connection back with Arvind. But yes, at this given point, as we were telling you of the charges that this man currently faces, Those are the three charges, those are the three sections that he's been booked under in the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, simply because it's been more than 7 years, 9 years of marriage that we are flagging to you, which is why this particular case doesn't come in under dowry death. Now let's also tell you there are 3 more members in that family, in Vipin's family itself, who are an ally and party to not just the crime that's been committed, but all of what's developed since day one of their marriage, which is the in-laws, the mother and father of Vipin, and also the brother. All 3 of who, let us tell you at this point, are all in fact absconding at this given point. Let's in fact bring it in a comprehensive manner in front of you, all that we know so far about this very case. In a major development in the Noida Dowry murder case, the accused Vipin Bhati has been shot by the police in an encounter, a point that we've been flagging to you. It's the recent development. According to the police, the accused was being taken to find from where had he procured the thinner. That is the element that was used, the liquid to burn his wife. But Vipin tried to snatch the cop's pistol at that very time and flee the scene. However, police then resorted to firing and Vipin sustained an injury in his leg. The accused brazened it out at the same time and said that he has no remorse as he did not commit the crime. He's saying that all husbands and wife often fight it and it is fight it out, and it is very common between couples, married couples. That is, a 26-year-old woman was allegedly tortured and set ablaze on fire by her husband and in-laws over dowry after 9 years into her marriage. The victim, Nikki, died after battling severe burns. A child who saw his mother being assaulted and killed by her in-laws in Greater Noida narrated the horror he witnessed when the incident happened. Unimaginable at this point. He said his mother was dragged by her hair and set ablaze using a lighter, a particular trauma that he might actually never be able to get over in his life. That is the plight of this child that we're also flagging in front of you. Let's listen into some of the reactions that we have so far in this very case.
मरी है हाँ ना मैंने कुछ किया है, अपने आप मरी है हाँ अच्छा मियाँ बीवी में हर सगर लड़ाई होती रहती है, ये कोई आम बात नहीं है। अच्छा और वो अपने आप लगाई? बस मुझे और कुछ नहीं पता ना। पछतावा है? नहीं हाँ बहुत पछतावा है। बच्चा भी चली गई, बच्चा भी 5 साल का। हाँ
ये हत्यारों को मुठभेड़ के साथ गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए, और गिरफ्तारी नहीं होएगी तो ये बीजेपी सरकार है, बाबा का बिल्डोजर मकान पर चलना चाहिए, वो अरेस्ट करके उन्हें सजा मिलनी चाहिए। बढ़िया हुआ है, ऐसे दरिंदे को तो फांसी लगनी चाहिए। ऐसे दरिंदे जो बेटी सरकार कहती है कि बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ, ऐसे दरिंदे को तो मर जाना चाहिए। ऐसे दरिंदे को तो सही करा उन्होंने, वो तो जो अपराधी होएगा वो भागेगा कस्टडी से।
मम्मा के ऊपर बाल को डाला, फिर मम्मा को चाहता मारा, फिर लाइटर से आग लगा दी थी।
Arvind Ojha joins us back on the broadcast to bring us more details. Arvind, आप हमें कह रहे थे कि आप Arvind, we will get back to you at this given point. We're trying and getting Arvind at this given point to bring us more details from the ground. He's been constantly bringing us all the latest updates. Viewers, the screen in the middle, the window in the middle at this given point shows you the exact pistol. Those are the first shots that we're bringing to you of how the entire encounter took place. Arvind, I believe, is back with us on the broadcast at this given point. Arvind, अगर आप मुझे सुन सकते हैं तो मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि पहली बात तो हमें ये विजुअल्स मिल रही है, एनकाउंटर कैसे हुआ था, कैसे वो पिस्टल लेके भागने की कोशिश किए थे, ये विजुअल्स अब हमारे पास है। आपसे ये सवाल पूछना चाहूँगी, आप कह रहे थे कि वहाँ जो लोकेलिटी में जो लोग हैं उनसे आपकी सुबह से बात हो रही है, क्या उन्हें पता था कि ऐसी टॉर्चर से गुजरती है निकी और उसकी बहन जो उस घर में रहते हैं? क्या उन्होंने कभी कोशिश की इसके अंदर आके उनको वार्न करने की या फिर पुलिस को बताने की कि ऐसा एक हादसा चलता रहता है इस घर में 9 सालों से? वो भी
देखिए, पुलिस के पास तो अभी तक मामला गया नहीं था, लेकिन हाँ ये जरूर है कि परिवार वालों को, निकी के परिवार वालों को इस बारे में जानकारी हो गई थी तकरीबन 1 साल पहले। और एक वीडियो भी सामने आया है जो काफी चौंकाने वाला है। 2024 में दिल्ली में ये एक दूसरी लड़की के साथ पकड़ा गया था, उसका वीडियो भी सामने आया जब उसकी पिटाई भी की गई थी। उस दौरान भी दोनों फैमिली के सामने इशू उठा था। उसके बाद पंचायत हुई और उसके बाद जो अक्यूज अभी फिलहाल विपिन है उसने माफी मांगी थी, उसकी फैमिली ने माफी मांगी थी। और फिर निक्की के पिता ने सोचा था कि किसी भी तरीके से जो उनकी बेटी है उनकी फैमिली फिर से एस्टेब्लिश हो जाए, फिर से सही तरीके से वो लोग जीने लगे। तो वो यही सोचकर निक्की को फिर से दोबारा उसके घर भेजा गया था, उसके ससुराल में। लेकिन किसी को ये मालूम नहीं था कि नितिन इस तरह से दरिंदा बन जाएगा कि वो मर्सिडीज मांगने लगेगा, 60 लाख रुपए कैश मांगने लगेगा और फिर एक दिन उनकी बेटी को ही जिंदा जला देगा। तो ये उनको मालूम नहीं था, लेकिन पुलिस को पहले कभी कंप्लेन नहीं दी गई थी। ये जरूर है कि जो फैमिली है उनको इस बारे में जानकारी थी, वीडियोस के बारे में जानकारी थी, लेकिन जब पंचायत हुआ था तो उसमें समझौता हो गया था और विपिन ने माफी मांगी थी कि दोबारा वो ऐसा नहीं करेगा। लेकिन उसके बाद भी विपिन लगातार टॉर्चर कर रहा था, निक्की को लगातार उसके साथ मारपीट कर रहा था।
जी, तो ये पूरे हादसा के बारे में और रादर ये जो हादसे होते रहते थे इनके बीच में, इसके बारे में सबको पता था। और आप कह रहे हैं कि एक नेगोशिएशन भी हो गई थी जहाँ पे उसने माफ़ी मांग लिया था। पर इस बार जब हम देखते हैं विपिन इस हादसे के बाद जो अल्टीमेटली उसकी बीवी की जान को इनफैक्ट ले ली, उनका मर्डर हो गया इस पूरे हादसे में, उसमें उनका कोई अपॉलॉजी नहीं है। उन्होंने कुछ नहीं कहा है, वो बस कह रहे हैं कि ये होता रहता है मियाँ बीवी में।
बिल्कुल, देखिए मैं आपको बताऊं जो क्रिमिनल इसकी हिस्ट्री भी है, आपको ये भी बता दूं, एक बार ये अरेस्ट होकर जेल में भी गया है मारपीट के मामले में। और साथ ही साथ अगर ये देखिए तो खुद को बचाने की भी यहाँ पे कोशिश कर रहा है। और वो तब जब इनकाउंटर के बाद उसे हॉस्पिटल लेके जाया जा रहा है और कुछ देर पहले ही उसने पुलिस वालों की पिस्टल छीनी थी और जो पुलिस कस्टडी से भागने की कोशिश की थी। तो लगातार विपिन खुद को बचाने की कोशिश कर रहा है, लेकिन फैमिली वालों का ये दावा है कि काफी वीडियो एविडेंस है विपिन के खिलाफ और पुलिस ने भी उसके खिलाफ मर्डर का चार्ज लगाया हुआ है। उसे अरेस्ट भी किया और जिस थिनर से उसने निक्की को जलाया था, जब उसे रिकवर करने के लिए पुलिस उसे लेकर जा रही थी तब उसने पुलिस कस्टडी से भागने की भी कोशिश की, जिसके बाद पुलिस का इनकाउंटर हुआ जिसमें उसको गोली लगी है, उसे हॉस्पिटलाइज किया गया है फिलहाल। जी,
पिता की बात करें यहाँ पे, पिताजी ये कह रहे हैं उनके कि वो भूख हड़ताल पे जाएंगे अगर इसके ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई नहीं हुई। अभी फिलहाल यही आपसे समझ में आया है। अरविंद, आप हमारे साथ बने रहिए। वी ऑल्सो हैव एट दिस गिवन पॉइंट विथ अस ऑन द ब्रॉडकास्ट विक्रम सिंह joining us, the HDVP of UP, and we will in fact take a question from him on this entire matter as well. आपसे पूछना चाहूँगी विक्रम जी कि इस पूरे हादसे में पहली बात तो अथॉरिटीज़ की तरफ से आपका क्या कहना है, क्या हुआ है और कैसे इस चीज़ को आप देखते हैं?
देखिए, ये बड़ा जघन्य हत्याकांड था। दहेज को लेकर के एक बच्ची की जिस तरह से जला के हत्या की, उसकी जितनी निंदा और भर्त्सना की जाए वो कम होगी। पार्श्विक कृत्य, पार्श्विक अपराध है। लेकिन पुलिस ने जिस तत्परता के साथ चिन्हित और जो आरोपी था प्रमुख, एक सफल मुठभेड़ के बाद उसको दस्तयाब किया, ये भी उनको उनके शेम में जाता है और मैं उनको बधाई देना चाहूंगा। मैं जानता हूं कि इसको लेके तमाम आलोचनात्मक बातें होंगी, तमाम क्रिटिसिज्म होगा कि पुलिस को गिरफ्तार करना चाहिए था, पुलिस को जिंदा, लेकिन पुलिस ने तो उसको पकड़ा ही है जिंदा। ये बात दूसरी है कि गोली चलने के बाद गिरफ्तार हुआ है। तो इसलिए मैं कहूंगा कि पुलिस का काम है करना, और ये अक्सर होता है कि गिरफ्तारी के दौरान गोलियों के आदान प्रदान या चोट में इस तरीके की घटनाएं हो जाती हैं। लेकिन फिर भी पूरे प्रकरण को मैं इनको बधाई दूंगा, नोएडा पुलिस को, कि उन्होंने बहुत ही अच्छा काम किया। और मैं चाहूंगा कि अगर जो बाकी बचे खुचे जो अपराधी है और जो प्रकाश में आए, उनको भी जल्द से जल्द गिरफ्तार किया जाए।
जी, आप विक्रम जी, आप हमें ये बताइए कि ये जो एनकाउंटर हुआ है इसमें उसके लेग में चोट आई है, उसके बाद हॉस्पिटल से उन्होंने एक बयान भी दिया है कि ऐसी घटनाएं घटती रहती है, एक मियाँ बीवी के बीच की बात है, ये होता रहता है। ऐसे माइंडसेट के लोगों को कैसे, आप क्या कहेंगे एक लॉ के पर्सपेक्टिव से, कि आप कैसे वार्निंग देंगे इनको कि इनके अगेंस्ट भी सख्त कार्रवाई होगी और इन्हें कानून से डरना चाहिए?
तो स्तब्ध हूँ उसका बयान सुन करके। इतना बेशर्मी बेहयाई का ये जो उत्तर है, एक तो पार्श्विक कृत्य, क्या एक इंसान की मौत नहीं हुई है? मतलब इतना तो इनसेंसिटिविटी मैंने कम देखी है अपने जीवन में। जिस तरीके का गैर जिम्मेदाराना बयान इन्होंने दिया है, मैं उनको सचेत करना चाहूंगा। जिस तरीके के लोग अपने हाथ में कानून लेकर के, और विवाद तो होते हैं, विवाद में कोई किसी को जला के हत्या कर देता है, और जो हत्या करता है तो परिणाम के लिए तैयार रहे। और मैं चाहूंगा कि पुलिसकर्मी अपने निशाने लेने के तौर तरीके को थोड़ा और दुरुस्त करे, और ऐसा ना हो कि अब से तो पैर में लगी है, फिर ऐसा ना हो गोली वॉश आउट हो जाए, फिर निशाना लेके जरा ठीक ठाक गोली मारिएगा कि उपचार के पहले ही इनका इंतजाम हो जाए। इस तरीके के गैर जिम्मेदाराना बयान मैं समझता हूँ कि सभ्य समाज के ऊपर एक बहुत बड़ा कलंक है। क्षमा कीजिएगा कि मैं जरा आक्रोशित हूँ, इसलिए मैं हो सकता है कि कुछ मैंने कहा, लेकिन मैं अपने हृदय से कह रहा हूँ ऐसे तत्वों के लिए कठोरतम कार्रवाई की आवश्यकता है।
जी बिल्कुल, नहीं यहाँ पे काफ़ी जाहिर सी बात है, जो हम सब क्रोधित हैं ये देखकर कि ये हादसा कैसे हुआ है, उसको देखकर, जो विजुअल्स आए उसको देखकर ही कि इंसान को अभी फ़िलहाल बहुत गुस्सा आता है ऐसी हादसाओं के विजुअल्स को देखकर। इनफैक्ट जो बच्चा आया है सामने वो भी कह रहा है कि कैसे ये हादसा हुई है, वो सबसे ज़्यादा दर्दनाक है इस पूरे हादसे में, वो बच्चे का बयान जो आया है सामने। पर मैं आपसे एक और सवाल लेना चाहूँगी विक्रम जी, कि उनके जो पिताजी हैं वो आके बोले हैं कि बुलडोजर एक्शन चाहिए इनके अगेंस्ट, इस पूरे फैमिली के खिलाफ। आप इस पे क्या बयान देना चाहेंगे?
पिताजी के मन का जो आक्रोश है हम समझ सकते हैं, लेकिन कानून से चलता है, बुलडोजर तब चलेगा अगर कोई स्ट्रक्चर नाजायज हो, नोटिस मिल चुकी हो, नोटिस का जवाब माकूल ना हो, तो ये निर्णय और ये विकल्प और ये इसका निर्णय शासन प्रशासन स्थानीय तौर पे करेगा, वो भाग अलग है। लेकिन जो शासन प्रशासन कर सकता है कि समय रहते आरोप पत्र दाखिल कर दे, फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में डाल करके 30 दिन के अंदर इनको आजीवन कारावास या फांसी की सजा दिलवा दे, ये पुलिस के कुशल विवेचक का काम है। मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि उसको जरूर करेंगे।
फिलहाल आप खुश हैं जितना भी कार्रवाई हुई है इस पूरे हादसे में? आप क्या कहेंगे? यूपी पुलिस की जो रोल रही है, जैसे उन्होंने एक्ट किया है उस पूरे हादसे में, क्या आप संतुष्ट हैं उससे?
शुरुआत अच्छी हुई है, लेकिन अच्छी शुरुआत का मतलब नहीं है कि अंत भी अच्छा होगा। मैं तब संतुष्ट होऊंगा जब बाकी सभी आरोपियों को आरोप पत्र डाल करके जल्द से जल्द कड़ी से कड़ी आजीवन कारावास की सजा दिलवा देंगे, तब मैं पूरा संतुष्ट होऊंगा। जी,
सख्त कार्रवाई और पूरा मामला सुलझ जाए, उसके बाद ही हम देख रहे हैं कि मे बी viewers, that's probably when we might actually get justice being served to this very woman. विक्रम जी, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Well viewers, that is what the ex-UP DGP has to say, that this time the bullet has in fact hit his leg, but if he continues to engage in such acts, you never know what might happen next. But yes, the probe should definitely continue. 3 people are still absconding at this given point, let us tell you viewers, and all 3 will be met with severe action at this given point. There's a hunt on, there's a search hunt on, there's a search party on that's been sent out. Teams have been sent out to hunt for the family members, the mother, the father and the brother of Vipin, who are all absconding ever since this incident has taken place. We also have Arvind Ojha continues to be with us, constantly bringing us updates at this given point. But just to sum up what's been said by the ex-top cop of the Uttar Pradesh police, he has said that yes, the beginning in this probe has been rather strong, with strict action being taken, but it needs to be ended well with justice being fully served. And this is what we hear. And Arvind Ojha is back with us on the broadcast at this given point. Arvind, विक्रम जी का कहना था ये जो हमारे साथ जुड़ने के बाद कि शुरुआत प्रोब की काफ़ी अच्छी रही है। एनकाउंटर फिलहाल ऐसा हुआ है कि उनके पैर पर गोली लगी है, पर अगर ऐसे ही कारनामे करते गए, विपिन अगर ऐसे ही कारनामे दिखाते गए, तो अगली गोली कहाँ लगेगी किसी को पता नहीं है।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए अगर कोई भी क्रिमिनल, अगर खासतौर से यूपी में ये ट्रेंड भी है, अगर विपिन की बात करें तो 2024 में ये एक लड़की के साथ दिल्ली में पकड़ा गया था, उस दौरान भी इसकी पिटाई हुई थी। उसके बाद ये एक मारपीट के मामले में जेल गया था और इस बार तो सीधा अपनी पत्नी की हत्या का ही आरोप उस पर लगा है। आरोप है कि उसने जिंदा जला दिया। तो बिल्कुल ये सीरियस चार्जेस इसके ऊपर है। उसके अलावा सबसे गंभीर बात तो ये है कि नोएडा पुलिस का ये दावा है कि जब थिनर रिकवरी के लिए उसके लेकर जाया जा रहा था तो उसने नोएडा पुलिस की ही पिस्टल छीन ली और उसके बाद भागने लगा, जिसके बाद नोएडा पुलिस की कई टीमों ने उसे दूर तक चेज किया। उसके बाद इनकाउंटर हुआ जिसमें पैर में गोली लगी है। फिलहाल वो हॉस्पिटलाइज्ड है। वहीं जो 3 अक्यूज्ड और हैं उनको भी अरेस्ट करने की नोएडा पुलिस कोशिश कर रही है। लेकिन विप्लव सिंह ने बिल्कुल सही कहा, वो डीजीपी यूपी भी रहे हैं, उन्हें एक्सपीरियंस है इस बात का कि अगर इस तरह से उसकी हरकतें रही तो जाहिर बात है फिर आने वाले दिनों में क्या एक्शन होगा, ये तो कहना जल्दबाजी होगा। जी
अभी तक अपडेट क्या है? अगर हम उनके परिवार वालों के बारे में पूछे तो वो अब्सकॉन्डिंग है, ये हमें पता है, पर कहाँ फरार है इसके बारे में कुछ पता चला है कि कहाँ सर्च टीम्स भेजी भी गई हैं?
देखिए, मल्टीपल लोकेशन पर नोएडा पुलिस, चूंकि जाहिर सी बात है जो ये पूरा ऑपरेशन अभी ऑनगोइंग है, इस वजह से पुलिस ये डिटेल्स हमसे अभी शेयर नहीं कर रही है। लेकिन मल्टीपल लोकेशंस है जहां पर जो नोएडा पुलिस की टीम है वो छापेमारी कर रही है और अरेस्ट करने की उनको कोशिश कर रही है। जो अक्यूज है वो लगातार छिपने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, भागने की नोएडा पुलिस से कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन पुलिस जो है उनको लगातार तलाश रही है।
जी अरविंद, हमें ये सारी जानकारी देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। वेल, वी हैव कॉन्स्टेंटली बीन keeping a track of the movements of Vipin as well as how far the probe has in fact proceeded in terms of where the family members currently are absconding. And viewers, that's all the details that we have for you on this very story that we've been very closely tracking. It is the biggest story of our day that we're constantly bringing to you all the latest updates on right here on India Today. For now, we have all of these details to this extent, but do stay tuned to India Today as we come back with more in the next hour.
You are watching India Today.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Moto G96 5G, all eyes on you.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
All eyes on you. How has he seen it all? Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like it's so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G, all eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi attacks Congress, says trapped nation in vote bank politics. Rahul Gandhi slams government, says conspiracy to destroy constitution. Rijiju slums opposition over disruptions in monsoon session of parliament.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
welcome to the Hollywood edition of In the Club. I'm Suesha Sound, and first up we'll get you details of Emily in Paris that is all set to come up with its 5th edition. Emily this time will split her adventures between Paris and Rome, and in this one you can expect a lot of romance and drama and cross-culture affair. Take a look at this report.
Emily Cooper.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
I got a feeling I'm in trouble when I look at you.
When in Rome, stir the drama, sip the espresso, and never forget your couture.
You got that something that
And our beloved Emily Cooper is back as well. Passport in one hand, designer tote in the other. Ready to conquer a new city with her signature charm, chaos, and unapologetic flair. The popular Netflix series Emily in Paris is back for its highly anticipated 5th season. Once again, serving its signature cocktail of fashion, romance, and workplace drama.
Has anyone noticed this is a very dysfunctional workplace?
I think you're the one bringing the drama.
You got that something that I'm so glad we're friends.
But this time, Emily Cooper, played by Lily Collins, finds herself navigating uncharted professional and personal territory in the heart of Italy, all while the series remains rooted in its Parisian soul. The makers have unveiled first-look images of Emily embracing life in Rome. Emily is seen basking in the golden glow of the Italian sun, effortlessly blending glamour with wanderlust, as she shares intimate, sun-drenched moments with her charming new love interest. Season 5 also promises to expand the show's universe by exploring cultural contrasts between the French and the Italians. Releasing on 18th December, this season will also have returning cast members including Ashley Park, Lucas Bravo, Philippine, and Camille Rizat, while new faces such as Thalia Besson and Paul Foreman join the ensemble. The first season was released in 2020, which began with Emily Cooper moving to Paris for a marketing job, where she clashed with French culture and got entangled in a love triangle.
Look, I want us to win together.
It's a little controversial. I like it.
And maybe some things get lost in translation, but just know that I'm finding my way. Paris is the most exciting city in the world, and you never know what's going to happen next.
While the season 2 saw her juggling feeling for Gabrielle and a new romance with Alfie, while her career at Savoy became more complicated.
Got the rest of your life to be as dull as you wish. But while you're here, fall in love. Make mistakes. If you're gonna do Paris for 1 year, for God's sake, do it right.
In fact, season 3 had Emily joining Sylvie's bold new agency, navigating rising romantic and workplace tensions, especially when Camille makes a surprising move that throws everyone's relationships into chaos.
Maybe the pressure's not worth it.
It's definitely worth it. It's your dream.
Then in 2024, season 4 unraveled the drama of Camille's broken wedding, Gabrielle's unresolved feelings, and Emily's emotional turmoil, all culminating in a cliffhanger twist that sends our ever-glamorous heroine straight into the heart of Italy.
Which city do you prefer? Paris or Rome?
With Alice, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Surprise! French guy, a British guy, and now Italian? You're really stamping your passport, huh?
The Jennifer Aniston and Reese Witherspoon starrer, The Morning Show, has been renewed for its 4th season, and this time it's jumping directly to the spring of 2024 with Alex and Bradley navigating a post-UBA NBN merger newsroom rife with power plays and much more. Take a look.
A nice idea, but it's not sexy.
Oh, it's Lady Guillotine. How many heads rolled today?
Do you know how badly I wish I could fire you?
Get ready as the spotlight just got hotter and the stakes even higher.
people died. Work with me.
You pitched UBN as a feminist utopia where women lift each other up?
Brace yourself. Jennifer Aniston and Reese Witherspoon are back as the morning show has been renewed and is back for its 4th season. Apple TV Plus has offered a sizzling sneak peek at what's brewing in season 4.
More comfortable for you.
See, this is what I miss.
To get what you want, you need to burn the house down.
A grand collaboration with the completion of the UBA-NBN merger, creating a formidable new media conglomerate, UBN.
I'm shutting the story down.
I have to do this whether you like it or not.
Jennifer Aniston's ever-formidable Alex and Reese Witherspoon's firebrand Bradley now find themselves navigating a pressure cooker newsroom where power shifts faster than breaking news. In fact, Bradley might believe in second chances, but opportunity and betrayal arrive in equal measure.
Cleaning a house should make this place better.
You can't clean a house if you're about to blow it up.
Releasing on September 17th, the new season brings a power-packed lineup, including Oscar winners Marion Cotillard and Jeremy Irons, among others in prominent roles.
I'm a firm believer in second chances. Maybe this is an opportunity to make it right.
Sick of all these people talking.
This is
From deepfakes to cover-ups and whispers of scandal, the truth is explosive and it's under siege. Except secrets unearthed, alliances shattered all over again, as this year the drama behind the desk is juicier than anything on air.
Whether you like it or not.
Do you realize what you've done?
Someone's really trying to set me up.
Dig. Find out where the bodies are buried.
The truth is incendiary, and it's under attack. What's going on?
8 seconds to you. Cue her.
Good morning. I'm bringing you some...
The initial season was released in 2019 and sets the tone for the life of a journalist and the UBA media network getting uprooted in wake of a sexual abuse scandal.
Was fired today.
You walk out that door, you are never going to get back in.
The part you guys never seem to realize is that you don't have the power anymore. And frankly, I've let you bozos handle this long enough. We are doing this my way.
I'm the whistleblower. I'm gonna get everything I want.
While season 2 delved in rebuilding of the newsroom under leadership of Alex and Bradley, alongside dealing with a tragedy.
This is a battle for the soul of the universe.
3, 2, 1.
And the third season thereafter showcased UBA in financial crisis and a probable merger at play, leaving fate of UBA and its anchors uncertain.
This hack is nuclear.
Certain things may come to light. Did you ever tell anybody? Personal things that were never meant to be shared.
Let all the secrets come out. They did not protect me.
They didn't protect you, but I did.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And shatter. Let's burn it all down.
We should finish what we started.
From Archie's first comic in 1941 to a new exciting live-action reboot by Phil Lord and Christopher Miller, the famous Riverdale gang is set for a big-screen Hollywood revival. At the same time, India already has its own film by Zoya Akhtar called The Archies. Take a look at this special report to know more.
Oh, hi. I know this must look sort of strange to you guys.
No, not at all. No.
But I can explain all of this.
Forget it, Arch. Whatever you and your dad do on your own time is your business. Besides, we're here on a mission to save Old Town.
To save Old Town?
Archie Comics goes big as a major Hollywood reboot is underway. From 1941's timeless small-town charms to the big-screen spectacle of today.
Lives from before we became teenagers again. Jughead, we're juniors in high school. Life's good. The year is 1955. All of us, we were all sent back in time. We need to get back.
In a move that bridges decades of nostalgia with fresh cinematic ambition, the iconic Archie Andrews and his Riverdale crew are staging a grand return.
Every corpse has a tale to tell, and this one has the touch of evil.
In a move blending reverence with reinvention, filmmakers Phil Lord and Christopher Miller, the masterminds behind the Lego movie 21 Jump Street and Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, are producing a live-action Archie feature for Universal Pictures.
Things are different here
And partnering with them are Aditya Sood, Emma Watts, and John Goldwater, forming a creative coalition to shepherd this project from page to screen. Interestingly, long-time comic book writer Tom King, known for his work on the DC franchise, will pen the script. With a nearly 80-year-long legacy, the Archie comics have an indelible mark on pop culture today. Archie Comics, for over an 85-year history, has sold over 3 billion comics worldwide and retains a massive social media presence. The Archie gang debuted in 1941's Pep Comics number 22, and many of the publisher's stories harken back to the idea of small-town Americana. Meanwhile, various animated and live-action adaptations across several decades, the Archie comics have also birthed various memorable spin-offs, including the 2001 Josie and the Pussycats by Netflix, which was a successful series. In recent years, Riverdale, a television adaptation under the CW network, also garnered considerable following.
लोगों को हंसाना एक आर्ट है डैड. I think there's a real profession in comedy.
भूलना मत, अब तो लंदन में नहीं रिवरडेल में हो. रिवरडेल को भी याद रखना चाहिए ना कि Veronica is back.
Meanwhile, India has its own Archies film. Zoya Akhtar directorial The Archies, which was a Hindi language coming-of-age musical. Set in 1964, Anglo-Indian Riverdale, it followed Archie, Veronica, Betty and Dilton, among others, and their union through music and friendship to save Green Park from developers.
What are you talking about?
He's going to destroy Green Park. Green Park is our history. Those are our trees. That's where we've grown up.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Millie Bobby Brown and Jake Bongiovi have embraced a new chapter in their love story, announcing the adoption of a baby girl. The heartwarming news has touched fans and friends alike, with heartfelt congratulations pouring in. Dive deeper into this special report by my colleague Alice.
In a world often filled with fleeting romances and heartbreaks, some love stories stand out quietly, powerful, deeply genuine, and beautifully enduring. Among them are Stranger Things star Millie Bobby Brown and her husband Jake, who have taken a gentle, heartfelt step into a new chapter of their lives. In a sweet, shared social media post, the young couple announced that they have embraced parenthood by adopting a baby girl. Yes, at just 21 and 23, Millie and Jake are discovering the quiet magic and the beautiful challenges of nurturing a new life, hand in hand. In their announcement, Millie and Jake captioned the post, "This summer we welcomed our sweet baby girl through adoption. We are beyond excited to embark on this beautiful next chapter of parenthood in both peace and privacy." Meanwhile, congratulatory messages have been pouring in from friends and fans and industry colleagues ever since the good news came out. In fact, in March, Bobbi Brown expressed her desire to start a family with Jake. The actor said, and we quote, "My mom actually had her first child at 21 and my dad was 19. This has been my dream since before I met Jake." Adding, "I wanted to be a mom in the same way my mom was to me, and Jake knows how important it is to me. Like, of course, I want to focus on really establishing myself as an actor and as a producer. But I also find it so important to start a family for me personally." Interestingly, Millie Bobby Brown and Jake got married in a private ceremony in May 2024, followed by a lavish celebration in Italy. And the two got engaged in April 2023, after dating for 2 years.
200,000 square miles of secure territory.
Millie was last seen in a sci-fi movie with the Russo brothers, The Electric State, which revolved around an orphaned teen who hits the road with a mysterious robot to find her long-lost brother.
But he's out there somewhere.
I stopped fighting because the war with his boss was wrong.
Teaming up with a smuggler and his wisecracking sidekick. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Netflix's Emmy-nominated The Diplomat returns with its season 3, and as the vice president, Grace Penn ascends to presidency, the intensified tension with Kate Weiler fracture inside the newly reconfigured White House. Dive deeper to know more.
Welcome, sir.
Come on in.
A president whose flaws are known only to a select few. A White House reconfigured by power, secrets, and shifting loyalties. The Diplomat resets the board, and no one's safe.
How was everyone's stay at the office?
Yes, Netflix's Emmy-nominated political thriller, The Diplomat, is returning to the screens with its new third season. In the season 3, Kate Weiler finds herself navigating uncharted political waters as her once ambitious aspirations now transform into a daunting reality.
A terribly flawed woman is now the president, and only we know just how flawed.
You will be in the White House watching what she does all the time.
Following the sudden death of President Ray Byrne in season 2, Vice President Grace Penn, portrayed by Allison Janney, ascends to the presidency. In fact, Kate and her husband Hal had previously uncovered Grace's involvement in orchestrating the British warship attack, raising the stakes significantly.
Yeah.
The Tory party has received donations from Russian sources. Members of my government are involved. It could be anyone.
The call is coming from inside the house, and 3 Americans just got blown up inside the house.
This season also introduces Bradley Whitford as Todd Penn, Grace's husband, a character whose name was mentioned in season 1, but the presence is now fully revealed. Todd's arrival adds a new layer of tension within the White House, complicating the already volatile political landscape.
A terribly...
Created by Deborah Khan, The Diplomat Season 3 is scheduled to release on Netflix on October 16, 2025. And the ensemble also includes Ali Ahn, Ato Asunda, Sally Emry, Nana Mensah, and Miguel Sandoval. The first season of The Diplomat was released in the year 2023, where diplomat Kate Weiler is reassigned to London after a British warship is bombed. Navigating political intrigue, ambition, and marriage tensions, she uncovers a deep conspiracy until a final explosive car bombing leaves her world in chaos.
It's not Iran. We should be looking at Russia and Saudi Arabia.
Your intelligence is the best tool we have to de-escalate a situation that is spinning out of control.
Here to help.
You don't work for the U.S. government. This is new to me. Both of you at the same time. I could use less of it.
Meanwhile, the season 2 picked up after a London car bombing happened, where Kate investigates and she uncovers a tangled betrayal, ultimately exposing Vice President Grace Penn as the architect, resulting in the president's death and Penn's rise to power.
You dug up a conspiracy inside this government.
You think you're playing chess, but actually you're playing checkers.
She is not a vice president.
She's running with scissors right into my...
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Books, movies, and countless adaptations later, the wizarding world of Harry Potter is finally coming from Hogwarts to TV. HBO has finally confirmed the chosen ones for the key roles after tens of thousands gave auditions, and here they are. Take a look.
Attention Harry Potter fans, as the big news just dropped from the wizarding world. The magic halls of Hogwarts are opening their doors once again, and this time it's a series. HBO has officially begun the production of its highly anticipated Harry Potter TV series adaptation. The show began production at Warner Brothers Studios, Leavesden in the UK, and is expected to debut in 2027. Unveiling the star-studded cast of its highly anticipated live-action series, and it just couldn't get any better. Following a rigorous worldwide open casting call that attracted more than 30,000 aspiring actors, the beloved Harry Potter will be played by Dominic McLaughlin. Arabella Stanton will be seen as Hermione, and Alistair Stout will play Ron Weasley. And surprisingly, all are newcomers. The cast of the Weasley children is here as the twin newcomers, Tristan and Gabrielle Harland, have been casted as the mischievous Fred and George Weasley, while Rory Spooner will take on the role of Percy Weasley. Gracie Cochrane has stepped into the shoes of Ginny Weasley. Earlier, the makers finalized the other cast in April, which included Nick Frost, known for his roles in Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz, who will be playing the beloved half-giant Rubeus Hagrid. Stage and television legend Janet McTeer will take on the role of Professor Minerva McGonagall, while Papa Esidu is set to portray the complex Severus Snape. The Fast show star Paul Whitehouse will appear as the Hogwarts caretaker Argus Filch. Luke Talon, known for his work with the Royal Shakespeare Company, will appear as Professor Quirinus. And Conclave fame John Lithgow will play Albus Dumbledore. For the unversed, Harry Potter is a fantasy epic spanning 7 novels by J.K. Rowling.
Did you ever make anything happen? Anything you couldn't explain? You're a wizard, Harry.
I'm a what?
Chronicling the life of a young wizard, Harry Potter, his friends, and their adventures at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
Most painful death. Understand this, Harry, because it's very important. Not all wizards are good.
I'm going to bed before either of you come up with another clever idea to get us killed. Or worse, expelled.
She needs to sort out her priorities.
The heart of the story lies in Harry's battle against the Dark Wizard, Lord Voldemort. who seeks immortality and dominion over both the magical and non-magical worlds.
Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Come to die. Only I can live forever.
With Alice, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Well, that's all we could pack for you in our special broadcast today. But keep watching In the Club Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. on India Today for your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Suesha Sound, signing off for today. Till the next time, thank you for watching and goodbye.
They don't make headlines, they make India. The real unicorns of India don't chase valuation, they create value. These are the stories of those who don't just do business, they build India. This Independence Month, India Today celebrates the micro moguls of India. Quiet ambition, local impact, national change. The untold stories of grassroots entrepreneurs quietly shaping a rising India. India Today, the micro moguls of India. Subscribe now at subscriptions.indiatoday.in and read their full stories.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon to you viewers. Welcome back. You're watching India Today with me, Sriya Kundu, and we have all the top stories lined up for you this hour. But before that, we'll quickly take a look at the headlines doing the rounds at the very top of the afternoon. Dowry murder accused Vipin, who burnt his 28-year-old wife, Nikki, alive over dowry demands, was shot in the leg while trying to escape police custody. Killer husband Vipin brazens it out, denies killed wife Nikki, says fights between husband and wife very common. India Today was the first to in fact bring this information to you.
गलती का पछतावा है आपको?
मुझे नहीं है, नहीं मैंने मारी है। हाँ। ना मैंने कुछ किया है, अपने आप मरी है।
हाँ। अच्छा।
मियाँ बीवी में हर सगर लड़ाई होती रहती है, ये कोई आम बात नहीं।
Trouble mounts for Anil Ambani after SBI, now Bank of India, declares loans to his company Reliance Communication as fraudulent, with two major banks flagging financial irregularities. The heat is back on Ambani amid ongoing ED and CBI probes. India makes a big push for Atmanirbharta in defence as decks are cleared for a mega submarine deal under Project 75 India. 6 advanced high-tech submarines equipped with German technology to boost underwater endurance will be built in India. Key talks with Germany are set to begin soon. Monsoon Mayhem paralyzes cities across India. From Jammu to Rajasthan, low-lying areas in Kathua, Jammu and Kashmir see severe flooding, while Sawai Madhopur is submerged, leaving homes inundated and residents stranded. Cheteshwar Pujara has announced his retirement from all forms of cricket, bringing an end to a remarkable 15-year-long career. We're beginning the bulletin with our focus on the state of Rajasthan. The state, once known for its scorching summers and dry sands, is now drowning under relentless monsoon fury. In Sawai Madhopur, roads are submerged under waist-deep water. Even rescue teams haven't been spared. A tractor trolley which was carrying NDRF personnel overturned during the operations near Sawai Madhopur, as can be seen in the visuals on your screens. Apart from Sawai Madhopur, in terms of districts that have been affected, there's Tonk, Bandi and Kota, which are severely affected at this given point. Army has reached on ground zero to help everyone. Both Indian Army and Indian Air Force have been in fact deployed and put into action. An Mi-17 helicopter has been deployed over Bandi and Kota and they are airdropping essential supplies, as we are given to understand. The IMD, meanwhile, has issued an orange alert across several regions amid rescue operations still continuing in these areas.
Well, these images are not of the Niagara Fall, but these are as scary as the Niagara Fall. We are in Sawai Madhopur in Rajasthan, and in this part of the district there is a village, Jadavta, which is now on the edge of literally extinction. The reason is that because of the massive rainfall and the furious rain, eventually the entire landscape, which was a farming land, and of course the guava farming, all of suddenly became, gradually, the cavating literally the river formation, and that has now turned into as huge as 50 to 60 feet wide riverine terrain. Now we see the people are struggling somehow to save their land. That's a guava farming land, and all across this farming area is now literally on a threat of because many of these landscape have been washed away. If I could just turn the camera on the other side, many of the houses who were on literally the edge have been washed away. And remember, this has never been in existence. There is no river, this is no drain, this is nothing. It was all a plain farming land, and because of the massive furious rain, this entire landscape has now become a riverine terrain. Many of these houses were washed away, and eventually in over the hours, if the rain continues and situation persists, clearly this half of the village will come into massive threat, and that looks like a scary Niagara Fall images of Savai Madhopur, which requires immediate and urgent attention of all the authorities at the highest level of Rajasthan and of course the district administration. As we see, the NDRF and the army have been roped in for the rescue relief operation, but clearly this is going to pose a massive threat to this part of Savai Madhopur. At Ground Zero in Rajasthan, with Sanjay, this is Ashutosh Mishra for India Today. As we are trying to reach out to the remote areas in Surwal of Savai Madhopur, look at this landscape. There's a furious, and it's not a river, it's actually a mainland, that road that connects to mainland. And now because of the water flow is intense, as we see the local village head is now trying to reach out to the people. They are preparing a rope that will connect one pillar to another. So at least there are hundreds of these people that are from different these villages. They'll be able to commute through this stretch. Now look at this flow. There's 3 to feet water, and anyone comes between it will literally be flown away with the water flow. And because of that, now the rope is being stretched from one pillar to another, and that's the local head of this Surwal area who are now also reaching out to the people with the help. So connecting rope, that will be one support for the people that will be commuting from one village to another. That's a massive, furious situation here that we see. The mayhem, this entire region of Rajasthan is flooded. Look at this. There's a farming area, farming land, and it's not a river, but it's so scary. Looks like even worse than a river flow. Monsoon Mayhem has gripped this part of Rajasthan. Dozens of villages have totally been disconnected from the mainland. In such a situation, the only powerful tractor like this could only be medium to commute from one village to another, and these are the locals have also been part of the evac and rescue operations for Savai Madhopur. In this village with Sanjay Kumar, I am Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
Viewers, those were ground reports we were bringing to you from different regions which have been affected, specifically Savai Madhopur at this given point. In fact, Ashutosh Mishra joins us live at this point on the bulletin to bring us more updates. Ashutosh, a very good afternoon to you. Help us understand what the current situation is in terms of rescue operations and essential supplies constantly being brought in helicopters. What more are we picking up from the ground at this point?
Well, no rainfall reported in Savai Madhopur so far. 8 districts across Rajasthan remains severely affected. Bundi, Savai Madhopur and Tong, 3 of these remains worst affected. I'm here in Savai Madhopur and all the reports that we are watching all around Madhopur. And right behind me you see one of the most scary and looks like a Niagara Fall. It is not indeed. This is Savai Madhopur, Jadavta Gaon. Every minute I'm saying inches of these land is being washed away. So if I go say there was neither a drain nor this riverine terrain. It was a plain landscape, a farming land. That's a guava farming area, and of course all the horticulture area. So entire this landscape in last 3 days have been washed away and now turned into literally as wide as 60 to 70 feet a riverine terrain. Now because of that, the entire village of this Jadavta, many of these houses have washed away. In fact, exactly the report that I recorded from this rooftop, this house is likely to be washed away in another 12 to 13 hours. Now imagine these are we remember the kind of scary images that we see of the Niagara Fall. Here, all the water that is coming from the upwards area is further going down towards Madhya Pradesh and other rivers. But because of these terrain difficulties, it has eventually made a literally caving of this entire structure. And now all this we see the NDRF being deployed. Essentially, a couple of minutes ago, we have seen the army has also been called in this area because that will require eventually massive operation, including evacuation of the people. And of course, as you rightly said, of the food dropping, essential dropping. Many of the villages in Savai Madhopur, Tonk and Bundi have been disconnected. Dozens of villages alone in Savai Madhopur are totally submerged, flooded or disconnected from the mainlands. We ourselves have been reaching this area. It took nearly around a couple of hours using tractors because there is a low-lying areas which are totally submerged and water flowing. It's not waterlogging, let me tell you. It's literally water flowing and the current is so huge that even a weaker person could likely be washed away along with the flow. So we using tractors, different other mechanisms. So vehicles cannot go. The food materials as far as concerned, the Gram Sabhas in these villages are running community kitchens and where there is a largely evacuation is being done. NDRF, SDRF personnel deployed. But the situation remains extremely grim, particularly in Rajasthan. And the way I'm saying in this part of this village, in this, let me tell you, the kind of cracks that it is gradually developing because the river flow is eventually now washing away all this area. Look at this. So 24 hours ago, this wasn't here. Now, every minute, every day, every hour, we are seeing this is widening. So that's exactly why I said that maybe in another 10 to 12 hours, you will see many of
this area is reeling under the effect of the heavy rainfall and nature's fury, and that's how it translates on the ground. Ashutosh, thank you for bringing us all those reports from Savai Madhopur at this given point. Viewers, this is the current situation there that we're bringing to you. It is unbelievable, the visuals that we are seeing. It's a waterfall, in fact, as we see in what used to be a completely dry land, a dry area now. With that, viewers, let's also highlight some more visuals from Rajasthan at this given point, as relentless heavy rain has battered North Indian states, causing severe disruption across all fronts. Waterlogged streets and inundated homes have all become the grim reality for these residents, and the flooding has caused severe loss. Let's take a look at what all we are picking up from different regions. Heavy rains have triggered flash floods in Kathua district of Jammu and Kashmir. A bridge over Sahar Khad on the national highway has collapsed, cutting off complete road connectivity in the area. Now, despite the damage, traffic is still moving on the bent portion of the bridge, raising serious safety concerns as we speak. Intense rainfall in Jammu has caused severe flooding, with water entering homes of residential quarters at the Indian Institute of Integrative Medicine, completely submerging the very building at this given point. And the SDRF teams are also conducting rescue operations on boats to evacuate the stranded residents, while authorities remain on high alert as more rain is expected. As of now, all residents have been rescued safely. Cloudburst in Uttarakhand's Chamoli district has led to a massive accumulation of debris on the roads, obstructing ongoing relief operations. Several parked vehicles were in fact buried under the debris, and shops and houses have also been severely damaged. Terrifying visuals emerge from Savai Madhopur, where gushing floodwaters have swept through colonies, submerging houses, leaving entire neighborhoods completely inundated. In Rajasthan, Savai Madhopur, the Nigo River has in fact overflowed due to heavy rainfall. Several colonies, as we were just in fact pointing out, are completely flooded. Roads and houses have been submerged. Heavy waterlogging has disrupted connectivity in the area. Visuals show the extent of damage that's been caused by the rising floodwaters with each passing hour. After relentless rain, the Chambal River in Rajasthan's Dholpur district has risen 5 meters above the danger mark. Water has entered into low-lying areas, and residents have been alerted against further rise in water level. In Bandi, Rajasthan, floodwaters completely washed away a section of the Kota-Dausa mega highway. The culvert collapsed under the pressure of gushing water, leaving the road completely destroyed and cutting off connectivity completely in this very area. Horrifying visuals of flooding are also emerging from Rajasthan's Bundi district at this given point. Water has engulfed the roads, houses, shops, as well as temples in this region. Several low-lying areas are submerged, forcing families to evacuate their houses and seek shelter on higher grounds. With that, we are shifting our focus now to the battleground of Bihar as we inch closer to the polls. As India bloc, Bihar Chief Minister face gone? That's the question at this given point. Rahul Gandhi ducks this question on Tejashwi being the chief ministerial face in the state. Asked on Congress backing for Tejashwi as CM, Rahul says, "Koi tension nahi, we are all aligned." Nitish Kumar versus who in Bihar chief minister fight? This exactly is the question of the hour. In fact, we will play out what exactly has been said by Rahul Gandhi when we speak of the chief ministerial face from the Mahagathbandhan side. Let's listen in.
को लेकर अभी तक आपकी पार्टी से साफ क्यों नहीं किया जा रहा कि तेजस्वी यादव सीएम बनेंगे बिहार में? बहुत अच्छे तरीके से एक पार्टनरशिप बनी है हम मतलब सारी की सारी पार्टियां एक साथ जुड़कर काम कर रही हैं, कोई टेंशन नहीं है और म्यूचुअल रिस्पेक्ट है और एक दूसरे की मदद हो रही है, तो मजा भी आ रहा है। आइडियोलॉजिकली हम अलाइंड हैं, पॉलिटिकली अलाइंड हैं, तो बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट आएगा, मगर वोट चोरी को रुकना है। थैंक यू।
Amit Bhardwaj joins us at this point in the bulletin to in fact bring us more context to the very conversation we are now having about who will be the chief ministerial face. Amit, we see Rahul Gandhi very swiftly dodging from that very question with regards to who will be the chief ministerial face from the Mahagathbandhan side.
Shreya, you know, it was in Aradia where Rahul Gandhi, Tejasvi Yadav and the India bloc leaders from Bihar were holding this press conference. And all of us had this question to ask that on one side, Tejasvi Yadav has very clearly mentioned that for the next Lok Sabha election, Rahul Gandhi is the PM contender. So obviously that question was asked from Rahul Gandhi as well as to who is going to be the CM contender from the India bloc side and whether Tejasvi Yadav is the face. You know, he kept on drifting from that central question, and he emphasized as to how the coordination between the India parties is going well, and the workers are able to work together. The coordination, implementation of the plan is far better. But then there was no direct answer from Rahul Gandhi when it comes to portrayal of Tejasvi Yadav as the chief ministerial candidate of the India bloc or Mahagathbandhan in Bihar. However, taking that story forward, there's a lot developing within the India bloc. I spoke to VIP chief Mukesh Sahni, and Mukesh Sahni is mentioning two things. Number one, that Tejasvi Yadav is the only applicant for chief minister's post as far as India Gathbandhan is concerned, and that he is the deputy chief minister contender. So within India bloc, those permutation combinations working out. Back to
Very true. Right now, permutation combinations are in the works as we pick up. Amit, do stay back with us. We have more breaking news that's coming in at this point from the state of Bihar. Let's quickly take a look. So the state of Bihar is only heating up with each passing day. Rahul's big India bloc unity claim in Bihar. India bloc to release a common manifesto for Bihar is what we are learning. Rahul Gandhi has come out to say, and I quote, will release a common manifesto for Bihar. This is his exact comment. Let's quickly listen into the excerpt while he was addressing the public there.
हमारे नेशनल मैनिफेस्टो में किसानों के लिए अलग अलग आइडियाज़ हैं। ये हम मिलकर यहाँ पे मैनिफेस्टो बनाएंगे और उस पे काम चल रहा है।
Amit, these are the remarks we're picking up from Rahul Gandhi at this given point when we go back to his address that he's just delivered in Araria, as you were also mentioning. Let's understand this very point that's been made. Mahagathbandhan to come up with one manifesto.
Absolutely right. While the each parties, for instance, the RJD or Congress Party or CPI-ML, the three major stakeholders of the Mahagathbandhan in Bihar might want to come up with their own idea or promises or guarantees that they want to make. But like Jharkhand, in Bihar as well, you will have a common manifesto which will be released by the Mahagathbandhan or the India bloc. And, this will be very much on the lines of the National India Alliance manifesto as well. And the pictures of the glimpses of that is also visible on the route where Voter Adhikar Yatra is being carried out by Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav. What we are given to understand that on 1st of September, Voter Adhikar Yatra will end in Patna with a huge show of strength and rally in Patna, and after that between 2nd of September and 10th of September, the coordination committee of the India bloc will sit together, and that will also finalize or give a structure to the seat sharing system, the manifesto issue, common understanding on the manifesto issue, as well as who is going to be the chief ministerial candidate. as well as, if at all there will be Deputy Chief Ministers contenders as well within the India Gathbandhan or Mahagathbandhan. But it is clear that, as Rahul Gandhi mentioned, it's going to be a common manifesto for the India bloc in Bihar, like they did in the centre as well as Jharkhand polls. Back to you.
An interesting development indeed. One has to wait and watch how exactly this plays out for the Mahagathbandhan at this given point in the state of Bihar, as it in fact is to go to polls later this year. Thank you, Amit, for putting it into context for us and viewers. We are now shifting our focus to another story. Now, our next story and our big story for the day is the dowry death that's taken place. A tragic story in a major development in the Noida Dowry murder case. The accused Vipin Bhati has now been shot by police in an encounter. According to police, the accused was in fact being taken to find out from where he procured the thinner to burn his wife. But Vipin, in the very process, tried to snatch the cop's pistol and flee the police, and then that is when the UP police in fact resorted to firing, and Vipin sustained an injury in his leg. The accused brazened out at the same time that there is no remorse and he did not commit the crime. He also said that husbands and wife often fight and it's a very common occurrence. A 28-year-old, let's remind you, a 28-year-old woman was allegedly tortured and set on fire by her husband and in-laws over dowry after 9 years into her marriage. The victim, Nikki, died after battling severe burns. A child who saw his mother being assaulted and killed by her in-laws in Greater Noida narrated the horror he witnessed when the incident happened. A heart-wrenching account, viewers. He said his mother was dragged by her hair and set ablaze using a lighter. We will in fact play out some of the reactions.
गलती का पछतावा है आपको?
मुझे नहीं है, नहीं मैंने मारी है।
हाँ।
ना मैंने कुछ किया है, अपने आप मरी है।
हाँ। अच्छा।
मियाँ बीवी में हर सगर लड़ाई होती रहती है, ये कोई आम बात नहीं है।
अच्छा और वो अपने आप लगाई।
बस मुझे और कुछ नहीं पता ना।
पछतावा है?
नहीं, हाँ बहुत पछतावा है।
बच्चा भी चली गई। बुलाना इसको। बच्चा भी 5 साल का।
हाँ।
आरोपी पति को गिरफ्तार किया था। आज रिकवरी के लिए उसे थाना कासना पुलिस ले आई थी। जिस फ्लेमेबल पदार्थ से उसने अपनी पत्नी को जलाया था, उसके बॉटल की रिकवरी के लिए यहाँ पे ले आए थे। रिकवरी के दौरान वो एक दरोगा की पिस्टल छीनकर भागा और पुलिस पे जान से मारने की नियत से फायर किया। पुलिस की जवाबी कार्रवाई में उसके पैर में गोली लगी। घायल को तत्काल जो है इलाज के लिए अस्पताल भिजवा दिया गया है। आगे की कार्रवाई प्रचलित है।
ये हत्यारों को मुठभेड़ के साथ गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए और गिरफ्तारी नहीं होएगी तो ये बीजेपी सरकार है, बाबा का बिल्डोजर मकान पर चलना चाहिए, वो अरेस्ट करके उन्हें सजा मिलनी चाहिए। बढ़िया हुआ है, ऐसे दरिंदे को तो फांसी लगनी चाहिए। ऐसे दरिंदे जो बेटी सरकार कहती है कि बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ, ऐसे दरिंदे को तो मर जाना चाहिए। ऐसे दरिंदे को तो सही करा उन्होंने। वो तो जो अपराधी होएगा वो भागेगा कस्टडी से।
मम्मा के ऊपर गाली कूद डाला, फिर मम्मा को चाहता मारा, फिर लाइटर से आग लगा दी थी।
I think in today's time, Greater Noida, which is just next to Delhi, the NCR, if these incidents are happening in metro cities, then I shudder to think what is the state of affairs in rural India, where neither the media reaches nor the press, so those cases go unreported. There will be attempts to cover this case as suicide because the family will try to give money not only to the government agencies but also to the opposite side to cover the case, and also they will say that there is a small child and if the father also goes to jail, who will take care? I would like the girls' parents not to fall for them, to stand by their statement, give their statements before the magistrate and see to it that the police files charge sheet as fast as possible.
Also, those are the details at this given point that we have for you on that very story. But right now, viewers, let's shift our focus. This is with regards to Anil Ambani facing ED heat. Bank of India has now classified Reliance Communications, its promoter Anil Ambani and former director Manjari Ashok Kakar's loan accounts as fraud, following a similar move by the State Bank of India earlier this year itself. Bank of India has now come out to cite a rupees 700 crore unpaid loan that turned into a non-performing asset back in the year 2017, alleging fund diversion and breach of loan terms. The rupees 700 crore loan sanctioned in the year 2016 was partly misused by placing funds in fixed deposits, violating agreed terms. RCOM, in fact, ended up receiving the official notice from Bank of India in August 22nd, that is their specific date, 2025 itself. Earlier, SBI had in fact accused RCOM and Ambani of misappropriating bank funds, leading to CBI raids and a complaint involving losses of nearly 2,929 crore rupees. Anil Ambani's spokesperson has, however, come out to deny all allegations, noting that the matter dates back over a decade, during which Ambani was a non-executive director with no operation control at the same time. Let's, in fact, understand these are the details at this point on the very story that we're following up. We're breaking news now and we're shifting our focus. This news comes in right a day after National Space Day was celebrated across India, India's mega Gaganyaan milestone. ISRO tests Gaganyaan braking system, first integrated airdrop test for the Gaganyaan mission, parachute-based system to slow down the space flight. ISRO's key deceleration system, in fact, has been tested, is what we are being given to understand. Crucial step indeed for India's manned space mission, the first, that is, Gaganyaan braking system by ISRO, IAF, Navy and the DRDO, all teams in fact working in collaboration with each other for this very mission. It's a milestone in the Gaganyaan mission that is to take place 2 years from now in 2027. These are the latest details and the visuals that we're bringing to you of how things are proceeding on that very front. A big achievement that comes in right after a day of the National Space Day that was being celebrated in India, across India rather, where the Prime Minister, our Union Minister Jitendra Singh, Shubhanshu Shukla all came out to give updates that they're all looking forward to the Gaganyaan mission and have been working relentlessly on the same to, in fact, take India to newer heights, because the sky isn't the limit when we speak of our space sojourns in the country. It has only been increasing, it's only been rising from where we in fact have been. Next up, from the world of sports, specifically from the world of cricket, Cheteshwar Pujara announced his retirement from all forms of cricket. The Saurashtra cricket player made his debut back in the year 2010 against Australia and served his country with grit and determination for over a decade. In 103 tests, Pujara has scored 7,195 at an average of 43.6 with 19 centuries. Pujara reserved his best for Australia, playing a key role in the two series wins down under during the 2018-19 and 2020-2021 Border Gavaskar Trophy. Pujara won the Man of the Series award, in fact, in 2018-19, scoring 521 runs at an average of 74, while in 2020-2021, in that very series, he played a pivotal role in the Brisbane Test, where he battled injury as well to give India a famous win.
It's a well-executed 50. It's his 7th against Australia and the 20th for his...
Pujara comes to the crease at number 3.
With that, viewers, that's all that we have for you in this edition of the Bulletin this hour. But do stay tuned as we keep bringing you all the latest right here.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
All eyes on you.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. Cheteshwar Pujara retires from all forms of Indian cricket. Rahul Gandhi attacks Election Commission. Says vote theft would not happen in Bihar. IPS Anish Dayal Singh appointed Deputy NSA by the Union Government.
One decision, massive implications. India will play Pakistan in the Asia Cup 2025 on September 14th. After the Pahalgam terror attack. After Operation Sindoor. After the valor and the might of our armed forces. After India defining a new normal with Pakistan. Should India play cricket with Pakistan? Should India's bat answer Pakistan's bullets? Or should India pick national pride over sporting spirit? If terror and water cannot flow together, can cricket and terror go hand in hand? India's emotion now tracked by India Today's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. What India thinks on playing with Pakistan. So that is the moot question. Should India play with Pakistan? Let me at least put one thing to rest. India is already playing with Pakistan because the green signal has been given. Where the Asia Cup is concerned, 14 September is the big match where India takes on Pakistan. There is always a lot of opinion, viewers, where cricket is concerned, and there is always also a lot of opinion where ties between India and Pakistan are concerned. We have seen emotional scenes. We have seen scenes where we've been exceedingly proud of our armed forces and the way they performed in Operation Sindoor. We've stood by a government when the government said that this is the new normal. But is this the new normal? Playing with Pakistan while we continue to project a new normal. What do the voters really think? Because once again, the decision has been made. India is playing with Pakistan. But should India play with Pakistan? This is the question, and a number of questions with it, which we took to our voters. Let me quickly, before we go into our panelists this evening, dive into the first question that was asked to our respondents. We've broken them up on the basis of those who vote for the NDA, those who vote for the opposition, and the others. So question one that was asked, should India play cricket with Pakistan? Those who vote for the NDA say, yes, definitely. Only 24% feel India should play with Pakistan who vote for the NDA. Opposition voters, 36.8, others 35.5. In totality, only 31% of people, which is near just about 3 in 10 people that were interviewed, feel that India should play with Pakistan. The other figures, yes, probably 13.7%. No, not at all. 51% believes that India should not play with Pakistan at all. We're going to break it down as well on a number of other questions, but I want to quickly introduce our panelists to you because, like I said, as much as it is an emotive issue, it is also an issue that concerns sports. Nikhil Nas, consulting editor, Sports India Today, in the studio with me. Sushant Sareen, senior fellow, ORF strategic affairs expert. Neeru Bhatia, senior sports journalist and columnist. I'd like to go to Nikhil, my colleague who's been tracking developments. Nikhil, the decision, I guess, has already been made by the government of India. The green light has been given and India is going to play Pakistan come the 14th of September.
Yes, Preeti. In fact, today is the day where we've kind of got an official confirmation that India is playing. Of course, I knew that the BCCI was involved in a meeting with the Asian Cricket Council a couple of weeks back, and that was sort of an agreement there where they reached that they will be participating in the Asia Cup. Remember, India are also the host, and they are ready to take this tournament outside of India to accommodate that Pakistan plays. Today, because you had the team selection and you had the captain of the T20 team also come and address the press conference, so now it's pretty much official, and I can't believe that the BCCI could have taken this decision or in fact even attended that meeting without a green signal from the government. So yes, for all practical purposes, the India versus Pakistan game is on, and not without the permission of the government. So that is something that we've established today. What is really interesting, Preeti, is when I'm looking at your numbers, because we had a recent scenario where there was a Legends League game between India and Pakistan, featuring mostly retired cricketers. That game was also planned for months in advance, but a couple of days before that game had to start, there was so much chatter on social media, so much of backlash on social media, that the players decided to pull out. Now when I look at your numbers, and probably this gives me an indication, I've broken it down roughly into two, yes or no, mildly yes and aggressively no. I've just broken it down into yes and no, and it's a very close call where almost 45% of your respondents are okay with an India-Pakistan game, 55 say no, and that is quite an eye-opener for me, because whatever I've seen on social media, majority of the people are saying, well,
Nikhil,
no
you've
way
got
of
to
playing
also
cricket.
wait for the breakup of that figure that you see on your television screen. But yes, Nikhil is right, because if you actually, add up, yes, probably, and yes, definitely, it pretty much inches towards the 50% mark, and 51% say definitely not. Let's quickly cut across to Sushant Sareen as well as Neeru Bhatia.
Sorry, Preeti, just to add on.
Come in.
Probably, because I was very surprised that the government, which had told us that we have nothing to do with Pakistan, don't touch anything that even mentions Pakistan just a short while ago, have gone ahead and given this permission. Probably they had, now that I look at your numbers, probably they did their own survey, had an idea that it's so close.
Like
it's 50,
I said, wait for the entire survey, Nikhil, because there are other questions as well. But Sushant Sareen, is this the new normal? Water will not flow with terror, but cricket definitely can.
But really, Preeti, the shamelessness of the BCCI is matched only by the silence of the government, which is loquacious in everything else. But when it comes to playing cricket with Pakistan, you won't get a single peep out of it.
Mr. Sareen, at the cost of coming in and interrupting you, I hardly ever do that. But why I'm doing it is Sushant Sareen, you had Nikhil just say, the BCCI wouldn't have dared to give a nod if there was no government nod.
Yeah, so the reason is, I think the government could not dare to go against BCCI. You can put it whichever way you want to put it, which means that BCCI and its leadership is far more powerful than the sentiment of people in this country or the government of India. BCCI rules this country by default because they can ride roughshod over anything that they want to, and nobody in the government or in the ruling party has the guts to go against them. But just on this particular number which you are showing, I think it would be wrong to take the yes definitely and the yes probably together. The yes probably would have a lot of caveats. There would be a lot of people who would say that, listen, because it's a multilateral cricket tournament, why can't we play that? We can't be out of every multilateral cricket tournament. So it's fine if, you're playing a multilateral tournament, etc., etc. Right. So there are a lot of caveats out there. So I don't think the correct way would be to club together yes, probably, and yes, definitely. To my mind, I think the more important number is the no, not at all. Because at least out there's no ambiguity.
So that's where you stand on. No, not at all. Neeru Bhatia, your quick comments.
Yeah, well, I want to first start with the fact that it's a fact that for any tour, even if the BCCI has to travel abroad, it needs a functionary nod from the government to travel and get the clearance for the tour ahead, even though the government doesn't interfere in the workings of the BCCI. Second thing, it's very interesting to people have not been talking about it. There's an Asia Cup which is going to happen. There's a hockey tournament which will happen later this year, next month, where Pakistan refused to travel due to security reasons. Even though the Indian government had offered them visas, etc., and all the facilities like they were offering to other participating nations. It's a multinational tournament, but in this case. In cricket's case, the BCCI not only got the go ahead, and they are going ahead and playing the tournament. So it's different yardsticks for different sports. I think. Having said that, the call was BCCI's, and yes, the BCCI is powerful enough to have requested the tournament to go on with Pakistan and India playing, and they went ahead with it.
All right. Okay. You know what I'm going to do is quickly going to take all the other. I'll come back to you, Sushant. Just allow me to give in our other figures, and then we're going to come back to all three experts. So the other question, viewers, that was posed to the respondents. Once again, we've broken them into, because cricket with Pakistan is also emotive, politically speaking. We've broken them up into voters from the NDA, opposition, and the fence-sitters. So this is what it looks like on the question of hypocritical of BCCI to not play bilateral cricket with Pakistan but play ICC tournaments. NDA voters, 58% feel yes, hypocritical. 49.9% of opposition voters, total 52.1% voters feel that it was hypocrisy on the part of the BCCI to not play bilateral cricket with Pakistan but play ICC tournaments. So with those numbers on your television screen, let me go on to our third question that was posed. It's a quick snap poll that C Voter did, and the other question was, should India not play against Pakistan in ICC tournaments? Yes, nearly 45.8%. You'll see the micro data right there between opposition and NDA voters. So nearly 45.8% feel that India should not play with Pakistan in ICC tournaments. No is 21.7%. That means India should play. India should avoid Pakistan no matter what, 21.2%. So if you add it up, it's nearly about 65% that think it's not a good idea to play with Pakistan. Does resumption of cricket insult sacrifice of armed forces? All right, viewers, this is a touchy topic because all of us out there keep the armed forces of our country very, very close to our heart, and nothing compares to it. So on the question, does resumption of cricket insults the sacrifice of our braves and armed forces coming after Operation Sindoor? Yes, definitely. 62.1%, a whopping 62.1% say resumption of ties with cricket would mean insulting our armed forces. No, not at all is just 18.2%. Yes, probably 12.9%. So nearly 80% people feel that if we play cricket with Pakistan, we are insulting our armed forces that fought Operation Sindoor. Lastly, now this was an interesting question because the question was asked, should the Supreme Court intervene immediately? Because the government and the BCCI has decided to play cricket with Pakistan. Yes, 60.5% want the Supreme Court to intervene and put a stop to the match that is coming up, viewers, on the 14th of September. No, just 22.1%, can't say 17.4%. So, Nikhil, the micro data clearly mirrors what you were seeing and, anticipating on social media. Most people feel it's a no-go.
Well, these numbers are revealing, Preeti, and I think this is exactly what we were looking at and what we were gauging. I think what is the most interesting point, because you actually put in the ICC tournament, and I'm going to make a distinction here. Asia Cup is not an ICC tournament. Now, Asia Cup previously has also been postponed multiple times. I think it's still a tournament that's fluid. With an ICC tournament, you also risk sanctions. You also risk being isolated. I think those risks don't run with the Asia Cup, which is why I think when you look at an ICC tournament, and it's really heartening to see that most Indians have voted that even in ICC tournaments in the current circumstances, you wouldn't want to engage with Pakistan. But I think their result should be even greater when you just look at Asia Cup, Because as I said, Asia Cup is just, a group of Asian countries that get together a few years. Sometimes it's a 2-year gap. Sometimes that gap increases for 4 years. It keeps getting postponed as well. I can't understand what the compulsion was of the government. And I'll put it back on the government because as, you heard a short while ago as well, when Neeru was pointing out that even for the Champions Trophy, the Indian team did not travel to Pakistan. So while the BCCI may be taking all the cricketing decisions, I don't agree that, BCCI is more powerful than the government, because the government actually told the BCCI the Indian team should not be traveling to Pakistan, and then they followed that. So now on the Asia Cup front, even if India had to pull out of this Asia Cup, I don't think they risk any sort of sanctions. And I don't think that would isolate India in any account for that matter. So that is why it becomes even more surprising. And then to add to that, Preeti, as you mentioned, a short while ago, or just a month ago, we were told, don't touch anything that is related to Pakistan, don't watch their content, their YouTube channels were banned, their handles on X were banned, you could not consume any Pakistani content. Diljit Dosanjh was banned for casting a Pakistani actress in their film. So if all of that existed, if that is the atmosphere that existed, how on earth can you go ahead and play Pakistan?
Is there hypocrisy there? And Sushant Sareen, I'll bring you in two very pertinent questions. Nearly 80% of our respondents actually feel, Sushant Sareen, that resuming cricketing ties in whatever form with Pakistan is insulting our army braves. Number one. And there is a 60% that actually feels that the Supreme Court needs to come in and say, no, India shouldn't play with Pakistan.
No, so Preeti, frankly, I don't think the Supreme Court has any locus standi on this case. For everything, even if we want to clean drains in your colony, you have to go to Supreme Court. What kind of a goddamn country are we running that for every damn thing we run to the Supreme Court? I don't think Supreme Court has any locus standi, so I will not take this question. On the other ones, I think there's a clear contradiction which comes out. That there are 80% of the people who feel that, well, it is insulting for the armed forces and the people who sacrifice or make the supreme sacrifice for the country. And then when you look at the other questions which you have put, it seems that the sentiment is a little more mixed, right? So the numbers in that sense are a little contradictory. And one of the reasons for that is that, there is that gray area, something which Nikhil also mentions, that, there could be certain sanctions put. Now, my own sense is that he's 100% correct on Asia Cup. We have cracked down on the Asia Cup in the past. We call all the shots on the Asia Cup. And I cannot for the life of me understand that if we were the hosts, then what was the reason to shift the tournament to UAE only to accommodate Pakistan? And that is bizarre in this climate at a time when the Pakistanis are threatening to throw nuclear bombs on India. You say, no, okay, fine. Because we want to play Asia Cup, we'll go to UAE. One more point, Preeti, please allow me. Nikhil
allowing you, sir, allowing you. Go ahead. You feel very passionately about this.
No, I am. Because, I find it bizarre that at one level you say Op Sindoor is still on and you keep shouting from the rooftops. At another level, you say that, okay, to accommodate Pakistan so that we can play not one, but possibly 3 matches, we'll go to Dubai. If you can make sense of this, is as bizarre as Marco Rubio saying that China buying Russian oil does not fuel war, India buying Russian oil fuels war. Okay, but on Nikhil's point, on the ICC and the sanctions which will be put, look, this is a question of principle versus politics. Okay, if the principle is that we are not going to play against a terrorist country like Pakistan, then you stick to the principle. Then you say, I am not going to play with them, regardless of whether it is an ICC tournament or anything else. And if that means that my candidacy for hosting the Olympics, as some people are saying, I don't know what Olympics has to do with cricket, but in 2036, I don't know what the hell is going to happen in the next 6 months, considering how the world is moving. And we are talking about 2036. This is the worst kind of things, which people do out here to fool public. And which is why, if the messaging was clear, I think the survey results would have been a lot more clearer than what did emerge right now.
All right. Okay. So Sushant Sareen putting his passionate plea forward. And, one thing that we understood on this account is that most of our viewers feel very, very passionately, both about cricket and our relationship or the lack of it with Pakistan. So both of them coming together really, it does have very, very different views and bipolar views that come in. Neeru, go ahead. You wanted to make a point.
Yeah, I just want to make a small point. I completely agree with what Mr. Sareen has said. But in this case, this India-Pakistan thing is not about relations with each other. It's more about the money. Because the maximum money that any cricket match will earn from a tournament like like Asia Cup, which is a smaller tournament, will be from an India-Pakistan match. The TRPs, the eyeballs that will garner will be the maximum. The advertisements and the advertisement rates will be the maximum. So I think it's not so much about relations here as much as it is about the money that it's going to garner. Secondly, I think the onus is on the government to take a stand clearly. Either you allow or you don't allow, and that has to be clear. It can't be pick and choose.
Well, you're right there. I'm going to end it there, but we leave it with that question. How much of a price is fair enough for the valor of our braves? How much of a price is fair enough of those who lost their lives in Pahalgam? How much of the price is fair enough to compromise in the name of what we call a new normal? We're going to leave it at that, viewers. But because it is political, I want to quickly cut across to Asaduddin Owaisi, who on the floor of the parliament had made an impassioned speech on why India shouldn't play with Pakistan. He joined me for a podcast a week ago, and this is what he had to say. Thank you, all our guests, for joining us. Thank you there. You've made your stand very clear on India playing Pakistan. There is the Asia Cup coming in. What's your view on that?
No, I said it in Parliament during the Operation Sindoor debate that when the Prime Minister himself had said many times that water and blood cannot flow, talks and terrorism cannot go together. And rightfully after Operation Sindoor, this government have stopped issuing visas. They have stopped trade, directly, indirect trade. We have, this government has suspended rightfully the Indus Water Treaty. We have stopped 80% of, according to the treaty, 80% of water belongs to Pakistan. We have kept it in abeyance. When all such measures have been taken, how can you jump and play a cricket match? You see, when people say, oh, what when you play other sports? So cricket is not a sport in India.
Yes.
It's football, hockey, volleyball, kabaddi. These are, I'm sorry to use their sport, but here it's like an obsession.
Yeah, you're right.
Everything comes to a standstill. And like, for example, the last day of that cricket match, I was sitting in my home. I had a parliament to go, but I wanted...
You didn't go? That's at one...
I went to parliament and I rushed back. Okay. So when fortunately the parliament was not working. So I rushed back. Okay. And I had put my cell phone on silent and I was watching, okay, now what's going to happen? You see? So cricket is like that. And then there's so much of money in cricket, which is not there in other sports. So I don't know, I'm surprised and shocked that we are playing a cricket match in Dubai with Pakistan. But anyways, I will not watch it.
You won't watch it?
I'll not watch it.
Why wouldn't? Because of Operation Sindoor? Yeah,
because not Operation Sindoor, but because of, that shocking incident of Pahalgam. It is too horrific that someone can be shot in front of their small children, wives, mothers, whatever. It's like you're watching. Your wife is watching her husband being shot in his head. That is very painful. We unfortunately in our country we forget the victims. That is what it is. That's true.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Oh, sorry.
Watching India Today.
Good afternoon, viewers. Welcome back. You're watching India Today with me, Sriya Kundu, and we have all the top stories lined up for you in this very hour. But before that, we'll quickly take a look at the headlines doing the rounds at the very top. Dowry murder accused Vipin, who burnt his 28-year-old wife Nikki alive over dowry demands, was shot in the leg while trying to escape police custody. Killer husband Vipin brazens it out, denies killed wife Nikki, says fight between husband and wife is a common occurrence. India Today was the first to break.
गलती का पछतावा है आपको?
मुझे नहीं मैंने मारी है।
हाँ।
ना मैंने कुछ किया है, अपने आप मरी है।
हाँ। अच्छा।
मियाँ बीवी में हर जगह लड़ाई होती रहती है, ये कोई आम बात नहीं है।
Trouble mounts for Anil Ambani after SBI. Now Bank of India declares loans to his company Reliance Communications as fraudulent, with two major banks flagging financial irregularities. The heat is back on Ambani amid the ongoing ED and CBI probes. India makes a big push for Atmanirbharta in defence as decks are cleared for a mega submarine deal under Project 75 India. 6 advanced high-tech submarines equipped with German technology to boost underwater endurance will be built in India. Key talks with Germany are set to begin soon. Monsoon Mayhem paralyzes cities across India, from Jammu and Kashmir to Rajasthan. Low-lying areas in Kathua, Jammu and Kashmir sees severe flooding, while Sawai Madhopur is submerged, leaving homes inundated and residents completely stranded. Cheteshwar Pujara has announced his retirement from all forms of cricket, bringing an end to a remarkable 15-year-long career. Beginning the bulletin with our top story for the day, a tragic one at that. In a major development in the Noida Dowry murder case, the accused Vipin Bhatti has been shot by police in an encounter. Now, according to the police, the accused was being taken to find out from where he had procured the thinner to burn his wife. But Vipin, in fact, tried to snatch the corpse pistol at this point and flee, when the police in fact resorted to firing, and Vipin sustained an injury in his leg. The accused brazened it out post this very encounter and said that he had no remorse as he did not commit the crime. He has also said that husbands and wives often fight. It is very common in occurrence. A 28-year-old woman, let's remind you, was allegedly tortured and set on fire by her husband and in-laws over dowry after 9 years into her marriage. The victim, Nikki, died after battling severe burns. Heart-wrenchingly, on the other side, a child who saw his mother being assaulted and killed by her in-laws in Greater Noida narrated the horror he witnessed when the incident happened. He said his mother was dragged by her hair and set ablaze using a lighter. Here are some more reactions into this very story. Let's take a look.
गलती का पछतावा है आपको?
मुझे नहीं मैंने मारी है।
हाँ।
ना मैंने कुछ किया है, अपने आप मरी है।
हाँ। अच्छा।
मियाँ बीवी में हर जगह लड़ाई होती रहती है, ये कोई आम बात नहीं है।
अच्छा। और वो अपने आप लगाई?
बस मुझे और कुछ नहीं बताना।
पछतावा है?
नहीं, हाँ बहुत पछतावा है।
बच्चा भी चली गई। बच्चा भी 5 साल का।
हाँ।
आरोपी पति को गिरफ्तार किया था। आज रिकवरी के लिए उसे थाना कासना पुलिस ले आई थी। जिस फ्लेमेबल पदार्थ से उसने अपनी पत्नी को जलाया था, उसके बॉटल की रिकवरी के लिए यहाँ पे ले आए थे। रिकवरी के दौरान वो एक दरोगा का पिस्टल छीनकर भागा और पुलिस पे जान से मारने की नियत से फायर किया। पुलिस की जवाबी कार्रवाई में उसके पैर में गोली लगी। घायल को तत्काल जो है इलाज के लिए अस्पताल भिजवा दिया गया है। आगे की कार्रवाई प्रचलित है।
ये हत्यारों को मुठभेड़ के साथ गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए, और गिरफ्तारी नहीं होएगी तो ये बीजेपी सरकार है, बाबा का बिल्डोजर मकान पर चलना चाहिए, वो अरेस्ट करके उन्हें सजा मिलनी चाहिए। बढ़िया हुआ है, ऐसे दरिंदे को तो फांसी लगनी चाहिए। ऐसे दरिंदे जो बेटी सरकार कहती है कि बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ, ऐसे दरिंदे को तो मर जाना चाहिए। ऐसे दरिंदे को तो सही करा उन्होंने। वो तो जो अपराधी होएगा वो भागेगा कस्टडी से।
मम्मा के ऊपर गाली कूद डाला, फिर मम्मा को चाहता मारा, फिर लाइटर से आग लगा दी थी।
I think in today's time, Greater Noida, which is just next to Delhi, the NCR, if these incidents are happening in metro cities, then I shudder to think what is the state of affairs in rural India, where neither the media reaches nor the press, so those cases go unreported. There will be attempts to cover this case as suicide, because the family will try to give money not only to the government agencies but also to the opposite side to cover the case, and also they will say that there is a small child, and if the father also goes to jail, who will take care? I would like the girl's parents not to fall for them, to stand by their statement, give their statements before the magistrate, and see to it that the police files charge sheet as fast as possible.
With that, Shreya Chatterjee joins us on the broadcast to bring us more details. Shreya, a very good afternoon to you. Let us understand at this point what are the updates we are picking up on this very case as the investigation continues, and if we also have updates on what is Vipin's condition at this point as he's been hospitalized with that leg injury.
Well, you know, Shreya, if you look at that video of Vipin, he clearly looks completely fit and fine. It's just a leg injury that he has received from that bullet in that encounter between the Uttar Pradesh police and him while he was trying to flee the clasp of the police, is what we are given to understand. But 3 more people are at large right now. Vipin's brother Rohit and the mother-in-law and the father-in-law are still on the run. They need to be arrested as well and put to task, because they are equally responsible for this horrific dowry murder that has taken place in Greater Noida and once again shook the entire nation's conscience. But unfortunately, this is the sad reality. No matter what we say, things like dowry are still openly practiced across the region of NCR, and we only hope that when such incidents are reported, some changes come. But as of now, the investigation continues in the matter. Vipin's medical has been done, is what we're being told. He's showing no sign of remorse. We've heard that bite from him, and that is exactly the real face of the Samaj that we keep talking about.
Absolutely, a grim reality that's been brought to the forefront at this point with this very case, and we are keeping a close track. Thank you, Shreya, for bringing us all those details in terms of where the probe stands currently. Viewers, at this point, that's all the details we have for you on this very story. Now we're shifting our focus to the political arena. Now, this is, in fact, before we shift our focus to the political arena, this is a weather update that we are bringing to you from the state of Rajasthan. The state, once known for its scorching summers and dry sands, is now drowning under relentless monsoon fury. In Sawai Madhopur, roads are submerged under waist-deep water, and even rescue teams haven't been spared, as a tractor trolley carrying NDRF personnel also was overturned during the operations near Sawai Madhopur. Now, apart from the Sawai Madhopur, districts like Tonk, Bundi and Kota are also severely affected. Army has reached on ground zero to help everyone. Both Indian Army and Indian Air Force have now been pressed into action. An Mi-17 helicopter has been deployed over Bundi and Kota, which is airdropping essential supplies. The IMD at the same time has issued an orange alert across several regions in the very state because of consistent rainfall.
Well, these images are not of the Niagara Fall, but these are as scary as the Niagara Fall. We are in Sawai Madhopur in Rajasthan, and in this part of the district there is a village, Jalavta, which is now on the edge of literally extinction. The reason is that because of the massive rainfall and the furious rain, eventually the entire landscape, which was a farming land, and of course the guava farming, all of suddenly became, gradually, the cavating literally the river formation, and that has now turned into as huge as 50 to 60 feet wide riverine terrain. Now we see the people are struggling somehow to save their land. That's a guava farming land, and all across this farming area is now literally on a threat of because many of these landscapes have been washed away. If I could just turn the camera on the other side, many of the houses who were on literally the edge have been washed away. And remember, this has never been in existence. There is no river, this is no drain, this is nothing. It was all a plain farming land, and because of the massive furious rain, this entire landscape has now become a riverine terrain. Many of these houses were washed away, and eventually in over the hours, if the rain continues and situation persists, clearly this half of the village will come into massive threat, and that looks like a scary Niagara Fall images of Sawai Madhopur, which requires immediate and urgent attention of all the authorities at the highest level of Rajasthan and of course the district administration. As we see, the NDRF and the Army have been roped in for the rescue relief operation, but clearly this is going to pose a massive threat threat to this part of Savai Madhopur. At Ground Zero in Rajasthan with Sanjay, this is Ashutosh Mishra for India Today. As we are trying to reach out to the remote areas in Surwal of Savai Madhopur, look at this landscape. There's a furious, and it's not a river, it's actually a mainland, that road that connects to mainland. And now because of the water flow is intense, as we see the local village head is now trying to reach out to the people. They are preparing a rope that will connect one pillar to another. So at least there are hundreds of these people that are from different these villages. They'll be able to commute through this stretch. Now look at this flow. That's 3 to feet water, and anyone comes between it will literally be flown away with the water flow. And because of that, now the rope is being stretched from one pillar to another. And that's the local head of this Surwal area who are now also reaching out to the people with the help. So connecting rope, that will be one support for the people that will be commuting from one village to another. That's a massive, furious situation here that we see. The mayhem, this entire region of Rajasthan is flooded. Look at this. There's a farming area, farming land, and it's not a river, but it's so scary. Looks like even worse than a river flow. Monsoon Mayhem has gripped this part of Rajasthan. Dozens of villages have totally been disconnected from the mainland. In such a situation, the only powerful tractor like this could only be medium to commute from one village to another, and these are the locals have also been part of the evac and rescue operations for Savai Madhopur. In this village with Sanjay Kumar, I am Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
Ashutosh Mishra joins us on the broadcast to bring us more details. Ashutosh, you are in fact coming in, joining us from Savai Madhopur itself. But you know, we've been hearing about the IMD's predictions at this point, if we call it so, of an orange alert in Rajasthan area itself in terms of more rainfall being expected. But right now we see, in fact, only a little while ago also, we were seeing that there is sunlight that's in fact coming. What exactly is the weather condition in this area right now? And also bring us ground updates in terms of rescue operations that are currently underway.
Well, looks like, Shreya, it's going to be raining soon. Of course, the orange alert that was continues. In fact, this is a national highway. If I could tell you, that's a national highway that connects Savai Madhopur to Kota, Jaipur and Tonk, Rajasthan. But eventually, as I'm walking on this road, this is literally, the water flow is too huge that someone is really weak will be literally washed away. Look at it. Look at this entire terrain. I mean, that's such a, that's amount of water. And that's exactly why I see these 8 districts are worst affected, including Savai Madhopur, Tonk, and Bundi, and of course these all areas. So there are multiple such stretches. Look at the number of those trucks, how they are ferrying people, because eventually you need really some a high power vehicle, and there can't be as heavy as tractors and trolleys. So tractors or trolleys are being used, but there are multiple points when there is a water is as deep as 1 foot, and it is not actually the stagnant water. Look at the flow. It feels like literally some river has come down from all the way, like with the gravity from the mountains. But this is heavy flow of the water, and that makes literally difficult for me to walk in this terrain. And imagine that similar situation for the women and the children. So you can't literally take a straight road, and that's how the difficult condition is all across these 8 districts, which are reeling under this massive flood fury. We are seeing the houses are inundated. Look at this truck. Now this is how people are being ferried to the safe areas. They are being evacuated, being transported. Of course, and that's also essentially a supply line for the locals, for the people's women, children. There are a huge number. So from one part to another, this is how they're being evacuated. Look at these women, children with the heavy vehicles are being ferried. And that's essentially now one lifeline. Perhaps Savai Madhopur, the way it has been affected this year. Of course, this is a situation almost every year. But the magnitude and the gravity of this disaster this year, it's such huge that 8 districts out of these areas, Savai Madhopur and 2-3, remains worst affected. Now all the low-lying areas, every house, shops, schools, everything is reeling and inundated in the water. And because of the flood, that also becomes risky for the kids, for the women, for the elderly in these areas. So we see the NDRF, SDRF, Army have been put in place at multiple places, and eventually, just an hour ago, we were at such place. We were seeing a kind of Niagara Fall. That's eventually a threat of the entire village. Now, Army has been placed in. They are planning out strategy how to save, that particular village. But as you move further, there are dozens of villages, not one, not two, more than 3 dozens of such villages which are totally disconnected from the mainland. And imagine who could ever believe that I'm actually walking on a national highway which have become like a riverine terrain, Shreya. So that's the magnitude of this scale of devastation in Rajasthan, in Bundi, in Tonk, in Savai Madhopur, in all these stretches. The only lifeline at the moment has become these heavy giant vehicles,
these
the
tractor
tractors
trolleys.
which are ferrying the people, the administration, because there is a essentially
Very true, Ashutosh. In fact, we can see as you are wading through these flooded waters as well, it's flowing water which makes walking difficult as well at this given point, which we can see at this point. But also tell us, where are these people being taken to? We understand that these houses are completely submerged. Some of them are still stranded while others have been successfully evacuated from these areas. Tell us a little more about the rescue operations that are currently underway as we see these tractor trolleys carrying people from one place to the other to safer grounds.
There are relief camps made in many of these areas. For example, there are many houses along the roadside which are on the higher edge, and clearly they are safe. So there are around 3 dozens of these villages which are submerged and inundated. All they are being taken to the different areas where possibly they have made relief camps in school. So evacuation is essential, but not the entire district has submerged. So clearly if you see the dozens of these villages, that makes thousands of the population, and it is easy for them to evacuate and take to the safer areas. When these vehicles are going, imagine they are literally, I think my phone got literally in the water. But again, these careless people, I mean, he could have literally gone a little slow. But that's the level of difficulties even for the reporters to cover situation on the ground. When we see a few people who are still safe, I mean, the water has started declining since morning. And because of the receding water, many of these houses yet are restoring back to normalcy. But this looks like going to take at least 2 to 3 days as the heavy rain alert continues. Since this morning, because there was hours of relief, we did not see much rain in this part. But if it rains further, because there is a dam in this area, in the Sorowal, and if that dam flows further and the rain continues, clearly the situation will worsen further. So many of these people who are inundated are being taken to the safer areas. There are relief camps made in school, in Dharmasthalas, and a supply line, essentially the community kitchen being run by the Gram Sabhas. Look at this. That's the monsoon fury that we are seeing in Rajasthan. And we imagine Rajasthan seeing, largely known as a dry state, water scarcity. But during this monsoon, since I remember July 2nd or 3rd week, since then Rajasthan largely have been affected. I remember July last week to August 1st week, I was in Dholpur area. Now also let me tell you, all this water that we are seeing here, eventually flowing downstream, and that will go further towards Chambal and through all these rivers and the subsidiary rivers, and eventually there will be a flood-like situation further in Chambal region, in Dholpur district and all these areas. But for now, there is no relief for the moment to these people. So that's a massive operations we are seeing being done. Multiple these areas where they require at least a support like Tube River or the SDRF River. We did not see that level of arrangements or that preparation by the administration. But largely in pockets, we are seeing certain deployments. But clearly, if I have to walk around 500 meters on the stretch, literally in a river, in a flowing river.
Absolutely, Ashutosh. Exactly, yes, we can see the visuals and we can clearly understand the struggles at this given point to even try and walk within these submerging waters, the flooding waters. And we can see the kind of visuals, viewers, that's live that we're bringing to you from Savai Madhopur at this point, how children are being taken, how people, the residents, the locals there who were living in their houses, they are being taken from these very areas. These areas are now being evacuated as their houses are completely submerged. Ashutosh, thank you for bringing us all those details from the ground, and we do hope that you stay safe there as well. But viewers, with that, let's also continue and bring you visuals from across India at this given point. As relentless heavy rain has been battering North Indian states, causing severe disruption across all fronts. Waterlogged streets and inundated homes have become the grim reality for residents, and the flooding has caused severe loss. Now, these very visuals that we're speaking of, heavy rains triggering flash floods in Kathua district of Jammu and Kashmir. A bridge over Sahar Khad on the national highway has collapsed, cutting off road connectivity. Despite the damage, traffic is still moving on the bent portion of the bridge, raising serious safety concerns. Intense rainfall in Jammu has caused severe flooding, with water entering homes of residential quarters at the Indian Institute of Integrative Medicine completely submerged. SDRF teams are conducting rescue operations on boats to evacuate stranded residents, while authorities remain on high alert as more rain is expected. As of now, all residents, in fact, have been rescued safely. Cloudburst in Uttarakhand's Chamoli district has led to a massive accumulation of debris on the roads, obstructing ongoing relief operations. Several parked vehicles were buried under the debris. Shops and houses were also severely damaged. Terrifying visuals emerged from Sawai Madhopur, where gushing floodwaters have swept through colonies, submerging homes and leaving entire neighborhoods inundated. In Rajasthan, Sawai Madhopur, the Negor River has overflowed due to heavy rainfall. Several colonies are flooded and roads and houses have been left submerged. Heavy waterlogging has also disrupted connectivity. Visuals show the extent of damage caused by the rising floodwaters. After relentless rain, the Chambal River in Rajasthan's Dholpur district has risen 5 meters above the danger mark. Water has entered into low-lying areas and residents have been alerted against further rise in water level. In Bundi, Rajasthan, floodwaters completely washed away a section of the Kota-Dausa mega highway. The culvert, in fact, ended up collapsing under the pressure of the gushing water, leaving the road completely destroyed and cutting off connectivity in the area. Horrifying visuals of flooding are also emerging from Rajasthan's Bundi district. At this point, water has engulfed roads, houses, shops as well as temples. Several low-lying areas are completely submerged, forcing families to evacuate their houses and seek shelter on higher ground. With that, viewers, we are now shifting our focus to breaking news coming in. Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's Government Medical College Hospital and met the victims of the cloudburst that hit Shishoti village. This is in Kishtawar district of Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha and Union Minister Jitendra Singh were also present with him during this very visit at the very hospital in Kishtawar. A massive cloudburst, remember, had in fact plummeled Shishoti village and flattened everything that came in its path. It was horrifying what nature's fury in fact brought upon in this very area. This was in fact an incident that took place on August 14th with the death of an injured woman at the GMC in Jammu on Wednesday evening. The death toll in Shishoti currently has mounted to 65. These are the latest reports. We are bringing to you the latest visuals. We are bringing to you of Union Minister meeting some of these victims in the hospital itself in Kishtawar. We have a reaction also. Let's listen in.
सारे पेशेंट्स मैं समझता हूँ कि आउट ऑफ डेंजर हैं और अच्छा स्वास्थ्य लाभ कर रहे हैं और मैं इस मेडिकल कॉलेज के सारे डॉक्टर्स को मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूँ कि जो भी घायल लोग यहाँ पर आए थे उनकी पूरी तन्मयता के साथ उन्होंने देखभाल की है और सभी अच्छी स्थिति में हैं। सारे पेशेंट जितने भी यहाँ पर घायल लोग हैं, हाँ, वो सभी संतुष्ट हैं।
More breaking news coming in at this given point. Rahul Gandhi's security seems to have been breached in Purnia. This is the report that we are picking up, viewers. Overexcited fan breaches security, gets slapped by the bodyguard for kissing Rahul Gandhi during this bike rally in Bihar's Purnia district. Now, videos have been circulating online showing the crowd surging towards Gandhi's motorcycle with minimal security intervention at that point. The incident, in fact, occurred during Gandhi's Voter Adhikar Yatra itself, where he was accompanied by Bihar Congress President Rajesh Kumar. as a pillion passenger along with numerous Congress and Mahagathbandhan workers on motorcycles. This is the very visual of when the incident took place. It was caught on camera as this one person could be seen breaching security, coming up to Rahul Gandhi, hugging him, trying to in fact kiss him, and that is when the bodyguard comes in and slaps him and pushes him away and off Rahul Gandhi at that point. This is, remember, the Voter Adhikar Yatra that he in fact began last Sunday itself, and now it's been continuing. It is to end on September 1st in Patna. Throughout the journey, he's made several stops across districts to in fact address the public there with regards to what awaits for them in the elections, as well as the manifesto that is to come out as well from the Mahagathbandhan side. With that, viewers, that's all that we had for you in this edition of the Bulletin. But do stay tuned as we come back with more in the next hour. Thank you for watching India Today. This is Shriya Kundu.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
All eyes on you.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, like it's so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. Cheteshwar Pujara retires from all forms of Indian cricket. Rahul Gandhi attacks Election Commission. Says vote theft would not happen in Bihar. IPS Anish Dayal Singh appointed Deputy NSA by the Union Government.
The classic case is Hemant Soren. There is a huge play out of his party being turned upside down with Champai Soren trying to get into a coup, joining the BJP later. This is exactly what political class is fearing right now, because they are fearing you're going to try and misuse it, you're going to try and destabilize my government. Look, it happened in Jharkhand with Hemant Soren.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The year 2026 looms large on Tamil Nadu's political horizon. It marks the big battle for the state, and one man is on the road, tirelessly, determinedly. E.K. Palaniswamy.
மக்களை காப்போம், தமிழகத்தை மீட்போம். மக்களை, தமிழகத்தை, மக்களை, தமிழகத்தை.
EPS calls it the revolutionary Tamil. For education, job and opportunities. He spends time with the teachers, fishermen and weavers, voices that often define the rhythm of Tamil Nadu's everyday life. In every meeting, his message is clear. Your concerns are my vision. Your future is my responsibility.
தொழிலாளர்களை காப்பாற்றுறோம், கைத்தறி நெசவாளர்களை காப்பாற்றுறோம், விவசாயிகளை காப்பாற்றுறோம், மாணவர்களை காப்பாற்றுறோம், இளைஞர்களை காப்பாற்றுறோம். அப்படிப்பட்ட திறம்பட ஆட்சி செய்த ஒரே அரசாங்கம் அதிமுக அரசாங்கம்.
And as his journey progresses, EPS sharpens his promise further, assuring the state's poor, vulnerable and downtrodden that their safety, dignity and upliftment will remain his foremost priority. In heartfelt interactions, he listens to their struggles with daily survival, rising prices, lack of job opportunities and access to basic amenities.
ரேஷன் கடையில் ஏற்கனவே கொடுக்கப்படுகின்ற சர்க்கரை கூடுதலாக 1 கிலோ கொடுக்குறாங்களாமா? மாதந்தோறும் கேஸ் சிலிண்டருக்கு 100 ரூபாய் மானியம் கொடுக்குறாங்களா? பெட்ரோல் டீசல் விலை குறைச்சாங்களா? நம்முடைய இளைஞர்கள் மாணவர்கள் வங்கியில் கடன் வாங்கியிருந்தாங்க படிப்பதற்காக. அந்த கல்வி கடன் ரத்துன்னு சொன்னாங்க, ரத்து பண்ணாங்களா? இது நியாயமா? ஏழைகளுக்கு சிகிச்சை அளிப்பது தவறா? அந்த திட்டத்தை ரத்து செய்வது மாபெரும் துரோகம் அல்லவா? ஏழைகளுக்கு செய்கின்ற துரோகம் அல்லவா? அது மட்டுமல்ல, மீண்டும் உங்களுடைய துணையோடு அதிமுக ஆட்சிக்கு வந்த பிறகு 2000 அம்மா மினி கிளினிக் நாங்கள் முதல் கட்டமாக திறந்தோம். ரத்து செஞ்சிருக்கிறீங்க, அது 4000 அம்மா மினி கிளினிக்காக திறக்கப்படும்.
EPS has assured them that AIDMK will once again champion the cause of the underprivileged, just as it did in earlier regimes.
பச்சரிசி அதிமுக ஆட்சியில் 1 கிலோ 50 ரூபாய்க்கு வித்தது. இப்போ பச்சரிசி சாப்பாடு அரிசி 77 ரூபா. பொன்னி புழுங்கரிசி 1 கிலோ நான் வாங்கிட்டு வந்த கடையில் இருக்குது. அதிமுக ஆட்சியில் 2021 50 ரூபா 1 கிலோ அரிசி. இப்போ 72 ரூபா 1 கிலோ பொன்னி அரிசி புழுங்கல் அரிசி. இட்லி புழுங்கல் அரிசி 1 கிலோ அதிமுக ஆட்சியில் 30 ரூபா. இன்றைக்கு 1 கிலோ திமுக ஆட்சியில் 48 ரூபா. கடலை எண்ணெய் 1 கிலோ அதிமுக ஆட்சியில் 130 ரூபாய்க்கு விற்பனை செஞ்சுது. திமுக ஆட்சியில் 1 கிலோ கடலை எண்ணெய் 190 ரூபா. நல்லெண்ணெய் 1 கிலோ அண்ணா திமுக ஆட்சியில் 250, திமுக ஆட்சியில் 400 ரூபாய்க்கு விற்குது. தோரம் பருப்பு 1 கிலோ அண்ணா திமுக ஆட்சியில் 74 ரூபா, இன்றைக்கு திமுக ஆட்சியில் 130 ரூபா. உளுத்தம் பருப்பு 1 கிலோ அண்ணா திமுக ஆட்சியில் 79 ரூபா, திமுக ஆட்சியில் 120 ரூபா. இப்படி இவ்வளவு விலை உயர்ந்து போச்சு, விண்ணை முட்டுகின்ற அளவுக்கு விலை உயர்ந்திருக்கிறது. இதை குறைப்பதற்கு இந்த அரசாங்கம் என்ன நடவடிக்கை எடுத்தது?
Under AIDMK governments, Tamil Nadu witnessed path-breaking welfare measures, free rice distribution for ration card holders, Amma canteens providing affordable meals, Amma drinking water schemes, and housing projects for the poor. Schemes like free laptops for students, marriage assistance for women, and financial aid to farmers helped uplift entire families from poverty.
அதை ரத்து பண்ணிட்டார். ஆக மீண்டும் அண்ணா திமுக ஆட்சி உங்கள் துணையோடு மலர்கின்ற பொழுது இந்த தாலிக்கு தங்க திட்டம், திருமண உதவி திட்டம் தொடரும். அதே போல பள்ளியிலே படிக்கின்ற மாணவர்கள், இன்றைக்கு ஏழை குடும்பத்தைச் சேர்ந்த மாணவர்கள், இன்றைக்கு கைத்தறி நெசவாளராகட்டும், விவசாய தொழிலாளியாகட்டும், விவசாயி ஆகட்டும், ஏனைய தொழிலாளருடைய குழந்தைகள் அரசு பள்ளியை படிக்கின்ற அந்த மாணவ செல்வங்களுக்கு காலணி, சீருடை, விலையில்லா புத்தகம், நோட்டு, கொண்டு போறதுக்கு பைய, பள்ளிக்கு போறதுக்கு சைக்கிள், அறிவு தீரம், அதை வளர்ப்பதற்கு மடிக்கணினி, லேப்டாப் அனைத்தும் கொடுத்த ஒரே அரசாங்கம் அண்ணா திமுக அரசாங்கம். அத்தனையும் ஏழைகளுக்காக கொண்டு வந்த திட்டம். ஏழைகளுக்கு பார்த்து பார்த்து அந்த திட்டத்தை வகுத்து அந்த ஏழைகளை உயர்த்தப்பட வேண்டும், அந்த ஏழைகளுடைய வாழ்வு மலர வேண்டும். அதுதான் அண்ணா திமுக லட்சியம்.
EPS has outlined a clear vision for the future. Universal access to nutritious food through an expanded public distribution system. Skill development and employment generation programs targeting rural youth. Comprehensive health coverage for every low-income family through upgraded PHCs and district hospitals. Affordable housing projects with modern amenities for the economically weaker sections.
அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக அரசு அமைந்தவுடன் இந்த ஏழை தாழ்த்தப்பட்ட மக்களுக்கு காங்கிரீட் வீடு அற்புதமாக கட்டி கொடுக்கப்படும். வீட்டு மனையே இல்லை, ஏழைகளுக்கு வீட்டு மனை இல்லை, தாழ்த்தப்பட்ட மக்களுக்கு வீட்டு மனை இல்லை. அப்படி இருக்கின்றவர்களுக்கு அரசாங்கமே நிலத்தை வாங்கி அற்புதமான காங்கிரீட் வீடு கட்டி கொடுக்கப்படும் ஏழைகளுக்கு.
This journey is more than a campaign. It's a pledge to restore opportunity, dignity, and prosperity to every home in Tamil Nadu's heartland.
தண்ணி கொடுக்கல, லைன் கொடுக்கல,
ரொம்ப கஷ்டமா இருக்கு.
ஒரே ஒரு பைப்பு தான் இருக்குது, பொது பைப். இன்சூரன்ஸ் கொடுக்கறது இல்ல. முக்கியமா குடிநீர் பிரச்சனை தான் முக்கியம்.
Women in Tamil Nadu are stepping forward in full force, joining AIDMK in E.K. Palaniswamy's revolutionary Tamilians' journey of rise, making their voices heard loud and clear as they press for their own causes. From rural self-help groups to urban working professionals, EPS is meeting women across communities, listening to their challenges and aspirations. In every interaction, EPS reiterates AIDMK's unwavering commitment to women's empowerment. Under past AIDMK governments, Tamil Nadu became a pioneer in social welfare, free education for girls, the Cradle Baby Scheme, marriage assistance programs, Amma maternity nutrition kits, free two-wheeler schemes for working women, and enhanced maternity leave benefits. EPS assures that under AIDMK's next government, these measures will not only return but be expanded, ensuring better safety, healthcare, financial independence, and skill development for women across the state. From increasing representation in local bodies to supporting women entrepreneurs through low-interest loans, AIDMK's vision is clear: empower women, empower Tamil Nadu.
அதோடு தீபாவளி என்று அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சி அமைந்தவுடனே தீபாவளி என்று நம்முடைய தாய்மார்களுக்கும் நம்முடைய சகோதரிகளுக்கும் அற்புதமான சேலை வழங்கப்படும். நாங்கள் சேலை கொடுப்போம். தீபாவளிக்கு நல்ல சந்தோஷமா கொண்டாடலாம்.
This Payanam is not just a journey, it's a promise of dignity, opportunity and respect for every woman in Tamil Nadu. It's a movement to ensure that women are not only protected but also provided with every tool to thrive, whether in education, employment, entrepreneurship or leadership. It is about building a Tamil Nadu where every daughter grows up with equal opportunities, every mother lives with security, and every woman's voice shapes the destiny of the state. As the revolutionary Tamilians' journey of rise makes its way across Tamil Nadu, AIDMK General Secretary E.K. Palaniswamy is tackling a concern that weighs heavily on the minds of the people: law and order. For the state's poor and its women, safety is not just a talking point, it's a daily necessity. From the bustle of cities to the calm of remote villages, worries over robbery, drug abuse and a surge in street crimes echo through every conversation he has along the way.
அமுலாக்கத்துறையே போய் கதவை தட்டி இன்றைக்கு அதில் ஊழல் நடந்தது என்று முறைகேடு நடந்திருப்பாங்க, 40,000 கோடி இருப்பதாக பத்திரிகையில் செய்தி வந்துட்டது. இது உண்மைதானே? நாம சொன்னா தப்புங்கிறாங்க. அமுலாக்கத்துறையே இந்த விசாரணை மேற்கொண்டிருக்கிறது. ஆக கொள்ளையடிக்கிற ஆட்சி தொடர வேண்டுமா? தொடர வேண்டுங்களா?
EPS, a former chief minister known for his tough administrative approach, has assured people that under an AIDMK government, safety and security will once again be a hallmark of Tamil Nadu. During previous AIDMK regimes, Tamil Nadu consistently ranked among India's safest states. Initiatives included strengthening the police force with modern equipment, expanding CCTV coverage in urban and rural areas, fast-tracking special courts for crime against women and children, and launching anti-narcotics drives that curtailed drug peddling. AIDMK also implemented community policing programs, building trust between law enforcement and residents. EPS has promised that if voted back to power, AIDMK will crack down on drug trafficking networks with a zero-tolerance policy, enhance cybercrime units to address modern-day criminal threats, upgrade police training to handle emerging challenges efficiently, expand surveillance and emergency response systems for quicker action.
போதைப் பொருள் கட்டுப்படுத்த வேண்டும். தமிழகத்தில் கஞ்சா போன்ற போதைப் பொருட்கள் இன்றைக்கு எளிதாக மக்களுக்கு கிடைத்திட்டு இருக்குது. இதனால் மாணவர்கள், இளைஞர்கள், பொதுமக்கள் இந்த போதைக்கு அடிமையாகி இன்றைக்கு சீரழியக்கூடிய நிலை இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இதை இரும்பு கரம் கொண்டு அடக்க வேண்டும் என்று ஒரு ஆண்டு திமுக ஆட்சி அமைந்து ஒரு ஆண்டுக்கு பிறகு இதை எல்லாம் தெரிவித்தேன். எல்லா பகுதியிலும் நான் குறிப்பிட்டேன், எல்லா மீட்டிங்கிலும் நான் சொன்னேன். ஆனால் இவர்கள் காதில் போட்டுக்கொள்ளவில்லை. இப்பொழுது இந்த போதை ஆசாமியால் எங்கு பார்த்தாலும் கொலை, கொள்ளை, திருட்டு, வழிப்பறிவு, பாலியல் சீண்டல், பாலியல் கொடுமை நடக்காத நாளே இல்லை. அப்படித்தானே இருக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டில். நீங்க பத்திரிகையில பாருங்க, ஊடகத்தில் பாருங்க, இந்த செய்தி தான் வெளியே வருது, வேற எந்த செய்தியும் கிடையாது.
EPS's journey sends a strong message. Law, order and safety will not be compromised in the Tamil Nadu AIDMK envisions.
தமிழர் எழுச்சி பயணம் புயலா உருவாச்சே, பல வருஷம் கழிச்சு நினைச்ச கனவு நிஜமா நடந்தாச்சே. புரட்சி தமிழர் எழுச்சி பயணம் புயலா உருவாச்சே, நம்ம சேரும் போது வெற்றி வந்து விழுந்தாச்சே. மக்களை காப்போம், தமிழகத்தை மீட்போம், மக்களை காப்போம், தமிழகத்தை மீட்போம்.
As the third leg of EPS's ambitious journey heads towards its close on August 26th, the AIDMK leader is already leaving his mark across vast stretches of Tamil Nadu, from coastal belts to agrarian heartlands. This phase will see him cover 7 districts, more than 42 constituencies, and hundreds of villages and towns. Each stop giving him a chance to listen, to connect, and to promise a safer, stronger, and more prosperous future. The third phase is not just about speeches. It is about reaffirming a bond with people who feel left out of the state's growth story. Farmers are sharing their struggles. Women are voicing concerns about safety. The poor are speaking of survival. and EPS is responding with pledges that his government will not leave them unheard.
2026 சட்டமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில் ஆட்சி மாற்றம் ஏற்பட்டு உங்களுடைய மகத்தான ஆதரவால் மீண்டும் பொன்மனச்செம்மல் புரட்சி தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர், இதயம் புரட்சி தலைவர் அம்மா இருவரும் தலைவருடைய ஆட்சி தமிழகத்திலே மலர நீங்கள் ஆதரவு தர வேண்டும் என்று அன்போடு இந்த நேரத்தில் கேட்டு
For many, the message is becoming clear. The AIDMK of 2026 is not looking back, but pressing ahead with renewed conviction. And as the journey moves forward, one thing is certain: the road to 2026 is only just beginning.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching India Today with me, Sriya Kundu. And at the very top of this very segment of the bulletin, we bring to you a story that we've been keeping a very close tab of since yesterday. In a major development in the Noida Dowry murder case, the accused, Vipin Bhatia, has been shot by police in an encounter. According to police, the accused was in fact being taken to find out from where he procured the thinner to burn his wife. But Vipin tried to snatch the cop's pistol and flee police. And then that's when the UP police resorted to firing, and Vipin sustained injury in his leg as he was shot. The accused brazened it out and said that he had no remorse as he did not commit the crime. He has also come out to say that husbands and wife often fight and it is very common. Remember, a 28-year-old woman was allegedly tortured and set on fire by her husband and in-laws over dowry after 9 years into marriage. The victim, Nikki, died after battling severe burns. A child who saw his mother being assaulted and killed by her in-laws in Greater Noida narrated the horror he witnessed when the incident happened. He said his mother was slapped and then set ablaze using a lighter. Here are some reactions into the story with also a ground report. Let's take a look.
गलती का पछतावा है आपको? मुझे नहीं है, नहीं मैंने मारी है। हाँ। ना मैंने कुछ किया है, अपने आप मरी है। हाँ। अच्छा। मियाँ बीवी में हर जगह लड़ाई होती रहती है, ये कोई आम बात नहीं है। अच्छा। और वो अपने आप लगाई? बस मुझे और कुछ नहीं पता ना। पछतावा है? नहीं, हाँ बहुत पछतावा है। बच्चा भी चली गई। बच्चा भी 5 साल का। हाँ।
आरोपी पति को गिरफ्तार किया था। आज रिकवरी के लिए उसे थाना कासना पुलिस ले आई थी। जिस फ्लेमेबल पदार्थ से उसने अपनी पत्नी को जलाया था, उसके बॉटल की रिकवरी के लिए यहाँ पे ले आए थे। रिकवरी के दौरान वो एक दरोगा की पिस्टल छीनकर भागा और पुलिस पे जान से मारने की नियत से फायर किया। पुलिस की जवाबी कार्रवाई में उसके पैर में गोली लगी है। घायल को तत्काल जो है इलाज के लिए अस्पताल भिजवा दिया गया है। आगे की कार्रवाई प्रचलित है।
ये हत्यारों को मुठभेड़ के साथ गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए, और गिरफ्तारी नहीं होएगी तो ये बीजेपी सरकार है, बाबा का बिल्डोजर मकान पर चलना चाहिए, वो अरेस्ट करके उन्हें सजा मिलनी चाहिए। बढ़िया हुआ है। ऐसे दरिंदे को तो फांसी लगनी चाहिए। ऐसे दरिंदे जो बेटी सरकार कहती है कि बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ, ऐसे दरिंदे को तो मर जाना चाहिए। ऐसे दरिंदे को तो सही करा उन्होंने। वो तो जो अपराधी होगा वो भागेगा कस्टडी से।
मम्मा के ऊपर गाल कूद डाला, फिर मम्मा को चाहता मारा, फिर लाइटर से आग लगा दी थी।
Moving on to the state of Bihar. As Bihar polls approach, the opposition versus government debate on SIR is heating up. At the Vote Chori rally led by opposition leaders Rahul Gandhi and Tejashwi Yadav, campaign reached Bihar's Purnia early this morning. Now, Rahul Gandhi, taking a dig at the election commission there, said that the election commission failed in Maharashtra, Karnataka and Haryana polls. He added that they're fighting for reform in the election commission and claimed that the people of Bihar are standing with them. He asserted that vote chori will not be allowed under our watch. Bihar leader of opposition Tejashwi Yadav also hit out at the EC and Prime Minister Modi. He accused the Prime Minister of spreading hate in society and said that Modi claimed the election commission is striking off illegal immigrants, but this statement was not reflected in the election commission's affidavit. He has called EC a BJP agent and questioned their credibility yet again. While both leaders were in fact showing strength, Tejashwi's brother Tej Pratap Yadav took a dig at them. He said leaders should remain grounded and said that no one can do politics while sitting in AC cars. Meanwhile, Union Minister Kiren Rijiju has launched a sharp attack on Rahul Gandhi at the same time, calling him a spoiled brat who speaks nonsense.
कि जो बात हमने कही थी, वोट चोरी की जो बात कही थी, वो बिहार के करोड़ों लोग, लाखों नहीं, करोड़ों लोग उस बात को मानते हैं, एक्सेप्ट करते हैं। इसलिए आपको यह रिस्पांस दिख रहा है। इलेक्शन कमीशन का काम सही वोटर लिस्ट देने का होता है और यह काम इन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में, हरियाणा में और कर्नाटक में नहीं किया। हमारा पूरा का पूरा प्रेशर इलेक्शन कमीशन का जो बिहेवियर है उसको बदलने के लिए है और हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं। जैसे मैंने कहा है, बिहार में हम आपको इलेक्शन चोरी नहीं होने देंगे। आप कुछ भी कर लो, आपने महाराष्ट्र का चोरी किया, आपने हरियाणा का किया, कर्नाटक में हमने साफ दिखाया कि वोट चोरी हुआ है, यहां हम नहीं करने देंगे। हमारे नेशनल मैनिफेस्टो में किसानों के लिए अलग अलग आइडियाज हैं। ये हम मिलकर यहाँ पे मैनिफेस्टो बनाएंगे और उस पे काम चल रहा है।
चुनाव आयोग अब चुनाव आयोग नहीं रह गया है, वो गोदी आयोग रह गया। अब बीजेपी का पार्टी का जो सेल होता है वैसे चुनाव आयोग जो है काम कर रहा है। लोकतंत्र बचाने के लिए, संविधान को बचाने के लिए, वोट का अधिकार को बचाने के लिए और लोगों के अस्तित्व के बचाने के लिए राहुल गांधी जी और हम सब लोग इस यात्रा पे निकले हैं। आप देखिएगा प्रधानमंत्री जी गया आए और गया में उन्होंने कहा कि घुसपैठियों को भगाने के लिए जो है ये इलेक्शन कमीशन जो है काम कर रहा है। इलेक्शन कमीशन के जो कैटेगरी का जो लिस्ट है या सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जो एफिडेविट जमा किया है वहां कहीं भी घुसपैठियों का जिक्र नहीं है। ये बिहार की धरती है। यहां अगर आप चाहेंगे लोकतंत्र को खत्म करना, क्योंकि ये लोकतंत्र की जननी है, बिहारी एक एक बिहारी यहाँ के लोकतंत्र या देश में जो लोकतंत्र है या संविधान है इसको खत्म नहीं होने देगा।
ये वोट चोरी का मुद्दा महाराष्ट्र में 8 महीने से हम लोग उसके ऊपर सवाल जवाब कर रहे हैं। अब ये चोरी का मुद्दा राहुल गांधी जी ने राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर उठाया है और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जा रहे हैं। किस तरह से नरेंद्र मोदी, अमित शाह लोकतंत्र की हत्या करके सत्ता पर बैठे, जैसे लिबिया में हो गया, इराक में होता है, सीरिया में होता है, अफगानिस्तान में होता है, युगांडा में इदी अमीन ने किया। उसी तरह से नरेंद्र मोदी, अमित शाह हिंदुस्तान में वोट चोरी, लोकतंत्र की हत्या करके सत्ता में बैठे हैं.
2000 साधारणपणे 16-17 पासून तुम्हाला आठवत असेल तर या मतदानामध्ये काहीतरी गडबड आहे तेव्हापासून मी बोलतोय. बरोबर. या सगळ्या गोष्टींसाठी पण मी शरद पवारांना भेटलो, सोनिया गांधींना भेटलो, ममता बॅनर्जींना भेटलो. इथे महाराष्ट्रामध्ये सगळे जण माझ्या बरोबर आले, पत्रकार परिषद झाल्या. बरोबर आहे. ऐकत्या वेळेला कच खाल्ली सगळे. मी त्याच वेळेला सांगत होतो या लोकांना, लोकसभेला तुम्ही निवडणुकीवरती बहिष्कार टाका, ही जागतिक बातमी होईल. आता ते राहुल गांधींनी सगळं बाहेर काढलं परत प्रकरण. मी तेव्हापासून सांगतोय की आपल्याला मतदान होत नाहीये हे तुम्ही समजू नका. मतांमध्ये गडबड आहे.
ये राहुल गांधी तो बहुत डेंजरस ट्रैक में जा रहे हैं कि जो जोश सोरोस बोलते हैं कि भारत के सरकार को डिस्टेबलाइज करने के लिए $1 ट्रिलियन रखा है, या भारत विरोधी खालिस्तान फोर्स कनाडा में, यूएस में, यूके में बैठा है, और भी कई लेफ्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो देश के खिलाफ काम करने के लिए षड्यंत्र रचा रहे हैं. उनके साथ तालमेल करके राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी काम कर रहे हैं. ये देश के लिए बहुत ही चिंताजनक ये एक समय है. लेकिन अब आश्वासित रहिए, मोदी जी के लीडरशिप में देश को कोई डिस्टेबलाइज नहीं कर सकता है. मेरे ख्याल से राहुल गांधी जी लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है, मैं उसको क्रिटिसाइज करना नहीं चाहता हूँ. लेकिन जब प्रधानमंत्री को चोर बोलते हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इतना डांट लगाया कि तुम प्रधानमंत्री को चौकीदार चोर बोला, इतना डांट लगाया. राफेल को लेकर के नाप सना बातें की, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने राहुल गांधी जी को डांट लगाया. फिर चाइना ने इतना जमीन ऑक्युपाई किया करके झूठ बोलते हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फिर डांट लगाया. आप एक भारतीय होने के नाते इंडियन जैसे बात करो, फिर भी सुनते ही नहीं है. अब राहुल गांधी नहीं सुधर सकते अपने आप को.
That's all that we have for you in this edition of the Bulletin. But do stay tuned to India Today as we keep bringing you all the latest news and updates right here through the day. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Oh, sorry.
watching India Today.
Good evening and welcome to India Today. I'm Anjali Istwal and we are bringing you the 5 p.m. bulletin for your daily dose of news on your Sunday evening. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. Dowry murder accused Vipin, who burnt his 28-year-old wife Nikki alive over dowry demands, was shot in the leg while trying to escape police custody. Killer husband Vipin brazens it out, denies that he killed his wife Nikki, says fights between husband and wife very common. India Today was the first to break.
गलती का पछतावा है आपको? मुझे नहीं मैंने मारी है। हाँ। ना मैंने कुछ किया है, अपने आप मरी है। हाँ। अच्छा। मियाँ बीवी में हर जगह लड़ाई होती रहती है, ये कोई आम बात नहीं है।
Trouble mounts for Anil Ambani after SBI. Now Bank of India declares loans to his company Reliance Communications as fraudulent. With two major banks flagging financial irregularities, the heat is back on Ambani amid ongoing ED and CBI probes. India makes a big push for Atmanirbhar Bharat in defense as decks are cleared for a mega submarine deal under Project 75 India. 6 advanced high-tech submarines equipped with German technology to boost underwater endurance will be built in India. Key talks with Germany are set to begin soon. Monsoon Mayhem paralyzes cities across India from Jammu to Rajasthan. Low-lying areas in Kathua, Jammu and Kashmir see severe flooding while Savai Madhopur is submerged, leaving homes inundated and residents stranded. Cheteshwar Pujara has announced his retirement from all forms of cricket, bringing an end to a remarkable 15-year-long career. We begin this bulletin with the breaking news coming in. A key BJP and RSS coordination meeting is set to happen in Rajasthan in Jodhpur. This meeting is to be held from September 5th to September 7th. All key people will be attending this meeting, right down from RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat to BJP President JP Nadda. They will all be there. BJP's next president may also be discussed as to who will take over from JP Nadda. Also, on the agenda may be Trump tariffs. They might be discussed. And joining us on the phone line is India Today's Aishwarya Paliwal. Aishwarya, do tell us in detail what is going to be on the agenda for this key meeting.
Well, Anjali, this is a very important meeting, and we all know that one of the things that is still pending, the conversations that are still taking place, these are the conversations about who will become the next BJP president. So with regards to that, we are now seeing how backdoor meetings have already taken place. What will happen with the tariffs? Because that's also something that RSS has been focusing on. In this meeting, we have now seen how all the different organizations that come under the RSS or are affiliated with the RSS, all of them will be meeting, and from the BJP, it is the BJP President JP Nadda who will be taking part in this meeting. Different organizations, Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh, Bharatiya Kisan Sangh, Swadeshi Jagran Sangh, Vanvasi Kalyan, all of them. There are 32 organizations either under RSS or affiliated. All of them will be sending people. All of them will be meeting in this very crucial meeting. Jodhpur is the place where this meeting will take place. What will happen with regards to Trump tariffs? How to make sure India is self-reliant? All those things will be discussed in this meeting.
Right. Key meeting is set to happen in Jodhpur, and as Aishwarya was just telling us, this is very important not just for RSS but also for BJP, and it is a coordination meeting between the two institutions. This will be important as JP Nadda's successor will be chosen, or at least will be discussed as to who can take the torch forward. Remember, JP Nadda has been in this position for a long time. He also is a union minister. And moving on to another breaking news, this time coming from south of India, Tamil Nadu minister has rained fire on the Home Minister Amit Shah. Remember, Amit Shah was in Tamil Nadu and he had given a speech where he had said that Rahul Gandhi will never be PM and Udayanidhi will never be CM. Now, Anbil Mahesh is saying that Amit Shah doesn't know anything about Tamil Nadu politics. He is saying to Amit Shah that first go and understand Tamil Nadu before you make any comments about Tamil Nadu.
இந்த 5 வருஷ பழமையான இந்த இயக்கம் நம்முடைய இயக்கம் ஒவ்வொரு தொண்டனும் எவ்வளோ மெச்சூர்டாக பிஹேவ் பண்ணால் ஒவ்வொரு தொண்டனும் எவ்வளோ அனுபவம் பெற்றிருக்கின்றான் பலவிதமான 3-4 தலைமுறையை கடந்து நீங்கள் தொண்டர்களாக நாங்கள் இருக்கிறோம். எங்களுடைய தாத்தா, எங்களுடைய அப்பா, எங்களுடைய சந்ததிகள்லாம் எங்களுக்கு சொன்ன கருத்துக்கள் மூலமாக இன்றைக்கு பக்குவப்பட்ட தொண்டர்களாக நாங்கள் இருக்கிறோம். 25 வருஷமாக எத்தனையோ இந்த ஆலமரத்தை பிடுங்க பார்த்துருக்குறாங்க. அது இன்னும் அந்த விருட்சம் மட்டும் வளர்ந்து கொண்டு தான் இருக்கின்றது. அதான் சொல்கிறேன், அவங்க இன்னமும் நம்முடைய தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய அரசியல் பற்றி இன்னும் தெரியாமல் இருக்கின்றார்கள். ஏதோ ஒவ்வொரு மாநிலத்திலும் பேசுகிற மாதிரி இங்கேயும் அவர் பேசிட்டு போயிருக்காகத்தான் நான் அதை நினைக்கிறேன். முதல்ல தமிழர்களையும் தமிழ் மண்ணையும் தமிழினத்தையும் புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் இங்கே நீங்கள் அரசியல் பண்ண வாங்க.
And joining us now is India Today's Pramod Madhav. Pramod, it seems that the minister is trying to educate the Home Minister about Tamil Nadu and its traditions and its politics as well.
Absolutely, Anjali. It's a kind of like a reply to the Home Minister Amit Shah's speech, and just like you mentioned, it was Education Minister Anbil Mahesh who has clearly stated that the people who are trying to uproot DMK are knowing that it is kind of like a banyan tree which has been here for 75 years, and he claims that the carers of DMK are completely mature because of the thoughts that has trickled down from the grandfathers and fathers towards him, and he says that without knowing the actual Tamil soil, Tamil Nadu and Tamil culture, they want to do politics over here and they will not succeed, Anjali.
Right. Also, do tell us what exactly had Amit Shah said that has elicited this response from the minister.
But very clearly, DMK and BJP have like very serious issues, especially starting with the 3-language policy and Tamil imposition. Hindi imposition is out. DMK is actually fighting over NEP. There are several issues that they are fighting against. But what happened is that when Amit Shah, Home Minister, came to Tamil Nadu and Kerala, he started claiming, talking about dynasty politics, kind of attacking DMK with the dynasty politics issue. And he said, just like you mentioned, that the next level of netas would not come from the same family as such. This is where Anbil Mahesh has retaliated in such a manner, saying that without knowing the ideology of Tamil Nadu, what is happening over here, the Home Minister has spoken such, it will not succeed, Anjali.
Right. Pramod, do stay on with us because it is not just Amit Shah that the minister has targeted, but also Vijay. So, Anbil Mahesh also lashed out at TVK Chief Vijay for calling Chief Minister Stalin uncle. Listen to what he said.
ஏன்னா புதுசாக எங்கேருந்து வரல. தமிழ் கலைஞரோட அந்த குடும்பம் பழகிய குடும்பம் தான், தமிழ்நாட்டுடைய முதலமைச்சரோடு பழகிய குடும்பம் தான், மாண்பு துணை முதலமைச்சரோட நண்பராக பழகிய குடும்பம் தான். ஆனால் இன்றைக்கு நாமும் ஒரு கட்சி ஆரம்பித்து விட்டோமே என்பதற்காக இது போன்று வசைப்பாடுவது என்பது அது ஏற்கத்தக்கதா என்பதை அவரும் அவருடைய தொண்டர்களும் உணர்ந்து.
And from Tamil Nadu, let's move to Karnataka. Big news coming in from Karnataka. The Dharmasthala issue is now gaining prominence and it's creating a lot of politics. But now it seems Congress MLA has questioned the man who raised this entire issue. He's asking how did he bring a skull, a human skull, into a police station and what was the truth behind the skull. Congress's Rajanna has asked, how did the accused get the skull? He's raising questions about the skull. Is it a fake skull? He has slammed the Dharmasthala SIT probe and called it fakery. He is saying that before such an SIT probe was undertaken, verification of proof should have been done. In fact, he raises question as to how a skull was brought in because that would have also been an illegal act. Now, this entire issue has been gaining prominence for a while now as politics deepens on this. BJP has now started targeting Congress government over there, asking why this SIT probe was undertaken on the claims made by a man who they say was a masked man and had no basis. He was a complainant. The complainant, who claims to be a whistleblower, says that he has witnessed many deaths and burials in that area. For more on this, I'm joined by India Today's Sagay Raj. Sagay, surprising, although it is Rajanna we have heard him breaking from the party line earlier as well, while the entire party and the government has been saying that the SIT probe is going to its conclusion and it was required. It seems Rajanna says that this SIT is probably, this investigation is fakery.
So absolutely, we have questioned the intention of this particular investigation, when he has categorically says that when he has produced the skull, there has to be a body which should be exhumed. And a body can be exhumed only on the instruction of the Taluka magistrate or sub-division magistrate. So without any judicial probe or judicial order, how did he manage to get the skull? So that itself is an offense, and he said that the investigative agency has initiated investigation without verifying the genuineness of the skull that he has produced. So he has questioned the investigating agency as well as the intent of him, and also says that the procedure which should be followed was not followed in this entire case.
Also, do tell us again how the politics has escalated around this issue in the recent days.
So if you notice that of late the investigating agency have realized that whatever the masked man was been talking has not been verified with the investigation what they have done. So the allegations made by him is that he has buried close to 100 to 120 bodies, and so far in the exhumation process, they were able to exhume only 2 skulls, skeletal remains in the spot. So keeping all these things in the mind, the SIT is investigating, and in the investigation, they have found out that there were contradictory statements made by the conman, and they have taken into custody to interrogate further.
Right, let's listen into what the senior Congress politician has said.
That skull, that fellow which was brought by that man, that maybe Chinnaya or masked man. So that the genuinity of the skull itself has to be investigated earlier. How it is means, to get a skull, body has to be exhumed. For the body to be exhumed, so that body can be exhumed only on the instructions of the Taluka magistrate or subdivision magistrate, without any judicial order or quasi-judicial order. How he has managed to get the skull, that itself is an offense. So basically, this investigating agency, without verifying the genuineness of the skull and that masked man background, everything, they have started all this investigation. In the earlier stage itself, if they are alert, all these nuisances would have been averted.
So earlier, in a big twist in the Dharmasthala mass burial case, the SIT has now arrested the whistleblower who allegedly provided false information about the case. The accused has been identified as CN Chinnaya and has been remanded to 10 days of police custody. Now, according to police sources, the arrest was made after inconsistencies were found in the statements and documents provided. In response, the Dharmasthala temple authorities have spoken out after remaining silent for some time. They expressed gratitude for the support of the people and stated that truth always prevails. They also claimed that some individuals tried to malign their image, but because of the trust of the people in them, the truth has finally come to light.
ಸತ್ಯ ಬರೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ದಿಕ್ಕದಿಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಾದಂತೆ ಪೂರ ಸತ್ಯ ಶಬ್ದ ಮಿತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಅಭಿಮಾನ ಹೆಪ್ಪಲಿಂಚನೆ ಪಡ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ವಿಶ್ವದಿಂಚನೆ ಪಡೆದ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಲೆ ಆ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಪತ್ರ ಮಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಇಂಚನೆ ಪಡೆದ ಎಮ್ಮೆಲ್ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಮಾದರಿಗಳ ಗೊತ್ತು ರೋಗಿಲ್ಲರ ಜಯಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಆಗ ಈ ನೇತೃತ್ವದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯದ ಜಯ ಅವರು ಮಾದರಿಗಳ ಜಯ
ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರು ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ರು, ಅಡ್ಡಗೋಡೆ ಮೇಲೆ ದೀಪ, ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅಡ್ಡಗೋಡೆ ಮೇಲೆ ದೀಪ ಇಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾವನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳದವರೇ ಬಂದು ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರ ಕುಟುಂಬದವ್ರು ಬಂದು ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಯ್ತಾ, ಅದನ್ನ ಬಾಲಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರು ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾವನೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ಸೊ ಅವರು ಬಂದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯಾರು ತಪ್ಪು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ CLP ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಲೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಯಾರ ಮೇಲೂ ನಮಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಪರನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರ ಪರ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಮಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯದ ಪರ, ನಮಗೆ ಧರ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
The truth has come out. Everybody is telling a lie to defame the Hindu temple. Government has to take stringent action against these lie. People are spreading the wrong information about the temple and the Dharmasthala.
And moving on to another big news of the day, and a shocking news of the day. In a major development in this Noida Dowry murder case, the accused Vipin Bhati has been shot by police in an encounter. According to the police, the accused was being taken to find out from where he procured the thinner to burn his wife, but Vipin tried to snatch the cop's pistol and flee. Police then resorted to firing and Vipin sustained injury in his leg. The accused brazened it out and said he had no remorse as he did not commit the crime. He also said that husbands and wife often fight and it is very common. A 28-year-old woman was allegedly tortured and then set on fire by her husband and in-laws over dowry. After 9 years into her marriage, the victim, Nikki, died after battling severe burns. A child who saw his mother being assaulted and killed by her in-laws in Greater Noida narrated the story he witnessed when the incident happened. He said his mother was slapped and then set ablaze using a lighter.
गलती का पछतावा है आपको? मुझे नहीं मैंने मारी है। हाँ। ना मैंने कुछ किया है, अपने आप मरी है। हाँ। अच्छा। मियाँ बीवी में हर जगह लड़ाई होती रहती है, ये कोई आम बात नहीं है। अच्छा। और वो अपने आप लगाई? बस मुझे और कुछ नहीं बताना। पछतावा है? नहीं, हाँ बहुत पछतावा है। बच्चा भी चली गई, बच्चा भी 5 साल का। हाँ।
आरोपी पति को गिरफ्तार किया था। आज रिकवरी के लिए उसे थाना कासना पुलिस ले आई थी। जिस फ्लेमेबल पदार्थ से उसने अपनी पत्नी को जलाया था, उसके बॉटल की रिकवरी के लिए यहाँ पे ले आए थे। रिकवरी के दौरान वो एक दरोगा की पिस्टल छीनकर भागा और पुलिस पे जान से मारने की नियत से फायर किया। पुलिस की जवाबी कार्रवाई में उसके पैर में गोली लगी। घायल को तत्काल जो है इलाज के लिए अस्पताल भिजवा दिया गया है। आगे की कार्रवाई प्रचलित है।
ये हत्यारों को मुठभेड़ के साथ गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए और गिरफ्तारी नहीं होएगी तो ये बीजेपी सरकार है, बाबा का बिल्डोजर मकान पर चलना चाहिए, वो अरेस्ट करके उन्हें सजा मिलनी चाहिए। बढ़िया हुआ है, ऐसे दरिंदे को तो फांसी लगनी चाहिए। ऐसे दरिंदे जो बेटी सरकार कहती है कि बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ, ऐसे दरिंदे को तो मर जाना चाहिए। ऐसे दरिंदे को तो सही करा उन्होंने। वो तो जो अपराधी होएगा वो भागेगा कस्टडी से।
मम्मा के ऊपर गाल को डाला, फिर मम्मा को चाहता मारा, फिर लाइटर से आग लगा दी थी।
I think in today's time, Greater Noida, which is just next to Delhi, the NCR, if these incidents are happening in metro cities, then I shudder to think what is the state of affairs in rural India, where neither the media reaches nor the press, so those cases go unreported. There will be attempts to cover this case as suicide because the family will try to give money not only to the government agencies but also to the opposite side to cover the case, and also they will say that there is a small child and if the father also goes to jail, who will take care? I would like the girls' parents not to fall for them, to stand by their statement, give their statements before the magistrate and see to it that the police files charge sheet as fast as possible.
Truly a shocking case that shows how even today dowry is being demanded and women are being killed for it. Top cop, former top cop, Kiran Bedi spoke to my colleague Shreya Kundu just a while ago. Listen into this exclusive interview.
Dr. Bedi, thank you for speaking to us. It is an unfortunate time that we are speaking at this given point, given the circumstances, this incident that's come to light. It's a monstrous one, to say the least. My first question to you on this would be that in this age of strict dowry laws, awareness campaigns, media exposure, all of it existing, how do such horrific dowry death atrocities still go unchecked? What is truly failing at this given point?
Till toleration remains. This will go on till the matter is being tolerated or adjusted or compromised or reconciled and not acted upon. Till then. The point here is I do not know the details yet. But when did the demand begin? I believe it's a 9-year-old marriage. When did the demand begin? That's a very important point. When did the demand begin? Why was not a full stop put at that time? Why then, if it was not accepted and reconciled properly and closed, the matter closed, there must have been repeated calls, I believe. There must have been repeated reminders, bring dowry, repeated. How many times did the girl get reminded? How many times did she tell her parents? How many times did she complain? I believe she's also mother of a few years of old child. How many years has she lived with this compromise? The point is, why is she living with this compromise? Why are the parents continue to reconcile? Why are the parents continuing to tolerate? The other side is accused. Other side, the accused is the husband. The accused is the in-laws. They are the accused. And she's continuing to live with the accused. Has she even once gone to the police and complained? Now, I know, moment she complains, she might have to leave the house. So is that house more important? And then she's given a birth to a child and become a mother while the complaint is on. Why? The point is she so helpless? Have the parents made her so helpless? Has the family said, Tera ghar hai, hamara ghar nahi hai, udhar hi rahe? Are they saying your parents' home is not your home, or is it in her mind that she'll be homeless if she does not, if she complains, she'll be homeless? So does this kind of a marriage, this child, this kind of a situation, a woman in this situation, feel homeless if she complains against her husband or an in-laws? Which home will she go to? That's why I've been saying women in India after marriage are migrants. They are the migrants. They either succeed or they fail or they suffer. Women in Indian marriages literally are migrants. They shift their home and they accept a new home without having a home. Secondly, they have new kinds of parents. Then they also change probably their name. They get a surname changed. They go to another town and they give up their own jobs. They're migrants. Why are educated women becoming migrants? Why don't they put their foot down? Now, this is cheap. But the point is, I'm sure, I do not know the psyche. The investigation will reveal. But parents are, well, what did the parents do? Did they continue to say, ye thoda le lo, ye thoda le lo? Did they continue to adjust? The point is, what are the parents saying?
There's a certain psyche involved here, Dr. Bedi, as well, when we speak of dowry cases. And you flagged the family's role here as well. You know, when we speak of why this marital torture went unreported for 9 years, would you also say, yes, there's a societal question that's also to be raised, but does this also reflect a complete breakdown in trust in authorities or a systemic failure of law being enforced? Maybe they didn't have the courage to go up to the authorities thinking that there will be no action taken at the end of the day.
No, I don't. That's a last resort. But she try. She did not try. But I say, why has she not used the law? The law is stringent. But the law would have come home. Police would have come home. Uniform could have come home. Arrest may have happened. She must have, an FIR would be lodged, which means is she going to be immediately will she be able to have to leave the house? Will she accept that? Would the parents accept the girl back in the parental home? Would she be feeling comfortable in going back to her parents' home, where the brothers or the other family saying, "Ye ab tu kyun aa gayi? This was not your home. Tera ghar to wo hai." It's all society. Society is still not, I think it's still like leaving. Marriage means the girl disassociating, rupturing, or becoming homeless and adopting another house. It doesn't become a home. She adopts a house to make it a home. When a girl in India, Indian marriage system is the problem.
And now moving on to breaking news coming in from Uttar Pradesh. Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav is now making a big claim after Pooja Pal, the former legislator of his party, had posted a letter and said that if she dies, it will be the Samajwadi Party people and Akhilesh Yadav who will be responsible. But now, Akhilesh Yadav is saying it's the BJP that will try to kill Pooja Pal. In fact, he's saying, Pooja Pal, if something happens to her, it is us, the Samajwadi Party people, who will go to jail. He says when Pooja Pal was with them, she never felt threatened. So why is she feeling threatened now? Remember, Pooja Pal was removed from the party after she stood in the assembly of the state and praised the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath for his attitude towards the mafia. Let's listen to what Akhilesh Yadav is now saying about Pooja Pal.
ये बात समझ में नहीं आती है कि कोई मुख्यमंत्री से मिले और उसको जान का खतरा दूसरे दल के नेता से हो। ये बात मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूं। शायद वो मीडिया, वो वाला मीडिया मुझे शायद समझा पाई ये बात। अरे भाई, यहां हम लोग जेल चले जाएंगे। भाई मार देंगे बीजेपी वाले। हालांकि नहीं बोलना चाहिए हमें ये बात, लेकिन अगर कोई ऐसी बात है किसी के मन में कि किसी से खतरा है, तो हम समाजवादी पार्टी के लोग, हालांकि पत्र में वही बात है कि इसकी जांच हो, इसकी जांच हो कि आखिरकार कौन ऐसे लोग हैं, कौन ऐसे संगठन के लोग हैं जो किसी की जान ले सकते हैं, जिस किसी को खतरा है किसी से। इसकी सरकार जांच करे, और हम उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार पर भरोसा नहीं कर सकते। इसीलिए ये पत्र हम लोगों ने दिल्ली की सरकार को, गृह मंत्री जी को लिखा है। हमें उम्मीद है वहां से न्याय मिलेगा हम लोगों को।
अखिलेश यादव जी को हमने लेटर लिखने का काम किया, क्योंकि मैं बहुत सी चीज़ें सुन रही हूँ इस वजह से, क्योंकि जैसे मैंने सदन में बोला तो वैसे इनके लोग बौखला गए, और बौखलाने के बाद जो इलाहाबाद में अतीक के लोग हैं वो क्या करेंगे वो मैं ही जान सकती हूँ। इसलिए मैंने अखिलेश जी को पत्र लिखा कि मुझे कुछ भी होता है तो उसके जिम्मेदार आप होंगे, क्योंकि जिस तरह से मुझे अपमानित करके निकाला गया है तो कहीं ना कहीं अतीक जैसे अतीक के लोगों का मनोबल बढ़ा है, कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। आपने
So joining us now is India Today's Santosh Sharma. Santosh, why is Akhilesh Yadav making these claims? Pooja Pal has continuously been raising fingers at him, but now he says it is BJP that might kill her.
After Pooja Pal wrote an open letter alleging that if some mishappening happens in the future, then Samajwadi Party and party chief Akhilesh Yadav will be responsible. As Pooja Pal alleges that this whole Samajwadi Party stands with all those persons, whether it was Atiq or Ashraf, who Samajwadi Party stand with them. And in the counter, Samajwadi Party wrote letter to the Central Home Minister and demanded an investigation that why Pooja Pal alleges of threat from Samajwadi Party after meeting CM Yogi Adityanath. Pooja Pal met with CM Yogi Adityanath, and next morning she writes a letter alleging that she is under danger of Samajwadi Party and have a life threat from Akhilesh Yadav and his Samajwadi Party. So the Samajwadi Party state president Shyam Pal wrote letter to the Central Home Minister that there should be a fair investigation why Pooja Pal alleges our political party and its state president. The investigation should be done. And state police or state agencies, Samajwadi Party is not having faith
So the central agency should interrogate why Pooja Pal alleges after meeting PM Yogi Adityanath. Akhilesh Yadav clearly spoke that this is a political move by the Pooja Pal.
Absolutely, and it seems that this issue is not dying down now that Akhilesh Yadav has once again put the ball in BJP's court. And Cheteshwar Pujara has announced his retirement from all forms of cricket. The Saurashtra cricket player made his debut in 2010 against Australia and served his country with grit and determination for over a decade. In 103 tests, Pujara scored 7,195 at an average of 43.6 with 19 centuries. Pujara reserved his best for Australia, playing a key role in 2 series wins down under during the 2018-19 and 2020-21 Border Gavaskar Trophy. Pujara won the Man of the Series award in 2018-19, scoring 521 runs at an average of 74, while in 2020-21 he played a pivotal role in the Brisbane Test where he battled injury to give India a famous win. Now, as this is an end of an era, as India's modern-day ball-in Cheteshwar Pujara had called time on his 15-year-long career. After his retirement, my colleague Ronak caught up with Pujara for a conversation. Listen into this India Today exclusive.
भारतीय क्रिकेट टीम के लेजेंडरी बैट्समैन चेतेश्वर पुजारा ने आज सभी फॉर्मेट से संन्यास का ऐलान कर दिया। हमारे साथ सीधे एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत करने के लिए जुड़े चेतेश्वर क्या कहेंगे आज इतना बड़ा दिन आपके लिए, कितने टाइम से ये विचार चल रहा है?
देखिए, अभी इसके बारे में ज़्यादा सोचा तो नहीं था, एक हफ्ते से थोड़ा सोचा था कि ये सही समय है। तो आज जब ये फैसला लिया तो काफ़ी प्राउड मोमेंट है मेरे लिए और मेरे पूरे फैमिली के लिए। और आज के दिन मैं पूरे मेरे जो टीममेट्स है, मेरे कोचेस रहे और सारे जो सपोर्ट स्टाफ जिनके साथ मैंने काम किया है उनको थैंक यू कहना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि ये मेरे लिए एक प्राउड मोमेंट है भारतीय टीम को रिप्रेजेंट करना। बचपन में जब छोटा था तभी एक ड्रीम था कि भारतीय टीम के लिए खेलना है। जब एक ड्रीम कंप्लीट हुआ और इतने सालों ये जर्नी चली जिसमें काफ़ी सारी मेमोरीज हमने क्रिएट करी है, तो काफ़ी प्राउड मोमेंट्स है अभी तक मेरे करियर।
जब से आपने अनाउंसमेंट किया है तब से करोड़ों क्रिकेट फैंस है सोशल मीडिया पर जैसे पूर आ गई है आपके लिए, जो पोस्ट कर रहे हैं कोहली, रोहित, अश्विन और आप चौथे आप हैं, तो सब कह रहे हैं कि एक एंड ऑफ एन एरा हो गया। आप सब नए क्रिकेटर है, पुरानी टीम है जो ओजीज थे, जैसे अश्विन कहते थे कि ओजीज ऑफ इंडियन क्रिकेट, जिसमें आप भी थे, रोहित थे, विराट थे। क्या कहेंगे फैंस को, क्या कहेंगे खास?
नहीं, देखिए, हमने जो क्रिकेट साथ में खेला है वो बहुत ही मेमोरेबल है। भारतीय टीम का प्रदर्शन भी काफ़ी अच्छा रहा है और जो यंग खिलाड़ी अभी आ रहे हैं वो भी काफ़ी उनमें काफ़ी पोटेंशियल है। हमने रिसेंटली जो इंग्लैंड में सीरीज़ हुई उसमें देखा कि जिस तरह से यंग प्लेयर्स परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, तो फ्यूचर में भारतीय टीम में जो यंग प्लेयर्स है वो बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से वो हैंडल कर पाएंगे सारे फॉर्मेट्स में। और आईपीएल की वजह से काफ़ी उभरते खिलाड़ी नज़र आ रहे हैं, खास करके वाइट बॉल फॉर्मेट में, और अभी टेस्ट वो प्लेयर्स टेस्ट फॉर्मेट में भी अच्छा परफॉर्म करते आ रहे हैं। तो फ्यूचर अच्छे हाथ में है और होपफुली जो भारतीय टीम का जो प्रदर्शन है वो ऐसे ही बरकरार रहेगा। बट यस, ये जो दिग्गज खिलाड़ी की आपने जो बात करी, अश्विन, रोहित, विराट, अजिंक्य, मोहम्मद शमी, भुवनेश कुमार, मतलब काफ़ी सारे खिलाड़ी, ये लिस्ट है वो चालू ही रहेगा, क्योंकि जिनके साथ खेलने का मुझे मौका मिला और हमने बहुत सारे अच्छी क्रिकेट खेली और साथ में बहुत सारी मेमोरीज क्रिएट करी है।
एज एन इंडियन क्रिकेटर आपकी सबसे बड़ी मेमोरी, आपकी फेवरेट मेमोरी क्या रहेगी?
2018 में भारतीय टीम ने जो ऑस्ट्रेलियन सॉइल पे पहली बार टेस्ट सीरीज जीती, वो काफ़ी मेमोरेबल मेरे लिए रही है। और उसके साथ में 2021 में भी वहीं ऑस्ट्रेलियन सॉइल पर वापस टेस्ट सीरीज जीती। वो दोनों सीरीज काफ़ी करीब है मेरे लिए।
करंट इंडियन टीम में, खास करके टेस्ट क्रिकेट टेस्ट टीम में, आपके जितना पोटेंशियल आपको किस प्लेयर में दिख रहा है?
देखिए मैं कंपैरिजन में ज़्यादा बिलीव नहीं करता हूँ, बट जैसा मैंने पहले भी कहा कि यंग टीम में काफ़ी पोटेंशियल है, काफ़ी प्लेयर्स है जो उभर कर आ रहे हैं और अच्छा परफॉर्म करते आ रहे हैं। खास करके जिस तरह से ये इंग्लैंड टेस्ट सीरीज़ में प्लेयर्स ने परफॉर्म किया। अगर बैटिंग ऑर्डर की बात करें तो यशस्वी जायसवाल, केएल राहुल दोनों सलामी बल्लेबाजों ने बहुत बढ़िया ओपनिंग पार्टनरशिप करी और दोनों ने बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म किया। साई सुदर्शन नंबर 3 पर खेल रहे, तो वहाँ पर उन्होंने भी अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया और पोटेंशियल दिखा रहे हैं कि वो आगे जाके भारतीय टीम के लिए नंबर 3 पे बल्लेबाजी कर सकते हैं। शुभमन का बहुत ही बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस रहा नंबर 4 पर, और नंबर 5 पर करुण नायर ने भी अच्छा परफॉर्म किया है, तो वो भी होपफुली उनको भी आगे मौका मिलेगा और ऐसे ही अच्छा परफॉर्म करते आएंगे। और ऋषभ पंत नंबर 5 या तो 6 पे जब बल्लेबाजी करते हैं, वो एक बहुत ही बढ़िया क्रिकेटर है। तो जो भारतीय टीम की बल्लेबाजी है वो बहुत ही बढ़िया, उसके साथ में गेंदबाज भी बहुत अच्छा कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं अभी। तो ये प्रदर्शन होपफुली भारतीय टीम बरकरार रखेगी और फ्यूचर में भी ऐसे ही मैचेस और सीरीज जिताएंगे।
लास्ट क्वेश्चन, आप कमबैक के लिए हमने जैसे सुना था, हम देख रहे थे कमबैक के लिए बहुत मेहनत कर रहे थे कि पिछले कई टाइम से। आप पहले इस बार ऐसे भी ड्रॉप हो चुके और फिर कमबैक किया था आपने वर्ल्ड टेस्ट चैंपियनशिप के फाइनल में। इस बार भी लग रहा था कि चेतेश्वर बहुत कड़ी मेहनत कर रहे हैं कमबैक के लिए। आप ऐसा भी न्यूज़ आई थी कि आपने अपने आप को अवेलेबल किया है नेक्स्ट रणजी सीजन के लिए, तो अचानक क्या हुआ कि आपने रिटायरमेंट लिया? क्या सिलेक्टर की ओर से कुछ ऐसा इंडिकेशन मिल गया था कि हम आपकी ओर अब नहीं देख रहे, क्या था?
नहीं, ये मेरा पर्सनल कॉल था और मैंने ये डिसाइड किया कि ये राइट टाइम है जब खास करके यंग प्लेयर्स को डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट में अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलनी चाहिए। पहले मैंने सोचा था कि शायद मैं ये रणजी सीज़न खेलूँगा, बट मुझे लगा कि यंग प्लेयर्स को अगर अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है तो वो जल्दी से तैयार हो जाएंगे। तो ये मेरा पर्सनल कॉल था और जो पिछले कुछ साल में नहीं हुआ या तो मैं भारतीय टीम का अगर हिस्सा नहीं रहा हूँ तो उसके बारे में मैं ज़्यादा बात नहीं करना चाहूँगा। बट मेरे लिए ये बहुत ही मेमोरेबल डे है और अभी तक जो सफ़र रहा है भारतीय टीम का, और जहाँ पर हमने इतने सारे मैचेस खेले, इतनी बढ़िया सीरीज़ खेली, और उसमें जो भी भारतीय टीम का प्रदर्शन रहा है वो काफ़ी मायने रखता है मेरे लिए।
रिग्रेट हो रहा है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। आज एक्चुअली इट्स अ प्राउड मोमेंट कि एक खुशी का दिन है। इतने साल क्रिकेट खेलने का मुझे भारतीय टीम के लिए मौका मिला। मेरे करियर में 2 बड़ी इंजरीज आई थी 2009 और 11 में। उससे उभर कर इतने साल क्रिकेट खेला तो वो कभी मैंने सोचा नहीं था। तो आई एम ग्रेटफुल कि इतने साल भारतीय टीम के लिए खेलने का मुझे मौका मिला।
And with that, it is a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can even download our app. That's all we have for you in this bulletin. We'll slip into a short break now. On the other side, we bring you more news and updates. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
They don't make headlines, they make India. The real unicorns of India don't chase valuation, they create value. These are the stories of those who don't just do business, they build India. This Independence Month, India Today celebrates the micro-moguls of India. Quiet ambition, local impact, national change. The untold stories of grassroots entrepreneurs quietly shaping a rising India. India Today, the micro-moguls of India. Subscribe now at subscriptions.indiatoday.in and read their full stories.
Hi there, I'm Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor, and there have been lots of headlines this week, but perhaps nothing as important as the ones that impact your and my health. So, let's take you through all of them. It's been a week packed with health headlines. On one hand, Ozempic is being sued for causing blindness. On the other, a GLP-1 drug just won an FDA approval to treat your fatty liver. What's happening there? What should you really believe? Also, there has been hope for fertility through robots. It's no science fiction. It's actually happening in China and will be possible as early as 2026, though not everybody is convinced on that. And science, meanwhile, is making breakthrough not just in obesity, but balding as well. This is your weekly roundup of all things health and wellness. By now, we all know how revolutionary GLP-1 drugs are. What they do, how they help, is not an unknown secret. But what's perhaps most important, and where all the debate lies, is who is it for? Can it work for you? How will it impact your body cells? And critically, are you really that fat that you need weight loss drugs? Well, I have often asked myself these questions, so after speaking with some of India's finest doctors, this is what we found. The first thing to remember, do not jump in to calculate your body mass index or BMI. Its definition is being challenged and questioned as a sole parameter of obesity. Someone, especially Indian body type, with high BMI may have a lot of bone and muscle mass. Someone with moderately high or even normal range BMI may have body fat percentage, meaning BMI does not conclusively define a fatty body. So, what does, you ask? Let's take you to point number 2. A good way to determine fatness, especially in the Indian context, is to calculate the waist to hip ratio. First, measure the waist circumference and position it right above your belly button. Then measure the hip circumference done at the widest part around your hip. Now divide the waist with the hip to get what will be your waist to hip ratio. For South Asian men, it should be sort of under 0.9, and for South Asian women, it should be under 0.8. Let's move on to point number 3, which is the body fat percentage. Now, this is the most clinical way to determine fatness. The Endocrine Society of India has suggested that it should be 25% for men and 30% for women. The catch here, however, is that it's difficult to ascertain your body fat percentage without professional help. But there are several methods to calculate that. For example, there is a DEXA scan. Ask your doctors about it. It's the most accurate clinical method. What the DEXA scan does is uses low-level X-ray to differentiate bone, muscle and fat, typically done in a medical or research setting. There is also the skin fold test. Now, this involves pinching the skin at various locations to measure fat thickness using clappers. Now, this requires skin fold clappers and the experience for consistently and accurately calculated, again to be done under supervision. Let's move on to point number 4, the skinny fat. The skinny fat phenomena. Now, the person with BMI 26 may not appear overweight, but could have body fat as high as 38% concentrated around their belly. BMI works on the assumption that all fat is the same, yet the fat around the arms, around your thighs and arms are not as harmful. Many Indians tend to have skinny fat. That means having thin arms and legs, but a big belly, and that is dangerous. Talking about that, let's move on to the next one, which is the visceral fat, the hidden risk everybody warns against. Now, roughly speaking, 90% of the fat in a person is what can be seen on the outside. The remaining 10% is inside the abdomen, called the visceral fat, as it surrounds the internal or the visceral organs, such as liver, kidney. It's the fat you cannot pinch. It's the visceral fat that doctors need to target in the clinic. Visceral or central fat produces toxins, the bad hormones that increase insulin resistance and also suppress insulin secretion. For example, you may not have high BMI, you may not even look overweight, but you might still have high levels of fat around your organs, and that can be extremely dangerous. It also means that you're extremely unfit. And if such a person gets diabetes, you could benefit greatly from GLP-1 drugs. So those are the things to remember. But also importantly, do take into note that India has now entered the big league weight loss drugs market. That means drugs like Vanjaro, Wegovy are out. The demand is real. The drug sales are surging and generics are already on the horizon. But these drugs are not cosmetic solutions. They are evidence-based medical tools designed to tackle chronic metabolic conditions such as obesity, diabetes, particularly when diet and exercise by themselves fall short. Now, these are general guidelines, remember, but before starting your weight loss drugs and medication, do ask yourself these 5 questions that we said, but also the following to your doctor. You must consult an endocrinologist for obesity specialty. Also determine your body type, amount of body fat, not just your weight or BMI. Discuss your lifestyle, your dietary habits, and your metabolic history with your doctor. Take informed decision and make it the right choice. Ever had a gut feeling about something? Or found yourself pacing while trying to make a tough decision? Well, surprise, surprise, that pacing is not just anxiety. That's your body helping you think. That's right. According to the psychologist Barbara Tavaskai, the idea that thinking happens only in the brain is just outdated. In a recent piece in the IAI News, she argues that your body is just as involved in your thought process as your mind. Yes, that means that this meat suit that we are all walking in, there are brains, little signals, well, all over your body. Kind of. I'll tell you how. With your hands, feet, spine, all of it, Tavaskai dives into the growing science of embodied cognition. A fancy term, well, for something you probably do every day without realizing. Using your body to think. Gesturing while you talk, you see what I did there? Well, helps you form clearer thoughts. Walking to clear your head. That's not just a mood booster. It's a legit cognitive tool. Your body isn't just following instructions from your brain, it's actively participating in the whole brainstorming session. Now forget the brain-body divide. For centuries, we've treated the brain as the control tower of the body, as the clunky airplane. Now Tavaskai says, nope, they are both co-pilots. Thinking doesn't float above your body in some sort of cerebral cloud. It's grounded in every muscle, in every sensory experience, even in postures. Okay, try this little experiment with me. Try slouching yet feeling confident. It's hard. It's just not the same. So now you get what I'm trying to say. Therapies are catching up on this science. The mental health word is starting to catch the drift. Practices like somatic therapy, mindfulness, body-based trauma work are gaining grounds. Turns out that treating the mind and ignoring the body is just like fixing your car's software and leaving the engine on fire. So what's required is a bit of introspection. Your awareness of internal bodily signals. Think heartbeat, hunger, tight chest, breathing. All of this is becoming a hot topic. Researchers are finding links between tuning in your body and better emotional regulation. Basically, if you listen to your gut, it might stop yelling at you all the time. Bottom line here is, you are not just a brain taxi. So next time someone accuses you of thinking with your stomach or leading with your heart, thank them. They might be more right than you know. And honestly, after knowing this, you might never even look at your elbows the same way again. Stress at work, sleepless nights, burnout feels like the new normal, but some adults are turning to a surprising fix.